also carried a small store of materials. Things that a domain holder didn't really need but was still nice to have. It was fairly easy for 3 individuals to hide, and the fact that the defenders were so weak just made it easy. Edna looked around. The air was fairly dry. Houndworld. Hounds are everywhere, not just this world. I don't think calling it Houndworld would identify it, though it is quite funny we haven't seen anything other than hounds. But they were not really looking and lazed about in the encampment. Stella took a nap and Lumoof read a book. Edna fiddled with her knife. Void mana took about 3 times longer to recover than regular mana, even with Stella's soul and domain powers. A regular archmage regained their mana pool within hours. A void archmage would take a day. Lumoof looked around and then back at the mostly barren, lifeless terrain. Let's call this Demonhound world. Not better, but I suppose it'll have to do for now. Lumoof shared my ability to see the astral paths, and we saw this world had an active starpath to another world. The demons of this world were invading somewhere else and was also linked to another 2 worlds. Once Stella regained her void mana, it was another choice. There are 3 worlds we could access. 1 through the rift gates once we find it, and 2 interplanar neighbors. Which one? Going to the invaded world is definitely going to be a habited world. We're trying to reach the demon sun this way, so logically we should be going in the other direction. Stella, is there a way to trace the rift paths backwards? Like to see old rift paths. Edna stared back at Lumoof. She's napping, she can hear me. Lumoof retorted, I know she's not really sleeping, just closing her eyes. Stella turned and yawned. Yeah. So you know how roads, after they are not used, they eventually stop looking like roads. But I'm not sure whether these, void sea, roads leave any marks. Edna looked at Lumoof. You're saying that since every demon world must have been invaded at some point, there must be a demon world where that was the source. By repeatedly following the source, if such a thing is even possible, you suspect we eventually get to the demon sun. Exactly. You're smart, Stella yawned. Void mana decays very quickly. No marks. What about core mana? Core mana decays when exposed to any form of light. The mixture doesn't stay stable for long. Once the rift path collapses, it's gone. Lumoof paused. There must be a better way to do this than just randomly hopping, I think. What about the rift gates? Do they have an origin coordinate to call? No, Stella said. I checked. How these rift gates are made is still a mystery to me. Stella nodded. They are spawned. Edna looked back at Stella, seemingly thoughtful. Actually, let's say our suspicion that the demon sun threw a comet our way. This comet must exist in both perspectives of the demons, and ours, even if its movement is erratic in one of them. It would appear as if it's teleporting. Stella said. Lumoof shrugged and sighed. I don't get it. You're using void mana, and the demons are using void mana. Why does it work so differently? Is the rift gates doing something we're not? You say they look at it differently, and our views and theirs are different. But that cannot be the case, is it? There must be an absolute truth somewhere, even if it's beyond our scope of understanding. Before Stella could continue, Lumoof went on. Like, is void mana compressing dimensions or something? Or does it flattens perspective, and it's the user's perspective that's flattened? Stella's eyes widened and she stared back at Lumoof. What, you might be on to something, Stella said, and she went on a monologue, speaking her thoughts for all to hear. Void mana as a mechanism to flatten one of the dimensional axes is worth exploring. Perhaps there is something within the rift gates that we're not studying properly. If let's say void mana is a form of anti-dimensional mana, then the star mana, which eliminates and offsets void mana, is an extra-dimensional form of mana, or at least contains some kind of super-dimensional quality. Thus they just collapse on each other when they interact in large quantities. Our initial assumption of star and void mana as matter and antimatter is a close enough comparison but clearly misunderstands the way they work. I'm lost, Lumoof said, and Edna just shrugged. Edna just closed her eyes and teased the priest. You've awakened the thinking, Stella. I'm just going to take a nap. Stella then continued. If that's the case, it's possible to posit that core mana are actually a form of node. Wait, no, it might be that core mana is a form of origin marker, which allows void mana to achieve stability as it collapses one of the dimensional axes. Wait, that may not make sense either. Core mana could be a plane of reference that allows the void mana to have directionality. I was equally lost, but I suppose it makes sense to some people out there. Perhaps the void mages would be interested in such academic discussions. Stella flicked a finger and a magical notepad appeared. She began repeating the whole thing, and once done, she passed it to Lumoof. Send this back home for the archmages. They should start exploring how to go about doing this. Lumoof shrugged and activated our teleportation ability. The void mages would have a lot to do. How long more before we can start going somewhere? The void mage laughed. Another 2 hours. Oh, Ians, I've got to bear with your magical mumbling for another 2? Hey, I'm kidding. They picked one of the other worlds at random, and it was another demon world. Well, if we're heading towards demon worlds, that should be a good sign, right? Edna nodded. The demons of this world took the form of gigantic turtles, similar to the gigantic lizards seen on the anti-magic world, but also subtly different. Demon turtle world. Demon Turtle World it is. Edna sighed. We probably shouldn't reduce the name of a plane to the single first thing we see. We say that, but we still do it. Lumoof looked back. I'm wondering whether this is really the best way to do it. Have we tried to just use the rift gates and just call home? Stella rolled her eyes. Of course we did. There's a barrier, so we can't. Would we encounter a barrier eventually? How'd they make such a barrier anyway? No matter, let's go look for a rift gate, Stella said, and it wasn't hard to find one. The rift gates were very visible in the large, barren plains of the Demon Turtle World, and so once we found it, Stella captured it and stored it in her own personal supersized magical bags of holding. The reason for looking for the rift gate was simple. It allowed Stella to find this world's rift gate number, which does seem to be somewhat correlated to distance from the demon sun. Yup, we're somewhat in the right direction. Let's keep going. Got it. It was not a demon world, and instead they landed on what appeared to be storms and clouds. Stella's magical shield twisted as her shield was battered by lightning. There were strong storms around them, and yet there didn't seem to be any land or earth. Edna and Lumoof both levitated around her, aided by their own levitation artifacts. A gas giant, she looked around. No land at all, but the gas was so thick and dense, it seemed like there were bright rivers of cloud. She extended her senses to the world around her and through the clouds. Lumoof did the same, but he was uncomfortable in this world of gas. In fact, I was uncomfortable too. I didn't like being so far away from solid ground. It's just a nagging sensation about being away from Earth that I dislike. It was gas and cloud as far as I could feel to our surroundings. There was nothing below us, or at least nothing except those thick flowing rivers of dense clouds, intertwined with some kind of magic. Ley lines forming rivers of clouds. This was a strange, strange world. Edna looked up and squinted. Look at that. Stella stared, trying to see what Edna saw. The knight had the best eyesight of the three, her physical abilities augmented by her levels and abilities. Where? There. Stella and Lumoof followed the general direction of her finger and extended their respective magical senses in the general direction. They felt something, and then Stella manipulated the bubble of magic around the three and levitated them in the general direction. As the three moved upwards, bolts of lightning from the storm clouds around them smashed into her magical shields. It felt like forever, and those bolts of lightning were powerful. Alka would like this. He'd probably try to store some of this stuff in his crystals. They floated up the skies, and Stella felt the magical energies around her churn. Weird, there were rivers of energy in the form of clouds that flowed in this world. Ley lines, such a strange phenomenon. They floated up even higher, and now they could begin to see the sun in the skies above. The sun of this world was very bright but very small. I should have been more careful. Stella said as she continued to levitate everyone closer to the stars. I just checked that there's nothing obstructing us. There really was nothing obstructing us. Lumoof laughed, and then we began to see what Edna saw. It was hidden, small, and high up in the skies. The stormy clouds and lightning made it hard to even see, but then we saw it, a floating island. The trio landed on the island and looked at what appeared to be flat on the top. There were no plants, its surface was bare. I've got no expectations. Lumoof shrugged, Stella did. She expected an island with trees and probably some people. Nothing, but why was the island floating? Lumoof looked at Stella. We'll explore this place for a bit, but if there's nothing, we should get going. The other worlds await us. Stella nodded. Yeah. The island itself was really empty, but then Lumoof paused and examined the rock itself. Why did it float? And then Lumoof deployed avatar mode. My roots entered the stone and rocks of the floating island, and then, as I kept searching, I felt the presence of something at the center of the floating island. Through my roots, I created root tunnel, and both Edna and Stella went to the location where they saw a small black stone plaque. It radiated a presence that felt familiar, and it emitted a strange energy that pushed back against mine, and it was really, really old. Stella approached it, and then she stopped. Ian, it's divine energy, or at least a half-decayed version of it. As Stella squatted around and examined it, she looked at Edna. I've got a theory, and you want me to listen? Edna groaned. Yeah, next time, fine. Stella pouted. Lumoof, get down here. The root tunnels should last for a while before they start to collapse, so Lumoof rushed down and reached the strange plaque. Lumoof squinted at the etchings on the plaque. Let's keep it for now and let's keep moving. We can come back to this stormworld some other day. Lumoof released vines and wrapped around the stone plaque and with a bit of a tug sent it home. It went directly into one of my research pods along with the old divine wooden log. The entire floating island started to shake. We got to go. Stella nodded and began to scan the starways. All right, goodbye, Stormworld. Year 237. It began with a challenge. Ian wouldn't actually do it, some of the nobles said, a statement echoed by many throughout the world. Those older and have seen the more violent era were wise enough to know I would, and they tried their best to persuade those sitting on the fences. It's one of those cases where there really was a generation gap in thinking. Those who grew up during the first few decades of my rule would remember me doing what I needed to do. Those who grew up in the post-Freshka Dominion would not, and so they highly doubt my resolve. partly because a lot of the duties and battles became things that occurred without much fanfare. The wars were fought by Valthorns and the elites, using means that most young nobles would not see. Would Ian actually do it? Some younger nobles met with Matriarch Hoya after a regular sermon, the threat of capturing all the leaders. Her wrinkled eyes seemed to smile. A priest does not doubt her god's words. But the nobles protested her answer. She nodded and began to walk away. Again, a priest does not doubt one's god. If Ian does not act, it is because Ian chooses to do so. How would Ian do it? How is it even? The old matriarch just smiled. Look around the continent, young one. It seems the nobles love to bother you, Hoya. Hoya smiled at the other old man, also dressed in the same robes. One of the fellow Dekarches of the trilogy, Patriarch Walfad. I hear you've been bothered just as much. Do you remember the last time Ian issued such a public threat? Hoya laughed. No, this is an entirely predicted response. To some extent it worked, for a while. In the few months following the threats, the propaganda quieted down, and all the participants in the war seemed to just take the precautions. The war between the guilds and the holy empires of the four continents seemed to take more of a conventional approach. But it didn't last, and soon the participants all returned to their old ways. I repeated the threats again, and this time had my void mages deliver little messages right to their doorstep. This spooked them, and I needed stronger deterrence. So I escalated my response. I hauled up the propaganda masters of the empires, and also the warring merchant guilds with a contingent of void mages, where they came face to face with my main body directly, where I then deployed the age-old tactic of intimidation by sheer power. The weight of my presence deployed on these level 50s to 60s rumor makers, plotters, spies, and rabble-rousers. It made almost all of them pee in their pants. I was fairly impressed with those that could hold their own. Do you know why you do what you do? I asked the few that could still stand. Even together, the level gap was so large that they couldn't. Some of them brought out their weapons, their items. They failed before my shields. It's interesting that one's soul was a weapon. The weight of our presence was a tangible thing that we could control. Weaponized. I didn't know you're real. It's just sometimes horrifyingly annoying that people don't believe what they don't see. No, even when they see it, they just think you're not real. Really. Even those with ionic classes, those classes, they are super rare in the continental states. That's not true. I could sense their presence. Those who believe in me and thus gain the ionic classes are scattered on all the kingdoms and even in the mountain world. I was silent, and the crowd of inciters shuffled uncomfortably. This power to find and pick up the masterminds all over the world is something that tyrants would kill to have. All because of an army of artificial minds and trees monitoring and tracking everyone of any value, a power unimaginable to our world but possible here. Power and magic shapes societies in different ways. Magic and power adds power and tools for a tyrant to rule. A world like this with this sort of system is pretty much designed for tyrants. Every god is a tyrant. Every god imposes their will. The inciters were uncomfortable, and then one of my spy masters emerged. Spy Master Varada had served us for decades, and he grinned at those present. Some of them recognized him. You're that merchant. Oh, I am a merchant in service of the great Ian, tasked to haul you fools here. We are here to remind you to play within the bounds set out for you. Many knelt for forgiveness. Some fainted again, a tyrant flexing his strength on the weak. I felt disgusted at myself for doing so, but I remembered Lily's words. Mortals need pain to remember. This was only normal. You will be released this time, but next time. A portal opened and the lava world was clear for all to see. We intend to send those who break the rules of engagement to the demon worlds, and we mean it. One of them stood, a priest of Gaia. You're a demon god. You have the power to access the demon worlds. Varada laughed. It seems you fail to see our perspective. Let us provide you with some. Dreams. The priest looked horrified. Mental re-education. Perspective. I wish it didn't have to do so. But these folks escalated the conflict and brought about the threats of a wider-scale war. Dream Academy. The inciters were all subjected to a dream where they saw the demon worlds and the various conflicts with the demon king. Dreams of death and destruction. Blood, suffering, pain. There will be no clean hands in the path I pursue. I value choice. I value freedom. But with choice and freedom comes consequences. This path to end the cycle requires me to make some sacrifices, and for the rest of the world they will have to suffer under my laws. Every ruler imposes their will or lack thereof. Their power shapes the world. There are laws, you may not agree with it. Varada answered after the session. The inciters were all shaken. It was one thing to incite conflict and flee before suffering the consequences. It was another to directly experience suffering. But until you are powerful enough to overturn Ian's laws, you are subject to it. There was not a whimper of protest. Remind your emperors and kings that it will be their turn soon enough. You are free to go. They all knelt in gratitude. I felt disgusted again, but this is the steps I must take. This is the blood on my hands. I accept them. The propaganda shifted once these inciters were returned. A few were so mentally distraught they were unable to perform their duties anymore. Regardless, a message was sent. I could reach them all, and the emperors truly feared my reach. The merchant kings were horrified to see what was done to their chief strategists, and the letters in their rooms made it clear they were next. If they were not paranoid before, now they were. Trees were chopped down and uprooted, not a single plant in their chambers and castles. Even plant art or flower motifs were removed and outlawed. Those who drew plant art were now suspects to be my worshippers. It was the greatest anti-plant movement, even if they dared not publicly arrest them. One emperor even decreed that he shall have no vegetables or grain on his meals, demanding to consume only meat, fish, and bread. But these days my trees can see a lot further, and my roots are a lot more discreet. My vines can sneak through the gaps in their stone castles easily, even those made with skill and enchantments. Enchanted castle walls, enchanted floor panels. What was their skill and ability before the weight of my domain? It was no more than a paper wall before a bulldozer. I broke through them easily, and I did so publicly. It was an event unseen to the larger public, but the nobility all learned not to throw stones. The vassal wars continued, but this time, without the attempts to test my limits, and the scopes of engagement were now properly respected. To reinforce the laws of engagement, I commanded the Valtrians to set up branches in each of the continents, so that the continental kingdoms could benefit from the same protections afforded to the merchants. It's probably the least bad option, Prabhu said as he ate. The heroes had their own preparations, mainly for the next demon invasion on Mountain World, and according to Jeanpu, they also needed to prepare for the Demon King 2 years after that on the Three Worlds. Mountain World already had rifts opening, and a few of the Void Mages there were deployed to perform scouting. Ken's age really was showing. His hair was now all white, and some were falling off. He had the best medical and healing abilities we could offer, so despite his age, he could walk and move just fine. But age was the slow decay of the soul blueprint. A person aged both in body and soul. It is why when the body is healed magically, it recreates or regenerates to the aged body instead of the body from a long time ago. Least bad, Ian could do much more. Take away the tools of war. You know that's not practical, the Archmage hero said. Ken smiled. I would have forced them to sign a treaty, have some kind of Geneva Convention, as if such a convention has teeth. If it somehow gets absorbed into the system, it would. That's quite a fascinating idea. Prabhu actually took the idea seriously. Since the system does respond to changes and has the ability to create new classes, there must be a way to influence the system. You're going into wildly theoretical realms here, Ken laughed. But honestly, I think you heroes are unlikely to be able to affect the system. It's likely that domain holders who get such privilege. Mountain World was invaded by a type of harpy demons, which highly suggested a flying type demon. Not the worst type of enemy to deal with, since we had a wide array of anti-air equipment. That's a little heavy-handed coming from the man that thought this was a religious fascist empire. Prabhu smirked. All the heroes except Kefri were in the Mountain World. Kefri instead returned to Threehome to prepare for their own set of demonic invasions. Ken choked on his drink and then laughed. The hell with you. The Void Mages had triangulated the location, so the strategy was the same as the last time. The heroes punched through the spawned demons to claim the arrival spot and began to rig the place with bombs. In order to encourage the leveling of the level 130s and 140s and get their domains, all the domain holders did not participate in the preparation or the combat. Instead, the preparation was significantly performed by the 130s and 140s. But Rune, Johan, and Alka were not far away, just in case. The locals had never seen so many high-leveled individuals in one place, since many of these Valthorns were frequently never seen in public. They would either be fighting in dungeons, or working in some secret location, or battling it out on the lava world. The heroes didn't mind. They were essentially the superheroes, and we were the supporting cast. Rigging the battlefield was our strength. While the preparation was on the way, a group of void mages snuck through the rifts to visit the world of the harpy demons. It was a world filled with soaring cliffs, covered in demon spawning pools. The demons had somehow adapted, their spawning pools in the form of large bird nests. These spawning pools on these cliffs then had bird-like eggs that hatched these harpy demons. Harpy demons were the most common type of demons in this world, but they also had giant demonic birds that could manipulate fire and lightning, and giant demonic goats that could leap really high and with magical horns. The few champion types we encountered were larger variants of these three demonic types. The void mages raided a few of their rift gates, found their pit, placed a few listening devices, and then got out. We ruled out engaging the Demon King on their home planet until we found out what exactly the countermeasures were. Some of Edna's knights on Mountain World came equipped with specialized anti-air swords. Edna, during the years since she gained her knight's quest ability, consistently attempted the quest's monsters to unlock all sorts of different weapons, and so they had an assortment of strange, unusual swords, such as these feather buster swords. She left them in her knight order's care for use at their discretion. Along with that, the crafters and blacksmiths also built large ballistas, rapid-fire arrow machines, net throwers, harpoons. The heroes didn't complain about our spawn camp strategy. It was also a good thing that the site of the invasion was already attacked by demons, so there were very few commoners and regular folks to notice the large amount of items and preparations we made. Snek had given up on the Ularans back on Ulara. His focus, for now, was the small group of young Ularans that went through training. About 200 went through the whole rigmarole of training to be Valthorn tier, and honestly, of the 200, we found almost 3/4 of them to be inadequate. Only 50 matched the usual markers for progress to the level 60 to 80 range. It was a tough message for Snek to swallow, but eventually he understood that it was a game of numbers. If you hoped to create one hero, and the odds of that hero was 1 in a million, you really had to have a large pool to pick from. The Ularans refused to respond to Snek's other proposals, at least, until he had something to show for it. All entirely valid points, and I was not keen on moving Ularans to other worlds, since I absolutely did not understand them as a society. At least the Kenari lived on Treehome for long periods of time, and I understood the forces and factors that mattered in their culture. I could, of course, use my ability to level up any single Ularan to level 60, but I was rather sure it would backfire. A poor, unfamiliar level 60 would only send the message that high levels didn't matter. The Ularans must at least be able to slay their local demon champions on their own. Only then we could have a conversation on what and where they wanted to go with their civilization. My world-hopping trio spent some time on another demon world that was filled with more regular demons. I dubbed it Regular Demon World 2. Stella began noticing that the void portals she used to hop to nearby worlds consumed a lot more void mana than before, so they had to spend some time resting and recuperating before they were ready to make another hop. The sensation on this next demon world was unmistakable. They instantly felt as if they were bombarded with waves. It was like being on the beach when a storm was raging, the violent waves crashing onto the shore. The reason was simple. There was a burning wall of darkness occupying the skies above and beyond this world's sun, a wall in the void sea itself. I wondered whether this was a barrier meant to prevent incursions. Despite the wall, Stella's vision could see clearly and noticed something moving very slowly in the void sea, though it remained out of range. I need more time to observe what's happening here, Stella said as she immediately got to work. A wide array of monitoring equipment immediately emerged. I need to get a team here with me. There's way too many things to understand here. Lumuf looked around. All right, I'll get in touch with those back home and get started on the accommodations. The barrier emitted a constant wave of energy that made life on the surface incredibly uncomfortable, and so Lumuf activated his avatar's ability and then constructed underground dwellings. There were various pre-made templates stored in their various spatial pouches. Edna shrugged. I'll handle defenses then. Let me just go check out what sort of demons inhabit this place. As it turned out, only champions. The presence of the void waves meant any lesser creature without adequate protection was boiled out of existence. Our attempts to discover what's happening encountered another wall, but we now know we are headed in the right path. Year 238. I'd feel better if Patriarch Lumuf or Edna were here. Some of the senior Valthorns mused as they prepared the battlefield for the Demon King from the Harpy world. Pretty sure that's what everyone feels, Arjun said as he participated in the preparations. After his departure from the Three Worlds, his new assignment took him to the Mountain World to do something he liked: fighting. Harpy demons have spawned, and with multiple rift gates everywhere, the Valthorns participated in a few defensive battles at the invitation of friendly nations. Mountain World had their own high-leveled individuals, but there were too few to actually protect everything. The wars between the kingdoms also led to some unfortunate deaths. It was a good chance for my guys to gain levels and build goodwill. The two local heroes, Adrian and Kelly, zoomed from place to place, participating in the defense. They split up but were supported by a few of my Valthorns just to prevent any unintentional events. It wasn't impossible for a demon champion to kill a high-leveled hero, even if the chance was very remote. It's my first time fighting a demon king outside of my homeworld. I'm nervous, Kefri said as she hung out with the Treehome heroes in Branchhold. They were just one short teleport away from the invasion location, and there were minders tending to them. You get used to it, milady. Do not worry, we'll be here with you all the way. Chung smiled. Chung was thoroughly smitten with the Scorpion Lady, and so spent a lot of time trying to woo her with all sorts of things. Chung extensively tapped on the Valthorns to get bookings at the fine restaurants, beautiful beaches, and beautiful gifts, but Kefri wasn't impressed at all. Prabhu and Colette collectively shrugged, though they both really enjoyed watching and gossiping. Hafez was just minding his own business. Hafez, as king in his own right, has a harem of his own, though he fairly recently decided to move his kingdom elsewhere. He gave his own kingdom to his harem members, though he still guaranteed their sovereignty and provided them with protection. If he dies, it'll be just a repeat of what Harris went through, though his harem was a lot smaller. Ken and Sneck approached my valley, escorted by one of my Valthorns. Ken's hair had turned all white and some parts balding. He had the best medical services on Treehome, and with the effect of various abilities, he was in exceptional health, but it's so easy for it to fall apart. Age was like a gradual decay of the soul, the wearing and withering of time. Would you not take Ian's offer, Ken? Sneck said, during his break away from the young Ularans. The Ularans' progress was as fast as it could be, but clearly not fast enough. I'd like to die properly for a change. Ken laughed, in bed, surrounded by my friends. They used to say to die old and with white hair is a fortune of its own. And what about a family? Sneck said. Ularans used to believe that to die at one's den, surrounded by fellow Ularans, to be a great blessing. Nay, I think it's unfair to anyone to be my partner knowing what I know. To be fair, Ken did have some dates here and there, but his dates were usually elves. He had a thing for elves, even if he didn't mention it. Eventually, they reached my central valley. Here in the depths of my valley, it buzzed with all the artificial mines and various strange trees performing all the weird research. Sneck looked at Ken, and then, well, Ian, there's actually a theory that I've had on my mind for a while. I'm not keen on speaking about it with any heroes around. Yes. And you want to speak about it within my domain protection, so I allowed the two into my secret hideout. Ian, have you ever considered that the gods and the demons are actually on the same side? Ken said. It was something I heard before a few times from my domain holders, no less. Yes, what do you think of it? Possible, but currently no evidence points toward it. The fact that the demon sun has remnants of divine energy strongly suggests they are not friends. My current belief is to approach the gods cautiously, that these gods are no more than higher-leveled versions of myself, and their ability to intervene is strongly affected by distance. Ken nodded and then continued his own side of the theory. We know that this world copies a lot of abilities and systems from the fantasies of Earth, and a common knowledge is that there's always a war in heaven, a war of heaven. The presence of the dead god, at least, gives credence that there might have been such a war of heaven. And you theorize that the demons are one faction of gods. Currently, I have three main ideas. 1. There is a demon god somewhere. 2. The demons are a creation of God that overwhelmed the god. 3. The demons are some kind of shadow of the gods, which makes them a natural counterbalance of the gods. That last idea presupposes the existence of a counterbalancing mechanism in the system. Yes, Ken said. It is also fairly common for demons to be creations of ill will and void energies. What do you think about this sort of theory? That also requires a counterbalance mechanism in the system. Hell exists because of the evil of men. That demons therefore exist because man exists. I hear your concerns that the gods might not take it lightly if we meddle too hard and upset this balance of things, but so far their behavior has not indicated anything unnatural. Perhaps the gods have not gotten to the point of paying attention to them. Exactly. The gods barely keep track. But if they did? Again, not worth worrying about. Our path takes us to the demon sun and we will destroy it, or whatever we need to do to disarm the demons. What if the solution requires you to quarantine them? Have the demons focus only on a single place, a single world instead of everywhere? I thought about it for a moment and nodded. So be it. If one world needs to be sacrificed to spare the other worlds from the wrath of demons, I will do so. What if it's you? What if you have to be the demon's jailer for the rest of your life? I paused for a moment and asked myself if it's the only way forward. I actually don't know the answer to it. I know the heroes would. They were compelled to, but me, what I did so far was because this thing threatens to destroy us all. But would I go as far as sacrifice myself to stop it? I might. I wasn't sure, but I know it's the right thing to do in the long run. Does it have to be me? Stella was on the demon world, together with Lumoof and Edna. It took more hops, but eventually a group of 30 void mages arrived on the world, supported by another 50 or so builders and other generalists. They had an outpost to construct, and they deployed a huge amount of magical readers to try and figure out what was going on with the barrier. How did it work? Why? Can we break it or get past it? The void barrier was extremely fascinating. That my void master asked for help. Is it possible for you to create a large pool of water here, and then invite the Zaratans to come and see this? I could, but I'll need to protect them from being boiled alive by the waves. Over the course of 3 months, they built a massive dome that emitted an offsetting energy wave that counteracted the void barrier's radiation waves. Their studies began to have some success, as Stella and her team was soon able to identify the net flow of energy in the void barrier and followed its energies to trace it to a certain set of worlds within the void sea. There's a set of 10 or so planets that maintain these barriers. If we want to get closer, we'll need to break down the barrier. So, we'll need to hit these 10 planets and crush whatever machine that's creating this thing. We still couldn't see what the demon sun did, but it's likely that whatever they did, it either moved very slowly, or it was just some kind of message. All right, so more hops, Stella nodded. Yes, we'll need more hops. According to Stella's speculation, the sun was probably protected by a set of 60 or 80 worlds, each of which had a role to play in the void barrier. Of course, Rune, Johann, and Alka were rather keen to see some unique demon architecture. The demons are clearly capable of building things. Even my own Valthorns had different understanding of the demons. Those less experienced, at least before our education program, presumed that demons only built spawning pools, and those demon rift gates were some kind of invention from elsewhere or were ported in. It's a very appealing tendency to think of demons as this mindless horde. It's a popular set of thoughts, especially Mountain World and Three World, who view the demons as nothing more than overpowered pests. How do we hop there? We keep hopping until we find it. Stella said now that they've got some idea of where the demon's barrier world is. That's largely the only way. Can't you level up, get a skill, and solve the issue? There has to be a better way than just random chance. That requires me actually leveling up. Stella responded over the transmission. Building a star map is still a work in progress. Their locations is largely on the demon's map, here and here. The locations were marked in a magical projection, based off the demon core. We could try to use rift gates to get there, but we don't have enough void mana if it's from Treehome. What if we use other places, like that place you're at? Do you think it has enough void mana? Possible, I'll test it out. Rune nodded. All right, we'll join you once we're done with these 2 demon kings. We got one coming our way soon. The 7 heroes waited as I gave the signal. My void mages on the demon world already detected the demon king leaving its womb at the center of their world. It was coming out. The demon king was a demonic giant of a bird, and the first set of magical traps prepared itself to go. 7 heroes, 1 demon king. A fuckton of traps. This should go quite well. Chung tried to reassure Kefri and calm her nerves. My Valthorns retreated to a safe location. They would initiate the bombardment and the traps once the demon king landed. A massive rift opened at the predicted location, and the bird charged out, a flying bird surrounded by lightning. A Thunderbird Demon King. Demon King Tricklaw has arrived. The spells triggered and the Valthorns commenced fire. The entire mountain world felt the sudden surge of magic as they unloaded the entire arsenal on that specific valley. The detonation of so much magic in a single short moment would leave magical scars in the place for decades to come and cause the spawn of various magically warped monsters. But that was a later concern. As for now, the giant Thunderbird was bombarded with an overwhelming amount of sufficient firepower. Holy shit. Kefri had never seen such massive detonations in her life. You guys weren't kidding when you said Ian's really hacking this whole thing. I know, right? Chung said, as the Thunderbird's wings were vaporized, its entire body filled with scars and burns. The Thunderbird regenerated. It had tremendous toughness, comparable to the older Demon Kings. But we were also getting better at fighting Demon Kings, and the firepower we deployed just got bigger and better. After the third volley of traps and bombardment, the Demon King was already weakened. The heroes engaged with their star mana-powered weaponry and abilities, and it was a fairly short battle. 7 heroes overwhelmed the Demon King to the point it was frankly bullying. Every Demon King was escorted by a small army of demon champions and regular demons. These other demons were fodder, but even they could distract, weaken, and hurt the heroes. But here, they could focus. When the heroes could focus only on the Demon King and nothing else, it made the battle nothing more than a one-sided beatdown. Even when the Thunderbird split into 3 and summoned lesser Thunderbirds, 7 heroes was still too much. The lesser Thunderbirds were destroyed by the supporting volleys from the faraway Valthorns. This is ridiculous. The Scorpion Lady lamented how her fellow heroes died for nothing. No one would have needed to die if you guys were there to help us. I didn't even need to deal with the lesser pests. Kefri, don't drop your guard. The Demon King usually has a nuke at the end. Prabhu reminded. Got it. They killed the Demon King in record time and the Thunderbird was about to detonate once more. It went so well that it went according to plan. They teleported out and the detonation was a relatively small one. It wrecked the valley and left a huge pile of demolite behind. Next up was 3 Worlds. Kefri spoke greatly about your accomplishments in the other worlds. Oh, she has, indeed. It seems sending her to the other worlds away from me had improved our relationship. Perhaps absence does make the heart grow fonder. She just couldn't stand being cooped up, I countered. I admit that it is a flaw of my method of upbringing. It is what I know best. Jean-Pu chuckled. Kefri returned to her little queendom, where she played with her own harem once more. Her harem members were frankly a little bored because Kefri was away for so long. The Crystal King sent a missive protesting my agreement with you. Do you want me to have it delivered to your outpost up north? Oh, he has. Yes, they discovered that my hero, Kefri, was missing and traveling to the other worlds. I suspect some of my servants may be compromised, and some of his agents are actively searching my lands, Jean-Pu responded. I normally let him do what he pleases. Such small matters are not worth struggling over. But do you want me to intervene? Let him search. It didn't take long for me to detect those agents in the quiet, secluded lands up north. They found nothing, but they didn't stop trying. It'll just make him more angry, and I'd rather not deal with that. Not with the new Demon King coming. Indeed, the rifts should be here soon. That was when the news was a bit annoying. The Demon King would spawn in the human-populated Crystal King's lands. A part of me didn't want to assist, but that's not what I agreed with Jeanpu. So now that the battle on Mountain World was over, we began to move people over to Threehome to wage the next war. Since Arjun left Hoofhall, the capital of the Centaurs, Eudoxus had continued to work on expanding my influence, indirectly. Most of this was through awareness of another world. We didn't need to be so discreet, now that we didn't have any significant plans beyond friendship. Eudoxus's plan was to create our own little allied group and draw the attention of the Reliquilder of the Centaur. I also engaged a Centaur diplomat from my tree home, and now, armed with what we know of Centaur society, publicly sent a delegation. The reception was fairly lukewarm, but my Centaur diplomat Kinara was eventually allowed to set up a small diplomatic chamber in the outskirts of Hoofhall. We accepted it anyway. Some official means of communication was better than none, even if the diplomatic chamber was pelted with eggs and other trash every now and then. They claim we lied. They didn't acknowledge the existence of other worlds. It's so weird that people think that their world is the only world, when there's so much evidence to the contrary. After the defeat of the Thunderbird Demon King, quite a large assortment of my Valthorns gained levels. A few of them were now getting closer to the level 150 boundary, but for now, none reached it yet. Strangely, one of the closest ones was one of the projectile makers. Alana, a magical weapon crafter, was now about level 143, and she had a penchant for making her weapons in exotic locations, and making requests to use Leyline's energies to help enhance her tools. It rose quite drastically from this battle alone, and she gained 14 levels, partly because she made quite a large portion of the tools used to crush the Thunderbird Demon King. For the heroes, most of them gained about 3 or 4 levels. You've gained 2 levels. You are now level 240. New domain skill unlocked. Lesser wooden avatars shareable with Pantheon. You are now able to create up to 5 lesser wooden avatars with the strength of approximately level 100. You may use these avatars yourself, or you may link them with any of your fellow Pantheon domain holders, where they may use these avatars as a split version of themselves. Your Pantheon members can gain experience through these wooden avatars, but will be unable to use their domain tier abilities. Once linked to a fellow Pantheon member, the wooden avatars cannot change until it is destroyed. Avatars take a year to regenerate if they are destroyed, and can be spawned at any of your clone trees. I suppose a conversation with my fellow immobile Pantheon members would now be necessary. Year 239. Who's best to use the avatar? Lumuf shrugged. Anyone, really. It's just a chance for people to see the world for themselves. I spawned one of the avatars. Technically, the ones that are used by me can be linked and transferred to other Pantheon members, but once they are transferred, they no longer can be changed. I suppose that's because this is my Pantheon. The avatar was surprisingly nimble and could essentially take any shape I wanted to it take. It was like a living, flexible, ever-changing tangle of wood and vines. It could form a face and could even talk. I think this ability came a little too late. Ken mused. It'll totally be a human form for you, but its level capped at level 100. It's just a dummy. Prabhu countered. Lumuf's ability is way better. Lumuf's a domain holder. This is a destructible dummy. You could send it to places where you expect it to be destroyed as a scout. Ken answered the Archmage. You mean use it like a summoned creature, like how Johann can look through his animal companions? Rune said as we analyzed the new ability. Yeah, kinda like that. Johann's pets are way more precious than these spawnable avatars. Think about it, we could use it to communicate anywhere. Johann's little pet dragon was actually a lot larger than expected. A spawn created from the dragon bones. It was some kind of fire dragon with jet black scales. Based on my estimates, it'll get stronger as it ages, but it's still a long way to maturity. It was also one crazily hungry creature, and Johann had to pack loads of meat for it. It's a great thing he had bags of holding that could easily store and preserve large quantities of meat. Without bags of holding, the animal companion would probably suffer for it. Johann claimed that the pet could survive off his magical energy alone, but would not be able to grow during that period of time. Within the Valthorns, there's also a debate between whether it's better to level up my domain holders or just try to create more domain holders. I've mostly decided to focus on creating more domain holders, but this argument still comes out every now and then. But thankfully, it seems I still gain levels just by planning and supporting all the Demon King battles. Lily's was surprisingly interested in the avatar. They have made something of their own after all, but it wasn't all that interesting, and the limitations were so annoying that their avatar was functionally useless. This one at least would retain some of their strength at level 100 and allow them to gain experience from the other worlds. Lily's language and sensation felt more keen, more interested, and so if an avatar was what swayed their position, so be it. Arya and Aspeng naturally booked one. They've been carving up various models of their avatar with ice, but their condition was really vain. I want to decide what my avatar looks like. That's a small matter. All right. The second avatar was granted to Arya and Ispeng, and Arya tried her best to recreate how she looked like from a long, long ago as a human. She really wanted to be a human once more. Once I created the avatar and linked it to her through our pantheon, she was off fiddling with her avatar. I also took the chance to offer it to Jampu. Jampu didn't accept my pantheon membership due to his concerns about the interactions with the gods' pact. Tempting, but no answer. This avatar ability on its own is pretty average, Lumuf said, but Ian, the fact that you could share, really opened our minds to possibilities. Imagine for a moment if all the domain holders' abilities were concentrated in a single body. It'll be as strong as a hero, Stella said, or more. It may be a good idea to explore the way it works and to use Ian's soul magic to explore whether we could link power. So we are building off the power of friendship, literally. Stella laughed at how corny it was, but I like it. Linking and concentrating the powers of multiple souls in a single body seemed like a great way to create something where the whole is so much more than the sum of its parts. It really made me have a different perspective of the soul-stitching mechanism of hexbombs and blood soul magic. If you could somehow adapt the links within hexbombs to amplify the power of multiple domain tier individuals, somehow allowing a single avatar to express their combined power, we could really create a god-level war machine. Hacking the avatar function to host multiple and allow them to amplify each other's ability would really create something world-breaking. Looks like we have sort of a roadmap to the end. Cometworld as the delivery mechanism, and a multiple avatar in a single unit as the weapon or warrior to destroy that damned demon sun. Sharing power was always a part of my repertoire. My familiars were a means of sharing power, and so I really liked this idea. It seemed consistent with the path I took so far. It seemed plausible, even if it involved linking multiple people together. Maybe it's some kind of pantheon ability, Lumuf wondered. We know that sometimes, if we think about it enough, the system finds a way to give it to us. What Stella looked surprised. Oh, you're trying to tell the system that we want this sort of pantheon ability. Yeah, ability to combine powers across the pantheon. Well, then I want the ability to manipulate the movement of an object through the void sea. Stella pretended to pray to the system, and the ability to break down that void barrier. Edna just laughed at her two fellow domain holders. Why don't you wish for the ability to destroy the demon sun while you are at it? Yeah, but that sounds so vague, Ino, Stella said. I think what the system awards usually has some specificity, like we roughly know what we want. It'll give you a hammer if you know what exactly a hammer looks like and what you expect it to do. It wasn't hard to infiltrate the Crystal King's territory. The Crystal King maintains nominal control of all the smaller kingdoms in his territory, just like how Jampu controls all the smaller desert cities and nations, or how Hoofhall oversees the lesser centaur tribes. That meant it was very easy to disguise ourselves as people from other kingdoms and cities, and we also had invisible means of infiltration such as my trees. I was fairly sure the Crystal King sensed me, but it hadn't gone as far as to order outright deforestation. The rifts soon spawned demons, and we were greeted with the large demons with axes and wings. In short, the regular demon world. One of the theories that developed from the Void Archmages was that worlds that are closer to the source of the demons should be more regular demon-like than those who possess unusual characteristics like the Parasite world or the Sand world. The idea was that the variance in the demons is something that accumulated over multiple invasions. His idea was, demons invaded World A. Demons spawned by World A possessed some additional characteristics adopted from the World A's cores. Demons from World A then invaded World B and captured it. Demons from World B thus had qualities inherited from World A and World B over time. The demons would be wildly different from each other, depending on the path it went through. We also observed that each generation of Demon King, even though they might have come from the same world, had minor variations. So this suggested that the core of each world essentially had a certain degree of flexibility in the powers granted to its Demon King. We saw this when we compared the Sabnok Demon King we faced and the Sabnok type encountered by Adrian and Kelly. The different types of demons we encounter was the result of cumulative adoption of traits from multiple demon worlds. It's perhaps intentional, perhaps unintentional, but this was a natural theorem arising from the demon spawning mechanism that adopts its host world's qualities. Thus, working backwards from this idea, worlds where the demons were, plain and regular, were thus a lot closer to the demon sun than those further away from the demon sun who went through more jumps. It's a theory, a hypothesis which we cannot quite prove. Each demon core didn't keep records of how many worlds came before it. Or at least not that I know of. Perhaps there is some kind of genetic marker within its core. Anyway, that digressed. We found the rifts quickly and they spawned regular big demons with flaming axes and the like. Typical demons in short. Frankly, one of my favorites because of how big they are. some of my void mages snuck through the rift and found another lava world, which we named Lava World 2. We roughly triangulated the location of the Demon King, and then we encountered resistance. By the order of the Crystal King, stop what you are doing. The Crystal King sent a small army to any location where they detected our presence, and it decided to camp it where we wanted to set traps. The demons spawned and they fought it. We should just let the demons overrun them, then continue with our work. The Valthorns quipped as we helped the Crystal King's minions fend off the demons. I asked Jeanpu for his assistance. He will not be cooperative. In fact, I'm fairly certain his preferred response is to let Kefri die, and a new batch of heroes get summoned, so that he can have one hero under his thumb. Ridiculous, I answered. Haven't fought his forces over the centuries. Yes, that is what the Crystal King is like. Actually, if I was in his position, that is what I will do too. What? It's just politics. The balance of power is upset by the presence of heroes. Their response is normal. The only saving grace is that the pact forces us not to use heroes against each other. But each hero makes hero items, and hero items still have plenty of power. If I was the Crystal King, I would have done so with probably much better finesse. I sometimes forget that Jeanpu is just as manipulative as any other domain holder. I've lucked out that the first domain holder I meet is Lily's, who seems just happy to hide away in their little lake like a hermit. I wonder whether Lily's would be best suited to advise on how to merge the powers of multiple domain holders, since Lily's is after all some kind of hive mind. It was another thing in the list of magical research to pursue. The Vassal War's threat was not as serious, once the fangs of propaganda were weakened. The Holy Emperors continued to use their power to push back against the merchant guilds, but their leaders took greater control of public opinion and ensured that they remained focused on the merchant guilds, and vice versa. The Holy Emperors were also happy to welcome my banking services and some of my security people into their cities, which ensured that some of their nation's assets were now somewhat secure. Yet now it was the temples who goaded the Holy Emperors to continue and push the war against me, despite the differing counsel of their propaganda masters and strategists. Thus, it was time to flex my might once more, and stain my roots and branches with a bit more blood. I invited another group of senior priests from all the 4 temples to come meet me face to face. I didn't do this before, since the last time I met the senior leaders of the Ava Temple was really long ago, and I never met them again ever since. All our dealings with Ava were through my agents and proxies. It was something that none of the temples publicly stated, because it would greatly impair the nobles' confidence in them. What sort of protection could they offer if their own leaders couldn't protect themselves? The 3 triumvirs of Ava, the first priest of Gawa and Hawa, the council of 5 of the Nero were all captured, and then through void magic sent my way. It was something to come face to face with so many priests, and I thought they withstood my presence a lot better than the first group of propaganda spreaders and plotters. The priests were far more composed, and they were trained in the priestly ways to combine their auras to resist my own. Yet it shook them. All of them looked sick. Unlike the earlier group, they never doubted my existence. They only challenged my rising divinity. Yet the presence of my domain at level 200 was a weight they could not deny. My own people spoke of it as being face to face with a force of nature, as if one was in the way of an avalanche, gazing into one's doom. But they were brave. These men of faith, for their nagging resistance and struggle against me, had incredible nerves. One of the bravest, a priest from Gaya, stood, his legs shaking, his fingers shivering, his face as pale and purple as one could be, but still he said with every word in his soul, "Ian, you resist the call and prayers of our gods." He tried his best to speak, but each and every word shook. "Why have you brought us here? I brought you here to talk. And first, I was never given a chance to accept your call or prayer." I responded frankly, and if I remember correctly, the Gaya faith didn't like trees that much. A century or so ago, the 4 temples declared a crusade against me. For what? I tried to sue for peace, for coexistence, but your gods or your leaders then declared I should be crushed. They were silent. The edicts of their own gods back then were clear. Crush the pretender. Only Ava was wise enough to pull back. The priests of the 3 temples' heads all turned suddenly at the Avan priests present. They glared accusingly, their question aimed at their peers. "Explain yourself." I spoke to Ava. Many should have felt its presence those years ago. "You received a message." The priest tried to downplay what I did. The Avan priests shook their heads. "A temporary link was opened." "What?" The other priests glared. "You've known how to open a link and you've never shared. It's complicated." "No matter," I said. "What matters is right here. I'm here and your 4 gods are far away and will soon abandon you. It's been decades since my talk with Ava, and I suppose it's about damn time I start spilling beans." "Abandon us," Ava said so. The gods' reach fluctuates to the whims of the void sea and the great disturbances of the land beyond. The priests paled and looked at the Avan priests. "You know this, to some extent, yes. The full truth is only heard by the triumvirs present." "Lies," one priest barked, but it took all his willpower to resist. "If you brought us here to awe us into submission, no, we won't do it." I decided I made my message quite clear and lifted the oppressive presence. The color on their faces returned. I do not expect or require conversion to my faith. Hell, it'll be great if you maintain your faith to the best of your ability. Then why are we summoned? Because this war annoys me. At that moment, a group of void mages appeared, and I realize we're fighting because you don't see the greater enemies we face, nor do you truly comprehend what the demons want to do to our world. Greater enemies, perspective. It was a privilege of the Valthorns, and now it was something I had to share with the others. They may be my enemies, but I believe they, too, deserve to see the truth. Come, they will lead you to see the demon worlds. The leading priests of this generation stared at the vast, desolate lands of the lava world, at the hordes of demons that we leave free to roam, so that my Valthorns could fight them for experience. It was hell and intentionally left so. This is where you sent the strategists. No, they were shown the place, but no, they've not visited. Come, let us visit another. The Void Archmage led them back, and this time we sent them through a rift gate set for Ulara. With our discovery of the rift gates dialing numbers, and the small amounts of core mana granted by the world's core, we were now able to restore temporary rifts to the demon worlds, such as the anti-magic world, Ulara, and many others. Those more distant, or delayed by the void barrier, were inaccessible for now. It cost a bit more void mana to form and link the two worlds, but now that we could, I used them to teach, to share, and let them witness the world beyond. I decided I would and should extend this experience to the rulers and nobility. Perspective, it was a weapon, it was an idea. It was letting them see the sword of Damocles that hung over all our heads, to see the extent of the demon's true power and to unveil the ignorance of their entire life. What was remote wasn't so. It was a certainty in the future, even if not their own future. The priests were silent as they saw what happened to the Ularans. How they now live in little holes rather than the cities of their past. The world is a lot more perilous than you know. We face demons who seek to do this to us, to our world, the Void Archmage said on my behalf. Honestly, those of us who have seen what's out there cannot unsee it. Why is it even worthwhile to fight over scraps when there are entire worlds out there that can be reclaimed? Why is it even worth it to fight each other for power when we'll all get destroyed by something far bigger? The gods will protect us. The gods grant us power to resist those who want to destroy us. They do want to protect you. The Void Archmage didn't rebuke them, but they are drifting further away and their power wanes over longer distances. Your god wants to help, but they are losing the ability. It is our speculation that their weakening power is why we have less heroes. It's all Ian's fault. His presence blocked the god's ability to help us. Oh please, Ava said so itself. In about 2 centuries, it'll all be over. The Void Archmage said, this is blasphemy. One priest said, one does not insult the gods this way. Is it? The Void Archmage said. But no matter with Ian, we're reaching to the other worlds to take the fight back to the demons. You folks can indulge in your jostling for position back home, but Ian does not intend to let you disturb our greater war. This system was created by the gods. Your attempt to go against the demons directly is not what the gods planned. I sometimes marvel at the priest's ability to warp any position into an argument against me, and that's why you're a fool. The Void Archmage said frankly. Do you not see that this system engineers all of us to die? If that is how our gods want us to die, then it is how we shall die. My Archmage was frustrated, but not all priests were so stubborn. Some saw the other worlds, and now realize what we have become. We were not just a temple ruling a continent. We're an organization engineering the goal of destroying the demons for good. What is it that Ian wants? The Void Archmage sighed. It is not something I agree with, but Ian wants a truce. We'll let you fight your wars, but leave Ian and the Valtrian order out of it. We have bigger fish to fry. Some of them were quiet. They took the offer seriously. One of the priests asked, isn't this just a ploy to weaken us while you gain more power? The Void Archmage laughed. Yes, but you're wrong on one point. We have no need to weaken you. We can crush you now, and it is Ian's mercy that prevents it from happening. And you expect us to appreciate that your monstrous god stays his hand. A dictator is still a dictator. A monster. The Void Archmage's laughter continued. Oh, I think you are sorely mistaken. We're not looking for appreciation. Then, I expect you to have the wisdom of leaving the damned beetle nest alone. There was a look of absolute horror in all the priests. Year 240. The Crystal King didn't like us on his land, and he knew we were coming. He could see it, and so he sent his men to harass us. The harassment involved attacks with magic, his mages and his golems. His vassals stonewalled our attempts to reach the Demon King's spawn point. Despite the demons from the rift spawning constantly, the Crystal King treated it everything as if it was under control. After a long and thorough discussion with my Valthorns on how to deal with this annoying but powerful piece of rock, we've concluded that he likely respected strength, and any soft approach would not work. If we wanted them to give us space to do what we did, I had to show we have every right and power to crush everything that stood in our way. This applied to all 3 factions of Mountain World. My Centaur spies told me that they wouldn't respect anyone without strength. The Centaurs, who had trials by combat to select their leaders, also respected strength. Eudoxus lamented that they even have options for judgments and trials by combat, instead of the more logical, evidence-based judgment we applied back home. For the Sandpeople and Jeanpu, I also needed to let my fellow immortals see what I was truly capable of. He had heard stories from Kefri and felt some of my powers, but I decided a demonstration of my might was in order. I didn't like this. It was against my insular, turtling nature. I'm also generally quite paranoid and dislike showing off my abilities too much. My favorite strategy was that of a camper. I'd build and tech up, but time and again my experience over the last century or two had provided me with evidence, with moments where I realized so much shit could have been stopped. So many pointless wars, and also the whole silly vassal war shenanigans. I needed to flex my powers every now and then. Reminder of how high the heavens go and how tall the tree can grow. Remind the common folk that I stood above, even if I didn't intend to. It was the path of the tyrant and the rice was already cooked. The timber has been made to a boat. The nice tree has been chopped by reality. Thinking back, I was rarely nice. I thought power afforded me the luxury of being nice. But it was also only true if the other people realized I had power. If they believe I am powerless, they would be so tempted to cross me. Treat me as if I'm not there, a non-factor. The Crystal King once said I came to invade. Well, he was right. The site of the Demon King wasn't located close to the Crystal King, but well within his territory. There were 15 kingdoms in the way, all human and all vassals of the Crystal King. They had fortified the entire path, and then beetles appeared everywhere. I could have just used route tunnels and only invaded the chosen location, but I didn't want to reveal that card. I decided to just invade the normal way and clear a path in the process. It wasn't necessary to clear or attack everything along it. There were segments that we could easily take detours, so we did. But I decided to attack about 5 fortresses along the path simultaneously for the spectacle. My lord, there are beetles attacking all our fortifications. The defenders shouted. But where are they from? The trees, sire. Which one? All of them. But how? I don't know. My beetles overwhelmed the defenders easily, and I equipped a variety of beetles. Some only injected paralyzing poisons, some more lethal. We had to be. Some of these defenders were frankly trying to destroy the beetles, but for most, what we did was we flooded the area with so much beetles, paralyzed everyone, and then the beetles moved everyone out. I decided to go even further, sending Hytrerion over. Hytrerion's combat abilities, as I experienced in earlier battles, was lackluster, but against human kingdoms, the Walker was a walking fortress that signified death. He was a walking icon. This action naturally invited a response from the Crystal King. It wasn't even hard to detect the magical spells that formed, and they launched magical projectiles toward my Titan. They were slightly more powerful than the magical blasts used by the demon champions during the Sabnok era. Those projectiles smashed into my wall of wooden shields. It was powerful enough to destroy a few layers of my shields, but my Titan emerged unscathed. Having fun, I asked Jeanpu, who was obviously scrying the entire battle. He was curious and couldn't help himself. I also knew the centaurs were watching. I'd say the same to you, that giant creature. A former demon champion. Ah, that explains the similarities. You have the power to reclaim them. I wouldn't call it reclaiming if you know and have seen how they are made. I've converted them. Semantics. Jeanpu shrugged. If no one has heard of you before, they will now. The Crystal King will take this as the cause for war. One can find a reason if that's all he looks for. If it's a war he wants, then he shall have. I intend to demonstrate a few more of my abilities and minions, just to show that I'm not to be trifled with. I'll take a tense peace over this constant annoyance of warfare. For a tree, you sure have a lot of grudges. Jeanpu smirked. It's carved into my being. I flooded the area with beetles, with enough beetles to make the horizon a line of darkness. It was a spectacle, even if it wasn't the most efficient. It wasn't even the way I would have fought. Instead, my strategists called it a parade, and Hytrerion was the big nuclear missile I showed off. I had Hytrerion shoot a few magical blasts, and I intentionally didn't interfere with any attempts to scry or spy. We wanted them to see, and they did. We didn't need to block scrying at where the Demon King was supposed to land. The magical energies, once the battle starts, usually cause all attempts to scry and view the battle to go crazy. Too much magical energy interfered with such spells. But that did mean everyone could see all the teleportation that occurred, and all the crystal bombs and trap that were deployed at the soon-to-be Ground Zero. Impressive preparations, Jeanpu praised as he checked the area. Kefri sung praises of your organization, and I see it's not unfounded. It's the work of an institution, not mine alone. My job is merely to set the direction. In time, your men can participate in this and gain levels. In fact, if you joined my pantheon and gained an avatar, you could even participate in the battle yourself. Jeanpu thought and didn't respond to my attempt to convince him to join the pantheon. The area was rigged with our usual stuff. Bombs, bombardment towers, ballistas, traps, snares, and harpoons. The 7 heroes all rested in a nearby makeshift dwelling while they waited. We had some Valthorns sneak to the other side as usual, to watch for the signs and plant our listening devices. It felt like we were beginning to develop a set of standard operating procedures on how to deal with demon kings, and I felt cautiously confident. The heroes were flat out confident, but both Ken and Kay tried their best to talk them out of it. They still needed to prepare, and the demons could easily spring a surprise. Our biggest problem, essentially, was we didn't know what we didn't know. My Valthorns on the Demon World tried to spy and get some ideas, and it does seem fairly typical. The wild card that I had to deal with was the countermeasures. I didn't know what and where that was. Anyway, for now, Ground Zero was a large, mostly uninhabited valley filled with trees and animals. It wasn't hard to ensure the place was evacuated, and we were, after all, dealing with a typical demon king. The Crystal King was annoyed. He sent very harshly written missives to Jeanpu, which was meant for me because, well, they assumed I was in cahoots with the Pyramid Immortal, which wasn't wrong. He was fairly amused. One of my Valthorns activated the item, which was imbued with his domain's energies, a missive in crystal form and a holographic memory. It was quite a bit like those crystal image storage devices commonly found in Xinxia fiction. The Pact of the Three permits no intruders. Pyramid, if you know better, break off your alliance with this foul invader. His presence threatens us all. Jeanpu laughed. He's taking some legal liberties there, interpreting your presence as an intruder on par with the demons. From his point of view, the difference in our nature is merely in form and methods. We are invaders either way. You three are the locals, the natives. It's a nativist approach to things, I countered, but I'll say it makes all the difference. It is differences in form, methods, and how we interact that separates friend from foe. Again, differences in perspective. Jeanpu shrugged. I look forward to witnessing this great trap of yours. You seem to have utmost confidence in your prediction of the Demon King's location. Well, we hope we don't disappoint. My diplomat to the centaurs, Kinara, was suddenly a very busy lady. Everyone wanted to talk to her. Again, as a spectacle, there was a sizable centaur contingent preparing for the invasion of the Demon King. They wore ceremonial armor, flashy, colorful, not as practical. The centaurs wanted proof of the existence of the other worlds. The centaurs themselves were fairly fragmented. Each tribe or village was a small nation on its own, with minimal oversight from Hoofhall, and this was especially so for the far-out tribes. The centaurs, as naturally fiercely independent folks, didn't really like bothering each other, though like tribal clans, they often banded together to fight off the humans or the sandpeople. Just like what I wanted to do on Treehome, I decided I needed to give the leaders perspective, to open their eyes to the multiverse. All in due time, though, I suspect once I do so, the Crystal King and the leader of the centaurs would take this perspective as an affront to their authority. Jeanpu didn't care as much, or maybe he was just hiding it, but I have a sense that he's not really bothered with ruling over people. He often just has to rule, because that leads to the best outcomes. The Demon King Malthusian descended, right at the location we predicted. The traps activated, and in a sudden the entirety of Threeworld shook from the explosion. The ripple of magic was so intense that even those not normally sensitive to magic felt it. The Demon King took the form of a large 10-winged demon with 4 massive arms, but all of that didn't matter when the bombs detonated and its first form was destroyed. It transformed into something smaller. The 7 heroes engaged. But before that, a massive rift gate opened above the battlefield, and demons poured out by the tens of thousands. A second wave of explosions and bombardments thinned the demonic horde, and the 7 heroes focused on the Demon King. It was a fairly short battle, all said and done. The 7 heroes have gained strength after each battle, even with their weakened star mana abilities. The battlefield was littered with magical explosions, and those who sought to spy on the battle soon found the connection to be choppy, quite like trying to watch a football match on satellite TV when there's a storm outside messing with the reception. The heroes won. It tried to detonate itself once more. They teleported out just in time. The battle was won. More of my Valthorns gained levels, yet still none at the domain. Maybe not yet. We've got a process. I wonder whether it's worth it to replicate this in every world we visit, for the levels and for the spectacle. Spread some goodwill as a dimensional anti-demon force. The domain holders were impressed but not shaken, but the spectacle was seen by many others. Smaller kings, the vassals of the 3 overlords of 3 worlds, all now considered the implication of a 4th force. They were shaken, and many made covert attempts to communicate with us, against the wishes of their overlords. The questions on their minds were simple. What did we want? What are we willing to give or trade? How would this affect the dynamics of the 3-party state? Were we stronger? Many have seen the presence of the 7 heroes, 6 humans for another world and 1 Kefri. It bolstered Jeanpu's reputation as a wise, far-seeing partner able to ally itself. My diplomat was frank. We wanted unique resources, talents, and abilities, powers to help the fight against the demons throughout the world. Kinara referred to her office as a recruitment and marketing platform to pitch the idea of joining the fight, a promise of a fight greater than the world. If the people of Treehome grow soft, the net must widen. Tree Home was akin to an oil well, where the composition of its reserves has changed over time. In the past, we dug out more black oil, more gasoline. But over time, natural gas would form a larger part of the extracted resources. On a long enough timescale, there are no permanent reserves, even if I try my best to preserve and prolong them. Wait, we're invited to visit the other worlds. I had the Valthorns send invitations to all the leaders. Is this a trap? The Valthorns who sent the messages to the various lords, and for the interest of things, I've sent the same invitations to the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress of the other continents. A trap. The priests who returned didn't know what to tell them, at least at first. It was eye-opening, but also horrifying. They generally advised the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress no. They were too important. They were rulers of an empire. An emperor does not take holidays. But it was no place for a priest to tell an emperor what to do. An emperor does what an emperor does, and one of them was fascinated so much. Holy Emperor Aranul read the document and laughed. Ian invites me to visit the other world. He laughed to his court. He taunts me if he thinks I won't accept. The Valthorn was a fairly high-leveled individual at level 100. I could sense he was inwardly annoyed, but the Emperor's aura was a strong one. Such was the nature of ruler classes. Tell Ian I am not afraid of him. I will go. Men, prepare to set sail for the central continent. My Valthorn shrugged. That won't be necessary, Emperor Aranul. A portal will be open to send you and your entourage across, along with all the other folks we invited. I think we need a formal tour guide division. My Void Archmages privately petitioned. We're tweaking the rift gates to make it more of a standardized trip. There's also the issue of these ruler classes. Some of them are using their powers on my people, attempting to sway us to their side. Escorting nobility was a common task of spies and diplomats, and thus I approached the FTC's graduates, the lords and ladies of the central continent, for candidates. There were quite a few takers, especially some of these noble classes that didn't want to actually go down and deal with the nastiness of politics. A formal role as Freshka's interdimensional tour guides for these foreign dignitaries was respectable, well paid, and none of the risks of assassinations commonly associated with war. Year 241. I met the Holy Emperor and I felt his aura brush against mine. It was quite like a dog, barking loudly against a truck. Pointless. He seemed confident at first as the Emperor exited the portal. His small army of companions and guardians followed, but they were pale. He kept a straight face as my aura smashed into his like a hammer. It seems the rumors have some steel behind them. The confidants all didn't fare better. The Emperor's aura couldn't protect them, and against my own, his aura was pushed back into a small area no larger than the Emperor. Likewise, I thundered. My voice these days took the form of the echoes of the forest itself, 1,000 trees all speaking at once. They echoed and layered over each other. Greetings, Emperor Aranul. Are you ready for your trip across the stars? He tried to keep a straight, confident face. I could sense the mild shaking in his fingers, but the fact that he wasn't coward in spite of my weight made me rate him much higher than I would otherwise. Of course, for all the pomp and arrogance, I could feel that this holy emperor had a backbone stronger than many others. The arrogance was merely a cover for something more within him, and there seemed like an actual, active mind within him. I will send you to the other worlds now, through my power. He nodded and checked on his companions. I felt him use some kind of power to empower his fellow companions. Steel yourself, men. We are not cowards. Some of them looked better, a bit of color back to their face. My teleportation ability sent them through to Lavaworld first. It is not often I speak to you people. I believe your people consider me enemies. The Emperor paused and looked back at his men. They were now all in another world, and I noticed him touch his skin and feel the air. Yes, you are our foe. The threat to our empire's existence. Strange you say so when we offer coexistence at every available opportunity. The Emperor looked at the demons that swarmed the Lavaworld. He looked rather sad. My advisors tell me you don't mean it. Coexistence is a lie. We do, I said. We have bigger foes to face. Our goal is to end this cycle of destruction. If we could hide the world, we will. What if that's done? Will you seek to annihilate us? The Emperor accused, but I realized that accusation came from ignorance. What are your advisors feeding you? Do we seem like a bloodthirsty bunch eager to kill at every corner? The guilds, do you not fund them in secret? No, we certainly don't. But the banks are independent entities set up to protect the wealth of the people. Everyone can use them, including you. If you don't fund them, why do you let them go wild? I ensure all the guilds in my land listen to me. The Emperor countered, tell your guilds to stop if you mean to coexist. I realized there was a gap in comprehension. I understood coexistence as a hands-off approach. I believed that by not doing anything, I'm therefore coexisting with them. For an emperor, everyone reported to him. So it was natural for an emperor to assume that by allowing guilds from my land to attack them, I really did not have the intention to coexist with them. The guilds, in the eyes of supreme rulers, were my minions by sheer association. What if I told you that these guilds are truly independent of me and I have no desire to rule over or control them? Feel free to destroy them if you are able to. The Emperor paused. And you wouldn't step in the way. Why should I? Guilds come and go. They are just temporary groups of people, like a cult of money or an adventure party. These are just fickle, temporary existences. Do you care about how the packs of insects form groups or guilds? The emperor had an epiphany of his own, as if he suddenly understood that I really didn't give a shit about the guilds. Capitalism and corporations have a tendency of constantly finding the best way to make money. This time that sadly meant conquering other lands. I would stop them. Do you stop children from fighting, Emperor? You let them fight and hope they grow. All I will do is set boundaries so that both don't end up worse off. But these days I have to shout to get my rules heard and even summon the parents and the guardians. The emperor chuckled at the reference. Your child is snatching away my things, but you don't consider them your children, do you? I don't. They are folks that happen to live under my rule, but I do not care for their political structures. These guilds, corporations, cults, or whatever come and go, and in my lifetime they will fade. It's almost a certainty. Too, if you can't protect it, you will eventually lose it. I wasn't aware you believed in might makes right. The emperor retorted. What stories do they feed people like you? For an emperor, you must be aware of what bullshit you are consuming. The emperor paused. His aura wavered a little as he looked at his weakened entourage. I see. The priests often say you are the hidden hand, but it seems we have all been too presumptive. To me, war is nothing more than a complicated, bloody selection and training process for my future war talent. For this war, a war for our right to exist. The emperor's eyes gazed on the vast lava world, the wastelands and the demonic hordes that fill the horizon, the perpetual battlefield and my Valthorn's training ground. The war was still fought, of course, against each other, like kids, but for once they learned. It was nice to feel like they won't bother the Valthorns for a few years, maybe a few decades if I'm lucky. Then I'll have to do this whole scare regime again. It is what it is. My new dimensional tour guides did well. They sung praises of my efforts across worlds. The nobles were treated to a life on the other worlds, of hardship, of suffering, of death. It was tourism, with my values, my circumstances. Many nobles came through with some comprehension. The scope remains too hard to fathom, and certainly, it's too much to take in from just a 3-4 day trip across the Void Sea. My priests were all generally in favor of publicizing the existence of the multiverse to the general public. As far as they were concerned, it's already an open secret. There were all these folks that came from another world, like the Canari, or those who migrated to the growing tropic world. So it made sense to go all out and start talking about the other worlds. It certainly enhanced my position and helped separate us from the regular kingdoms. Everyone's gonna get some perspective. In terms of finances, my Valtrian Order financial administrators salivated at the prospect of charging a bomb for the privilege of visiting other worlds and creating true interdimensional trade. Money didn't mean much to me. To me, it is the ability to direct resources and talent that truly mattered, but this was one of the areas I left it to the experts. Each trip theoretically cost mana, but I've got so many trees and so many clones that the mana produced pretty much covered all my military and exploratory use. But commercial trips are usually an entire league of its own, though I suppose I could set quotas. They'd have to bid for it, or perhaps a lottery. Then folks get to travel from place to place. Maybe it should be a one-way trip, or maybe both, since I'd still want some financial revenue. That'll help make my administrators happy. I'd sell it like Ice Sky Light, that these guys start out in another world with the option to return. Best fresh start for anyone sick of their current situation. I was quite amused by the idea, though I was also horrified at how much I think like the gods. As it turns out, Stella figured it's possible to abuse the barrier itself, to use the barrier's void energies to create a path to those source worlds. The archmages were also getting better at modifying the rift gates. They were prepped for a fight. Any world where there's some sort of barrier mechanism is likely to be fortified, unless the demons were so confident. All three took up arms. Ready, Stella looked at her two fellow domain holders and they nodded. This will feel different. Not a portal, but instead we're going to be in a bubble. They warped, and Stella flung the three in that bubble of void mana onto the barrier itself. Stella said it was the equivalent of throwing a flat stone across a pond, and the barrier was that pond. It bounced and hopped off the barrier. They crashed into a world, their void bubble unstable, but when they landed, they saw a world filled with demons and a lot of demonic structures, spires of all kinds. The terrain was dry, devoid of all life. Lumuf extended his senses and felt the core was like any other demon world, but it was clear this wasn't any world because all they had to do was look up and saw that there was a sun with 2 black rings around it. Even from the surface of the world, they could feel the twisted energies of those rings. Stella's magical powers focused on those rings and looked at her 2 peers. Well, the barrier is generated by extracting energy from that strange sun weight. Stella looked around, her magical senses traced the energies. There seems to be some kind of space mining. I can't see it, but I can sense them from the magical energies in space. Okay, Edna nodded. We've got some things to destroy. Those 2 rings, they're producing void mana somehow, from the sun's energies. I could feel them funneling those energies away, into the barrier, but also somewhere else. Black Sun's essentially stored void mana and doesn't generate its own. Maybe it does, but not enough to fuel its ambitions. Edna counted. So the demons capture planets and also capture suns to supplement it. Lumuf said. Stella didn't seem sure. There must be something about this sun. We need to get closer. It was quite amusing to realize that all my domain holders all had some kind of summon ability. It seemed that as one reached that level, having magical minions was part of the skill set. Lumuf could summon spiritual warriors, Edna magical knights. Stella could summon creatures made of void mana, energy beasts. Their summoned creatures fought the demons, while the three continued to survey the location. The planetary surface was fairly normal other than the high presence of demonic spires and spawning pools. Demons, can you get us to those rings? Stella looked. No issues, same world. Don't even need to spend all that much void. She coughed as she felt her own magical senses blocked. Oof, magical shield. We need to bombard it from here, break down that shield, then teleport onto it. They're surprisingly thorough. Edna quipped. Sounds like they have some intelligent demons among those present, like the demon parasite champions. Lumuf looked around. The demons on the surface were all regular demons. It's possible the demon champion versions of these demons are intelligent. We don't even know it's just some or all those demon champions. Ally can think. It's not a stretch to consider those here are able to think just as well. Edna said and then looked back at Stella. If you need to bombard that place, we'll need reinforcements. Stella nodded. Yes, let's go get ourselves some rift gates. They should have some on this world. There were no star paths for this world. This world wasn't invading any other world. Getting people onto that world proved significantly harder than expected, even with captured rift gates. Its location was really far, and the way they got there was through bouncing off the surface of the void barrier. It was likely that if the void barrier collapsed, a group of them would not be able to return the way they came, unless they had my teleporting familiars, which was fairly limited. There's like only 20+ slots. The rest of the Valthorns typically relied on special, call home, scrolls to emergency teleport back to a safe location. We needed volunteers for this mission. Matriarch Hoya gathered them, and about 1,000 of my best Valthorns came for the briefing. Of these 1,000, I hoped about 100 would agree to make the leap to the other side. This will most likely be a one-way trip for a long time. At least until Ian deploys a seed on that side of the Void Sea. Stella, Lumuf and Edna are now on one of the barrier worlds, where there is a magical structure that the demons use to extract void mana from the sun, via some unknown process. Using magical crystals, we could display images and pictures, illustrations of what we have seen. Ian is of the view that there is a fairly high risk of death, and his ability to protect everyone is uncertain. It is too far from our homeworld, and call home spells will not work. We do not know what this structure is capable of. But if we can break down the protective barrier and infiltrate those rings around the sun, we would take a step closer. The matriarch flashed an image of the barrier world. We know something is headed our way. This mission supports that agenda. If it is the long-theorized comet of demons, we hope to catch it before it gets near. It is likely behind that barrier. She looked at the crowd. I understand that some of you may feel that this is a suicide attempt because of the distance. That is all right, but Ian will need volunteers, those willing to go along with the Void Archmages to make all the jumps needed. At the final part, Stella will be the one opening the portal from the other side. 100 volunteered. Stella's Void Explorer was headed in the other direction, as far away from the demon sun as we could. The other side of the goal was to reach the god-covered worlds, see whether we could get allies, talk to gods who could supply us with an army of heroes. One of the Void Archmages led this part of the project, along with all of our other initiatives. The Comet World project met a dead end. It was likely we weren't getting the right materials, or we didn't have access to the system. Vetter was one of these Void Archmages, and he was most convinced of the God-world strategy. It was sensible. If gods could protect their own domain and even send heroes to further out worlds, the best way to defeat the demons was to reach the gods and get their help. If a bridge could be created via my clone, essentially, the gods could just keep summoning heroes and send them to the far out worlds via my network of clones. I was the funnel, the canal that helped irrigate the abandoned worlds with heroes. My Void Treefolk grew up well. The first of them was in his teens and didn't display any unusual behaviors. His physique was reasonable for his age, not exceptional, but his void magic was incredible, and he displayed the ability to manipulate small quantities of void magic with very minimal training. The lizardfolk experiments were a bit more mixed. Some experienced some challenges later in their life as they aged. The void mana seemed to cause problems for their body that we did not encounter with the void treefolks. I stepped in a few times to heal these lizard folks, and beyond that, tried to correct the flaws created from the experiments with void mana. The Archmages wanted to create all types of mana-attuned people. Core mana, or star mana attunement, was naturally the next step, though star mana was just as difficult to work with as void mana. Luckily, star mana didn't have the tendency of harming the body. Star mana decayed into regular mana. In large quantities, they triggered what we call mana poisoning. Mana poisoning was fairly easy to deal with. Lumuf was one of those who experienced extreme levels of mana poisoning. We have not been able to replicate the god's ability to create souls capable of producing star mana like the heroes. It's poured in the heroes through those magical vases as I've seen in the Soul Spring, but the heroes themselves were somehow able to produce some star mana once their soul spring fully converted to that heroic, white marble form. I still tried to recreate it, though from the name, it highly implied star mana had otherworldly origins. Even my own few star mana generating leaves collected energies from the stars, though my earlier attempts to increase my production of star mana had gone nowhere. Among my normal mage researchers, the creation of star mana from natural sources remains one of the most highly coveted goals. Year 242. I had a fairly good impression of Emperor Aranul. He seemed level-headed, if a little misguided and uninformed of what could exist beyond his sphere of knowledge. Once educated, he wasn't stupid and commanded his empire behaved accordingly. War was still brutal as hell. The merchant kings were far more calculative about things, and they did have a tendency of measuring territories in terms of how much money they made, but the existential threat was super effective. Since that visit, we maintained contact, much to the displeasure of the priests around the emperor. He had questions and a curiosity for the greater war beyond Treehome, but alas, we are from different factions. It was rare to find nobles and administrators interested in the greater war playing out. There were some, of course, and those that did, we would rope them to assist with the greater battle. There was always a need for people to grow our fortifications on our other worlds, such as Branchhold and Tropicsworld. Branchhold remains one of the locations where we maintained just that one patch of land, legally. But since every nation respected us, and we sent our missionaries, spies and traders everywhere, we were respected as the one true neutral nation in the entirety of Branchhold. We also spoke of other worlds more openly. This intrigued the nobles and wealthy of Mountain World, and my tour people had more work to do. At some point, we would have to allow for more open travel between the worlds. Right now, the movement of individuals was artificially limited. There were medical concerns, such as the introduction of unusual diseases. This factor was negligible with my Valthorns since they had the blessings of my familiars and various abilities, but for civilians with none of that, we were concerned they'd kill themselves without knowing it. Even those who went on officially sanctioned trips, we maintained a small team of healers just to make sure they don't suddenly keel over. It's unlikely, but not a good look for us if those that went on trips didn't return. On the Barrier World, my domain holders and the small group of Valthorns were still at work. It would be better if Ian could deploy a seed here. Lumuf actually suggested, since with its unusual location, it was hard to ship anything over or back. We'll need it for the Sun Rings itself. Stella countered. We settled on the term Sun Rings to refer to the 2 rings around the sun. The Valthorns built a large base essentially overnight, and shifted to constructing an array of magical bombardment tools meant to break or weaken the magical shielding around the 2 sun rings. There was a group of mages that studied those rings, and they claim it to be some kind of Dyson ring, harvesting sun energy. I thought that was pretty obvious, but I guess we have to establish foundations, however obvious they are, before we can make more meaningful conclusions. The main issue with the bombardment tools was essentially range. We were the equivalent of some guys on Earth trying to shoot something towards the sun. The distances involved were massive, and even with the Void Mage's portal magic, which significantly reduced the actual projectile travel time, it still involved a lot of coordination. Teleporting bombs right onto the magical shields was also quite costly, mana-wise. One of the great things, however, was the presence of Demolite, and it was quite easy to recharge Void mana. This world was filled with it. Those 2 rings created so much Void mana that some of them inevitably diffused to the environment around them. So for Stella, it was just picking up those excess Void mana. Alka, naturally, decided it was best if he went to this barrier world, and so he, escorted by a second contingent of about 20 volunteers, also made the journey to this world. Their journey would take at least a year, because even Stella took a while to get to the barrier world. They estimated it'll take another year or 2 to create sufficient tools to bombard the place. On Treehome, as the specter of war against the demons was behind us, my issue now shifted to war with the Crystal King. He has essentially declared war on Janpu and the rest of us by proxy. What this meant was harassment since, despite his claim of total war, he didn't dare actually mount open war. None of his vassals were keen on facing a seemingly limitless beetle army, but they postured. It was all smoke and mirrors, all show and no actual action. It was pointless open hostility, but they still did it anyway. Janpu claimed it was just pride, and frankly, Janpu poured oil on the fire by goading the messenger, claiming he was not afraid of war. I naturally realized Jampu was a bit of a warmonger himself and loved to use the excuse of my presence to fight wars. Strange, because he claimed he was weary of the war and the stalemate. Yet he was more than happy. Hell, it felt like he was looking for any excuse to have a war. In his own words, I do not shy away from war. If it is war that Crystal King wants, it is war he shall get. I have scimitars that skilled desire blood. I have raiders eager to hack at their kingdoms. The war between the Sand People and the fortified humans were essentially rough, and there were no observations of any war conventions. There was rape, there was pillaging, there was war in its most brutal form. The Sand People did not share my values, even if we were nominally allies. I decided after speaking to my own folks to stay out of their shit. There were centuries, if not thousands of years of bad blood between the three factions. Everyone wronged everyone, and I didn't want to get into it. Jampu didn't really mind that I didn't give assistance. He was a domain holder, and just like the Crystal King, he had an ego and pride. He wouldn't take things from me, unless it was something he didn't want to deal with, like Kefri, he made himself clear. I will fight this war myself. There is no need for you to get involved. In fact, I'd prefer it if you don't meddle. My spies eventually realized it's because he had to still maintain the semblance that he was the main boss of the Sand People, and thus it didn't reflect well on Jampu if I fought wars for him. If his power was not necessary to win the war, the nations of Sand would lose their loyalty, and that was not what he desired. The centaurs, however, didn't have a choice. They were too weak. They were more than happy to sit out this war between the Sand People and the humans. They were the weakest of the three after their recent problems with the previous Demon King, and thus they also needed to rebuild. My diplomats recruited talented centaurs to join our cause. My centaurs, as odd as it sounded, recommended me to throw them into the pool and watch them swim, as these talented centaurs from all over the centaur lands was shipped to Lavaworld, where they found demons until they were exhausted, gave up, or found it to be what they wanted to do. They were a martial kind, after all, and war was a calling. The prospect of a war where they could go all out for long periods of time, without having to adhere to any ethics, since demons were pretty much monsters, excited some of them. It was even therapeutic to dance in war with a foe that is truly inhuman. But it worked, and we recruited about 1,000 centaurs to join us. Warmongers, really. These centaurs loved war, and our mental analysis soon revealed that as long as we gave them the tools to wage war against the demons, they'd be loyal. It was a drug, and hell, I'll use it. Centaurs like Arjun and many others were deployed to the centaur lands to help them with reconstruction and reclamation of the tainted lands. This was an easy political win for us, and made us friends with the tribes that used to own these tainted lands. It was a dangerous game, of course. Just as Jampu saw the potential for civil war if he allowed my influence to set in, the same would happen with the centaurs. Each act that benefits us pulled some of the native centaur tribes away from Hoofhall. At some point, they would perceive us as a rival state, rather than friends, and the centaur tribes may even descend into civil war. It was a future problem since, right now, they were in no condition to do so. Along the same lines, my diplomats tried their best to get closer to the powers within Hoofhall. Even till today, I knew little about the magical creature or item that claims to rule over the centaurs. Jampu himself was vague and elusive about the nature of Centaur's guardian, referring to it in passing as them, one day. Year 243. How many bombs do you think it'll take to break that down? Lumuf asked. Alka arrived just a few weeks back and got straight to the task of battering down the magical shielding around the sun rings. We did test detonations, where we sent smaller bombs towards the barrier, and they worked fairly well. The shields held, of course. I'm guessing something 100 times bigger if we go the normal way, Alka said with a big laugh. It's a blended shield with demonic and void mana. All we gotta do is dump star mana on it, and it should go crazy. The demons had some kind of defense mechanism, of course, where we detected the sun rings emit a distress beacon. The same one that came from the demon mother. It'll just drive the demons nuts. Lumuf looked. Sure, that's a good idea. Well, we have company. Edna complained as she went out to deal with the champions that spawned out of the demon's core. Nothing we couldn't handle. Not yet anyway. It'll take the demon mother itself for us to actually plan something serious. The barrier world itself was astral neighbors with 2 other worlds, but Stella was too busy trying to crack the magical shield to travel there. One of those astral neighbors was inaccessible anyway, somehow located behind and on the other side of the barrier, despite clearly visible to us. I think we could dig a hole, though, Alka said. Rather than blow up the shield, maybe easier to just go with an offsetting magical signature to neutralize the effects of the shield, creating a small path for us to go through. You do realize if whatever we use to create that hole collapses, we'll have no way out. Just make more. We're not exactly limited by resources. We are. Oh, then Stella, travel back to Treehome to fetch our stuff and back. Hey, the void mages can do that, Stella whined as she did her own things. Besides, you need me to offset that void magic element in that shield, but you're a lot faster. Next time Ian gets more clone seeds, we should recommend he keep 2 in reserve. We'd have a much easier time if we could place one here as a base of operations. Lumuf said, not all items could be sent back and forth with my ability, and for larger items, the void mages essentially have to be magical couriers and delivery. That starts us down the path of eventually asking Ian to keep 100 clones in reserve. Alka laughed. If Ian had 1,000 clones, we'd have an amazing time. Imagine the number we can field across such a world. If that happens, Ian's new job will be a full-time email server manager. Stella joked, I didn't get that. Imagine someone whose job is to tell messages where they need to go from world to world. Oh, that sounds mundane as hell. Ian would just offload it to an artificial mind. Alka laughed. By the way, I read the studies about void magic as a mechanism to flat a limited aspect of dimensional space. It's intriguing. Lumuf and Edna's mind promptly shut off the conversation. It is right. The concept of void magic as an anti-dimensional mana seems to be linked to this barrier. By pushing this ability to the extreme, they've somehow created a null dimensional space. The demons essentially created an impassable barrier. You could reverse it or offset the effects of the barrier. Smaller scale I could. At least my smaller tests suggest I could do it, but the power at place here is orders of magnitude higher. I'll need something much more powerful to break it, and we need to get a sustainable opening if we want to look behind the veil. Alka looked up at the sun rings. Stella nodded. I would think so. The rhythm of invasions may be somewhat linked to these rings. Didn't seem like something the demons would do to restrict their own expansion that way. Lumuf buted in. That's true unless this was a defense mechanism against the gods. The gods can't reach them. Or maybe they used to, Lumuf thought, when the multiverse was smaller. The concept of a multidimensional expansion was probably weird. Maybe they don't know that, Stella said. Over the eons, it's likely this barrier itself will collapse as they run out of the mana needed to maintain it. If space constantly expanded, and mana consumption thus increased with space, it was only logical that eventually this barrier will consume more mana than can be produced, and thus collapse on itself. This null space barrier was very, very tiny as it turned out. The demons were spreading it thin. It worked both ways, of course. If I could create this null space barrier, it should break the demon's ability to invade as well. Permanently at that. It was likely Alka had a point. Demons had a way of getting things out, despite the presence of the barriers. These sun rings likely served as gates into the protected area. Anything going in or out of the demon's space was through those rings. So even if we get onto that thing, do we destroy it or capture it? Both works, but capturing it would let us tap this massive void mana generation device. Alka said, if we break it and somehow cancel this barrier, we'd have free access to the demon realm. You're saying as if it's a done deal. My void archmage stretched. We don't even know what happens if we destroy the sun rings. Over a long period of time, it is. Alka laughed. Haven't you spent the most time with Ian to know that everything is ultimately inevitable? I prefer to capture them. Access to large quantities of void mana, and ability to study the magical concepts behind them would greatly push our comprehension. This is an actual magical structure that could ultimately redesign our future. If you put it that way, Stella looked up. There is incredible potential for the ability to manipulate space. Why can't we use it as a weapon? Souls reject void mana, remember. There's a reason we go through that toxic void mana ordeal in order to become void mages. Also, these dimensional spaces are inherently unstable and will collapse. Doesn't seem that unstable to me. Alka laughed in jest, but I get it. One of the Ularans back on Treehome finally reached level 70, and with the right equipment, the Ularan Earth Mage could technically take on a demon champion on its own. Once they were better prepared, I would intend to send them to Lavaworld where they can fight with the demon champions. Snek, of course, was excited to see one from his world get stronger. There was still more to go, but his partner was getting older, and increasingly, Snek grew worried. Ken, are you sure you don't want some kind of magic treatment? His level plateaued. It was true that level made them live longer, but Ken's age was now closing in on the late 70s to 80s. The magical snake didn't age, but Ken did, and Ken resisted all attempts to de-age or extend his longevity more than necessary. Even the heroes were increasingly touchy about it, especially Chung. Bro, Chung met him for lunch back in Freshka. I know it's hypocritical of me to ask this, but please reconsider your choice. We've been friends for decades now, and I can't see you go. Ken laughed. It was true that Ken looked like a man in his 60s, while Chung looked no more than a man in his late 30s, looking in great, amazing shape. If you know me that well, then shut it. I can't, bro. We've been friends for decades, and frankly, there's that few of us. If Ian offers you a deal, please take it. Fuck that. Ken said as he sipped on his anti-oxidizing tea. Health fads were very real in this world, since magical teas do exist. You don't intend to see Ian reach the goal of defeating the demons for good. Snek, who took the form of the tiny lizard, agreed with Chung. Chung has a point. Ian needs guidance. All I provide is trope advice. And these days, everyone has heard my tropes a dozen times over. I'd like to age gracefully and die in my sleep as I originally envisioned. Let me die, brother. Chung didn't seem happy and decided to approach me directly. For a deal. Ian, we've fought together many times. Can you go against Ken's will and let him live longer? I can't bear to see a friend of mine die. I've seen so many of mine die back during the early days in this world, and the idea or thought of seeing Ken die. He is healthy and well. He still has a few decades in him. There is no need for this conversation, but he looks so old and he reminds you of his mortality. Chung sighed. Yeah, looking at him, his skin wrinkled, his hair white. I can't help but really feel how fragile his life is, like all it takes is just a snuff. I feel that way with everyone, actually. Everyone ages and dies. If it makes him happy, I won't go against his wishes. I'm a hero, he's not. Do something, and I know I've been a bit of a rebellious bastard, but make a deal with me. Don't let him die. You seem confident that you will live longer than him. He doesn't serve the front line, you do. Perhaps you should care about your own life more than his. It's still early for any of them to die, actually. Year 244. All right, shield piercer deployed, Alka said with relief as the portal closed. The magical artifact floated into location, right above the shield around the sun rings. Activating. The shield piercer was a ring-shaped object about the size of a rift gate. It was large, about 3 stories tall, and meant to essentially create a hole within the shield by creating an offsetting magical energy. It was a work of incredible craftsmanship, made by level 100 craftsmen who had to travel to the barrier world to see it made. The shield piercer whirled to life, and my void mages grinned. Yep, it works. Ready for our invasion. What's the freaking plan? Lumuf cursed. Go in, deploy Ian's seed, and conquer. What if the seed doesn't work on the rings? It's not a planet, you know. You can't grow plants on steel. It doesn't look like steel. Stella looked at the rest. Well, I think the 4 of us should go first. If the coast seems clear, then the rest of the team comes in. One of the level 140 Valthorn nodded. We'll cover the base here if you need a place to retreat. Got it. We don't really know what we are dealing with. Lumuf said. My bet is more demons. Alka laughed, but you know what? The 4 of us can go with minimal risk. All we waste is time. Ian, should we go? Lumuf asked for my opinion. Stella and Alka both advocated going. The prospect of learning something new was worth it. Edna was neutral. Lumuf was the only one feeling a little cautious. I feel like given the size and importance of the sun rings, its defenders are likely more powerful than what we've seen before. Agreed, but we need to do this. We can't figure out how to deal with the demons without some risks. Alka had a point, and I couldn't just wait here. We'll have to risk it. 4 of you go. If it seems clear, then call the rest of the team in to investigate. Lumuf nodded. As you command. The void domain holder weaved her void magic through the shield piercer, and then the portal whirled into existence. She frowned. Not very stable. There's some disruptive elements coming from the surface of the sun rings. Possible anti-magic presence. Alka looked around. We go first. The rest stay behind. All right. The 4 moved through the portal and landed, possibly, as the first mortals on the sun rings. Title awarded, Invaders of the Ring. Snarky system, Stella cursed, as we landed on what was super close to the sun. At this distance, there was a perpetual searing heat that threatened to bake anything that faced the sun. A protective shield emerged above, and even that was cooked. As we looked around, we were pretty much on the inner side of a ring world. On this side, it was just a sheen of gold. The surface was cooked. But we saw some crystalline formation itself, collecting the sun's incredibly intense mana. That heat was laced with mana. I was star mana, yet it didn't feel like star mana of the heroes. Instead, it felt like a raw form of star mana, untouched by the divine energies of the gods, very much like those produced by my little star mana producing leaves, but in a slightly different form. Even star mana has variants within them. Stella, I thought the prevailing theory was that suns don't produce star mana. At least our tests didn't indicate that to be the case. We were unable to replicate the conditions of the Comet world, but our tests on Treehome, Mountain World, and Three World did not find any star mana from their suns. Clearly that theory was wrong. Stella answered, some of them still do. Alka countered, maybe it's just the star's age. Ken once told me that a star goes through a life cycle of growth and gradual death. This is a sun in its dying days, like the Comet world. It takes the dying moments of the sun to produce it, and this is a really large sun, so has a long time to go from when it starts producing star mana to its dying moments. There was nothing here, not on the inner side. Let's move to the other side of the ring. Stella said, bad news is we'll have to walk. At this distance from the star, I'm feeling quite a strong drain on my magic. Fine with me, actually. The walk was uneventful, and for 4 domain holders with all sorts of augmented abilities, they moved quickly. Lumuf's blessings and enchantments meant they moved through the strangely steel and glass-like structure of the sun rings. Then we reached the dark side of the sun rings and were greeted with demons. The demons were slender and looked quite like those cool demon knights we've seen long ago. They all had swords. Company, Edna said, and her weapons shredded them easily. Here, on the dark side, the weather and temperature took an abrupt turn, turning incredibly cold instead. We also had a better look at the materials beneath us. Crystals and glass with bits of steel and rock. The unusual magical formations seen on the rift gates were seen here once more, but in different words and different patterns. The demons had their own runic language, one that we didn't understand, though we tried to copy. The defenses were cleared fairly easily. At least we managed to remove those that we found with not much trouble. Think it's safe to call the rest of the team here? Stella asked. Alka nodded. He squatted and touched the floor. It was beautiful when it wasn't burning hot. Yeah, I want people looking into these glass materials beneath us right now. They are incredible. Edna looked around the cold, dark side of the sun rings. I'll look for somewhere to set up a base. It's likely we won't have any if this whole place is built for purpose, so we'll have to just set up camp on top of this. That'll have to do, I suppose. Stella nodded as she did her thing, a portal whirled into existence. I'm still feeling the mild magical interference, and I think it's coming from beneath us. Ambient interference from the sun. Possible, but you think the glass has some anti-magical qualities. We'll have to look at it, Alka said. Can't say for sure, even with my identification abilities. Lumuf spread out his own senses and mine. I felt like I was floating in the air, despite the presence of a solid surface. This whole thing was artificial. It wasn't Earth, except certain parts. My senses abhorred most of the surface, but it's likely the sun rings was built by joining asteroids or planetoids together to form an underlying structure. There are parts where I wanted to be. Parts where there was an asteroid still hidden underneath all the glass and crystals. Lumuf repeated our observations, and the rest of the team stepped through. Should we approach the holes? There was a part of the sun rings where the star mana of the sun was pulled and pushed through a set of unusual gigantic holes on the sun rings. That was where the star mana was somehow transformed into void mana. It certainly invalidated the idea that a superdimensional mana could somehow be converted into an anti-dimensional mana. Or at least, there was a way to extra the super part and replace it with anti. Or there was a way these two facts could exist while still being true. Stella shook her head. I think we're not ready. Let's just do some more research. We find out what we can, then once we're mostly done, we push through to those places. Why? Because of defenders, Alka countered. We could get more research done there. Well, yes, Stella said. If that place is important, it's likely to have stronger defenders. We have a good base of operations here. We ought to just stay here and take what we have. Edna nodded in agreement. Very well, but we will be spending time. Valuable time. Nothing much occurred for the next 2 months, as the demons ignored our small base of operations in that quiet corner of the sun rings. The samples of the sun rings materials was extremely interesting, being made of some kind of fusion of crystals, anti-mana glass, and some weird type of steel alloy not found on our worlds. That steel alloy felt like one of those rare minerals only found on selected worlds, a world we clearly need to capture for our own. So we're ready to go. Alka was excited, as were the rest of the team. We packed up and we began to journey to what we referred to as the furnace. The journey there was littered with demons, and we slaughtered them as they came. There were no spawning pools here, so we had no idea where they came from. Then after a month of walking through the magically disruptive dark side of the sun rings, we arrived at the furnace. Along the surface of that circular ring that guided the jet of void mana were strange statues. It was massive. Looking across the furnace was quite like looking at the moon. The distances were probably similar, or more, since this was pretty much a solar-scale superstructure. The circular rings were made with even more unusual materials, and the magical energies here was extremely powerful. The void mana generated and sent into the null-dimensional void barrier, and beyond felt like an intense pulsar. A very intense pulsar that even my domain holders couldn't get near. This was akin to approaching the sun itself. We'd be baked alive. For the level 130 and 140 Valthorns, this was a sight they'd probably never forget. If they survived this trip, the idea that the demons are some kind of self-replicating machine are starting to make sense. Alka said, this is the kind of thing I'm pretty sure Ken would say to be the work of a robotic creature. Demon golems. Edna shrugged. She spent enough time with Kay and the heroes to be familiar with the terms. Lumuf looked at Stella. Well, from our earlier observation, we know that capturing this structure is impossible. We'd only be able to capture the rock remnants still within certain parts of the sun rings. That only leaves destroying it. Alka said, can we even destroy something this massive? One of the Valthorns interjected, we'll have to. At that point, we noticed the statues around the circular furnace activated. A distress signal. Stella immediately cursed. Prepare for battle. We have company. The aura we sensed was immediate as a rift opened right in front of us. A demon king emerged. It was a massive creature the size of a building. It had 2 glowing axes the size of cars and armor. Around it were those slender demons, but with more power than before. Demon King Defender arrived. Now's not a good time to be funny, system, Lumuf cursed. The entire sun ring vibrated, and then a pulse. The glass crystal structure underneath our feet glowed, the symbols and runes flashed. My mages immediately cursed. Shit, a strong anti-magic suppression field. It was so strong that it would disrupt most normal magic and Stella's portal ability. Edna looked back at the Demon King and smiled. Well, it seems I'll have to hold the Demon King back. Lumuf, Stella, Alka, get everyone back to safety. Safety, Lumoof cursed. Not everyone has teleporting familiars. Ian can't recall all of us back with it. There were about 80 level 100s with us. About 10 of them were in the level 130s. I wasn't going to lose them. They served me for decades. They were prepared to die. I wasn't planning on letting them die. Edna's magical shield appeared and parried the Demon King's axe. Figure it out, Lumoof. Lumoof looked around. With the anti-mana present, it meant most magical forms of teleportation to safety would be out of the window. Stella's own void mana was somehow nullified. Normally, it wouldn't affect her, but there was just way too much anti-magical suppression on the sun rings that it overcame her domain tier abilities. The Demon King roared, and I felt it use some kind of anti-magic ability too. Edna cursed as the ability bounced off her shields. The level 130s were not ready for this fight. Lumoof, Alka said, somehow turning back to join Edna. Use Ian's clone somewhere. The domain abilities should circumvent the anti-magical prevents. We'll waste Ian's 10 years, but it's better than losing our people. Go, take Stella. Lumoof and Stella both nodded. All of you with me. We need to get to a location on the ring world that has an asteroid underneath or within it. That's our key out of this, or we'll be killed by the Demon King. Lumoof activated one of his strongest blessings. A priest's abilities were mixed, some spell-based, some system-based, and it immediately empowered the entire group. Edna attacked the Demon King relentlessly, doing her best to attract the Demon King's aggro. But it was not the only demon. Demons emerged from everywhere as more rift gates opened. The demonic knights poured out of them. How do the demons do it? Stella cursed as she had to rely on conventional weapons. Level 100s and 140s could deal with the regular demons, and with Lumoof's blessing they could flee. But there was nothing that could really take down a Demon King, and attempting to fight it now was a stupid idea. Thus the only solution was to retreat. The win condition was to stall the Demon King, and Edna had to occupy it before it reached any of our non-domain holders. Lady Edna, may I join you? I hope your duty is already active. Alka leapt to join the battlefield. My researcher had rarely seen battle, but he had seen enough from afar that it didn't scare him. Of course, but I hope it's not a death wish. Edna laughed as she parried a few more furious, earth-shattering strikes from the Demon King. The attacks left huge gashes in the glass crystal platform beneath them. You have a plan, just one really. Alka looked back. Lumoof, Stella and the rest was speeding through the sun rings. They'd likely reach somewhere safe soon enough. Edna parried more attacks and Alka threw some bombs to shake off the smaller demons. You don't really need to help, you know. Ian could just pull me back once you get to safety. Alka laughed. Actually, I'm just buying time. He looked back again as more time passed. He was protected by a wide variety of skills and abilities, but they wouldn't hold against the Demon King. So for now, he was just nearby, waiting for the moment, and watched Edna harass the Demon King as an undying knight. Her sword of anti-demons was like a golden flame, and it left some clear cuts on the Demon King. But this Demon King was at full strength, not yet weakened by bombs or traps. She may be strong, but she is not yet enough to beat a Demon King on her own. Yet the Demon King was gaining ground and pushing them back. Edna's range of attacks was also running out, and it was increasingly clear that the Demon King began to realize he could ignore Edna. Alka looked back at Lumoof some more. It felt like they were far away. Lumoof and Stella reached a particular segment of the sun rings. With the antimagical aura present throughout the sun rings, void mana teleportation was impossible. Here, Ian, can we use the seed? Yes, it was a difficult choice. I'd give up the flexibility and insurance of one clone seed for the next 10 years, but I had to. I wouldn't let these people die, not when they were so close to the domain level. Lumoof pulled out the clone seed from his pocket space, and with a punch with his entire strength, punched the platform. It left a crack. It wasn't necessary. My seed pierced through the platform like it wasn't there, and zoomed towards the rocky portion hidden underneath all the glass and crystal. My ability to seek out soil is uncanny, and a clone emerged. My tree cracked through the platform and the turbulent magics, and I felt the magical power of the sun rings interact with my own. It was strong and felt like burning lava. This sun R-ring produced more mana than I had a few times over. The Valthorns looked relieved as they rushed to the clone. All right, let's send you guys back. What about those on the surface? There were some of them still on the world's surface, not on the sun ring. They'll have to wait. Stella will have to come back and pick them up. They touched my tree and I sent them home. Lumoof and Stella didn't go through. They waited. Should we go help Edna and Alka? The Demon King naturally felt the presence of my clone and immediately assessed me to be its greatest threat. It wanted to move. Edna pulled out a harpoon and attempted to shackle it to the ground. She wasn't strong enough to hold the Demon King down. Alka smiled. Edna, I'm coming. Alka ran towards the Demon King as he consumed some non-magical potions. His speed wasn't impressive, but it was enough to dodge some of the Demon King's magical attacks and get close enough. The Demon King saw him coming and the axe almost landed. I always wanted to do this. Alka grinned. Always a bomb. Alka's body flashed, and at that sudden moment, the entirety of the sun rings shook. It was an explosion so large that it was equal to any of the traps we left for the Demon King. Alka had somehow tricked his ability into accepting the traps as a single superstructure. A sudden burst of light was so bright it briefly outshone everything in the world and could even be seen on the world's surface. The explosion ripped through a portion of the Sun Ring's platform and charred the Demon King. But this was no ordinary Demon King. It was a defender, and its toughness was incredible. The explosion merely revealed an inner self that was thoroughly unharmed, slimmer, smaller, but still just as powerful. It had a sword of liquid blood that came down with the fury of an angry god. Alka cursed. Oh fuck. I pulled my domain holder back home, using my Court of the Day Tree. The attack wrecked the already wrecked platform. The Sun Ring shook as a segment of the Sun Ring cracked and shattered. Edna laughed. Oh dear. Ian, I think we're done here. Agreed. Lumoof and Stella answered. I pulled all of my 3 remaining domain holders home. My clone was the only thing left on the dark side of the Sun Ring. I had never fought a Demon King head-on. This was perhaps my only chance. In truth, there was nothing more to achieve here. The Demon King instead turned to my clone tree and charged at it, furious. Angry, its attack was incredible. It met my wooden shields, and my shields shattered. But it did not hurt my clone. It attacked again, and my shields shattered some more. But its blades or claws didn't reach my body. I countered with my roots. I was stronger. I was no longer an ant trying to bite an elephant. I was just a small cat, but my defenses were leagues above my offensive ability, and I blocked every attack the Demon King threw my way. Shields were shattered, but I could make more than it could shatter. This exchange of none of us hurting each other lasted for hours. Then it stopped and then called for help. Another distress signal. I sensed a twisting in space. A rift opened. Demon King Defender 2 arrived on. Oh shit, I cursed as I watched a different type of Demon King emerge. Realizing that I was fucked, I decided to not let it have the luxury of killing my clone. I pulled my clone back and unmade it. That was a disaster. No one died. I don't call that a disaster, Stella said. Luckily, the Void Archmage on the surface world quickly ordered everyone to retreat once they saw that bright light coming from the Sun Rings. They were far enough not to be affected by the anti-magical properties and could still teleport it away. But the barrier is still there. That is true, but it is weaker, fainter. I can see deeper into it. Well, we could do so again, when Ian's clone recharged in another 10 years. Stella said, we know Alka's bomb ability worked. We can bomb that shit out of existence. So what now? Stella looked at the barrier from the safety of Treehome. We have a comet to deal with, year 245. The comet, it was a red glowing world from our view. We saw it only briefly, in the moment when Alka's explosions temporarily disrupted the barrier of the void. The disruption caused the null barrier to become so thin that we could see what was beyond it, a moving object in the void sea, and it moved slowly in the still extremely large void sea. During that short window, we were able to see it move. It teleported, at least from our perspective, but yet we were fairly certain it got closer. During that brief moment when the barrier was down, a transmission from the comet itself got through, and we detected it as a momentary flash within the Demon King's core map, quite like when a software update was pushed out to all devices. The comet wasn't even hiding itself because it shouted its location to all the Demon Kings, and in an act of utmost confidence, the update even came with its trajectory through the void sea. We just couldn't see it on this side of the barrier before, and now Stella gazed at the core map. Looks like once it got to the other side of the barrier, we'd detect it anyway. All in, it would take about another 25 years to reach us if our estimates were correct. We now had a countdown to work with, and we actually went to 2 of the worlds close to its expected path. We have 2 chances to hop onto the comet, Stella repeated. 1 in 8 years, another in 15. After that, it's going to go through what appears to be a large patch of void sea with no known astral neighbors. If we want to hit it and destroy it before it lands, that's our 2 moments. I cursed. I won't have a clone ready in 8 years. Lumoof could just camp on the comet for 2 years and deploy your clone once it's ready. We devised a plan to counter the demon comet before, in the off chance we get to face our own demonic comet. The strategy essentially came down to invade, manipulate, destroy, evacuate. We would invade the comet if we could reach it and attempt to manipulate it. If we can't, we will destroy it. If we fail to destroy the comet, we'll evacuate and attempt to reclaim the world after the demonic comet makes impact and smashes into Treehome. Evacuate was my least desired option, since it essentially reset all the gains we had with Treehome. Invade, manipulate, and/or destroy the comet. That was my preferred option. My void mages were most excited, especially those who worked hard to manipulate the comet world. Here was a world traveling through the void sea. They immediately wanted to know how the demons did it, and if there was a secret on this comet we could learn. If it was a device, we would steal it. That was obvious, of course. My entire institution was geared for this moment, to get ready for war with the demons, to prepare for an eventual counterattack. We knew it was coming in the days since the Demon King was slain on that other world. 8 years from now, its expected path would take it really near to the demonic turtle world. That was where we needed to be to engage in an attack on the comet. We would have to give up on the barrier world and the sun rings for now. We would return to it someday, once we resolved our comet problem. All right, we got 8 years before it actually crosses path with the demonic turtle world. Lumuf announced to the group present. The announcement of the coming comet to the entire senior leadership, and effectively all of the Valthorns, made everyone panic. Some of you involved in the Margmarian Dwarves city ruins will find this extremely familiar, because we are essentially dealing with the same counterattack from the demons. The crowd went wild as they talked with each others. Ian and the domain holders have essentially outlined a few key strategies, and our goal is to intercept the demonic comet. We will attempt to capture it, failing which we will attempt to destroy it with as many bombs as we can. Are we doomed, Lord Lumuf? A Valthorn stood and asked in panic. I don't see why we are. Lumuf said, once we reach that world, we have essentially about 13 to 15 years to destroy the demon's comet. It's certainly not as scary as I made it out to be. It's a planet. Our initial estimates based on whatever little data we have reveals that it is a world half the size of our current world. Still pretty big. We largely don't know what's on the comet, whether what we accomplish is even possible, and all that. Our goal, therefore, over the next 8 years, is we must be prepared to bomb this world to smithereens. One of the Void Archmages stood to present their findings. The crowd quieted down when Lumuf raised his hand. We will be splitting the Valthorns into multiple task forces. Alka took the stage. I will be leading the destruction force. The goal is to blow this comet up if we can't capture it. The existing group that's making bombs will need to massively scale up its work. One of the Void Archmages and a lord from Tropics World would have to lead the evacuation force. We'd plan to evacuate everyone to Tropics World around 1 to 2 years from impact if we realize we have no way of avoiding that comet. Stella and another Archmage led the Void Manipulation Group with the intention of redirecting the comet towards somewhere else. This was the same group that worked on the Comet World, and so now they would have to take their failure and hopefully turn it around. There was also a group that worked on shielding and bunkering, essentially a repeat of what the Margmarian Dwarves did. This didn't end well for them, but unlike the Margmarian Dwarves, we are now a multi-planetary organization. We know exactly what everything is, and as long as my body stands on Treehome, bunkering could be a viable strategy. We just needed to be way better prepared than them. Arya and Ispeng naturally panicked. They were not here when the comet came the first time. Can you move me? I mean, I know I'm not normally helpful, but I don't want to die. Your true body is deep underground, right? If so, you may not be that much of a risk. We're talking about a planet-sized projectile. How are we not fucked? Everything on the surface is going to be destroyed. It's probably big enough to blow up half the planet in some. Even Lilies is going to be in trouble, but I guess they're not so much at risk since they can cocoon themselves. We'll see what we can do about it. There's nothing to see. Get some of your guys here, dig my main body out and shift me to one of your other worlds. I have no intention of testing out your reincarnation ability, Reefy said as I informed my fellow inanimate object located in the sea. Reefy's grown and regularly sends me images of strange monsters from the deep. Leviathans, Krakens, and stuff like that. They're all fairly harmless though, creatures in the level of 60 to 80. It's a little too big for you. I responded as I tried to share the estimated size of the thing. Ah yes, Reefy had discovered bombs and used them to bomb his enemies. There are merpeople in the water that he doesn't like every much. I don't interact with them, and these merpeople don't come to the surface either, so our relationship is one of mutual ignorance. Some of them did occasionally travel to my shoreline trees and plants, and those kelp forests, but they didn't do me any harm, so I was fairly content to leave them be. Lilies of the Lake took the news with resignation. Would you help? Lilies dug deeper into the ground. I just wasn't sure whether that would actually help. Tropics World, Mountain World both began to have larger sites for Valthorns as we increased our diversification efforts. We needed to duplicate everything we had on Treehome, on Tropics World as well, and also prepare for the possibility of evacuation, and beyond evacuation, a war to reclaim Treehome from the demons after the impact. The heroes were involved as well, and for them, they would be part of the invasion and comet destruction team. If I could deploy my clone on the comet, I'd then send the heroes there to destroy the demon's comet planet. Their tremendous firepower was essential, and given what we've seen on the Sun Rings, we are also expecting defenders at the same level as the Demon King. This buzz of activity was felt by the locals as they saw my Valthorns gear up for a bigger war. The question that came soon after was simple. What were we preparing for? Do we tell people that they may die in 25 years? Should I tell the larger population about the existence of a demonic comet headed our way? Do we want to scare the people and set off large-scale panic? What was the right thing to do? If we could prevent the demonic comet from ever hitting us, then there's really no reason to set off a mad rush for safety. But if we told them, and the comet really was still headed our way, their cooperation would make evacuation significantly easier. We need about 5 years to prepare for a total evacuation of Treehome. We can keep this program quiet for 20 years. There's really no reason to alarm the people yet. If we fail during the 2 invasions of the comet, then we start shouting. Let's keep this mainly to those in power. Lumuf recommended. It wasn't an immediate problem to my people, but 20 years is very short to me. After much deliberation, there wasn't much these nobles could do to help, but if they set off large-scale panic, we'd need to deploy people to suppress those issues. So informing them was a net negative. Most suspected something was up anyway, because we massively hired new members for the Valtrian Order, alchemists, blacksmiths, crafters to hugely ramp up our weapons production and also bunkers. For those on the other worlds like Branchhold and Three Worlds, they witnessed great amounts of crystals and similar others shipped. We need to revive our moonbase project. It's likely as the 2 worlds collide, the space between the worlds will first meet in space. Stella said, imagine each world as a bubble. The demon's comet is a bubble of its own. If we want to interrupt or disrupt the demon's comet, there is likely a third opportunity or chance when it gets near to us, if we fail in the first 2 meeting points. Its speed is likely significantly higher once the 2 different realms collide. Hell, I think that's probably the point where an evacuation is the only way forward. I doubt shields would do much against a planetoid-sized projectile. What else could we do? That was the question that hung on my mind. We still had at least a few years before we needed to deal with the demons on Mountain World and Three Worlds. We could, theoretically, invade the demon worlds and get at the demons in those worlds, but like Lava World, there was no connection. Lava World was cut off when the Demon King was killed. If I ever felt like being pulled in so many directions at once, well, I always have. Priorities competed with each other. We always had a time limit, but knowing one's time limit does put a kind of pressure on everyone to get shit together. We needed to prepare for the comet, but at the same time, I also needed my people to get stronger. For those who had not gotten their domains, they worked harder to get it. They attacked the dungeons with renewed vigor, because with the blessings of the Pantheon, they knew they would be able to survive. The Crystal King's golems were getting stronger. The Crystal King didn't back down after the Demon King was destroyed. Instead, he sent golems into Zhanpu's lands. Zhanpu responded with golems of his own, creatures that resembled sphinx made of sandstone. My spies and informants claim such prolific use of these old war machines had not occurred for centuries, and partly was due to the presence of Hytririon on the battlefield. Their own spies and people hyped up the strength of their own giant golems, but it was clear they all were nothing much compared to Hytrion's incredible arsenal. In this big rod waving contest, I have the biggest, best gun. Not much to be proud of, and honestly, an old war machine made from a demon walker reduced to military grandstanding was just sad. There were fragments of the materials from the sun rings in my biolabs, things that I needed to study. I didn't know what certain parts of them were. They had a component part that was likely to be the anti-magic sand that had been processed into glass, but the steel was not a type of steel found on any of the worlds so far. That meant the demons had access to a kind of unique metal we didn't have, and if we wanted to compete with the demons on the same level of ability, we needed to have this metal too. I called one of the Void Archmages. We still only had 4, plus Stella, that made 5. Stella's already busy. One of them worked on the invasion, one worked on the evacuation plans, one worked on the surveys and listening devices throughout all the demon worlds, and another one worked on the Demon Comet Void Sea manipulation plans. I needed him to hop worlds and get this metal while the rest of them worked on their tasks. He would go with a small group of protectors. They were off. Those that were still here, they continued to study the metals. We are not sure whether they are engineered or an alloy or whether they are natural. My team worked on it anyway because it was key to their sun ring structure. If we could identify the weaknesses, perhaps some kind of magical frequency or a specific breakpoint, we could tailor our explosives and magic for maximum impact. There were multiple sun rings to destroy to gain access to the inner worlds. Where's your Void Explorer now? Still headed in the other direction. Since her Void Explorer left Ulara, she went further in the other direction. The hope was that we could reach some of the god-inhabited worlds, places where the influence of Ava, Gaia, or whatever was strong. I want to speak to them and then get them to help us in our fight. They are strong. I am fairly certain Ava in his or her homeworld would have incredible power that even a demon king is no threat. But nothing. Nope, not yet. I hope I get somewhere, soon, year 246. The comet was still behind the veil. The barrier's thickness recovered, which suggested that the demons had reconstruction abilities. They could somehow repair the sun rings so quickly even after Alka's ability blew up and shattered a chunk of the sun rings. Yet the transmission the comet emitted was sufficient. It'll cross the barrier in a year or two. We'll see it. This was a slow-mo truck crash, and somehow I felt nervous. Demon Turtle World. Rune and Johan arrived at the location, along with the Void Mages. What a name. You know Lumuf's never been one for names. Rune chuckled and looked at the barren plains. As they explored the place a little more, it soon turned out there were more areas in the world than they initially expected, and some of which actually had some kind of murky, quasi-acidic pools and seas. The demonic turtles were resistant to those acids, and we observed them entering the acidic pools and seas. Johann shrugged as more and more Valthorns arrived. This is going to be home for a while. Johann flicked a finger, and out of nowhere, a small dragon emerged. The dragon finally hatched, and it was a golden dragon with absolutely beautiful scales. There were already Valthorns who asked to buy any excess scales, something which Johann rejected. He was going to keep all of them and then turn them into armor. Dragon scale armor sounded absolutely amazing. The golden dragon hatchling breathed a golden flame that was not seen anywhere else, and even the mages wanted to study it. Dragon breath. True dragon breath was something lost to time, and everyone wanted to see it. The little golden dragon wasn't big enough to carry Johann yet, but it ate voraciously. We shipped meat over by the truckloads, but honestly we were not exactly sure what to feed it. In time, I wondered whether Johann would be able to control such a powerful dragon. Even with its current size, I already estimated it to be something in the level 80s or 90s. In its full strength, it might even be able to deal as much damage as the heroes. Shouldn't we just hit the core of this world just to fuck with the demons? Rune laughed, his equipment strapped to his back. Think we can do that after we deal with the comet? Johann frowned. We're building a base in a place with a demon king underneath us. It's not very different from the lava world. You know the difference. Johann arched his eyebrows. Rune laughed. We're here. That's sufficient comfort for the guys here. Over the next 2 to 3 months, the Valthorns discovered that the demonic turtle world experienced regular, large amounts of tremors that shook the ground and moved some of the large barren sands. The tremors came from the core itself, as if something in the core of the planet kept moving. Our base on the demonic turtle world therefore had to be built with magical securing artifacts that altered the ground around them, such that the forces of such tremors were diverted away. The turtles themselves were fairly easy foes, and despite being demons, they were surprisingly non-aggressive. They attacked when we got close, but these demons didn't seem to take the initiative to launch attacks. They were similar to the anti-magic giant lizards. They had high defenses, strong melee and close-range attacks, and strong magic resistance. But ultimately, they had certain weak points, such as their underbelly. The void mages scanned the sky. The demonic turtle world had some smaller asteroids around it that floated in space. They were not immediately obvious, but once we found them, a group of them headed there immediately to set up a second position. The simple reason that the void mages had stronger power in space, and if we were not sure how close or far the demon comet will get when the paths actually cross. So, the wider our range, the better our chances of actually catching the comet in its path. Two domain holders fanned out the demon world and began stealing rift gates, along with the demolite next to them. We needed large quantities of demolite to supply the void mana needed to open a portal to the comet world as it passed by. Normally, my potato storage units would be able to store the void mana, even with decay, but I didn't have enough clone seeds to deploy a clone on the demon turtle world, and I also needed 1 clone seed to deploy on the comet itself, if that's possible. There was a suspicion from my mages that the demons have a way of controlling worlds and commanding them to move in the void sea, just like how the will of the world said that they could be commanded to do so. If this is the case, my clone will be required to reclaim control of this comet's will of the world. That would allow us to then override the demon's instructions and steer it away from collision. In the meantime, we worked. We developed powerful earth magic, meant to move large amount of dirt and ground in a short period of time. The idea was that we'll need these earth magic to dig into the comet. It's likely not to have an open pit that we could just drop into. Powerful earth excavation magic was created and stored on tens of thousands of magical scrolls. Demonic Turtle World transformed into warbase by the end of the year, with tens of thousands of bombs and various ordnances. Magic truly is amazing. Skills too. The demons attacked us, but so far, the demon mother refused to leave its pits, so we didn't have any reason to enter it, not when I only have 1 clone left and it's still in cooldown. Arya's avatar was ready. The wooden avatar was linked to her and then transformed into an icy tree resembling an evergreen pine. It had hair in the form of evergreen leaves that meant pins, and she said it was based on her original form. I shouldn't feel so bad for being born a scorpionid. Kefri chuckled as I introduced Arya's avatar to the heroes. I believe I would rather trade places. Arya laughed. Being a block of ice for centuries isn't fun. The only reason I have not gone insane is because magic and skills put me through hibernation. The Scorpion Lady had lightened up significantly since a decade ago. Traveling multiple worlds and fighting demons across the worlds gave her confidence, and her new friendship with the fellow heroes gave her life a meaning she once lacked. Even though her relationship with the archer hero Chung was fraught with the usual relationship ups and downs. Then Prabhu dropped the bomb on me one day. Ian, I would like to try and have children with Colette. Okay, heroes mating with each other, that's normal, I suppose. We've known each other for decades now, and for a while it felt like fighting demons was our only purpose in this world. But as the class's hold on our mind wavers, we want to have children. Why now? You don't have the need before this. It is just something we never thought about. The idea of having children as heroes fighting demons was so wild. I mean, I could imagine other people having children, or non-heroes having children, but having one with Colette, it's just different somehow. Hero class mindfuckery, that's so. Do you think there will be side effects? I mean, right now, the strongest, most powerful healer in the entire multiverse is likely you. I don't think it'll be a problem, but given what we've seen of other hero offsprings, there's no special benefits. Hell, you might still be like you now by the time your kids grow up. Is that something you want? We'll be like elves then. Yeah, and I'm not saying it lightly that it's going to be a huge mental block. Having children is fine. A hero losing their children. That's when shit gets crazy. A mad, angry hero was probably going to be way more destructive. I know. Harris once said he was surprised how little he actually cared for his offspring. It took his conscious effort and reminder to overcome his innate urge to ignore them. Prabhu said, I'm not sure whether a child of two heroes would be different. I feel it might be. If it's not clear, the hero class is clearly designed for you heroes to have a light touch on the world. With as little attachment as possible. That is fading, clearly. Prabhu repeated, it's been many, many years and I'm more in control of the class. I feel I'm getting better at spotting the class's attempts to mess with my mind. The fact that you can have this conversation is probably a sign that its hold wanes. That's dangerous, isn't it? It is. I cannot afford a runaway hero, or a hero that is destructive. There is too much at stake, not when there's a comet headed our way. I don't even know if we can deploy a seed or a clone on the comet. If we can't, then we really have a limited window to hop on the comet. Prabhu looked sad. After the comet then, I'd like to move to Tropics World. Permanently. That world doesn't get invaded. For now, I wondered briefly what would happen if Treehome fell but the heroes still lived. Would the mental compulsions on the hero vanish if their homeworlds no longer existed? Was there even such a condition in the class? It was a pointless thing. I chucked that thought into the back of my head. But yes, after the comet. You want us to wait a few more years. No, maybe 2 decades. My child could grow up till he or she is 7 or 8 or even in his teens. Prabhu said, actually maybe there's no good time after all. We won't wait. Prabhu said, we won't know if we die or not when we fight all the other demon kings, but we ask that my children be relocated to Tropics World should the day come. The heroes continued to pay me in hero items, and I suppose there's no harm. Not anymore. Very well. Ian, I need to go on a demon king hunting spree. Alka said, oh, I know I've been tasked with that comet stuff, but I was thinking that the best way forward is to amplify my own destructive abilities. I need to obtain some kind of ability that meshes well with my always a bomb. If I could get a multiplier effect, I could fundamentally be a mobile landmine to soften any demon king, and the comet. That was quite true. Alka right now possessed the single strongest destructive ability that wasn't restricted by the void mana portals. I couldn't send certain types of superweapons through void mana, especially those loaded with way too much star mana. Working with Stella's portals, I am effectively a nuclear bomb. The goal, therefore, is to make me into a bomb capable of cracking the comet. With our resources soon to be split, we will have a problem. The Demon King of the Mountain World would arrive at the same time as when the comet crossed the Demon Turtle World, both estimated around year 253. I could front-run that invasion and go to the Demon World, Alka said. If you die and you have to be resurrected, we won't have you against the comet for a while. We don't know how long the respawn mechanism takes. Sure, I can send you against the Demon King, but that comes with risk. It's worth it, Alka insisted. The size of that thing is monstrous. We're not going to get gains without gaining some levels. If you can get on it, you can use your ability repeatedly to chip off the comet. What if the explosion causes it to change direction in the Void Sea? That's the objective achieved. I answered, fair, but let me go chase some demon mothers in the heart of the demonic planets. We can start with the demonic Houndworld. It seems like a fairly regular place. We have good people in charge of all the departments. We can let them handle it while we try to find and field more firepower. I thought for a while and decided he had a point. We didn't need my domain holders in charge of the nitty-gritty details and administrative matters. They should be gaining levels and providing direction with their experience, just like Stella's attempt to search for more resources. Arya's level 100 avatar joined Alka, Lumuf, Edna, and Stella in his quest to gain levels. Sure, Arya was effectively level capped as a level 100 avatar, but they still gained experience from the battle. Also, just because the avatar was level 100 wasn't that big a restriction as I thought. Arya could make really powerful equipment, which could then be wielded by the avatar. This effectively added 10 to 20 levels of combat power to the avatar. Their first destination was the demonic Houndworld, and they headed straight for the pits. So we just nuke the demon mother and run, Lumuf said. Aren't you worried we destroy the core while we're at it? That's why you're here. You need to flush it out. I need to gain levels. You chase it out, force it out of the core, and it will come this way. I will nuke it when it gets anywhere near me. That should defeat it. If this works, we could free multiple demon worlds at the same time. But what if there is a growing demon king in there? The demon mother won't leave the growing demon king alone. Then we nuke that too, but we might blow up the core. That'll piss off the system and make us enemies of the world. That doesn't sound good. Let's just go down there and see what we have. If it doesn't work out, we can find another world. That world before the barrier world is another good candidate. We should have done research. No one's going to go into the pits without us domain holders being there. Lumuf frowned. Ah, true, the things we do for the fate of the multiverse. Alka laughed. Stella just rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, Mr. Bomberman, we're getting close. The core was similar to Parasite World. It was a hollow center filled with rocks and just a gigantic sphere of rock that was the planetary core. It was a sphere with tunnels crisscrossing its spherical structure and a gigantic creature with its tentacles everywhere. The demon mother, it wasn't growing a demon king. Maybe not yet. Well, Patriarch Lumuf, please do the honors, Edna teased. Year 246 continued. Well, what are we waiting for? Alka said. We need to gain levels. Are there better ways to do this? Lumuf looked at the demon mother. Surely there are alternatives to luring it just to gain levels. The demon mother isn't as strong as the demon king. In the scheme of things, we should be capable of taking it on without much assistance. Alka repeated. We either go hunt for demon kings to fight or we go for these things. In truth, they were venting. They knew this was one of the best ways. The dungeons no longer gave enough experience for domain holders to gain levels. Still, we didn't have that much ordnance placed on the surface. Edna and Lumuf shared a glance, before both headed for the core of the planet of the demonic houndworld. Lumuf activated his avatar mode, and through it my vines spread through the core. I hated how this was becoming a familiar experience. The first time I did this was the anti-magic world, then during the battle to reclaim the parasite world. Stella's void mages was on the surface, ready with the void weapons. If the black sun reappeared, we were going to shatter that droplet. Repetition. It still felt fresh and different to my domain holders. For Alka, this was his first battle, even if his role was just to nuke himself. For Lumuf, I could sense he shared my exhaustion. We were just so tired of all this shit, but we had to soldier on. I was tired. Exhaustion. I need 1,000 years of no demon kings to really properly rest, but the demons wouldn't let that. And it's unfair to the thousands of worlds out there that face the demon kings, like the Ularans, like all the other habited worlds. My vines rushed into all the various holes throughout the planetary core and flooded them. The demon mother's energies met my own, and it turned back. It recoiled from contact, and at that moment, I knew quite surely I was stronger than the demon mother. I would like to capture a demon mother. I imagined the demon mother to just be a supersized version of the demon rod. Its ability to tap into magical leylands should therefore be superior to most magic, since a demon mother was able to capture a planet's core. Could it even capture a sun? My vines chased after the demon mother's body as it darted within. Its tentacles battled my vines and it lost every exchange. I was just stronger, even through Lumuf's avatar. I felt it emit some kind of magical energy. Something weird is happening. It's calling for help. Stella said and immediately barked instructions to the team on the surface. Surface team, prepare for possible black droplet. The team on the surface was armed, but with my vines everywhere, the demonic mother soon found itself with nowhere to go but outside. It tried to escape, but though it still had the tremendous ability of corrupting a planetary core, combat clearly wasn't its strongest set of skills. My vines, guided by Lumuf, smashed into the demon's own tentacles and forced it out of the core. You know, if Ian could do this to the demon mother, we should be able to start freeing worlds fairly easily. Stella said, but quickly regretted it, but I spoke too soon. Edna cursed as one of her spears slammed into the demon mother's tentacles, and she tried to pull the demon mother back. The demon mother was still exceptionally fast, and it shrunk dramatically as it realized it was under attack. It released another warning. Something within its body vibrated in a certain way, one that my surface-level team also recorded with their array of magical sensors. My surface team was ready for the arrival of the black sun, the teardrop. Alka separated from us and took position along the shaft to the surface. The idea was to detonate once the demon approached, weaken it significantly, and then kill it. All right, Lumuf announced as my vines kept pushing the demon mother towards the shaft. Alka, get in position. Already am, Alka said as he floated alone somewhere in the middle of the long pit into the core. We didn't want to detonate in the core. The risk of destroying the planet and the negative impacts from the planetary curse was something I didn't want to risk. There were magical bombs along the way. Stella, teleport us out. Can't. Core interference. Stella cursed. The turbulent energies within the planet's core was common with all the worlds we've been through. It made stable portals impossible. It was like trying to build something next to a swirling whirlpool with sand. We'll need to chase after it. Once we get a bit out of range of the core, I'll teleport you guys out to the surface. Got it. Rune and Johan nodded and they all rushed ahead. Lumoof was the slowest of them all, mainly because my vines were all tangled up and had to be withdrawn from the core. At that moment, I vaguely sensed a slowly rousing presence from the core of the hound world. The demon magic from the demon mother wasn't gone, though. It was still there, sticking around like oil and dirty grease. It's clogged. Lumoof, stay, I commanded. The core is reawakening, but it might take a while. Lumoof looked at his compatriots. Stella, Rune, Johann, and Edna rushed towards the demon mother, and the demon mother, as expected, ran up the shaft. Alka, Edna notified as they kept harassing the demon mother with attacks. The demon mother seemed to have eyes on its back, dodging our attacks. Even so, not all missed, as some of Rune and Johann's abilities were homing, enemy-chasing projectiles. The demon mother seemed to recoil from every hit. You should have brought your dragon. Rune teased his fellow bow wielder. It's too small and I don't want to risk it. It can't die. Yet the demon mother was a demon king. Somehow along the way of capturing a world, that energy was lost or perhaps converted or given to the next one as a seed or reclaimed somehow. I haven't actually seen how a demon king fully conquered a world. Did the demon king actually leave a shadow of itself, which became the demon mother, and it went on to attack other worlds? Or did it just somehow decay into this form? Theoretical questions that weren't worth pondering now, as the rousing senses of the hound world connected with my own through Lumoof's avatar ability. This wouldn't be a permanent link, since I didn't have a clone here. Alka felt the demon mother head his way. All right, it's coming up. I'm going to explode. At that moment, Rune, Johann, Stella, and Edna looked at each other and decided to stop chasing after the demon mother. They didn't want to be too near. Stella immediately pinged. Ian, be ready to pull us back. Yup. The demon mother surged towards Alka, unaware of the trap. It was already weakened from our repeated combat. The surface team began to detect void mana and demonic mana in the air, a sign that the demon son was coming. Then right as the demon mother approached and almost ran past Alka, he exploded. This was the second time he used the ability, and like a nuclear bomb detonated underground, it sent a seismic shock throughout the entire surface, one that I could feel even through my vines in the core. The entire chamber and shaft from the surface to the core was lit with a flash of light. An explosion, freedom. The echoes and the vibration was deafening as rocks began to collapse. In our world, it was impossible to have a chamber that led to the core. There's molten magma and mantle. But in this world, in some worlds, quite a few planets were rock all the way through to the core, and the core itself was more like a magical dynamic than one made of molten rotating liquid iron. Gravity was magical, a form of magic drawn to the core. The rocks began to fall. The surface team was puzzled as the void mana in the air dissipated. Oh, it's dead. Alka cursed as the demon mother was vaporized in the explosion. I was expecting a harder fight. It never was stronger than the demon king. I didn't gain a level, but Alka did, just 2 levels and no new skill. He cursed. I felt the magical grease and oil in the hound world suddenly seem less heavy, as if I could push them out. So through Lumoof, my mana began to flow into the core of the hound world. I had a feeling this would be something I will be doing more often, once the war with the demons moved to another stage. The core's consciousness was like a scattered foam, gradually but surely regrouping. It would take some time, just as the tropics world did. Right now, I did what I could and purged the demonic energies within the core. I drained them through my vines and roots through Lumoof, and released them into potato storages back on the other worlds. Lumoof got better at dealing with such mana fluctuations. He practiced extensively and gained some skills over the years that improved his tolerance to magical energies. He still wasn't a fantastic spellcaster, but he had acceptable competence. But he was a domain holder, and expectations were different. It was a sore point, but my priest accepted it. It is nothing more than the demands of our struggle. In a war against the demons, I'd be retaking worlds from the demons, and I would need help. Stella, so no news from your Void Explorer. Did you know a space probe took about 12 years to get from Earth to Neptune? Stella quipped as she rested on the surface of the house world. I suppose she meant to say that space was exceedingly large. So yes, the Void Sea is this massive, massive ocean. It's like we're in this small paper boat, and we're paddling very slowly through it. We're moving for sure, but there are also fluctuations in the sea. Can you see anything at least? I could, other worlds, but I'm not near enough. Stella waved her hand and a magical 3-dimensional projection of the Void Sea appeared. This isn't accurate, by the way. The Void Sea clearly exists in more than these dimensional forms, but this is the one I'm most comfortable with. Using the other types bends my mind, and it's hard for me to demonstrate it in a projection. She pointed to a glowing red arrow flying at the tip of a long spear-like part of the projection. This is my explorer. As you can see, I'm going super far. Ulara was far, but I'm now even further. I paused. How far do you think the gods are? I'm pretty sure they're not clumped together. If they were, that does seem to suggest some kind of network effect or perhaps a creation event. Stella mused, but I did recall you explaining what Ava said. That the gods are far away from each other too. If the gods were separated, the demons essentially could pick off one god at a time. I wonder momentarily if the demons have slain gods, and if so, how many have they slain? They have one in the demon sun. So each sun contained one god. In any case, we can only try our luck. Stella said, I hope to reach something, somewhere. Rather than keep searching with the Void Explorer, would it be better to stop on one of these worlds and try hoping using conventional astral paths? After all, their paths may be linked to some other worlds. It was the equivalent of stopping the use of wormholes or warp space and using space lanes to visit their astral neighbors. I thought of that. Stella said, I'm going to stop then. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. Year 247. This was a relatively quiet year, as everyone moved to do their part. Quiet for me, of course, because there were wars raging on every world. On 3 worlds, Jeanpu and the Sand People waged a terrible war against the Crystal King's golems. I had inadvertently caused an escalation in the type of weapons used in the war, as both sides unleashed stronger units against the others. Even the centaurs of Hoofhall felt this war was the most horrific in recent memories, as the magical golems of the Crystal King fought against the sandstone constructs. On Treehome, the vassal wars continued. The guilds did not stop invading and trying to claim land, and the defenders didn't relent or give up. The emperors were strong, and with their enhanced abilities, they were able to somewhat offset the technological advantages in areas where the emperor's claim was strong. The royal classes, as strange as it was, were somewhat linked to loyalty. The greater the loyalty of its ruled populace, the stronger the effects of the emperor's power. A soldier's benefit from its king's blessing was very much linked to the faith, trust, and loyalty that soldier had to its royal institution. Not the king, even if it's often seen interchangeably, but the actual mechanics of it was actually linked to the royalty as an institution. Each member of royalty's actions and abilities fed into a royal institution modifier in the system, and also the distance of a person to its king and royalty. This was unlike a general, where the benefit of a general's power was linked to a soldier's position in the army controlled by the general. A member of an army benefited from every skill a general had that affected his army. Royalty's power is more subtle, wider, more pervasive, but also can be resisted. These findings emerged from decades of observation of the royal families in Treehome, because we noticed there wasn't much change even when a king passes on. A king's blessings and powers lingers on after his death. A kingdom doesn't collapse immediately, but a timer starts ticking in the system, and with each passing day, the dead king's blessings weaken, replaced by the powers of the new king, or if there are no new kings, nothing. Ceremonies affect this sort of timer. Powerful ceremony attended by many members of society affects how quickly a new king's powers and classes ripple through the nation. Nations that did not have kingdoms instead contributed to a body of rulers regardless. The High Council or Parliament or members of the city-states, membership in that body then gained the powers similar to a king, but one that is collective and shared. The Constitution, if there is one, gains quasi-king-like powers, but it does so very slowly. In a world where justice and rule of law is strictly obeyed, I speculate that their constitution, through decades and centuries of political investment, grows into a demigod of law. That opportunity was curtailed on Treehome, because gods and religion exist. The way faith is so intertwined with the political structure meant a constitution was tied to faith. It was for this reason that most non-royal institutions don't last that long, and this whole damned world is stuck in the feudal fantasy era. All this tied into the powers of the vassal wars. Ultimately, with me and the Valthorns cleanly out of the picture, it is a contest between the financial, socio-demographic, and technological of the trading guild nations against the faith-empowered theocratic empires of defending nations. I designated areas where the forces of the 4 continents are allowed free landing zones on the central continent, so that the forces of the theocratic nations could attack the guild nations at their home. It was much to the silent annoyance of the guilds and their backing nobility, but the guilds quickly reinforced those locations. Internally, the Valthorns understood our ambitions were beginning to outgrow the central continent. We were becoming a multi-world organization, and we needed to exist above and beyond. We had duty to our home worlds, but we had to shed the shackles that tied us. Trees are often repotted once they outgrow their pots. Year 248. The time ticked. We had 5 years until the comet intersected with the demon turtle world, and Alka was in a rush to hunt more demon mothers. Alka got a title, but the rest of us didn't, simply because it was the same title as the one before when we liberated Tropics World. This demonic Houndsworld was free. Lumuf stayed back and made regular trips to this world to get a sense of the world's mind. Each world had a will, and each will was probably slightly unique. Woof, I was flooded with sounds and images of dogs and hounds, and they came from the freed core instead. Dogs, hounds, all kinds. I saw a field of grass and flowers and dogs running through them, chasing after larger animals. Sheeps, cows, animals. There were just dogs. They were a little like the Kenari, but these were not truly sapient. It was just a world with dogs. I felt more images of dogs, and I briefly wondered whether the overwhelming presence of demonic hounds throughout the demonic worlds was due to worlds like this. Surely there are demonic cats as well. I should have known that some of these will of the worlds have primal, feral minds, just like how Tropics World communicated mainly with images and sensations. On Mountain World, the local team prepared for the coming demonic invasion. 5 years was plenty of time, but with explosive crystals in relative short supply, the forces on the Mountain World had to find local alternatives. The heroes, in particular, led the charge, as they adopted some of our methods and used their hero forges to create star mana explosives. These were functionally unusable via the void portals as they can't be shipped and delivered as payload to the coming comet due to the void star mana interactions. So they deployed and made them on Mountain World instead, and for now, everything was stored in my clone tree. These were incredibly powerful bombs made of pure star mana, and if I intended for any of my clones to go with a bang, teleporting these star mana bombs through my clones was probably one of the best ways. It's likely to destroy my own clone in the process, or severely injure and damage my clone. The Demon King could be early or late, but for now the star paths through space were still relatively fuzzy. The path still wasn't robust enough, but if we wanted, a Void Archmage could open a path to explore the Invader's world. But Void Archmages are in short supply. We have 4, still only 4, and they are all occupied with their own projects. We should be able to pin down the Demon King's location closer to its arrival, perhaps in another 4 years. Tropics World was our primary backup location. Large and mostly uninhabited, we maintained multiple operation bases back in the days of the war, but since its eventual reclamation, we granted the use of some of these bases to the pioneer migrants. But with the coming comet, we had to prepare for evacuation of an entire planet, and a lot of my Valthorns came over and constructed a few cities out of locally available materials. Along with it came everything the cities needed to be self-sufficient. The pioneers did well, with the few pioneer lords and pioneer chiefs leading the way, and the relative safety provided by perpetual Valthorn presence meant there were already a few independent cities of their own. The great thing is that there's effectively an information embargo between Tropics World and other worlds, because almost no message got through without the Void Mages, or me knowing about it. Message spells didn't work across worlds, though there are some magical ability that allowed communication across worlds. My Valthorns tested certain communication abilities like Mind Link, which allowed 2 people to maintain a mental link, and it persisted even through other worlds, albeit at a high mana cost per message. In time, we would probably need to figure out a way to tweak the rift gates such that they function as information routers and modems. Prior to our reclamation of the Tropic World, there were already multiple large forests due to my presence and the long war against the parasitic demons, and these days, the entire world was pretty much covered with trees, except for the areas where the terrain warped to suit the recovering core's preferences. The pioneers had to adapt to the new environment, and they did so with quite a bit of success since the beginning of the reclamation projects. But so far, the core somehow knew where we were, and no one had actually died when it did some unusual terrain adjustments. I estimate the core to be about a third of Treehome's strength since its freedom 3 decades ago. The rate of recovery over the past 3 decades appear to be fairly erratic. I'm not sure whether the rate of recovery of Tropics World would slow down or accelerate. In any case, at the current strength, it should be able to sustain the population of Treehome, if barely. I do have a tinge of worry whether overloading a world with too much people affected the core. Stella, a few decades ago you estimated that there are a certain set of core suns and also the command nodes. I asked Stella once more. She was on the demonic turtle world, setting up more magical platforms on the asteroids. Has that changed? Are these sun rings these command nodes? It seems to match. Stella said, for her it's a theory she worked on for the last few decades. We know there's the black sun, and there's also the blob. The core has a single demonic blob that serves as the prison. I also know there are multiple black suns, at least from the core, but the demonic blob is the one with the divine energy. But we have only know of one demonic blob so far, at the center of our copy of the demon's star map. The demon suns were located further away, and only one was in the star map. In their star map, the demon sun and the demonic blob were not far away. Why would the demons need multiple demon suns if it's far away? Was there a purpose? Or perhaps more demonic prisons at the heart of it all? I found the demon's structure entirely confusing, but in the end, to end the cycle, all of these things must be destroyed. As a tree, the demons have brought pointless destruction. If they could exist without resorting to blanket destruction and world draining, it would be much more palatable to tolerate their existence. Stella suspects it may be easier to destroy the demon sun and severely weaken the demon's ability to power its network of rift gates. Doing so would take out the demon's ability to invade new worlds and thus turn the tide of battle in our favor. A game of defense and where we are the attacking party, but if the demon sons are linked somehow, then that wouldn't do us any good. Are we ready for the first pass? I asked my domain holders. Alka shook his head. Based on the sizes estimated by the void mages, we currently don't have enough weapons to blow it up from the surface. But if we could somehow access the core of this comet, we can teleport enough bombs into the depths such that this demon comet shatters from within. It's a shame we can't use the hero's star mana bombs without Ian's clone, and my ability doesn't work with their star mana bombs. A lot of our actions are constrained by this foul void star mana elimination. My chief explosive researcher then further explained. That said, we don't really know whether we can use Ian's clone. Based on what we've seen on the sun rings, the clone can only be used if there's an Earth-like object. It's not possible to deploy a clone on steel, for example. So depending on the materials of this comet, there is a fairly remote chance that we have to count Ian's clone out. Stella said, remote, I know, but we have to prepare for it. Not being able to use Ian's clone will be a significant problem. Can we ram an asteroid with Ian's clone into the demon's comet? Rune asked. Is there a minimum size of asteroid that is needed for Ian's clone to work? We don't even know if there's an asteroid near this demon comet. The best chance for that is when it's nearest to our world, when the bubble of existence of Trihome and this comet are theorized to collide. Alka answered. I mean, can Stella send an asteroid through her void portal? The ranger repeated and looked at the void archmage. That's just a mitigating step if the surface is hostile to Ian's clone. She frowned. A small one probably. Not sure if it's big enough for Ian. Work on it. Alka pushed the void archmage and she frowned but eventually accepted. Edna chuckled. Stella already has a lot of things on her plate. Well, if there's some other alternative to void magic to move shit around, then we better get to it, Alka said. If Ian is willing to kidnap some angels, for example, I rejected that idea. No kidnaps. I don't want to ruin a potentially sensitive relationship with the angels. They appear to be the kind that remembers such transgressions and petty enough to wage a war over it. Alka laughed. We'll have to make some enemies, even with people we like Ian. We need their angelic powers, if we can breed some of our own. Edna stepped in. Alka, I think that's probably not where we want to go. The scientist paused as he realized he probably said too much. Ah yes, year 249. There was nothing much to do beyond watching my folks prepare for the inevitable. My trees and research trees did their best to find ways to dig into the demon's planet. It took slightly longer than expected, but the demon's comet could now be seen on the Demon King's core. Our magical sensors picked up its transmission to each of the demon worlds. A group of my mages tried to figure out how the demon sent transmissions through the Void Sea, because if we could replicate that, we could have interworld communication that's not entirely reliant on my network of clones. My domain holders were busy, but with the Houndworld freed from the demon's hold, it was also another potential evacuation spot. But it was a lot less accessible, because it required my Void mages to multiple hops to reach the Houndworld. A smaller group went and set up an operating base anyway. The vassal wars had a small breather this year. Both sides grew weary and tired of the war, and the merchant guilds wanted to consolidate their positions. So in an entirely unplanned moment, most of the guilds and the defenders just stopped launching new offensives, focused on their own defenses and shoring up their own economy. They will return to the wars eventually, but the breather gave the general populace a great chance to recover from damage, until it all gets destroyed all over again. Do you feel we are increasingly becoming irrelevant? Chung asked the other heroes one day when they were on Mountain World. The preparations were going well and there was still leisure time. I didn't push the heroes very hard as long as they fought the Demon Kings. What they did in their free time, I left it to them. Like Prabhu and Colette's plan to have a child. What do you mean? Prabhu said while stuffing himself some more. Not really. Colette answered. We're still doing what we are meant to be doing. But we're increasingly becoming less important. Did the hero class suddenly trigger something? Chung. Prabhu looked at his friend with a strange look. They've been together for decades, and the relationship among heroes can be a little tense because even the smallest things trigger them after so long. Thankfully, they only need to be together when they prepare for the Demon King, and the heroes frequently return to their own homes to decompress. I'm very torn on the nature of the hero class. It certainly has an overwhelming influence on the hero's mindset, and guides them towards fighting the demons. The best time to investigate the hero class is when a hero is weak, when it's still growing and not fully matured. But that often involves capturing or letting a hero suffer some kind of injury such that I'd be in the position to access the hero class and their soul spring, just like Harris or Mila. I remember being able to remove Mila's class at one point, but with the current generation of heroes, I had never gotten that prompt. My Void Explorer reached a new world. I'm not sure if it's near the gods yet. The gods could be hiding, and honestly we don't know how exactly to sense a god. I know that Ava's presence could be keenly felt, but there's no certainty that it is repeated everywhere, or whether the other gods transmit their presence. Therefore, it fell on Lumuf to explore this new world. Is it a good idea to explore when we face the prospect of a demon's comet? Lumuf asked me privately. Alka spent some time fighting more monsters in the dungeon, but since the demon mother only gave a few levels, it wasn't really worth it. Freeing an additional world was a risk, especially if it meant that world could be retaken by another invading demon king. Even the Hound world, without my clone, I didn't have much confidence in my ability to secure that world if we were attacked by demon kings, since the heroes wouldn't be there to deliver the final blow. There's nothing much we can do, beyond getting stronger, but the prospect of gaining allies from far away is worth it. Lumuf shrugged. Alka was busy preparing weapons and checking on all the bombs on Turtle World. Stella's still working on the void magic platforms on the Turtle World's asteroids. Rune, Edna, and Johann were preparing the invasion force. There were priests and other patriarchs to do the priestly stuff that Lumuf sometimes did. You're my avatar, if not you then who? Lumuf laughed. I suppose so. Year 249. 2 months, Lumuf said to himself. We would spend 2 months in this world and no more. Stella shrugged. Don't worry about it. There are enough of us to cover you. Seriously, just go and explore this world and see what's there. It's really far away that I don't know what to expect. Lumuf rolled his eyes at the human voidmage. How strange could it get? Very. Each realm and world is its own little cocoon. Fine, let's take bets. I'm betting we'll see humans. Lumuf said. Stella laughed. What's the prize? I'll take your next assignment to wherever and you'll take mine. You know it doesn't work like that, but sure, I'll take the opposing bet. No humans. We'll add drinks to that too. Stella accepted. From what I could, people seem to be living there. Really? Lumuf said. Very well then. Good luck, old man. Go forth and spread Ian's gospel. Lumuf choked. You know I won't do that in a strange new world. I know. Stella laughed. Have fun. The link through the Void Explorer faded behind Lumuf. The aberration vanished like it never was. I could feel Lumuf's nagging guilt, even though we both knew we had time. Exploration was important for growth, for learning, for allies. We pushed on anyway. At this point, it was up to my team to do their part, and for all of us to show up when it mattered. Lumuf, my priest and avatar, landed in what seems to be forested land, with patches of greenish grass and pine trees around us. The air had a faint citrusy scent, and as Lumuf's magical senses expanded, we detected the presence of wolves, rabbits, and foxes, birds on the branches, insects. Lumuf could feel the presence of the ground, and it spoke back to him, or at least it gave him a sense of where people were. As usual, let's just spy on the locals before we make contact, I repeated, and Lumuf's magical ring cloaked his presence. Unless one actively tried, magical perception would fail. Forest. It was strangely calming to be in the presence of the woods, and Lumuf soon found himself taking a leisurely stroll through the woods. None of the animals approached us, though we could feel their eyes on Lumuf. Instead, they scurried away and ran as soon as we even approached. We couldn't see the presence of the demon's usual star paths in the skies of this world. Cautiously, I took it as a sign that this world was not invaded, and that was a good thing. The demon's taint has not spread to all worlds. It took about 2 hours of casual strolling before we arrived on what appeared to be a road. It was a muddy road, but a quick glance revealed the presence of unusual marks on the road itself. Large, gigantic claw-shaped marks, and next to them, smaller, human-sized marks. But their feet were not humans, or may not be humans. I might lose this bet, Lumuf smirked as he examined the dried, muddy road. Beastmen of some kind. With lizard mounts, I answered, or war animals. Lumuf followed the path, following the footsteps where they led. As we continued along the path of footsteps, or claw marks, we eventually approached what appeared to be a camp of some kind. An army camp. I knew it was an army because there didn't appear to be young, small children. It was a group of beastmen with the heads of either a lion or a tiger, and they wore heavy armor made of bones and weapons made of magical ivory. There were no young here. Each of the beastmen radiated strength comparable to a soldier around level 30 to level 40, and the leader's presence was someone around level 50 to 60. Our first encounter with this world civilization was a war party, so that was not a good sign. Lumuf nodded. Let us watch a bit more and see who they fight. They didn't detect us, and Lumuf followed the lion-tiger beastmen for 3 days until they were out of the forests. During this time, we listened into their conversation. The lion-tiger beastmen referred to themselves as the Sinmao, while their opponents appeared to be a group of wolf-fox beastmen referred to as the Mugala. They had war mounts that were gigantic lizards with scaled armor, which they referred to as the Chikeks. At first, we didn't notice it, but Lumuf began to notice something unusual about the Chikeks. They had a strange strand of magic about them, as if all of them were linked to something far away. The day of the battle came, and Lumuf watched the Mugala army approach. They were a small clan of similar size, about 30 beastmen with wolf and fox heads, and their strengths were comparable to the Sinmao force. The leaders of both sides thumped their breastplates and faced each other for a duel. Foul cubs, did your ancestors not teach you of stupidity? Your foolish attempts to encroach on the ancestral lands of the Mugala White Wolf clan will be the death of you. The leader of the Mugala war pack shouted to the Sinmao war leader. Lumuf inwardly groaned. 2 months couldn't pass fast enough. The two leaders fought first, and to Lumuf, it was like watching two soldiers in the Valthorn Academy fight to the death. They were all so weak that it really wasn't worth it. We could capture some of them, Lumuf suggested, and use them to tell us more about the world. No, not yet. Let us watch a little longer. The battle was frankly pathetic to watch, and nothing much of interest, but my fascination with the chikaks used by both sides increased as the battle continued. We noticed the unusual strands of magic as if they were bound and tied to something else, really far away. The battle ended largely with a tie, as both sides were severely injured and retreated, but Lumuf decided to trust our instincts and follow what was interesting to us, the strand of magic that linked their chikak mounts. My priest followed and traced the strands of magic in the air, and we noticed they came from everywhere. Lumuf, cocooned in his own enchantments and magic, moved swiftly across the land, having. The terrain of this world was varied and had a high level of diversity and frankly reminded me of our own homeworld. There were large forested areas where it's just vast grasslands, high, soaring mountains, and large rivers. But our interest in the chikaks only increased my suspicion that something was strange with these mounts. All those strands of magic could be felt like momentary flickers in the air, the presence of a connection like a message, but more than that. We traced it for a week and arrived at what was a large mountain, the tallest mountain we have ever seen. It's a mountain that was covered in a kind of red snow, and clouds swirled around the peak. There were more beastmen here, clustered around the 4 cities around the mountain itself. We spent a day or two observing the cities from the distance. Each was home to a different type of beastmen. The lion-tiger folks, the Sinmao, the wolf-fox people, the Mugala, the bird-headed people, the Burung, and the rhino-headed beastmen, the Tanduk. The chikaks were used by all 4 different beast clans. This mountain was Mount Kina, the holy land of the 4 clans of beasts. We're not here to meddle with their politics. We are here to find allies, if any. If these people are not worth it, we will leave and return when we have the time to make a better stand. Our goal are the powers and anything strong enough to help us against the comet. Over a few days, as we continued our observation near that mountain, we realized those magical strands led to the mountain above. Let's go, I said, and Lumuf nodded. A mountain was nothing to worry about. As it turned out, the act of climbing the mountain was an act of pilgrimage. The mountain, which soared into the heavens above, was separated into 10 steps, and it is said that a beastman's prestige and rank among his clan was determined by which of those 10 steps he reached during one of the great climbs. Climbing outside of the scheduled great climbs was frowned upon. There was no blessing in doing so. It mattered little. We've roughly settled on the name Beastman World for the people here, though our spying soon revealed that they refer to their own world as the First Realm. I wonder whether they even know of the existence of a world beyond theirs. Lumuf stood at the edges of the mountain and frowned. I think we can just teleport up there. Nope, there's something interrupting the magic. If there was anything worthwhile in this world, it's likely to be up there. Even now we could sense the minute strands of wills and thoughts, all from the various chikaks all over the world. Since we couldn't get up there by spatial magic, it was time to do it the old-fashioned way. Lumuf's body charged with blessings and magic, and he jumped. In a single bound he leaped up to the 7th step, where the mountain touched the misty crown of clouds. There was a weight from above, a presence not unlike the aura of a domain holder. It pressed onto Lumuf, and it bounced off like water on an oily surface. Well, a domain holder at the top. Lumuf mused. Without the weight of that domain holder's aura delaying our rise, he leaped up through the clouds and then landed on what was the 10th step. There was a large plateau, but it was not the top. It went even further, its presence masked and distorted by the powers of a fellow domain holder. There were a large group of heavily armed beastfolks on top, with representatives from each of the races, but they didn't notice Lumuf behind the veil of magic. But they looked visibly upset and uncertain. Their weapons were drawn and edgy. His Holiness claims there is an intruder on the mountain. They shouted, and each of them looked. The presence of another domain holder from the top, and Lumuf paused. Should we even bother? There really was no good way to make contact with another domain holder without seemingly barging in. It's not as if there are agents we can talk to, and those came with a set of risks too. I thought it was more effective and more honest to just go for the center and be blunt about it. Lumuf asked a question then. How would you like to be approached, Ian? It actually stumped me. An earlier, more vulnerable version of myself would prefer for contact to be made through my tree of prayers instead of my real body, or through any of my subsidiary trees. More than anything, what more an immovable immortal, I felt vulnerable and compromised when approached. It's likely that any immortal that could not move didn't like anyone or anything to get near its main body, and would go to great lengths for things to stay that way. Our location truly is a sore point. We cannot move, and thus our attempts to hide are made harder because anyone who wants to find us already knows where to look. Maybe I should first try to respect that boundary and actually try it. So Lumuf stopped instead of climbing further. Actually, let's catch one of those chikaks and use my mana on it. If our suspicions are correct, the chikaks are linked to this strange entity at the end. Surely we should first try to talk to these seemingly mindless creatures. I suppose that's the equivalent of someone talking to my beetles and expecting me to notice it on my end. Wait, I actually would notice it. My artificial minds would notice it for sure. Lumuf retreated back down the mountain and left the guards confused. The entire four cities remained fairly tense and on alert as the guards departed from the high mountain down into the cities below. My priest retreated quickly. His moving speed likely outstripped what the locals could do, and arrived in one of the small towns outside a few days later. Lumuf managed to find a group of chikaks stored in some kind of chikak stables. It was more of a mosh pit than anything for these giant lizards to roll around and pretend like they are still tiny lizards. There were just a few guards, and Lumuf tapped into my avatar powers and quickly put them to sleep. It was easy. Despite their different anatomy and body, the powers of a system still worked, and they all slept like any other. Logically, a sleep spell designed for humans should not work on someone not a human. But system shenanigans meant a generic sleep spell would work on all creatures, provided their immunities are low. With the Mugala guards all asleep, Lumuf approached one of the chikaks. It looked like a blank, dumb animal. "Hello," Lumuf said on my behalf. I knew he felt somewhat silly, but we wanted to see whether we could call on the de facto god of this world. The chikak did not respond. "I know you're there, somewhere in there, linked to the mountain high above." The large lizard did not respond. Lumuf placed his hand on the dull giant lizard's head, and my mana flooded the lizard. My mana poured into it and searched for that little strand that tied the lizard back to whatever was up on the mountain. I felt it, a strand of energy. It snapped just as quickly as my mana twirled with it. It felt like a figment, a minor shadow of a soul. It shattered into pieces just as my mana reached into the lizard. The chikak reacted to it badly. It was already dull, but now it looked absolutely blank, as if there was no thought or will behind it at all. Failed. Lumuf cursed. He felt my every move, every twitch and movement of mana. Let's go to the next one. I failed to touch that figment in the next three chikaks. I tried to be faster, slower, more gently with a minor presence. But it didn't. Instead, that figment just snapped. There were still a few more chikaks left, and then one of them looked at Lumuf as if it had gained a few extra brain cells. Lumuf looked back. "Hello, are you there?" Lumuf said. The chikak just looked at Lumuf blankly. Lumuf sighed. "Or do we have to snap a few more of your fragmented souls to get your attention?" At that moment, that single chikak experienced a convulsion, as if it was in shock. Lumuf felt it, and I did too. I felt a growing presence within that chikak, gathering, and then the chikak had a third eye appear in between its existing two, that glowed green. "You've managed to summon us. Domain has blocked attempted inspect." There was a moment of silence before the giant chikak spoke once more. "Who are we speaking to?" Lumuf smiled. At least our attempts to talk to a dull lizard did actually awaken the actual puppeteer behind it all. "I am Lumuf, avatar of Ian. We are outworlders, not from this world of yours." It was a long silence before the chikak spoke once more. "From the divine touched worlds, I do not know what that means." Another long pause, and once more our domain blocked a few more spells. Strange. It's been so long since we had a visitor from the stars. I noticed the word "we." Is this another one of those hive minds like lilies? I wondered they'll be friendly, but then again, it matters little. From what I've seen so far, their combat abilities were not fantastic. Potential is there, but I believe there are a dozen other similar worlds out there. Lumuf sensed it and understood what we wanted. "Greetings, then who are we speaking to?" "We are the great beast spirits, and collectively we are referred to as the Biddu." "Why have you called us Outworlder? Where are the divine touched worlds? If there is nothing here, might as well ask for directions. We wish to reach and speak to the gods for their aid in our battle against the great demons." There was a long, long silence as the chikak's third eye continued to stare. Lumuf was way too used to talking to domain-tier individuals that he was absolutely unbothered. "The Devourers," Biddu answered. "They still live, they are everywhere," Lumuf answered, "except here somehow. The last we've seen them was I cannot remember how many solar cycles ago. Perhaps your world somehow drifted to safety, away from their reach." Lumuf just speculated. That would be sensible, but we do not know where the divine touched worlds are. "The last of the divine's messengers came during the age of the Devourers and vanished with them." Lumuf nodded. "If that is the truth, then we shall be on our way. Our war is not over." And it seems it is not over for us too. Year 250. 3 years till first alignment of the demon's comet. We see it bright and clear in the void sea. Its transmission to the worlds were picked up by our sensors across all the demon-infested worlds. It taunts us with its presence. I wonder whether it's intentional, or it's just confidence that there's nothing we can do to stop a planetary comet barreling our way. Lumuf returned from the stint on the Beast World, and Stella sent her Void Explorer further. I'm not sure if we'll see them again, but what we shared with the chikak's hive mind was a story told 1,000 times over. Instead, my attention was split on our preparations on the demonic turtle world, and also Mountain World, where a demon king should be arriving any time. my void mages on the mountain world observed the path of the stars to the demon world grow in strength and form, almost enough for the void mages to activate the rift gates and send our own spies through to the other side. Preparations on both worlds were fairly intense, but the preparations for the demon's comet truly stretched our forces and our resources, and caused wild swings in the economies of Treehome and Mountain World. We sent resources to our bunkers and bases on Tropics World in huge batches, enough to build new cities outright. Steel, iron, metals, stone. We bought so many for the weapons and bases we constructed on Tropics World, and also the demonic Turtle World. To make bombs, we bought so many crystals and materials for runes that we essentially caused a shortage of runic language liquids and ink. To set up the void platforms and amplifiers, we bought all types of precious gems and rare metals. Our craftsmen and builders were fully booked, some of them working extra hours. The resource demands to destroy a demon's comet was so high that as long as any matching resource or material hit the markets, we would bid for them. As strange as it sounded, the economic and resource demands for the demon comet essentially drained the fuel and fire out of the vassal wars. Soldiers couldn't fight without weapons. Warships couldn't be built without runic ink and liquids, formations, or steel. Fortifications couldn't be built. Even magical scrolls were in short supply because we kept buying and ordering scrolls. In order to stockpile food, should we ever need to resort to a large-scale evacuation, we bought seeds and various long-lasting food types for storage on the other worlds. For merchants and for the kingdoms on the other continents, this wild purchase drove prices up, but to me, money is always just a means of exchange. There was always gold somewhere, in some other world where we can easily mine. Some of my subsidiary trees were even specialized resource harvesters, collecting gold and precious metals where they are easily found. Essentially, money was aplenty, and we could pretty much print as much as needed to pay our suppliers. Resources were not. Most nations, in the face of our massive buying spree, had to resort to export embargoes and export quotas, preventing merchants from selling too much or only their excess supply. Some resorted to nationalization, where the Holy Emperor essentially commanded that certain mines were temporarily imperial property in order to continue their war effort. Ultimately, the strain on their resources placed an uncommon burden on their logistics network. It was as if two warships sailed at each other, and both of them ran out of fuel. As the Valtrian Order, the Central Freshland Authority, commonly referred to by the folks as Central, we were the preferred customer for many resource producers simply due to the scale of our orders, the military protection we provided, and the banking networks that we controlled. If we put in an order, most of them would prioritize our orders, simply to avoid offending us. It's a threat we rarely used, but my spies ensured that the propaganda and words spread out there ensured most merchants knew their place and strongly believed we would. After the whole vassal wars, it was imperative as an organization that we were not seen as a lame duck authority. Our threats were real threats and not just statements we didn't mean to act on. I think about that sometimes. For threats to be real threats, there had to be action. Seen, visible action. Actions done in my name, actions such as bribery, kidnapping, torture, and assassinations. Threats, actions, blood on my hands, blood on my roots, blood on every single leaf and tree. I think about it and remember that it must be done. For the heroes, they were taking things easy. They were well prepared and there didn't seem like any reason for them to panic. They traveled frequently between Mountain World, Treehome, and Three Worlds. Colette had a daughter, Rohana. She was perfectly normal, like what a human child was expected to be, and had no unusual or inherited abilities. Both Prabhu and Colette were strangely relieved and asked that she be cared for by us directly. I wasn't comfortable being the trustees and guardians of a hero's child, and it reminded me of that time when Roma was growing up. History sure loves to rhyme, and with enough time there is always a rhyming pair. Ken naturally understood my position, and instead volunteered to arrange for other long-lived persons to play the role. In this case, Ken actually asked Kay, Lausanne, and Edna to play the role of godmothers. It wasn't the first child. Hafez had many children outside, with his little harem, but Hafez always kept his harem separate from the rest of the heroes. Chung, prior to his infatuation with Kefri, also had a harem, with some children too. But as strange as it was, I was fairly sure the heroes didn't consider their children to be one of them. I've observed Hafez with his harem, and I could tell there was some genuine love for his harem. Yet there was always a wall that these children didn't get through. Their children were not part of this little club of earthlings. Rohana was different. She was the first child born to two heroes I've known so far, and it was actually quite difficult for Colette to conceive Prabhu's child. It was a matter that strained the couple's relationship, and was instructive to both Kefri and Chung. I learned something throughout Colette's challenges, even though I had to play the role of a voyeur after Prabhu came to me for assistance. The hero class is incredibly fertile, and this was why the heroes could have a harem and get so many ladies pregnant. It was why Harris had so many offsprings, and why every hero seemed to have some descendants scattered all over the world. There were written letters and books passed down by various royal families that recorded that a hero's discharge could fertilize and cause a princess to be pregnant even after a month. Essentially, the class was really a super breeder. But this benefit did not apply when the other party is another hero. The hero class didn't like to give birth to another hero's child, and rather than promote it, it actively suppressed their bodies when they were in the act. But it was something they both wanted, and I had to find ways to augment both their fertility and align their cycles. It wasn't difficult to pull a few herbalists, healers, and mages to help out on this project. The hero class's resistance to fellow hero pregnancy wasn't extremely difficult to defeat. The class actively discouraged pregnancies to other heroes, but with sufficient fertility-boosting stuff, it was eventually a success. Privately, I wondered what the purpose of such a restriction was. To prevent friction with a hero group, they already suppressed their mating instincts before they killed the hero. Or was the intention really to dilute the hero's bloodline with some native? Why? And why did the class make them so fertile? Was there a purpose for that level of excessive fertility? I had no answer, even if there were many theories. Was there a function of why the hero's gene seems to be designed to mix in the common genetic pool? A part of me wondered whether this is due to some kind of inherent flaw in the nature of the people. At some point, people must be created by the system. All these magical races didn't emerge out of nowhere. They must be created at some point far in the past, and perhaps the intention of mixing heroes' genetic data with the offsprings of created races was for some kind of genetic resilience. Again, many theories, no answers. The entire tree home wanted to know what we were up to. Why did we buy so much stuff? I believed that most economies were self-adjusting, that if prices were high enough, it would be so profitable that more people would do it, and that was true to a certain degree. But rare materials are rare for a reason. Even if one dumped more people at it, they wouldn't be made or found. My Valthorns thus considered the need to expand beyond the clone worlds where I had a clone, and set up mining and resource bases in the worlds such as the Angel World, or the Beast World, or many other smaller worlds. Mining and trading outposts, essentially, where we could learn from the locals and buy from them. 3 worlds we couldn't do much trade, because only the Sand People and the Centaurs would trade with us, and with their own war ongoing, Jampu didn't authorize any significant movement of materials or resources. The Centaurs followed Jampu's decision. The human faction, beholden to their immortal Crystal King, refused to interact with us in any substantive manner, even if we knew they were curious. Their criminal factions were willing to work with us, but only on a surface level. Their suspicions of us as Outworlders was surprisingly high, and the Crystal King went all out on the Outworlder propaganda. To counter this Outworlder narrative, I did what we did elsewhere. Tour. For the Sand People and the Centaurs, we invited some of their leaders for a trip to Treehome, to see our world and for them to learn. Over the past few years, there were at least 100 such trips granted to the people of 3 worlds and Mountain World. Despite this, my artificial minds already began to observe the same sort of nativism espoused by the Crystal King. Those on Mountain World would wonder why goods and resources were redirected to other worlds instead of reinvestments. Even my Valthorns, a significantly large majority of them came from Treehome, and trying to balance the viewpoints of those who came from Branchhold, or the other worlds, was a problem that would only grow. Secretly, I thought of creating a voting system where each world could send representatives to Treehome to deliberate on matters pertaining the whole. After all, the kingdoms and nations of the Central Continent all have representatives in the Central's ruling council. Right now, although each of these worlds are somewhat self-administered, their position is quite like the 6 ports, where they are direct territories of the Valtrian orders. It was a potential for dissatisfaction if the local citizens were not given a means to express some of their views and discontent, even if it's a largely performative role. We are a growing interplanar empire, and thus, the political and administrative structure that rules the empire cannot be the same one that ruled the Central Continent. It didn't matter for my military worlds, where the only ones who lived there were my military operators and were primarily a transient population. My base on 3 World right now is governed by an appointed governor from Treehome, a Valtrian administrator. Tropics World is also similarly governed by an appointed governor, but unlike 3 World, Tropics World has a far larger civilian population due to the settlement programs over the past decade. Branchhold, my nation located on the Mountain World, has a large number of refugees who then turned it into their home. Someday, if Lava World or Comet World have their own populations, it is likely they will ask for some means of self-governance, at least in areas where it is relevant to them. Each of these worlds are in different levels of economic, political, and structural development. The size of their populations were different, so the level of administrative talent was therefore different. The expectations and degree of self-management afforded to each of these locations cannot be the same. There were legitimate and valid concerns about standardization of laws, especially if we plan to have a large civilian group traveling between worlds in the future for commercial and social traffic. In the meantime, my lord suggested the creation of a second representative council, one called only when I desired their views, each with representatives from each of the clone worlds, year 251. The comet got closer, and my void mages actually tried to reach it from the asteroids of the demon turtle world. It was still too far. Even Stella couldn't go so far. Couldn't you use your Void Explorer on the comet? Edna complained, and it was an idea raised before. But the Void Explorer actually needs to travel back to Stella. It is not something that can just be dispelled. Perhaps someday, Stella would gain levels and unlock multiple Void Explorers. That would significantly improve our exploration speed. Still, all of this was not fruitless. We were getting better at detecting, scanning, and figuring out the nature of the demonic world. Just like how scientists of Earth had many tools and scanners to detect the composition of a planet, our magical tools improved over the decades. Our tools suggested a high likelihood of crystals, and so it's likely to be a rocky planet filled with demolite. I could tell there was an undercurrent of worry and anxiety among the Valthorns tasked to prepare for the alignment of the demonic turtle world and the Comet world, especially the Void Mages. Everything depended on the Void Mages actually successfully opening a portal to the Comet world. If there was some kind of core defense, just like how planetary cores shredded void portals close to their core, then we would be in trouble. Infiltrate, manipulate, redirect, destroy, evacuate. If infiltration failed, evacuation was the only way. On Mountain World, the star path to the demon world solidified. We should be seeing the rifts soon, though so far there was none spotted. My void mages on the Mountain World, on average, were less experienced than the team on the demonic turtle world, but they were still led by my experienced void archmage, and Stella still moved between the two worlds to provide some guidance and oversight. It's in our interest to settle this world's demon king as quickly as possible so that we could redirect manpower to the demon comet. Alka, after a long and convoluted argument, decided that it was best that he supported the heroes on the Mountain World. He needed the levels, and if he could blow the demon king up or weaken it significantly, he could get stronger and use that strength to hack at the comet. I didn't want to risk it with the demon king. Demon kings can vary wildly in strength, and some have really unusual power sets, so I felt it was an unnecessary risk for Alka. Despite my disagreements with that approach, we put it to a vote with my domain holders. Edna, Rune, and Johan all supported Alka's attempts to grow stronger. To the three fighting demon kings was absolutely normal, so they didn't think it was a problem. Lumoof and Stella opposed, preferring the more conservative approach, and partly because we didn't know how long my respawn process was. Oh well, we'll just have to deal with the consequences, whatever they are. Year 252. 1 year to go till the first intersection, and my void mages tried to cheat, approach it, extend their range, find ways to get there and buy us more time. By my mages' estimates, we have a short window when we can deliver people and goods onto the comet. After that window, it'll move out of range. It's critical that both Lumoof and Stella get there. My clone seed still has another 3 years to go, but if we can't deploy my clone, we'd have to make do with all the equipment we can deliver during this somewhat short window. How we'll proceed will depend on what we discover. Mountain World, the path in the skies above now glowed, and the rifts arrived as predicted. Demonic spiders poured out of the rifts, but the Valthorns on Mountain World slaughtered these poison users easily. Their gimmick seemed to be a combination of poison and self-replication. Larger demonic spiders exploded into smaller spiders, and smaller spiders exploded into even smaller spiders. The smaller one was no larger than a basketball, but it meant that every gigantic demon spider was an actual army of spiders. It reminded me of tower defense games where mobs had decay or devolution mechanics. Spiders. These demonic spiders differed from their regular spiders by their body composition. The demonic spiders were made of the same kind of rocky, semi-crystalline material seen on other demons, and they had their signature reddish glow through their body. A few captured samples indicated that underlying it all, their nature was similar to the demonic hounds, and I was able to capture some to study their abilities. If my beetles could replicate that ability, it would significantly enhance my beetles' combat powers. It didn't take too long to overwhelm them with my mana, just like the demonic hounds, but once I captured them, they lost that ability to break up into smaller pieces. It was soon clear that the ability came through linked energies, linked to the unborn demon king, just like the parasite demons with their ties to their own demon king. Just as I dealt with the strands of faint energy seen in the Chikak, I have become more aware of the faint threads and links that exist between these creatures and their masters. With the same refinement and finesse, I attempted to tap into these links, to trace the path of these faint lines of magic and control, to see what was behind it all. My mana got better at piercing behind the veils, and it followed the roots down to the sources of water. The demons collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Even the giant spiders collapsed and disintegrated, rather than resist. All it took was for my root to pierce it, and for my mana to begin seeking the source. It was as if I was getting closer to the drone controller, and in panic, just as it always had, its first instinct was to cut off the connection. I didn't know whether it was fear. Ian, you're making this too easy. Alka laughed. If we still want demons to fight, we'll have to jump to the other side. Alka looked more than happy to dive headfirst into the demon world and mess with the attackers. He needed the levels, and killing a lot of demons was one way to get them. Even if it's hardly worth it for him, it took forever for a creature of his strength to level. The rest of my demigods were on demonic turtle world. The demon spider's homeworld was naturally named Spiderworld because, well, it had to be. When we got to the other side, what we saw was a variant of the Rottedlands, a vast, towering world filled with huge demonic trees and a lot of webs everywhere. I felt a sense of kinship immediately. These were trees, even if they were demon trees. I still keep a small amount of demonic trees in specified orchards just to continue studying these fascinating hybrid trees. Here, this was essentially a demonic ecosystem, geared to invade other worlds. The demonic trees were essentially vast spawning pods, each of them containing large numbers of cocoons made of webs. Inside were dormant demon spiders by the hundreds and thousands. Still, they were trees. The hybrid trees were under my control now, their links to their foreign masters severed and now mine. They still produced small quantities of demonic mana I used to fiddle with demonic equipment. The Earthlings speculated that the demons were the magical equivalent of self-replicating gray goo. The evidence, despite my skepticism, generally supports this view. They may feign intelligence, even possess it, but ultimately their base instinct was to assimilate everything and turn everything into demonic gray goo. Lumuf wasn't here, so all I could see was sent through Alka's magical communication devices and scrying. A group of Valthorns accompanied Alka to the other side. Well, Alka looked at his team. This world has demon trees, and our patron will want to study it. Each of these Valthorns went through years of training to get here. These were the level 80s to 120s, and so they know the drill. Each of their squad leaders went through at least 2 Demon World raids and knew what to do. Same stuff as the last time. Capture the rift gates for our Void Lady, locate the pit, kill the demons that stop us, and report back. The team of about 300 fanned out. The spiders were no match to the well-armed Valthorns, even if they were incredibly persistent. The entire world was filled with trees, and we soon found water. It wasn't regular water, though. It was purple and laced with metals. Poison for normal people, but the demon trees of this world adapted to them. Eventually, the Valthorn druids began shipping some of these demon trees, packed inside special containers, through the rift gates back to Mountain World for my studies. They were adapted to the metals of the spider world, and the metals of the spider world had surprising self-reconstruction abilities. They were not very strong, but these metals, when stimulated with small amounts of magic, could remember their form and would naturally reform that remembered form. A dose of magic later, the metals could then forget that form, as if it never happened. This metal immediately made me check the captured demon spiders. They were not made with this metal, and yet the demons somehow managed to pass on the qualities of the metal to these spiders, which was why they could explode into smaller quantities. The demons' abilities often feel like borderline bullshit, because there shouldn't be a way to have such a wide array of abilities. The simpler explanation is that the Demon King is a kind of adaptive virus that adopts all the abilities of its parent planets, and then all its minions essentially get a weakened version of those adopted abilities. If this is true, we can conclude that the demons only have a few abilities. The rest is just stolen shit. The ability to capture, absorb abilities, and then pass it on to minions. The ability to self-replicate itself in smaller and weaker versions. The ability to build void portals, structures, and the ability to use void magic. The ability to create and summon these infesting superminion controllers, the Demon King. Based on this core set of demonic abilities, the ability to unmake or interfere with any of these abilities individually would stop the demons in their tracks. Stopping the demon's ability to build void portals and void magic would stop the demon's ability to travel and reach new victims. Stopping the ability to create demon kings would essentially reduce the threat level of demons to the equivalent of an army of strong natural magical beasts. This was the medical equivalent of stopping the infection vectors, or mutating and turning the Demon King into just a slightly strong influenza. Dangerous, but not undefeatable. Anyway, Alka eventually found the pit of the Demon King, but it was so rigged with demonic spiders and webs that it wasn't worth the risk. He wasn't a one-man army, he's essentially a glass nuke. The Valthorns captured the rifts, took some more samples of every single strange or unusual thing, rigged the pits with bombs, planted our magical sensor equipment, and then went back to the mountain world to await further instructions. My mages were more than happy to have new metal types to play with. The immediate uses were not clear, but with research and magical items, their usefulness often emerged after decades of tweaking, experimentation, and happy little coincidences. Each small step enabled something further down the line. It was just how it is. We plant trees today, and only decades later do we know what they look like. Even if we have druids guiding their path, nature often surprises and takes unusual turns. We captured enough rift gates that the number of rifts on the mountain world was pretty much cut by 2/3. There were still some rifts coming through, and the demons likely had even more rift gates in places we didn't find, but the number of demons was manageable. The heroes waited. The location of the Demon King's arrival was getting clearer, and then we realized something absolutely annoying. The Spider Demon King will arrive right in the center of one of the dwarven capitals of the mountain world. This is ridiculous. The king of the dwarfs slammed his table when my envoy from Branchhold arrived with the news. I didn't have the resources to send a strike team to the spider world, not with the plan to invade the demon comet, and I didn't want to do it anyway. Destroying the demon king on the spider world could trigger another demon comet, and that was a risk I didn't want to take. Thus, the safest way was to evacuate the capital for a battle with the demon king. The capital could be rebuilt. My ancestors built this capital 4,000 years ago. This palace was built 211 years ago. Do you know how many ancient structures remain in this city? My envoy was apologetic and tried his best to appeal to the distraught emotions of the dwarf king, but he was stubborn and his people stood by their king. They were not moving, and looking at the city of the dwarven king, I certainly could see why. They were prosperous, industrious, and the city super well fortified. There were enough magical weapons and defenses to stop a regular demon attack. The people would lose all they have built, all the resources and time they invested in building this city. All I saw was how it would burn like paper before the demon king. I couldn't nuke the demon king if it arrived here, not without killing the locals. The void mages scrambled to find a solution, whether we could try to meddle with the demon king's path, just like how Lumuf meddled with the anti-magic demon king. But the answer was no. Unless Lumuf was willing to hitch a ride on the spider demon king again, but the last time we did it, Lumuf was out for weeks. I needed Lumuf for the comet intersection. I called the heroes for a briefing, for a message that was going to be hard to swallow. The dwarven king refused to cooperate and will not evacuate. The entire city too. The heroes cursed. Ken looked absolutely sad. I knew this day would come one day. The demon king has so far avoided populated areas, but it was by sheer luck and the fact that the wilderness outnumbered cities by a large factor. There would come a day that the demon king would strike a populated area. It just sucked that I had another commitment, one that threatened our world. Adrian and Kelly, the two native heroes of the mountain world, looked absolutely devastated. Adrian volunteered to talk to the dwarven king again. He's killing his people. I will try to change his mind. The dwarven capital was one of the most prosperous in mountain world, and there were screams of jealousy. They said this was a plot to destroy a competitor, despite our track record of predicting and dealing with the past demon king attacks. The heroes immediately asked to replicate what was done before. Ken Lumuf. No, he can't. I need him when the demon's comet intersects with the demon turtle world. He cannot be at two places at once, and I am not triggering another demon comet. My reasoning was clear, but the unspoken truth hung in the room. I would let the dwarven capital die. If they refuse to heed a warning or our assistance, so be it. It is their choice, and their choice has consequences. If the other cities see the consequences, they will be more cooperative in the future. In fact, I soon pulled Ken for a quiet discussion. I intend to rig the dwarven capital with bombs without their assistance or approval. There are people there. Ken thought, I will have the void mages teleport out who they can by force. They won't be able to save everyone, but the demon king's arrival is a death sentence to the capital anyway. I am merely accelerating their death. Why not act by force? I will make an enemy of the world. Should you care? Ken asked. It would greatly endanger my recruitment efforts if I'm seen to forcefully take over another world. I can recruit good people because I am still perceived as doing the right thing. Ken sighed, this is just all shades of gray. Someone dies and no one will be happy. I want you to talk to them. Tell them don't do anything too crazy while we figure out some ways to deal with the dwarves. I don't think they will. Ken said with uncertainty, but I will see what I can do. The heroes' attempts to persuade the dwarven king failed, and all they got was more curses and mugs flung their way. It was supposedly the highest of the dwarven insults to have beer mugs filled with beer thrown at them. The heroes' morale took a dive. They liked what they were doing before this, and to some extent they had life on easy mode since we were able to spawn camp. Now, the horrors of their assigned duties caught up with them again. They would fight in a city filled with the dead. People they could not save, and it massively triggered their hero class's effects on their minds and thoughts. Chung took this time to talk to Ken on death, to talk him out of it. Ken, there will be a time when all of us need you to talk us out of this. More than ever, we need a friend who is with us. Ken gave the archer hero the eye. He knew what this was all about. Chung, let's leave that aside and try to figure something out. No, you know how broken we are. We need a guide. Ian isn't that guide, but you are. You know us, you were one of us. You see the effects of the gods on us more than ever and can talk us out of our failings. Ken felt Chung trying to guilt trip him. Guilt that he shouldn't abandon the cause. The heroes from all the worlds need someone to hold it together. We are all these broken, cracked glass cannons, Chung admitted. We are all flawed in some way, compelled by this power, this curse, this duty. You can't just leave us and let us fight this war while you die peacefully of old age. Guilt. Ken sighed and kicked the barrel down the road. I hear your concerns, old friend, but I'm not dying. Yet, Chung didn't want to let him go. Tell Ian to make you immortal like Kay. He can rip your soul out and place you in some other vessel. Let's leave that decision to later. My pantheon on the demonic turtle world heard the news, and Lumuf took a day to pray for things to go well, for Mountain World, for the dwarven capital to be safe. I found it ironic that he chose to do so, even though he was praying to me. He was praying to me. I am his god, and this god's hands are tied. Year 252, Part 2. The decisions of the dwarven rulers were taken badly by the Valthorns and Valtrian Order of Branchhold, and here, those native to the Mountain World wanted a stronger reaction. The response of the Valthorns from Treehome was relatively muted. They didn't really have an emotional attachment to the cities of Mountain World, but for the natives, some of them were immigrants, and some even had distant relatives in that dwarven city. Within these Mountain World natives, there were those that understood why we couldn't force the dwarves to evacuate, and why they had to bear the burdens and consequences of their choices. There are also those who believed that it was our duty to save them from their stupidity. Even more extreme were those that believed I wasn't doing enough. That Lumuf, my patriarch, should be able to be here and save the dwarf city. Their argument was that the demon comet didn't threaten anyone yet. Not until another 18 years down the line, there was another chance since Lumuf could intercept the demon comet during its second pass-through near Lava World. The dwarves were under a much more present and immediate risk compared to Treehome. Some supported this view. This view essentially created a rift between those of Treehome and those of the Mountain World. I predicted this, but facing it for real was a lot more troublesome than I expected. Lausanne walked back to her table, sipping the already cold tea. She finished her briefing. Her mother and Kay sat on a small table by the side and waited. There were a few more Valthorns nearby as their bodyguards in case anything happened. The crowd was small, but consisted of the former heroes Mila, Alexis, the few other accidental summons, and the senior members of Mila's institution of spies and informants, the Rosewood Hotels. Folks I did not pay much attention to because they didn't have the intention to participate in whatever schemes I worked on. They were victims of Alexis's propaganda, and so we started on the wrong foot. Suspicion. Still, Lausanne remembered Mila. Her mother did as well, friends at one point in their lives. The truth of their origins were something the elves realized much later. Lies shrouded their relationship since day one, even if they meant to be friends. We were the same. In a different world where I didn't feel insecure, in a different world where we could all be open and trusting, perhaps we all wouldn't have to be like this. But what is done, and I allowed the lament of what it could have been linger briefly before it dissipated away. There's time, Mila said, slightly more than 17 years before the comet threatens to blow this world apart. Does Tree have a plan? Evacuate, Lausanne answered without revealing too much. The fact that we can travel worlds was fairly well known since our attempts to educate the world of the multiverse. Only evacuate, Mila said. Lausanne was not privy to the full extent of our operations. She may be de facto royalty, and I still consider her special, as one that I've seen grow from a baby since my early days, but her actual role these days is ceremonial and diplomatic in nature. There are other worlds that are currently set as shelters. Dwellings and accommodations are under construction. As part of the arrangements with former Earthlings, Ken requested that we extend the evacuation offer to you and those under your protection. Alexis didn't buy it entirely, of course. I knew her well enough. She doubted my intentions, despite all the evidence to the contrary. All because things didn't start properly. Relationships are like that. I think about how certain relationships could be salvaged, like the Crystal King. If only there were a way to unite all the domain holders, we'd have strength equal to the heroes or even more. This isn't all, Mila answered, saying the truth that was plain to all but still needed to be said. Perhaps, I don't know the full extent of it. Lausanne answered frankly. When did Ian first know about the presence of the comet? Lausanne paused for a moment and sighed. 8 years ago. Alexis slammed the table with her beetle-like arm. It was made of armored carapace and had improved slightly since we last met, but she was not stronger than Lausanne. I could feel it through my prying trees. Ridiculous, and you choose to tell us now. In fact, I even felt like she was weaker. They have lived in this world for decades and strangely plateaued. They lacked the means to gain more levels, especially with the demon issue mostly sorted. I had taken away their stairways to ascension, gobbled up all the experience for ourselves to feed my little army of Valthorns. I would do so to all the worlds I establish a clone in. Thinking from an experience point of view, I am the invader, muscling in to rob the natives of their experience and future growth. Lozan merely nodded. There is still an estimated 15 or so years before the demon's comet approaches us, so there is plenty of time to decide whether you want to evacuate or stay put. And face certain death, Mila clarified. No knowing tree, there is a plan in motion. Is it linked to the massive resource collection that no? It has to be linked. Now everything fits. Again, I don't know the details. Lozan answered, ignoring Mila's attempt to gather more out of her. I come to offer a chance to migrate to another world, at the behest of Ken, one of your former Earthlings. You have 10 or so years to decide. Wait, when will this be made public? Mila asked. I was told about 6 years before impact. The mass migrations will occur then. This isn't right. We have front place tickets because we are Earthlings, Mila answered. Lozan thought for a moment before she realized Mila had a point. That's frankly a good point. I will bring it up with Ian. Tell us more about this other world. One of the reincarnated humans was just a tiny lizard. He hardly leveled, but remained under the care of Alexis. I wasn't sure when and how they managed to find him, but it seemed that the gods did have accidents every now and then. Lozan nodded and began to explain about the world that would host them. She has been there a few times. Am I wrong? I asked Lumuf as he waited on the turtle world. The comet remained stubbornly out of reach. Should I tell the truth to the whole world? The consequences of telling the world that we are aware of an incoming disaster we may not be able to stop. To tell the world that death is coming for them, and the only sure way out is to leave. My Valthorns did not doubt my decision to keep it a secret. We know so little about it, so why cause panic in the general population by informing them of this coming disaster? But I realized that was also selfish because we didn't want to trigger widespread chaos while we tried to prepare for the comet. In a world where resources and manpower were no constraint, I should inform the general public of the looming threats, and they should then decide to make their assessment and act accordingly. No, there was likely nothing they could do. The only choice the locals could make was to migrate to Tropics World, since Lava World, Mountain World, and Three Worlds were not suitable for large-scale migration. There was no way these two existing worlds could absorb such a large immigrant population without causing even more conflict and fighting, and it would massively wreck the relationship we have with the existing local rulers. In theory, I could forcefully assume control of Mountain World, and I do hear folks within the Valthorns who advocate that sort of view. Three Worlds still has the 3 hegemons that could potentially resist me, and as such, that's not within the picture. So for the locals, the only effective choice they have is to migrate or stay. Should I tell the world of their future death, one that they could do nothing about but wait until the time comes? Not just that, the whole reason this comet occurred is because of a sequence of events that we triggered, because we defeated the Demon King before it arrived our way. I couldn't help but briefly consider whether this was my fault. No, defeating the Demon King on their home world before they could even damage our world is sensible, even if the consequence was retaliation. A planet-sized retaliation, whether the people living their lives deserve to know. How different is it from an oracle making a prophecy about a coming doom? No, yes, I wasn't sure. I decided to look at it from the lens of preparing for the comet. Not telling the world would buy us time to make more preparations. It is not preparations they would desire. It is not what the locals will want. It even reeks of a nanny state. We will do preparations on their behalf because we don't expect them to be able to do better. It's certainly an elitist thought process, even if it feels true. No, we know it's true because of the levels. The system of levels, classes, and skills in this world legitimizes feudal behaviors and elitist behaviors. Quantified value, especially so at a later stage. We feel legitimized to act on their behalf because levels in our power tells us for a fact that we can do things they cannot. So coming back to the topic, should I let the general populace know? No. I realized Mila may be morally right, but I will not let the world know. Not with what we need to do, not with what's at stake. If this is a sin, so be it. I accept it. The heroes gathered to discuss the coming battle. Their attempts at diplomacy failed. Time was running out and there was only a few months left to the next year. Even if they agreed to evacuate, it would be an incomplete one. Let's force the dwarves out. Adrian said, they cannot behave like this, not when a demon king's going to land on their heads. Ken panicked. Please don't do something hasty. I don't think it's hasty. Adrian, the native mountain world hero, insisted. Our power was granted to us, our class, to defeat demons. We are just getting collateral damage out of the way. Collateral damage, Ken repeated, and he felt his body ache. Age wore him down, even if he was augmented in many ways. The hero class's effects are well documented. We know they behave like this when the demons are involved. Adrian, let's think for a moment. We have been thinking since we knew about it. If the damned dwarves don't want to move, then we'll have to move them. Use some earth magic and move the entire city if we have to. Adrian said. Wait, you mean like Superman? Ken interjected, realizing that Adrian might have a point. Well, yeah, like Superman, Adrian answered. Ken paused. It might work. If the reason why the dwarves resist the whole issue is because of the old buildings in history, moving it and relocating it elsewhere. Actually, that might work, Prabhu said. We could try and move the city a bit. Why didn't we think of this shit? Chung complained. That was superhero tier stuff, moving entire cities. There was a long moment before the answer everyone hated. It was Colette who sighed, because we've gotten lazy. We've been relying on Ian and the Valthorns to solve all these kinds of problems. Hafiz, the defender hero, turned to face her and tapped her on the shoulder reassuringly. Colette looked back and smiled. It'll be fine. We'll just have to solve this with what limited time we have. Yeah, we'll deal with our laziness later. Let's think about this strategy. Hafiz shrugged and looked back at Ken. We have to move them quite far for it to work. Colette thought about it and then briefly carried Rohana and placed her child on her lap. It's a huge city and we're dealing with the Demon King. We need to move it quite far. A small distance won't be enough to avoid the collateral damage. Ken nodded. Chung frowned. We'll have to be selective with what we save and get the rest to leave. Has Ian announced the details? Mostly. The Valthorns began to spread news of the Demon King's projected arrival on the capital. The Demon King's detonation was usually enough to annihilate a small region. They'd have to move the city quite far just to be safe, which meant this was a far, far larger act. If they resist, the cost of magic would just increase. If they had a focused Earth Archmage instead of a general all-rounder like Prabhu and Colette, it would be possible with the amount of star mana they have. Prabhu did the calculations and quickly concluded the strategy. It's possible, but we'll need a lot of time. We're pretty much forcefully evicting the Dwarven nation to another part of their country. We don't have enough time. Ken answered. Better than destroying everything. We won't be able to save everything, Prabhu concluded. It doesn't matter, I guess. I think we should do it. Ken stared at his friends. He looked so much older than the rest and seemed like the grandpa among the young adults. Forcefully moving the city could be a recipe for disaster. Do we have enough time? Prabhu hesitated. Let's just move what the dwarves care about. I think we can come to a compromise, if we agree to move it back after the war. How many times do I have to throw all these perfectly good mugs of beer your way, until you understand that we are not moving? The Dwarven King stubbornly insisted. But as it turned out, the Dwarven Council was a lot more level-headed and understood that the hero's solution of teleporting ancient parts of the city was the best compromise they'll ever get. They stood by the king when there was no good option, because they couldn't abandon the ancient structures their ancestors blessed and built for them. This was their heritage and they might as well die with it, but moving the entire structure via hero's magic was different. The Council of Dwarven Elders, in a strange moment of conflict with their king, stood and agreed. The Dwarven King stared murderously at his council, but the Dwarven society did not grant their king absolute power. There had been too many drunken berserkers and rampages by past kings for them to do so. The heroes got to work. They wouldn't be able to move everything, but they would be able to preserve some of the old structures and ancient buildings. Each building needed 3-4 days. Of the heroes, only Prabhu and Colette could move the cities. The rest of them were not mages, so they couldn't help much. Ancient buildings, so they had to be careful, and because there were only 2, the amount of structures they could save was limited. History, which the dwarves actually respect and do a pretty good job of safekeeping. It was incredibly taxing to move the city just 50 miles from its original location. The Void Mages triple-checked all the computations and reaffirmed the location of the Demon King's arrival. The dwarves themselves were split into 2 groups, those that resisted the hero's idea and tried their best to stay put, and those that worked with the heroes. I could see this decision taxed them. Forced to act without the natives' approval, pit the hero class's own internal rules against each other. The dwarves were not happy about it. Some cursed the heroes, accusing them of bringing calamity to the city. Some of the dwarves tried to sabotage Prabhu's attempts to move the ancient relics. There were accusations that the heroes cared more for the powerful than the normal people. After all, they only saved the historical structures owned by the powerful. For the weak, all they could do was run and lose all they had built. The heroes tried to ignore the naysayers, ignore the negativity. The heroes were designed to fight demons, defeat the Demon King. The class, to a much lesser extent, asked them to protect locals. This was a much weaker mental compulsion. Each hero was subtly told not to do too much harm. The gods didn't mean for the heroes to cause the world's death. They were meant to be medicine, not poison that killed both the disease and the patient. The hero's idea of moving the city away made me ask the same question. Could we move our world out of the way? I tried to reach out to the will of the world of Treehome and felt it rouse from slumber. I sent it my message, and all I got was no rejection. The world wouldn't move to preserve itself. Instead, it responded with acceptance. I didn't get it. They curse the demons, and yet when the demons come their way, they do not act to preserve themselves. Why? Stella had a theory, of course, that the act of deliberately moving through the Void Sea is an energy-consuming process. The sole data point is Comet World. Moving through space consumes the core's energies and thus causes the world to collapse. This is because in this world, the core and its suns appear to be a package. Each world doesn't exist beyond its immediate solar system. Far away, stars that we see they don't exist or are perhaps reflections from the edges of the void sea. The world's constellations are artificial, magic. We also have not seen twin worlds, worlds where there is more than one habited world. This leads to the idea that each realm we visit is centered around the planet. The sun thus exists as an extension of the planet, not the other way round. Even the sun rings had a single once habitable planet. Void magic also guides itself to the planet, and not the sun as its center. If people need to spend mana to travel through the void sea, it is therefore logical to assume that worlds and realms spend mana to move through the void sea. Comet World now moves entirely on pure momentum. But even so, looking back to that movement, or the speed of that movement, it is not hard to suspect that its movement is likely detrimental to the core and the sun. That was why it eventually collapsed, leaving the tiny bubble of darkness. It's even possible that if I withdrew my clone, the realm would collapse forever, never to be seen ever again. Moving either spends energy or accelerates the decay of a core's energy. It's possible that each of these worlds or realms maintains a barrier or bubble of reality, and movement in the void sea erodes this bubble of space. This resistance in the void sea is what causes realms to stay clustered together with their astral partners. Moving quickly through the void sea results in a realm spending more energy to maintain that barrier, more than what it produces, resulting in these worlds losing its ability to hold its realm together, and thus triggering a collapse. Their sun or suns would vanish. Again, this entire theory hinged on one sample size, i.e. Comet World. We do not know for certain whether moving quickly through the void sea has any such implications. It's also hard to test empirically because we are unable to view the world's respective moments in the void sea through all frames of reference. How does this even relate to the demon's comet? Because we wanted to know how it moves and why worlds are reluctant to move. It was getting closer each day. If I took Will of the World long ago, that domain choice clearly led to the ability to move the world. Did that set of abilities come without the usual costs of moving worlds? Is there a price to pay normally? How are the demons doing it? I wanted to know. Because moving worlds seemed like the best way of attacking the demon's sun on our terms. On an interplanetary scale, demons were pretty much cancer. Mutant cancer that hijacked each world to self-replicate. Moving through the void sea was how this cancer spread to different regions. Why are the worlds not defending themselves? Why are they not moving out of the way? What loophole were the demons abusing? No, the fact that the world refuses to move out of the way merely makes me ask the question that everyone didn't want to ask. Are demons a deliberate design feature of the system? Because if I wanted to end the demons by destroying the demon sun, in the event we actually succeeded, how do we know it's permanent? This would lead to the question, how did the demons come about in the first place? Are they creations of the system itself? If so, destroying the demon sun merely bought time, and eventually the system will create new demons to replace the old ones. My hope is that the demons are quirks, bugs, or a virus, not a feature of the system. A haphazard but persistent anomaly that has somehow found itself as a regular occurrence in the landscape of the multiverse, countered by injected medicine, heroes, because there is no happy ending any other way. Year 253. The arrival of the Demon King of Spiderworld and the moment when the demon's comet came within our range were no more than weeks apart. First was the Demon King of the Spiderworld. The dwarven city was cut up into pieces, and some of the old relics and ancient structures moved away. I was quite surprised at myself for not thinking about moving the city away. It only reminded me of how my approach to problems can still be influenced by my old realities instead of my new ones. Most of the population of the dwarven capital sensibly moved away at the advice of the heroes. Only the dwarven king's loyalists made a fuss. I'm not moving the dwarven resistance, the last of them, complained as Prabhu looked visibly annoyed. The heroes, from what I observed, tried to minimize their dealings with the locals. Disagreements and politics with the natives grated them. Even those who set up their own little fiefdoms, like Hafez, Adrian, and Kelly, employed well-paid managers to handle the nitty-gritty stuff that they disliked. It's a good deal for their managers because they were often paid in hero items, which granted them exceptional financial returns and often a good deal of levels too. Even within the Valthorns, there were those who focused and built a career out of dealing with the heroes. Similar roles exist within the temples too. Friction due to cultural differences and the huge chasms in their mindsets. Prabhu sighed, and a magical bubble emerged around the segment, along with everyone in it. Frustrated, he just vented and the dwarves cowered. Look, I'm doing this to keep you guys safe. And a flicker later, the entire bubble floated into the sky. Most parts of the dwarven city were now empty, houses that could be rebuilt at a later date. I volunteered to pay for my builders and contractors to participate in the reconstruction, since it was a good opportunity for them to gain levels. Prabhu levitated the entire bubble the whole way, but there were those that remained. They were first to die. On the demon spider world, a small group of my Valthorns kept watch of the pits. They would warn the heroes that the demon was on their way, and we planted our magical sensors there to keep watch of the fluctuations in the core. It should give the heroes a day or two of advance warning, before the demon king was on the way, for us to give the insane dwarves a last warning. Tell them that this is their final chance to keep their lives, but dwarven stubbornness was well known. The magical readings began to go nuts, and we all knew it was time. The dwarven resistance last year already cost us a tremendous amount of time, and the preparations to set up the magical bombs and traps were not as robust as we'd like them to be. The dwarves didn't like the idea of trapping what remained of their kingdom's city, even if it was mostly abandoned, and they protested the plans despite it. Some of the dwarves were logical, and they saw the logic in our plans. Another portion were the preservationists, who protested everything that tainted their ancient history. Fools. The star path glowed in the same manner as before, and we felt the demon king arrive on the mountain world. We waited for 2 weeks, and annoyingly the dwarves didn't believe us. Then the demon king was here. The rift ripped the sky above the dwarven capital apart, as if the bluish sky was a piece of cloth. Its threads came undone from the center. What came out of the blackness were 2 gigantic legs, each of them smashed into the grounds of the dwarven capital and left a small crater. Those who stayed died in that single instant. What a waste. Hold, the Valthorn commanders yelled. It was not yet time to set the bombs off. The heroes tensed, their magics ready to go. Alka stood next to the heroes and waited. He was a dwarf and high-speed movement wasn't his thing. He only had 1 shot to use his ability. 2 more legs emerged. Should we just blow up the legs? Kefri asked the question as they pinged the Valthorn commander. Alka looked uncertain, trying to figure out what was for the right time. Unlike the heroes, my dwarven mad scientist was not a war genius. His sense of timing was average at best. The bombs should be used on the main body, Prabhu repeated. Don't waste our debuff. How many legs do you think it has? Chung wondered as the 5th leg emerged. 8. It's a demon king, it could have as many as it wants, Colette said as she rolled her eyes. Her child was safely handled by a group of caretakers back on Treehome, an entire world away. Come on, let's get this over with. Hafez, the defender hero, tapped the 2 archmages on their shoulders. Yeah, let's get this over with. Shouldn't be that hard to squash a giant spider and get both of you back to your kid. Colette smiled at her fellow hero. We'd like that a lot. We felt a pulse of magic that came from the rift, and we all knew it was time. Demon King Ratch arrived. Gigantic spider jaws emerged from the rifts, and those multiple mouths released gigantic magical webs that spread out in every direction. I was fairly sure that was anatomically incorrect, but I guess the demons don't care. From the jaws of the Demon King, in a single explosion of sticky threads and webs, the entire dwarven city, what's left of it, was now covered in webs. Then it rained spiders. From the rifts, from the webs itself, bombs. The Valthorns yelled and scrambled to activate the bombs. Before our eyes, the Demon King's legs seemingly vanished, and all my Valthorns felt panic. Was that a Demon King's aura? I felt it brush against my own, and I wasn't sure why we were panicking. We've done this many times, but my slightly less experienced forces, for some of them, this was their first encounter with the Demon King. My forces ignited whatever bombs we managed to install. We worked overtime. The explosions detonated in a burst of light that could be felt miles away. Star mana bombs made by the heroes and my Valthorns vaporized the smaller demonic spiders, but the Demon King spider was still invisible. Then through my subsidiary trees, I felt the pressure from a high-speed thrust. Kefri was first to react, and she pushed the rest of the heroes out of the way and dodged the thrusts of the Demon King's attacks. Switched to other forms of vision. It's only invisible to normal sight. Chung then roared, his eyes glowing with a ranger's special vision. I swapped to spiritual vision and saw the Demon King clearly. I saw the physical outline of the Demon King in my spirit vision, along with its partly charred body in the form of jagged outlines. The creature was a gigantic 10-legged monstrosity, a part of its body already burnt from the attack, and of its original 10 legs, 3 were already partially destroyed, leaving just a stump. It was regenerating, but fairly slowly. The Demon King's legs were its principal offensive weapon. Each thrust was quick and came at unusual angles. Alka looked with uncertainty. The chaos of war still unnerved him. He may be a domain holder, but not all of them were suited for war. Wait, I told him. There will be an opportunity. Bombardment turrets and stations from further away blanketed the area. They didn't deal much damage against the Demon King, but helped clear the battlefield of the mobs. Alka waited, and I could sense his restlessness. For now, it was up to the 7 heroes. The demon spiders were everywhere, similar to past Demon Kings. Demonic rifts experience a surge in activity whenever the Demon King descends. Nations throughout Mountain World battled the demon spiders and their champions, and it was a great relief that the invisibility effect granted by the Demon King did not extend to those outside its massive wall of webs. We would likely face far higher fatality rates if we had to deal with invisible spiders all over Mountain World. The dwarven capital turned into a field of craters, as each of the Spider King's stabs and thrusts left massive craters in the ground. I decided to give the heroes some backup, as the volley of magic attacks dwindled. My horde of beetles and spider assassins joined the fray, to distract the demonic spiders and take some heat off the 7 heroes. I spawned multiple giant attendant trees throughout the battlefield to help amplify my skills and spawn my army of spiders and beetles. I thought it was interesting to have my spiders fight against demon spiders, but that was a mistake. The demon spider ejected a blast of goop that smashed into my beetles. I instantly felt my connection to the beetle snap, and then we witnessed the beetle explode and release more spiders. I cursed, and so did everyone else. The demon spider's goop blasts could possess other creatures and turn them into spawning pools. That meant I was just giving the Demon King more flesh and hosts. Even my giant trees were more trouble than help, since the trees acted as anchors for the spider's web, extending the range of the invisibility. Ian, pull back your giant trees and just focus on cutting away the webs. Chung roared as he sent out flying arrows that slashed through the webs. The webs were surprisingly magically resistant, and so had to be cut through plain all-physical force. Then the Demon King pulled out another trick. The Demon King vanished again. This time, it was even invisible in my spiritual vision, but it could still be sensed through movement, through its heat signature and its magical pulse. Kefri, of all the 7 heroes, had the easiest time with this Demon King. She was innately attuned to the shifting movements in the earth, as if she could feel every single vibration on the strands of web, every single shift in the dirt. The web, ironically, just made Kefri's senses better. As a part scorpionid, she was exceptionally resistant to poisons, and she survived a hit from the demon spider's poison head-on with very little damage. She was more physically attuned, and coupled with her wide range of senses, she was the only one able to consistently approach the Demon King's vanishing body and land hits. The rest, except for Adrian and Chung, couldn't adapt to the demon spider's changing invisibility as quickly. Adrian, as a monk hero, also had his own set of invisibility detection, but it wasn't in the same tier as the scorpionid. Chung's archer skills, luckily, came with some detection abilities. The webs grew, and that expanded the Demon King's hiding spots. The battle now turned into a game of hide and seek and endurance. The heroes needed to constantly figure out where the Demon King moved, while trying to cut down its range of movements by destroying its massive wall of web. The massive web network repaired itself constantly. The Demon King itself would intermittently release blasts that expanded the web network. It was supported by the Demon Champions. Those champions were also able to grow the web network, though at a slower rate. The Demon Spider King weakened from the initial blasts and repeated attacks, even after its regeneration. The massive size meant it relied on its invisibility and web network to maintain an edge. The webs also slowed the heroes, and would occasionally catch them in its web. My artificial minds were able to conclude that the Demon King's raw abilities were fairly average, but the variable invisibility was really quite effective against the heroes. Without the invisibility, and in its already weakened state, the Demon King would struggle to hold its ground, what more counterattack so effectively. Therefore, removing the webs, the key to its invisibility and battlefield control seemed key. I recalled the heroes faced an invisible Demon King once. Harris died to one, an assassin Demon King that seemed to be able to turn invisible at will and didn't rely on webs as a gimmick. It's a good thing Demon Kings never have the combined skill sets of all the Demon Kings. There likely is a finite amount of abilities that they can sustain at the same time. Since my trees and my beetles didn't help, I diverted to use my spiders, beetles and roots to cut off the webs or pull them underground, while the Valthorns continued to attack only with long-range volleys. We exhausted most of our supply of magical bombs, so they had to use them sparingly on the higher-value targets. The 2 Archmages' area attacks were incredibly helpful in clearing the field of the smaller spiders. Without their magical infernos and energy explosions destroying most of the lesser spider spawns, the melee and mid-ranged focused heroes, Kefri, Hafez, Adrian, and Kelly, wouldn't be able to focus on tracking the invisible Demon King. But really, of these 4 heroes, only Kefri was landing hits consistently. The rest were playing a guessing game half the time, and by the time they figured out where the Demon King was, it would have moved. Even sticking close to Kefri and attacking where she attacked wasn't that great, because they couldn't see the attacks from the Demon King, which just put them in danger. This isn't the right strategy. Hafez, Kelly, both of you pull back and just focus on taking out the spider's webs and the laser mobs. Once we remove the invisibility, Chung and the mages can blow it up, Kefri said. Kelly, a knight barbarian, Hafez was a defense-focused fighter, and this wasn't the right matchup for the two. The 2 melee heroes split up and went on a cutting spree. The three ranged heroes tried to keep their distance and coated the battlefield with area of attack spells. These attacks hurt the Demon King slightly, but nothing like focused attacks. I didn't hate spiders, but I do now, Chung cursed. The spiders moved really quickly, but somehow only where there were webs. His shots kept missing, then he saw a pattern. Hafa's Kelly clear the web strategically. We can selectively use the webbed areas to funnel the Demon King into a narrow space where we can attack. The Demon King only sticks to the webbed areas to maintain invisibility. I looked around the battlefield, trying to align my root strikes and attacks with the heroes. The dwarven city was transformed into a field of craters. There was not a single pristine building left. I focused my strikes on cutting down more webs. Cutting down webs is probably the best way to contribute, as my attacks hardly hurt the Demon King. The heroes still had to repeatedly dodge the Demon King's attacks, but with both Hafa's and Kelly focused on clearing the webs, the area with webs available to mask the demon spider's presence quickly diminished, and the Spider Demon King's range of movement shrunk. Slowly, the tide shifted. They were hitting it more often and harder, and I already felt the pulsing from the Demon King. Weakness. It's weakening, be prepared for any last-minute oddities. I warned the heroes. The demon's attacks grew more relentless at times, flailing with its multiple legs repeatedly. Yet it was getting slower. The attacks were not as fast. The thrusts didn't hurt as hard. The Spider Demon King took 3 more hits from Kefri, and then that pulse strengthened. The heroes recoiled. They were now familiar with that sensation, and all 7 of them jumped backwards. The Demon King reached his limit. Alka. Now's a good time to blow it up before it blows us up. Chung shouted at the top of his lungs while he moved back at the highest speed he could. Alka nodded, downed a speed-enhancing potion, and zoomed towards the mass of webs where the Demon King hid. He zoomed right to the center, and then immediately activated his detonation ability. An explosion ripped through the remains of the capital and melted what was the outer layer of the Demon King. The Demon King managed to deliver an attack right when Alka was about to explode. It stabbed Alka and cut off his arm. He screamed, and I recalled my explosive scientist back home for treatment immediately. His wound was tainted by a demonic curse-filled strike, not unlike what the demons did to the first few heroes I encountered. An earlier version of myself would not be able to fix it, but even so, Alka still needed at least a week of recuperation. The explosion triggered the next transformation of the Demon King, and each of the legs cracked open. It had 4 legs left, the rest chopped off through the earlier fights. Its main body melted and then turned into dust. From those 4 legs, 4 significantly smaller demonic spiders emerged. Each of them is weaker, but so much smaller and faster. They were also no longer invisible. The 4 split up, and these smaller spiders all had spear-like legs. To call them spiders was probably incorrect. They were like human-sized sea urchins that levitated and rolled. Kefri managed to intercept the one and landed a hit. It stopped in its tracks and turned to face the Scorpionid head-on. The second one fought with Adrian and Kelly and momentarily was on par with the 2. The third one charged at Chung, and he managed to impale the smaller spider with magical arrows before it got close. It didn't die, even after all the attacks. The 4th one headed right at Colette and Prabhu. They blasted it with magic, but the demonic spider shrugged it off. These spiders were magically resistant. Prabhu took out a staff made of my enchanted wood and smashed it into the spider. At that moment, I detected that familiar pulse again. It came from within the 4 spider urchins and spoke to the heroes. Get some distance from the spiders. They are suicide bombers. My roots emerged from the ground and tried to grab hold of these spider urchins and hold them in place. I didn't want the spider to chase after the heroes. My roots managed to catch 3 of them, and my roots immediately got to work and tried to drain the energy out. The 4th one dodged my roots and went straight for Prabhu. No, you don't. Hafiz, the defense-oriented knight, slammed into the self-destructing spider, allowing both Prabhu and Colette to flee. My roots emerged as well and tried to protect Hafiz while simultaneously trying to grab the 4th spider. The 4 spiders exploded. The earlier 3 spiders detonated weakly. Their explosions didn't harm anyone. But the 4th one, pinned down by Hafiz, stabbed one of its spears in Hafiz's arm and exploded right in front of the knight. The defender hero was encased in his own protections, but that was no use. Not at this range, not with a gap in his protection. The heroes watched in absolute horror, and I heard their voices yell out in fear, but their screams were for naught. Hafiz was burned alive in the demonic explosion. Black flames encased his body. Demon King Ratch has been defeated. Hafiz has died. You received 1 fragment. You have 97 fragments. You gained 1 level. You are now level 241. I checked on the rest of the heroes, but at that moment I felt something strange coming from Colette. She looked upset as she stewed in the aftermath. The rest of the heroes were upset and cried too, but Colette's spiritual reaction was unlike anything I've seen. She didn't approach Hafiz's burnt corpse for hours, even though the lingering demonic flames couldn't really harm her. The body was charred black from the flames. His hero items were black and would disintegrate at a single touch. But my senses were locked on the hero. This wasn't sorrow. It came from her soul, and I felt as if she was a person torn in two. Prabhu walked and placed his hand on her shoulder. She buried her face in his chest and cried, but the crying did not remove that constant sensation she emitted. I allowed them some time to grieve. They watched as Hafiz's body turned into ash and dust, blown away by the wind and leaving nothing behind. I waited while my consciousness shifted to Alka. He was stable. Injured but stable. He had to nurse his injuries from the demonic curse, and I would need some time to regenerate his arm. I checked back on the heroes. They muttered curses, some said a prayer. It felt like they were ready to talk again. All of you, please come to my biolab for healing and detailed checkup. I just want to make sure everything's fine because I detected something unusual. I asked, as I still sensed the unusual sensation from Colette. Ken panicked. What happened? I'm not sure. I'd like to check everyone just to be sure. The former hero paused. I want to be there. The heroes returned to Branchhold and straight to my cloned body. Ken, along with many others, were there to receive the heroes. Chung walked to Ken and then stabbed his finger in his chest. You could have stopped this. Ken stared at Chung, unsure what he's talking about. What? You selfish bastard. You chose to give up your hero class, and here we are now, with one less. He would have lived if you were. Ken glared at Chung. I couldn't believe how Chung came to such a conclusion. Stop, Chung. You know this is bullshit. You don't get to blame Hafiz's death on something I did so many years ago. Chung wanted to say something, but Colette stopped him. Chung's right. Ken's eyes turned to face Colette. You should have told all of us to give up our hero class. Chung stared at Colette. That's not. Ken's right too. This hero class is a poisoned chalice. We've known since we touched the journal. Let's go, Ian awaits us, Colette said firmly, and she walked ahead of the other heroes. I felt such a strong sensation in her soul that I really wanted to know what happened. Chung turned to face her partner, Prabhu. What happened to her? Prabhu sighed. Someone died. Read the room, Chung. Whatever you want to tell Ken, now is not the time. What? It's me now. Prabhu ignored the archer and walked past him. Kefri tapped Chung on the shoulder. I agree with Prabhu, just give it up for today. What? Chung protested. We could have used more hands, not today. Kefri repeated and ignored her pursuer. Ken watched the exchange and sighed. He couldn't help it. He walked to somewhere quiet and watched the heroes head to the biolabs. He sighed as Sneck sat next to him. Ian, where did we all go wrong? Should we use the hero class we've been holding? Sneck wanted to keep it for Ulara, but I sensed he was also having second thoughts as well. Year 253, Part 2. Hafiz died, Stella said. There will be consequences that I will have to deal with. Already I felt brewing discontent among the heroes, and some went to their hero's journal for solace. Stella got the notification on the fragments too, and she waited on the demonic turtle world. Her eyes and magical senses was waiting for the comet. It was almost within range. It was so very close. I had already regenerated Alka's destroyed limb, but he still needed some time to rest. He wasn't ready for the attack yet. Lumuf added a prayer. May he find peace in his sacrifice. Stella nodded. Peace, and hopefully the gods hold up their bargain. The demon's comet entered the range of our void mages, and then we were immediately hit with the sensation of something pushing at our minds. Stella, you feel that? Lumuf said. Edna, Rune, and Johann gathered around Stella. It was now within our portal range, and their magical senses got to work. The void mages looked grim. We've got to go first, Stella said. Ready? Lumuf shook his head. Never, but let's go. I shared the feeling that we won't ever be ready for what awaited us, but there was no delaying the inevitable. I could feel our collective resolve to get this shit over with. Stella nodded. Well, let's see whether our portals can get through. They did, and Lumuf was first to go through, entirely encased in magical shields. Lumuf stepped through the magical portal, and we were immediately assaulted by the overwhelming presence of demonic magic. It was as if the entirety of the Rotterdlands was amplified 1,000-fold and distilled onto this comet. The comet's surface was filled with reddish spires, filled with spawning pools. A demon champion attacked us almost instantly, its claws smashed into a wall of wood. Well, that's the welcoming party I was expecting. Lumuf smirked as his feet touched the crystalline floor. He scanned the surface to answer our key issue and cursed. There are places here that Ian can't deploy his clone. We'll need to look for it. Edna, Rune, and Johann joined the fray soon after, only to find ourselves surrounded by more demon champions. Well, Edna looked amused as she eyed the demon champions. Were we too early? We also come with gifts. Her anti-demon spears rained down on the champions, and soon the landing area was cleared of demons. There's strong magic holding this entire place together, Stella cursed. Her magical senses were the strongest of the domain holders. Lumuf's senses were instead constantly disturbed by the swirling demonic magic in the comet. Rune and Johann looked around, only to find more demon champions throughout the place. Should we call the rest of the team? We need to start bombing this place. Stella shook her head as she examined the crystals. I think bombing this place up from the surface won't work. These things are particularly magic resistant. The effects of magical bombs would be reduced. We need to figure out what's holding it together. Do we need to? Rune shrugged. It's definitely a demon king, or a core, or both. Fairly sure that if we get to the core, kill the demon king, the comet will then disintegrate. Whatever keeping this ball of rock and crystals together will break apart. Kinda annoying that we prepped for so much explosions only to find out it's not as useful as we like. We can use it on the core, Rune said. Portal to the source. Stella shook her head. There's a core. The central area of this comet has some kind of magical winds shearing away my attempts to form a portal. See, Rune said smugly, much to the annoyance of the rest of them. I suppose we should be looking for a way to the core then. You think there will be a pit just like the world's? Stella could only shrug. She had no answer, and her magical senses couldn't. There was a pulse of intense magical energy, and all my domain holders recoiled. Stella immediately created a magical shield around herself, and the rest of them were protected by Lumuf's wooden spherical shield. It lasted for a good 30 minutes, and it felt like the entire surface was cooked. The dirt below us was incredibly hot, that it was almost burning, and the red crystals glowed like they were a lamp. Teeth Core itself released a strong burst of heat and magical energy that burnt everything on the surface. Except demon champions. Even lesser demons were destroyed by the burst of heat. That rules out the surface team. Edna cursed as she observed the heavy burns on the wooden spherical shield. Sounds like the demons had experience with people invading their comets. Rune mused. Stella didn't. Instead, she seemed thoughtful for a while. The magical energies came from multiple areas underneath the surface, not really the core. There seems to be certain parts of this comet that contain. At that point, their conversation was interrupted. A group of demons emerged, and a quick read of their magical energies revealed they were likely to be formed from the merger of multiple demon champions. We've known they could merge, just like how the demon walkers merged to form the demon supercanon. When did the demons have such powerful creatures? Rune cursed as the demons attacked. What do you mean when? Johann countered as the swarm of merged demon champions attacked. He deftly dodged the demons' attacks and could easily counterattack. My domain holders were more than a match for these merged demon champions. Demon champions on their own were generally classified as threats around levels 80 to 100. If someone had anti-demonic super blessings like myself, I could handle them at level 60. Many of my Valthorns had lesser anti-demonic blessings, and I've seen my own Valthorns defeat a demon champion single-handedly at level 65. These merged creatures were stronger, around level 120 to 130, but my domain holders were in their level 160s to 170s. It wasn't much of a fight. Lumuf stood his ground, and my roots emerged to wrestle with these demon champions. My mana flowed through my avatar and my roots, then attempted to overwhelm these demon champions. We won easily. The demon champions suffered tremendous damage, and victory was at hand. A pulse from the comet's core, and a sudden surge of demonic mana once more. It was so thick that it felt like I was absorbing demonic mana just by existing. The demon champions devoured the thick demonic mana like a parched man, and their wounds mended. We cursed as we watch our attacks were regenerated so quickly. We need to blow them up in one go, or this crazy demonic mana will just regenerate the whole thing, Rune cursed. He was able to blow up one of the merged demon champions in a single magical shot, but it clearly took a lot of energy. I recalled that earlier incident with the separated demon king, and how their soul imprints served as the foundation of the regeneration. I wanted to search for similar, but then I quickly realized that the demons were not regenerating themselves, but reconstructing themselves. Just to be sure, I briefly activated spirit vision through my priest, and found none that these demon champions were just hastily cobbled together, fueled by the abundant demonic mana released by the comet itself. If they are indestructible like this, Edna cursed, can you imagine demon kings constantly regenerating? That's a horrible prospect to imagine, Rune responded while he blew up another of the demon champion, but he wasn't thorough enough. Part of it survived and began to quickly reassemble itself from the dirt and crystals around it. This entire damned comet is just fuel for the demons. Lumuf realized this was going nowhere and decided the best way forward was to drain away the demonic mana. Roots and vines expanded everywhere. I'm going to drain the demonic mana. Take that window to blow them up completely. Got it. He sucked the demonic mana from the air itself and from the ground. It reduced the density of the demonic energies for a brief window, which my champions quickly utilized to crush the demons. The demon champions couldn't regenerate, and for now we had our victory. They were all destroyed. Then the pulse happened again. More demon champions emerged, and they repeated the strategy. It was exhausting. We'll have to stay here for the next 2 years until we can deploy Ian's clone, Rune cursed as they fought through the demon champions. The comet didn't have much of an atmosphere, so it was through magic that they could function. It drained them slightly, but it was a constant drain that detracted from their fighting strength. They leveled slightly after they fought through the 10th batch of demon champions. They moved and looked for the entrance. But this entire thing was a creation of the demons, and Stella suspected it was built layer by layer, so there was no entrance. We have to punch a way to the center. Edna said as she remembered the various plans they created. Let's just find a place where Ian can place his clone, secure the location, and wait until the clone is ready. My avatar reiterated the strategy. We'll just have to endure until then. The question is whether to bring the rest of the team over, Stella asked. The comet and Turtle World will only share an intersection for only about a year. After that year, we'll only be able to reach the comet once it intersects with Lava World many years later. All right then, Stella said. About 30 Valthorns, all ranging around level 125 to 149, prepared themselves for the move to the comet. They would bring resources and materials with them to prepare for a long war, 2 years of constant harassment by the endless demons before I would be able to deploy my clone. They bring with them anti-mana weapons made from the same anti-magic sand. It was effective in reducing the mana density of the surroundings, but only up to their absorption limit. This meant they could slow down the rate of the demon champion's regeneration and increase the damage window available for us to permanently destroy the demons. Lumoof naturally talked about whether it's possible to push back the demonic mana by converting the ground. I'd use the forest rod, he suggested, but with the overwhelming demonic mana from the core, it might just get pushed back. The core flared again. The Valthorns were all equipped with magical shields and my familiars, and it activated to protect them from the char. The demon's core flared intermittently, at least once a day. Every time it did, the force of 5 domain holders and 30 Valthorns had to brace for attacks. I'm fine now, Alka said, and he felt healthy. My checks indicated he mostly recovered from the battle after 3 weeks of recovery. I need to join the rest of them. My dwarven explosions expert stretched and equipped himself. The news of our discoveries were relayed to the local team, and we probably needed to activate my titans on the comet. Utility. That was the function of my titans. They can't deal the sort of damage needed to hurt demon kings, but their utility is where they excelled. Alka was generally receptive of the idea. A few earth mages together with my future digging titan should do quite well. I rechecked my titan options that I first encountered almost 90 years ago, back when it was year 163. In terms of digging utility, I have 3 main options. The depth worm was likely to be the best at digging since that was its specialization. Depth worm starts at level 70. A creature of the subterranean world. Extremely good at digging and making tunnels, has very good earth sense and is able to detect hidden features in the deep ground, weak to magical attack, also produces certain types of minerals and metals. Fusion with horns, starts at level 80, transforms horns into a Goliath kingbeetle that's able to use earth magic and various other protective and offensive abilities. Goliath kingbeetle can create royal warbeetles, also produces very high quality beetle silk. Royal warbeetles can improve crop output in the area. Giant tree serpent, Nidus, a massive serpent, able to use earth and wood magic, starts at level 70, gains powers to summon all sorts of serpents and poisons, master of poisons, and has the ability to brew multiple types of potent poisons and cures, able to grant poison immunity. Although they lagged behind in terms of levels compared to my level 125-149 earth mages, titans are very good at their narrow scope of tasks, just like how Patrick is incredible at mind reading and computation. So the depth worm, or earth magic titan, could be just as competent at moving earth or more. Think the depth worm's the best choice, my advisors said. Horn was mostly bored out of his mind, but being an artificial mind, he wasn't the type to complain all that much. I probably could disassemble titan souls now since it's been a long time since I meddled with them. My comprehension of the souls improved a lot. Alka landed on the comet and smiled at the rest of the domain holders. He gave the rest of them a hug. The rest of them were taking a rest in between the constant demonic harassment. We were wondering when you'd join us, Johan said while petting his pet dragon. Welcome to hell. I heard you lost a hand. I thought that's Lava World. Alka laughed and flexed his arm. Nothing Ian couldn't fix. That's just purgatory. Stella smiled. This is the first layer of the pits where we face endless evils. Sounds like fun. Everyone rolled their eyes. You'll change your mind soon enough. There was at least 1 wave of demon attack per day, often 2. This is like a dungeon that never quite ends. Exactly what we've been looking for. Alka laughed as he eyed the rest of the Valthorns. He recognized most of them. Most high-level 125 to 149s were friends of the domain holders and interacted with them a lot. A place with high-level threats for Valthorns to level. For the Valthorns, this was indeed a great leveling opportunity. Yet after the constant harassment, it did feel tiring. I don't really see why we need to camp here. One of the Valthorns said, can't we just jump in a few days before the window closes? There is a year after all. That was a valid point, but Stella answered frankly. We're not taking risks with portals. Our portals can be easily shredded by unusual magics, and this comet is filled with surprises. You're here, let's just wait it out. 2 years of constantly fighting demons. Man, it's like we're back to the old era again. One of the Valthorns sounded nostalgic. Bet those battle nuts on Mountain World would love to be here. Alka shrugged as he scanned the horizon of demonic spires. They were camped in a valleyish area surrounded by more demonic spires, and frankly, there was no safe space here. Well, I should start using my ability. If you could draw the demons away from us, why not? Edna smirked. Don't die, all right, Stella called him over. Have a look at our records before you do. Alka walked over, picked up a few of the crystals and rocks from the ground while he studied the data, and damn, these crystals are pretty much designed to absorb magical energies. It's like this whole comet is demolite. Stella nodded. Yeah, your bombs are going to be fairly ineffective on the terrain. Fairly. It would still destroy it, but it would take more explosions to get to the core. Of the 30 Valthorns that joined Stella, about 6 of them worked on various observational equipment. Many were custom-built for this operation. They scanned the depths of the comet, especially the daily charring pulses, and soon noticed there were 8 nodes that released those bursts. Each of those nodes were located fairly deep, but not entirely to the core. The comet itself was a blend of crystals, earth, and something in the center. It emitted a core-like energy that was heavily mixed with demonic energy, but did not provide sufficient data for us to understand what exactly was in there. Would Ian survive the pulse? Alka asked. I bet he could, Stella said. I'm more worried about the overwhelming demonic mana and what it means to be planted on the comet. I'd be exposing myself to huge quantities of demonic mana. It could potentially overwhelm my clone. But at this point, risking demonic corruption is a risk I'd have to take. Year 253, Part 3. Unlike Jura or Lovis, I couldn't hold on to Hafiz's soul, not if he didn't want me to. A hero was a hero. Instead, I received a Titan frame. I could deploy up to 3 Titans now. K's, Hafiz, and 1 left from the 3 heroes of the earlier generation. Supporting 3 more Titans, or 5 Titans simultaneously wasn't a problem for me magically. Titans, useful for Comet if I could get them there. I would deal with that later once I got my clone deployed. The hero Hafiz wanted release from his heroic duties. Like all heroes that were no longer shackled by their worldly chains, they sought to return. He saw something. I could feel it, and so he didn't want to be here. I wanted to hold him here, with us, but he refused and vanished away. He was a hero, and he slipped through my grasp like a slippery eel and back to nothingness, where I hoped the gods fulfilled their promise, because back on Treehome, the survivors bear the cost of his sacrifice. And in Colette, I saw Hafiz's experience. There was a strange disquiet in her, and it manifested in her soul spring. I noticed cracks throughout the entirety of their normally pure white stone around their soul. Colette stood quietly, alone in the wooden room. The hero's journal glowed faintly on the table, infused with the will and magic of the heroes from times past. Here, in a giant attendant tree created solely to house the hero's journal, she prayed, she wept. She injected memories into the journal, and it certainly felt like there was more unsaid than could ever be said. Her partner, Prabhu, was with their daughter, Rohana. Mother needed time alone, to mourn and to grieve for the dead. He told her, but even he could see the distance in his partner. Hafiz and Colette were friends. Colette felt that way at least, not close, but friends. I listened to her talk to herself as if she was talking to him, things she wished she could say. She thanked him quietly. Before all of them drifted apart, that was how their relationships were. They were allies of convenience and circumstances, brought together because they died together. It didn't mean much once the Demon King died, and their different interests pulled them apart. The hero class did nothing to keep the heroes together, beyond a shared purpose to slay the Demon King. In the same way, the Valthorns exist as protectors against the demons. Ken definitely had a point when he asked the question of me. What if you win? What if it really was the end? No more demons. What happens to all the things and structures that you and the Valthorns built? Ken may have come around and accepted the purpose and direction of our role, but his skepticism of what comes after never faded. What do you do when your purpose is lost? That decides whether you are benevolent or just a dictator. I hope that what I see is true, that you will let go. I thought about it, and certainly my role as a tree is to ensure nature exists. The demons must be removed because there is no coexistence. But without their existential threat, Ken is correct to say we would lose a big part of our purpose. Colette sat in the room. She was there the whole afternoon, sipping tea, thinking, and then checking the journal again, and again, and again. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "Are you able to remove our hero classes?" Colette asked. The hero from a previous generation, Mayuri, when you disabled her hero class, she suddenly dreamt of home. She dreamt of family, friends that she has long forgot, like Hafiz. Life has a way of coming around in cycles. Events rhyme with those of an earlier time. I looked at Colette and saw a weary young mother trying to remember what life was like before all of this, before death. Maybe Mayuri would be like her, or she was like Mayuri. I wasn't sure. They blend together sometimes. I think about Lily's, about how all the people, all the personalities seem same-ish after a while. There were only so many combinations of character traits. I remember why even a hive mind like Lily's couldn't find it in them to latch and get close to individuals, to treat each individual as unique. Is it because after enough time, people really do blend together, and you notice how the character traits blend together in slightly different ratios to form a slightly different individual? Just variations of certain base templates. Can you do it to me? Not remove it, but just suppress it for a while, just to see what was there, what was before all of this, Colette said quietly. It was something Mayuri would have said. I could imagine her saying it. I knew the answer to the question. I think I could. To suppress the effects of the hero class for a relatively short moment is certainly not out of the picture with my current strength. But do I want to? I had a flashback to Mayuri from so many decades ago. She wanted death as a release from her duties as a hero. I looked at the mother of a growing baby girl and wondered whether I could impose this sin on myself. That feeling reemerged once more. That moment after Hafiz's death when I felt something brewing within Colette's soul. Is this something you really want? I asked. Colette looked back at the journal, closed her eyes, and seemed lost in thought for a moment. That feeling strengthened. Dissatisfaction. Discontent, anger. It was as if Colette radiated chaotic energy. When she opened her eyes, she nodded. I thought I saw her resist some pain, or it was a wince. She quickly picked up the cup of tea and drank everything. She answered, yes, it is. Very well. There will be consequences. Consequences that extend beyond yourself, and I will do so only after you've discussed this with your partner. Colette paused as she digested my words. After a while, she nodded. I suppose he deserves to know what I'm thinking. It is her choice, but her choice has consequences for the sole offspring of two Earth heroes. Mayuri went down a death spiral, and I wasn't sure I wanted to facilitate that for Colette, but I understood the need to know, and so I only asked for her family to make that decision with her. Consequences for her partner, for her child, Rohana. The young child seems normal so far, her soul spring turbulent and unformed. I wonder what blessings or curses await someone so special. With a parent like Colette going through her own challenges, it would not be easy growing up. I looked at the child and thought of Arlissa. Such wasted potential. I looked at the parents, Colette and Prabhu, and realized that they were going to be just as bad as Lausanne at parenting. Maybe worse. There was no one to humble them. They exist at the very top of society. What was life growing up like that, so detached from everything? Morbidly, Rohana would likely see her parents die. Her parents are heroes. Their fate was death. I briefly wonder whether the gods prevented hero parents just to ensure that every child would likely have one non-hero parent still live. I doubt the system was so sympathetic. Call me a selfish bastard again, Ken countered, and the relationship between Chung and Ken was tense. You are a selfish bastard. I said it once. I will say it again, and I stand by my damn statement. You are a coward. You ran away from our joint duty to defeat the demons, and now you criticize us from the sidelines. Well, do you feel happy? Do you feel smug watching the rest of us toil in misery? Chung said. Do you feel validated in your decision? I didn't understand why Chung vented his frustration on Ken. I suspected helplessness, and so he turned on the traitor. They were good friends, yet even good friends disagree on things. Ken was silent before he nodded. Yes, I wanted no part in the schemes of greater powers, and yet here you are consorting with the greater powers. Hypocrite. Ken sighed. Yes, I am a hypocrite, but I now know what I really wanted out of. What? I wanted no part in schemes that I have no knowledge and control of. I hated how the gods didn't inform us the full scope of our duties, our burdens, the chains that shackle us both physically and mentally. I hate they treated us as tools instead of partners that should work together. I hated we didn't have choice, Chung, and that hatred of you led to one of us dead. Chung, you're making no sense. I have no way of preventing his death, even if I was a hero, so what? Could I have stopped that last part? I realized Chung's arguments were just frustrations, a bundle of emotions. Chung just stomped, and his magical stomp radiated through the ground. The floor cracked but wasn't destroyed because my roots quickly reinforced the ground. Look, my old friend. Ken tried the soft approach. We've been through years, decades together. We've been apart, and we pursue different goals to satisfy the emptiness in our hearts, to fulfill what the gods robbed from us. Right now, I think the gods' influence is meddling with your mind. You are not thinking about it properly. Then tell me why you want to die while leaving the burden of the living to the rest of us, leaving us to face the duty of fighting some other person's war. If you are my friend, I need you here. I need you alive and well to tell us that all over again, because you know it's meddling with us, and because Chung took a deep breath before saying it. I'll only listen to you. Ken was stunned to hear it from his friend after so long. He suspected Chung was a little too attached on that point, a fact I knew for quite a while, but it wasn't something to bring up. Chung sighed, admitting the truth. I'm not good with advice. I can't take it from the others or Ian or any of my servants. I tried, but I just couldn't. Please, friend, stay and live along with us. Be the common sense we sorely lack. We will suffer from your absence. Ken let out one of the longest sighs in his time here. His posture sagged as if he aged 10 years after that conversation. You suffer from my absence. I suffer from my presence here in this world. I'm weary, Chung. I'm sick of this game. I didn't trust the gods, and I don't want to live to see my current faith rot into something else. Selfish bastard, Chung repeated. You know what, I guess I am, Ken said. I'm selfish because I want to die peacefully while the rest of you won't ever have that option. Chung's fist almost landed on Ken's face, but it didn't because it would kill him if it did. Curse you, Chung said. Ken felt his heart skip a beat. A hero's attack was still a hero's attack, and Ken was just a regular person with a fairly normal class. The dwarven capital was wrecked, but the location was not ready for the people. This is all that damned tree's fault. They must have planned this or in cahoots with the demons. The dwarven king wasn't quite happy about returning to what was a destroyed landscape. Most of the original dwarven citizens of the capital cursed as they surveyed what remains of the home. Foul magic still lurked here. Some of the demon spiders escaped, perhaps squashed or hidden underneath the rubble, waiting to strike anyone who discovered them. As with all prior demon king deaths, the place was filled with the remains of the demon. Demolite, ruins, there were craters everywhere, old buildings Alol destroyed. The explosion at the end burned and left dark marks in the soil itself. The people were unhappy and the king could sense it. Some kings gained skills that give them an innate sense of how loyal their people were, the rough tones of their populace's emotions. There was no good outcome when a city is lost. Let us help to rebuild. Some of my Valthorns from Branchhold reached out to offer assistance. The dwarves themselves got to work. It would be some time before the city would be a city once more. The general populace lived in tents, in temporary housing. Long-term temporary housing, at least for a few years until the city could be properly reconstructed. The wealthier dwarves moved to other cities. Even if the capital was rebuilt, the people who lived there would have changed, and a lot of their bustling energy and magic would have gone far away. The king, although he seemed glad not to die in the battle with the Demon King, the anger of his population meant he had to find a target, someone to blame. Conveniently, the target of their frustration was the heroes. Indirectly, we were caught in the crossfire. Year 254. The heroes were trouble I didn't want to deal with. Instead, I focused on Lumuf on the Demon's Comet. Only one more year before my clone was ready, and already, the Demon's Comet drifted out of range of Demon Turtle World. We didn't even ship all the bombs we made, so that was a waste. My Valthorns relocated the bombs to Lava World, a process that would take a few months because we shipped so many. Shipping these bombs without proper storage could accidentally trigger the bombs, and we had some of our crystal bombs exploding during one of the Demon Comet's daily flare-ups. The next intersection in 6 years, by year 260, and we really needed to make our time on this place count. What you get? Stella looked as Alka placed another magical probe on the ground. It would be destroyed if the flares activated, but it was one of the best ways of scanning the comet's structure. They all looked exhausted, even if the rotating system meant they all managed to get some rest. Those 8 nodes, there seems to be a chamber around it. There are rocky parts located throughout the comet. We know that. Stella clicked her tongue, a little irritated. The flares come from the nodes, but because they radiate outward like a fanning wave, these rocky parts are deep enough to be out of range of the nodes. So we'll just have to dig down the rocks, deploy Ian there. Probably the best chance to get a somewhat safe place. His probes and scanners still couldn't figure out what was at the core. Until we could deploy my clone, I couldn't start creating my digging titan. It's still pretty damn deep. Not all the way to the core, just a quarter of the way. Alka thought as he looked at the team, we should start digging. A tunnel that far down should take us a year if the comet doesn't collapse on us. It won't, Alka said. These crystals are pretty damned solid. The comet was made from a magically resistant material, so the best way to dig down was to hit it physically, with pickaxes and hammers. It's a good thing some of the Valthorns were more physical in their talents. Dig. Based on whatever data we had, we built a model of what we thought was the most efficient way to reach the rocky areas beneath the crystalline comet. We'd have a year to dig. One of the plans developed by the Valthorns over the past year of data collection was essentially to dig deep and plant the bombs there, trigger an explosion from within, disrupt whatever magical bonds that held the comet together. This should be one of the better ways of destroying the comet without actually destroying the materials of the comet. Once the comet loses its bulk, whatever damage it could deal would be survivable. Should. Year 254, Part 2. The comet is big. It goes without saying that all the bombs we gathered so far would not be enough if we tried to blow it up from the surface. My own scientists estimated the bombs we gathered would probably be enough to create a relatively large tunnel to the core, but nowhere near enough to shatter this comet. Therefore, the way we used our bombs needed to be quite strategic, and we really needed to hit certain parts of the comet. Places where the magic from the core of the comet holds the entire thing together. Gravity. It's not exactly gravity that holds this rock together, but magic. That is expected for objects such as this. It wasn't created naturally through. Actually, what is a normal process in this world of magic? Why shouldn't I consider things that are created by magic as natural? Anyway, my Valthorn observed that there are areas within the comet that were weaker and likely more vulnerable to our explosive devices. Based on their estimates, it should significantly weaken the structure of the comet. Alternatively, my domain holders suggested weakening the structure of the comet itself by taking out the 8 nodes, or modifying them such that they destroy the comet itself. I thought it was a genius idea. The comet fed these 8 nodes, and these 8 nodes flared on a daily basis to purge the surface of invaders like myself. It was clearly powerful, as it is able to create a flare that covered the bulk of the surface. If we could turn the comet core's energy against itself, it would significantly accelerate the process of destroying the comet. This meant I needed to seize control of these nodes with my clone, or find ways to hijack the energy flows coming from the core, and through meddling with energy flows, alter how those nodes behave. Man, how much deeper do we have to go? One of the Valthorns was a strength-focused barbarian type. In order to protect him from the flares, he constantly carried a set of magical artifacts that protected him from magical attacks. He, and about 10 others, were the tip of our small digging force. Each of them were level 125-140, so when they attacked, the ground gave way. Physical force was far more effective on the crystals than magic, and each slam of their skill-enhanced pickaxes, the crystals crumbled. Another Valthorn looked at the data. Probably another 2 more months. The barbarian rolled his eyes. This is just as bad as camping in the dungeons for months. I'd say it's worse. The Valthorns chuckled. There's no underground town to relax and unwind. They've been digging for months, and about 3 months in, we noticed the flares were weaker and less frequent. It's likely that the nodes were designed only to purge the surface, and not this deep into the comet. It didn't get hotter underground. The core didn't release any heat, even if we felt stronger magical turbulence. According to our sensors, there were subterranean tunnels that crisscrossed the comet, not by design but by accident. These were created likely due to how the entire comet was cobbled together, and naturally there were pockets of space that just didn't line up correctly. My Valthorns theorized that the comet was essentially a bunch of different rocks stitched together through the magic from the core, because there were segments where the type of crystal, sand, and rocks had slightly different mixture in them. If the demons have the ability to construct the sun rings, it is not beyond them to construct something like a comet. In every way, the sun rings were just bigger, more sophisticated, and more powerful. On the other hand, the demonic energies found in this comet clearly suggested this was meant to be a seeding pool. Perhaps there was a time when the demons just flung them in random distances and hoped they crashed into a world. Then, the remains from the comet would act like a big flare that marked the existence of a world. There's just a lot of demolite on this damned rock. The drill slammed into the wall and it collapsed. The group was instantly assaulted by a wave of heat and magic that rushed in. We hit another of those chambers. On the surface, the spawning pools respawned even after we destroyed them. The demonic mana flare-ups just regenerated everything we destroyed, and even created new spawning pools. At some point, it certainly felt like destroying the demons were pointless, because they just respawned. Down there, hundreds of miles below and months from the surface, some of the chambers were filled with demons in spawning pools, but here in the depths, the demons take a different form. They resembled more like golems made of crystals, rather than the normal, usual demonic form out on the surface. That's the 6th one. How big is this one? Edna looked around as Lumuf extended his senses. I felt it too. This one stretched quite wide. The Valthorns took out the golem demons easily, and here this deep in, there's no flares to respawn the golem demons. At least not any we've seen. It's entirely possible the core itself could release a flare. Lumuf looked around. Here in the depths, the crystals released a strange faint glow. It would have been pitch black without their reddish glow. Yet it wasn't hot. There was no heat in this place. No air either. The only reason the Valthorns could exist was because of our equipment. The demons clearly did not expect company, not on their comet. I suppose they should, since we invaded the sun rings after all. Maybe the next comet, if there is one, would have suitable countermeasures. This comet was likely launched before we even demonstrated the ability to find the sun rings. This leads fairly close to one of the nodes, Lumuf said, as he concluding his magical senses. Stella felt a range of mana swirling around her, drawn to the magical formation in front of her. It was her magical observation formation. The density of void mana here is getting higher. She paused momentarily. The core is a mix of void and demonic mana, and I feel there's core mana too. Wait, Lumuf looked back. How? Stella shrugged. We'll just have to find out. Let's keep digging. The place for Ian's clone should be just a bit more to go. The demons either have some means for storing core mana without it decaying into normal mana, or they have a way of generating core mana. The location for my clone was not much further. This really is cobbled together. Rune looked around and said as we reached another different chamber. They've passed 3 more subterranean chambers over the past month of digging, and now we finally arrived deep enough. We were now on a large subterranean structure that was clearly once part of a much larger rock. It even had a slightly different color, and it contrasted so heavily to the crystalline mixture that we've seen on our way down. Why do they do such a thing? I don't think anyone knows. Stella laughed, but it's good that they do so. Imagine if it's crystals all the way down. Then we're really shit out of luck. True. Rune nodded. Soil. As Lumuf's legs touched this slightly different part of the comet, I knew this was probably an asteroid at some point, and it fulfilled the conditions for my clone's deployment. Well, we're here. We might as well camp here, and some of us start exploring what's around. Let's start digging tunnels to the various nodes. My Valthorns estimated this was the best place to place my clone, at least, until we know more about what we faced in the core. Our own theories generally assume that what's in the core is likely to be a demon king equivalent. If planets had demon mothers, something like the comet with its naturally invasive nature meant this comet should have a demon king in it that would deploy once it crashes into the planet. Records of the energy levels, calculated from the total energy needed to create the daily flare-ups, even suggests that we may have to face multiple demon kings. Not that crazy, if the Sun Ring's able to call on the protection of multiple demon kings. We would have to approach it carefully and find ways to destabilize this comet without triggering such a thing, or only approach the core once we were sure what we faced and prepared accordingly. We'd also prefer to approach the core of the comet with the heroes present. With the heroes' exceptional star power, we could destroy the comet and deal with the demons in the core with higher confidence. Lumuf touched the crystals that formed the walls. Now that we've located the place to deploy the clone, a group of Valthorns stayed back to build some structures. At that depth, the flares from the nodes, which only released flares upwards and outwards to the surface, didn't harm us at all. It was quite dangerous to approach the nodes from the surface because the flares were denser if we approached it. It was like a high-pressure water jet, and the pressure was strongest at the top of the nozzle. But now we were approaching it from the sides, and it's like grabbing a water hose from the back. We were getting closer to the channels of energy from the core. I feel like I should have gained a level after digging so many tunnels. One of the Valthorns joked as they walked through the tunnels. My priest merely chuckled. If we could get answers from the system, it would have been much, much easier. True that. The Valthorn warrior, Ezar, sighed. He was level 143 in total, from a mixture of brawler and ranger type classes. Alka just chuckled. If the system gave answers, Ian wouldn't need people like me. I don't think that's true, Lumuf said as the Valthorns continued to dig closer. Ian is always in need of someone to blow shit up. That's not what I meant. Alka countered in jest. I know, the other Valthorns groaned. Most of the younger Valthorns didn't realize how much the domain holders ragged on each other for fun. They fought demons together so often that they could take each other's shit. The Valthorns extended the tunnel and then magic rushed through. Well, we're here. Looks like we found the mana aqueducts. Lumuf looked at what appeared to be a ley line in physical form. It was a massive, pillar-like structure that extended from the core itself and up to the node. Huge quantities of magic flowed through it and transformed the rocks and crystals along its path into a glowing, reddish, highly dense crystal structure. Some of that mana leaked out, but most of it flowed through the pillar. There should be 7 other such pillars. You think we'll shatter the comet if we blow up all these pillars? Lumuf asked. Alka shook his head. Not if we don't disrupt the magical flow. These pillars merely exist as a byproduct of the flow of energy from the core to the 8 nodes. They are not the cause, and destroying them wouldn't change anything. I think it would even regenerate itself, Alka said as he tried to chip away at the highly dense crystal structure. It was incredibly hard, and any chip seemingly repaired itself before their eyes. You know, it feels quite shit that we made all those bombs only for them to be useless. Lumuf said, not exactly. We can use it to blow up the source, the core, the demon kings. Anyway, boys, time to dig upwards. We need to get to the nodes. Got it, the Valthorns answered. Back on Treehome, Sneck looked at an upset Ken. Colette wants to suppress her hero class to see what was before all of this. Ken answered. Unlike the rest of the heroes, Ken actually remembers what life was like before they were selected to be a hero vividly. He has seen how the rest forgot so much about their past, the effects of the hero class meddling with their memory. Suppressed, faded. The effects of it on the heroes were insidious, as if it was subtly molding the person into this person focused on the demons. It stripped out the memories over time, while trying its best to retain the qualities it desired of the heroes. Yet, it couldn't just delete it. Was it because the gods protected the heroes' memories while they were sent to another world, and the hero class stood on top of it? Therefore, if the gods removed the memories, they essentially destroyed the foundation on which the hero class stood on, and the heroes would develop in a way different from what they wanted. In Ken's case, once the hero class was not there, he could freely access that memory. But for the heroes, it was like there was a concrete floor that hid all that memory, and as the hero class got stronger, that concrete floor got bigger and wider, and eventually they couldn't even see what was underneath anymore. Prabhu naturally was afraid. He wasn't sure what Colette would do if she could remember, but he couldn't tell her no. Don't you want to remember Prabhu? About life before all of this, about our parents, our family, our old friends all back home. Even if you don't want to remember, why don't you let me remember? We are not complete, Prabhu. This is just a part of us. The part the gods want to keep so that we serve as their tools. Hafiz is free. I want to be free too. I want Rohana to see her mother completely, not just this aspect of us. She needs a mother, and increasingly I fear that this class prevents me from being a good one, a complete person. I want to know. Prabhu had no answer for her, and all he could do was ask for some time. Time Colette gladly gave, since there were still many things for them to do. Do you think we should use the hero class? Snek asked. I have it, and I initially intended to use it to save my world, but now I realize there are ways to achieve my true goals without it. Ken looked at the little Snek. Snek held the hero class stored in his soul, the one Ken gave up. Wait, what's the catch? Ken may have spent forever with his little Snek companion, but the hero class was always Snek's prize. I am willing to trade the hero class for Ian's clone. Convince Ian to deploy a clone permanently on Ulera and be our gateway. My people will benefit from access to the wider world. You know that he refused to do that before. I know, which is why I'm willing to trade the class for it. You don't even know what's the conditions to use that hero class. No one has ever tried to create a hero from a hero class seed. There may be conditions to that class that we are not aware about. In fact, it's entirely possible for the hero class to turn out to be a dud. I could therefore see why Snek would offer it in exchange for permanent access and connection to the wider world, but I may not want it either. What was I to do with a hero class anyway? Do I even want to create another hero? My clones are genuinely in short supply. It's already hard to level up, and even if I do gain more clones, each additional clone is further away. There are so many worlds, and I need to use them wisely. Year 255. My clone could finally be deployed, and the emotions among my Valthorns was a mixture of excitement and relief. They've waited 2+ years for this moment. Some of them just couldn't wait to finally head home for a rest. Some just couldn't wait to get started. My Valthorns double-checked their computations and plans. We had one good shot, and if we stretch it, maybe another shot. If the circumstances forced me to, I would withdraw my Lavaworld clone to deploy a second clone. Based on current projections, it'll still take 15 years before it impacts Treehome, so if I withdraw any of the other clones now, I should be able to deploy them a few years before impact. If that makes a difference, I hope it doesn't get there. I felt the clone seed in my soul notify me of its readiness. Ready for deployment, and through Lumuf, I could summon the clone seed. It's finally time to nudge this comet out of its path. All right, Lumuf said, as my clone seed emerged through the avatar form and sunk into the rock. This former asteroid or former planet received my seed easily, and my roots emerged from the rock. Retaliation came instantly. A surge of demonic mana gushed in from the surroundings and flooded my growing clone's roots. Luckily, I was well prepared for this, and through the mana from the rest of my clones and bodies, I pushed back with mana of my own. My roots spread through the rocks, weaving through the gaps or forcing through at times. The tree grew upward and outward. Scientifically, it didn't make sense for a tree to exist here. There was no sun to guide the tree's growth upward, so in space, in an area with nothing but ambient magical light, the tree should just grow randomly in whatever direction it happens to be in. I wasn't sure why I was thinking about such a thing while I was drawing mana from all my clones and pushing that mana against the demonic mana from the comet's core. My tree grew as the flow of mana intensified. The demonic mana was strong, but I was really good at filtering the demonic mana. It's something I've done for decades, ever since the Rottedlands. It's as if the comet tried to flood me with this dirty mana, only to find that I can clean it and expel the dirty mana faster than they could throw it at me. It's true that they are still a large ocean of mana, but I didn't need to clean all of it at once, just whatever that could reach me. The amount of demonic mana from the comet's core was less than a full-grown planet, but it was still more than the smaller, recovering worlds. My clone tree grew and reached its full size. I felt my branches and vines push against the crevices of the comet's rocks. There is no sun. A tree shouldn't exist here. Yet despite the impossibilities, I do have a tree on the comet world, and now I have another one on the demon's comet. I felt like this was too much adventure for a tree to boldly go where no tree has gone before. I mentally slapped myself at how ridiculous that was and focused on the retaliation from the demons. We detected the presence of demons headed our way. Parts of the comet itself shook, and the rocks transformed by the demonic mana. They turned into demonic golems and tried to attack us. Demons made of rock and crystals and cobbled together from whatever that was present. It was as if the demonic mana possessed the earth itself to rise up against us, but this type of resistance was useless. The aura of my demonic suppression field weakened these lesser creatures. My vines and roots stabbed the demons, drained them of their mana, and without their demonic mana, they had no ability to regenerate. The rest of my forces crushed the defenders easily. The demons foolishly repeated the attacks, the walls around us, those made of crystals and all that transformed into demons. That was actually quite helpful, because it meant that with each group of golems made from the crystalline walls, it just created more space. With my clone effectively draining the demonic golems of their mana, Edna and my Valthorns made short work of them. The clone is active, I declared to the Valthorns eagerly waiting news on Treehome, Branchhold, and Lavaworld. The crowd cheered. It's time to move to the next stage of the plan, Titans. I reached out to the Titan frames stored in my soul realm and prepared them for use. Depth worm, I repeated to my Valthorns. My domain holders nodded. While waiting, my Valthorns constructed even more tunnels throughout the demons' comets, preparing for the bombs that would be everywhere. My roots spread. The demons resisted. Their overwhelming quantities of mana put up a good fight and slowed the speed of my spread. I couldn't plant subsidiary trees here. They were too easily overwhelmed by the demonic mana and would then die. Instead, only my giant attendant trees could be deployed in this sunless world. Back home, I abused my teleportation ability to ship truckloads of the comet's crystals to Lavaworld, where a huge deployment of research trees and Valthorns worked on developing roots and plants adapted to the crystals. Just as how some plants learned how to grow and climb on concrete structures, I believe I can magically create plants able to work on these crystal structures. We already shipped some back during that one-year overlap as it coasted close to the demon turtle world. It'll still take some time to develop plants adapted to crystals. My roots spread, demonic mana pushed back. Despite the presence of tremendous tranquility, the battle between the demonic mana and mine continued forever. My clone drained the demonic mana and expelled them. The crown of my clone tree ignited in flames as the demonic mana burned. I pushed towards the nodes, giant attendant trees bit by bit, all while the demonic golems tried to attack us. The pace of my expansion was slow. We were too damned slow. I need more mana, I explained the progress to my Valthorns. Right now, the mana generation from all my worlds was used to sustain far too many different projects. In terms of mana, Comet World and Lava World are both mana deficit worlds. Tropics World has finally approached break-even, but it hadn't started to really generate mana to add to the pool. Treehome, Mountain World, and Three Worlds are the 3 mana-generating worlds. On top of that, each teleportation between worlds through my clones also consumed a little bit of mana. Immaterial individually, but in aggregate, they added up. I also spent mana sustaining 2 Titans, Patrick and Hytrerion, and now we'll add another one for the Depth Worm. I was relatively sure I'd keep them, so turning them off was out of the picture. Patrick got to work analyzing all my mana consumption. I spent a relatively large amount of mana sustaining the whole beetle army that supported the central continent. These were pretty much the logistics backbone of Treehome, and again, out of the picture. So I thought about it for a moment and spoke to the heroes and the other domain holders. Do you want to share your mana with me? Due to the way my clones work, I can essentially move mana from place to place with hardly any loss between my clones. There's always some mana loss from transportation when it's moved, but my clones are pretty much magically entangled that any movement between them is instantaneous. Between my lesser trees and through my roots, there is some energy loss, just like how my attacks and my abilities are weaker far away. That said, my giant attendant trees also act as amplifiers, and they also reduce energy loss from transmission, in the same manner that the giant attendant trees also reduce the distance penalty to my skills. For heroes and for the other domain holders like Lilies and Arya, their mana was respectable too. The heroes just needed to drop by every few days to let me drain them off their mana, which I used to supercharge my expansion on the comet. I could theoretically send them to the comet, but without knowing what I faced, it seemed rather dangerous. With the additional mana, I burned through them to force the demon's mana back, but it stirred the comet's defenses. The presence of star mana swirling against the demonic mana triggered the comet to vibrate violently. What the hell is happening? Edna looked around while the entirety of the comet shook, and this time, I felt the mana flows that was previously sent to the nodes shifting and moving around us. The rivers of demonic mana that powered the nodes instead moved like it was a serpent, and the rocks around us, those that still carried the taint of the demon's energy, transformed. Demons. Edna said as gigantic demons charged at us, golems that were made of so much demonic energy, and I immediately recognized the familiar feeling. Run, I commanded. They're self-destructing golems. Inwardly, I cursed. The demons clearly didn't mind blowing themselves up, in a way that would achieve the goal of destroying the comets. But why would they do something like that, unless? The entire comet is a crudely made golem. Stella's observation came just as immediately as mine. We've been lurking on the demon's body, and Ian's a parasite on one of its parts wrestling against it. They could regenerate, Alka mused. He's been itching to use his detonation ability, but so far we didn't get such a violent reaction from the comet. My roots attacked them, preventing them from getting close to my clone. The golems exploded in a flash of demonic mana. Their explosion was made of highly dense demonic energy. Then I noticed something unusual. The golems were running towards where I injected the star mana into the ground. They stopped if engaged, but otherwise they seemed to be looking for something. I decided to test it out. I spawned one of my trees and used some star mana to push back against the demonic mana all around it. The golems, as if alerted, swarmed and charged towards that tree and detonated themselves. The subsidiary tree didn't stand a chance and exploded into smithereens. My initial plan of hacking into the nodes now had to be scrapped, because the rivers or flows of mana in the comet were now shifting violently, moving and spawning more of those explosive golems packed with demonic mana. The demons started spawning conventional defenders, but also packed with demonic mana. Serpents made of rock and sand. They attacked my clone, and together with the self-destructive golems. These golems, with the amount of mana they contained, could rip through my defensive shields. At a certain distance I could still block them, but it was hard to properly protect my Valthorns while fighting the demonic serpent. I had to pop them before they got close and trigger their explosions. Their explosions at a distance still created shockwaves, and my forces immediately retreated into my clone. The multiple gigantic serpents, the demons, as much as I hated to admit it, was pushing me back and winning. They didn't mind blowing themselves up, because the immense magical energies they possessed meant they could regenerate easily. I needed to push back. I struck the demons with roots and vines. I drained them of demonic mana. Then, the demon core's river of mana moved around, and all of them focused on my clone. If I had hands, this sensation was quite like putting my hand into a burning fire. The demonic mana, previously just distributed and scattered, now focused all on my clone. It overwhelmed my lesser trees easily, because this was the entirety of the comet's mana. All of the rivers of mana that fueled the nodes redirected towards my clone. A part of me, my clone body, struggled to push back and maintain control. My clone body shook as if we were being uprooted. Parts of my peripheral roots were transformed by the demonic mana, turning into black-reddish things, mixed with crystals. The mana tried to wrestle control of my body, but the main part of my body was protected by my domain. That was impervious. My domain was like an invisible screen that it couldn't pierce. This was a part it couldn't possess. It was a feature of the system. But everything outside that screen burned and transformed. All my smaller trees were torched and turned into crystallic rock by the overwhelming quantity of demonic energy. Like standing in a thunderstorm with an umbrella, my soul and the main parts of my body were the only parts that were still dry. Everything else was soaked. The demon's mana poured and tried to overwhelm me, but it was useless against the domain. Instead, it tried to corrupt the ground around me. Again, my domain protected a large segment of the ground where my roots reached. It felt like we were imprisoned. With the overwhelming amount of mana the demons kept sending our way, and all the suicidal golems constantly blowing up around my tree, I couldn't even send any of my folks out there. My clone only survived because my main body's toughness is really high, and the explosions merely burned through a few layers of my wooden shields and just merely blackened my clone's barkskin. For my Valthorns and domain holders, I don't think they could face the demonic mana head-on. Maybe the domain holders, because their domains protect their souls and body, but with the overwhelming demonic mana severely restricting my range, we needed to rethink our approach. I constantly drained the demon's mana, trying to get better at dealing with them, and even with the entirety of the demonic mana focused on me, I still tried to push back. I tried to grab control, corrupt it. How do I reverse this? Even with the hero's star mana, the comet had way too much mana. I needed more, or maybe I needed something different. If I fail to regain control, the comet will effectively destroy everything we've built. But as much as I hate to say it, it seems like I've bitten off more than I can chew. Evacuation. It was the option I hated the most. I'd be giving up on Treehome, and I'd have to rebuild from scratch. I needed to figure out what was the best way to fight against the demon's mana. There must be a way I can win. Year 256. I spoke to Lilies first, and Lilies understood. Our roots connected, and I shared the images and experiences on the demon's comet. There was a shared mutual realization that evacuation should be our utmost focus. There had to be a way to achieve it without losing so much we've built so far. I felt Lily's understanding and, more importantly, agreement. We would need to rethink our strategy, move our people. Will of the world. Lily's first thoughts were to beg for aid. To move our world in the Void Sea, I promptly tried it, through my roots all over the world. I sent my thoughts through ley lines to the will deep beneath. Nothing. Refusal. I cursed. I tried it before, but even with new information, nothing changed. The will would not move without the suitable authority commanding it. My Valthorns and domain holders returned to Treehome, and they felt a little defeated. But it was not over yet. This battle against the comet was not yet over. But our odds were slim, and Stella redirected a group of the Void Mages to other projects. Mainly, to find new worlds that we could spread our population. I thought about teleporting large quantities of star mana bombs over to my clone on the demon's comet. It might be enough to shatter it if I could get enough. But Alka's immediate computations suggested it wouldn't be sufficient, not at our current quantity or strength. The heroes needed to make a far more powerful star mana bomb. Something capable of doing a lot more damage than anything we've done before, but sadly, the heroes are not in the best shape for that assignment. Lumuf was happy to be back in more comfortable dwellings, but even I could sense the nagging worry at the back of his mind. I could feel him occasionally take moments just to calm himself and to live in the present. There was no point thinking about whether this was all going to be gone soon. Life was on a timer. It was always on a timer in different ways or forms. Change was inevitable. Stella dropped by to visit one of those days, with food from their favorite restaurant. "How many worlds do you plan to visit?" Lumuf looked back at Stella. "Any good ideas? I think it wouldn't be enough. We had reports from the tropics world that it wouldn't be able to absorb large quantities of refugees. Its production and resources still significantly lagged behind Treehome due to its generally weaker levels of ambient mana. Even with my blessings and the presence of stronger druids, the soil itself was weak, and there was only so much one could squeeze out of a parched soil. The planetary core's strength ultimately fuels everything about that world. Still, the druids tried their best to get the world ready. They used spells meant to massively restore the land's vitality, special plants that feed life back into the soil, just like my trees. But we couldn't avoid the fact that if we moved everyone to Tropics World, our current estimates indicate that the food output of Tropics World would just be enough to provide subsistence for the entire world's population. I wouldn't be able to feed the population the way we do today, not without large-scale food imports from both Mountain World and Three Worlds. Maybe I should be happy with that, but no, it's not good enough, not with our goal of freeing our world from the demons. The reality of creating an army at the strength of the Valthorns required a lot of resources, a lot of food. It is difficult to train strong warriors and maintain a powerful standing army with terrible food supplies. The soul nourishes the body, and the body nourishes the soul. It is a feedback loop. With a poor physical condition, it has effects on mana generation, mana capacity, healing, and mental faculties. That didn't even go into the issue of construction. The sheer numbers of the world's population of at least a few hundreds of millions meant we'd have to provide housing for that many people. This was an issue that would need the combined effort of multiple million workers. Even with the construction of multiple new cities on Tropics World, the scale still wasn't enough to adequately for that many people. It would truly test the theoretically with my upper limit of subsidiary trees, spawn a few million trees, and that would house that many, but still not enough. But with the low levels of ambient energy, it's likely I would ultimately end up with a huge mana sink. If we lost Treehome, my current largest source of natural mana, the mana deficit would be even worse. We had to mitigate it, not substantially, but at least a tenth or a fifth of the world's population would have to move to Mountain World and Three World. We looked at Branchhold and my growing hidden city on Three Worlds. We've been expanding them gradually over the past few years. Branchhold was a prime candidate for massive expansion, even if I'd resisted it in the past. There was no choice now. Circumstances forced my hand, and I'd have to make this world do their share and absorb some of the people. I would need to mitigate the political fallout afterward. As for Three World, I'd need to have another talk with Jeanpu. Lumuf and Stella sat in his fancy dining room. His residence was decorated in an understated style, but had a fantastic view of the sprawling metropolis. He kept few trinkets or decorations, his wall filled with all his broken equipment. The food was decent, and Stella activated a small crystal gem that projected out a star map. My Void Explorer continues to move to more worlds, and if we hit one that's habitable like the Beast World, I think we should take it. Take it, Lumuf flinched. That's not a bad idea. I came to the realization that invasion is ultimately a necessity. Stella countered, I think you're not thinking straight. Why not the Demon Worlds? Lumuf rebuked. The Valthorns can handle most demonic foes, and the Demon King never actually attacks its own world. A waning world is not sustainable. The demon-controlled worlds fade, eventually. We can free multiple worlds. Lumuf countered. We did it on Houndsworld. A few more free worlds, and we spread the people around. Do we have time for that? Stella looked out of the balcony. I didn't need Patrick's mind reading to know how tormented she felt. I don't know. Lumuf shrugged, but they won't be linked by Ian's clones. We will have to build rift gates. Those cities and worlds will have to find ways to recover without Treehome as the core world. Stella thought, what if they don't move, like the dwarves? My void domain holder shut her eyes for a while, her eyes of eternal darkness swirling. I'll need to get started. Start looking. Let me know if you need me. I think you're needed elsewhere for now. Kay sat next to the aging Ken. His age was increasingly more noticeable lately, partly due to the stresses of the comet. It's been a few years since the fellow Ember's death, but it still hangs over them. You all right? Kay asked. Ken just frowned. Ian still refuses to answer me about what to do with the hero class. Give him some time. I asked him 2 years ago. That's still not enough time. Kay chuckled. She plateaued in terms of levels, not more than level 110. Was partly because she stopped participating in the higher level battles as well. Former heroes Kei and Ken seemed to still retain some leveling benefit, even if they didn't keep any of their heroic blessings. Is that why you've called me? Nah, I wouldn't bore you with my whining about Ian's slow decisions. Ken shrugged and offered her a glass of tea. She didn't need it. I want your views on the hero class. What can we do about it? And have you heard about our plan for a League of Heroes? Yeah, I heard. It goes around, but with us not discovering new hero worlds yet. Ken coughed, but that's not the point. Long ago, they wanted me to lead it. I'm beginning to think I'm not the best suited for that role, and I want to pass it on to someone immortal like the heroes. Kay's artificial face still revealed a look of horror. Oh no, you want me? Genius, Ken laughed. I'll die of old age, or some shit like that in a decade, or maybe two if I get lucky. Look at these creaky old bones. Even with the blessings of high levels, I'm nowhere near my best shape. Kay frowned. That's because you refuse to participate in battles, without the battle experience. I know you don't have to repeat it to me. I've heard that nagging lecture 1,000 times. Ken said, there was a burst of de-aging at level 100, level 125, and level 150. Between and below that, the effects on aging were subtler. He was nearest to the level 100 threshold, but he refused to participate in any of the tasks needed to get there. Chung called it planned suicide. I couldn't disagree. I'm beginning to think my approach was too aggressive, too in your face. I see how you work with Lausanne and the heroes, and I think your gentle, less intrusive approach may be the better one. I can't be the bridge or the chain that holds the heroes together, but I think you can. You have the most complete hero experience of all. You did your part as a hero, I didn't. I just ran when I could. A long silence between the two before Ken continued. Even now I'm running. I'm leaving this shit to others to clean up. Kay sighed. I can't do it. I couldn't even convince my two hero mates to fight by my side, and I died to the Demon King. You're asking for someone who has a bad track record to lead something much bigger. Ken nodded. I believe dying on the job still counts as work experience. A great testament to your commitment. The golem lady chuckled and then turned serious. No, there's no one else. I don't know the two other former heroes, and from what I heard, we can't trust them. Just think about it. I hope when I die the answer will be yes. You're a manipulative piece of shit putting it like that. Kay just cursed. I know. I'm a master of running away and leaving shit for others to clean up. I even thought long and hard about what to say. I hate you. Kay said. I knew she didn't mean it. On the Demon's Comet, I continued to experiment. Trapped. Surrounded in a sea of demonic mana, my domain was the only thing that kept me safe. I spawned trees and watched them turn into stone and crystal. My beetles, they splattered whenever the rivers of demonic mana entered them. It exploded. Most of my creations too. Then I began to wonder, was it linked to the type of creature? Would people do better? I wanted to witness the effects of large amounts of demonic mana on people. I thought about sending my soldiers, and I knew some would volunteer to die a martyr, but ultimately that was suicide. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be an old man sending young people to their deaths without knowing why or what they died for. I wouldn't do that who volunteered to serve in my army. So curious, I looked back at my prisoners on Treehome. I have many prisoners, criminals on the death row who did things they were not supposed to. Murders, rapes, and all that. Actually, if I was judged by an astral judge, maybe they'd find me horrifying too. For a brief moment, I hesitated. Was I being cruel? Was this terrible? Yes, but my vines, roots, and leaves were always bloody. We were executing these criminals one way or another. Death by drowning in demonic mana was just the means of execution. I decided I didn't cross a line. Maybe someone else would judge that I did. I pulled one of those convicts through my ability to teleport people and pushed them out of my tree's domain projection. The criminal died, instantly. It's as if they choked. Their bodies shriveled as all life was forced out of them. Sadly, that wasn't the end of it. Then their bodies were transformed by the overwhelming demonic mana. Those human bodies, dead from the toxicity of too much demonic mana, began to warp and transform. I began to vaguely sense the demonic mana reaching into that man's soul, and felt as if that demonic mana was beginning to hijack the corrupted corpse. I had a really bad feeling, and immediately pushed against the wall of the demonic mana around me, launched a root strike and destroyed that body. That wasn't a good idea. I cursed as I watched the remnants of the criminal. I thought about what I could do, and then remembered my hybrid plants dying slower than the rest. Could I use demonic mana, or creatures made of demonic mana that still remained under my control? Does the comet know how to distinguish my demonic mana and its demonic mana? The hybrids we used before still died and were destroyed by the overwhelming amounts of demonic mana. Ironic. This was us being on the other side of my ability, natural mana overwhelming. It seems to me that the demons have their own version, though their mana seemed to cause things to blow up. In my fields of demonic hybrid plants, I pulled their demonic energy to my clone and was surprised by how effortlessly my mana slipped out. It went out untouched, as if the rivers of demonic mana around us were never there. It was clear. If I wanted to destroy the demon's comet, I'd have to coat myself in demonic mana. I'll have to be a demon. Year 257. I collected demonic mana from all my demonic hybrid trees and began manipulating them. I've practiced with demonic mana in the past, and even went as far as attempting to mold them. I once used demonic mana to coat my beetles, and made them appear as if they were demons, but inside they were still normal beetles. But I've never tested creatures made with demonic mana against other demons. So concurrently, on some secluded location on Lava World and Mountain World, I began to shape one of my giant attendant trees into a spawning pool from all my experiences taking over demonic spawning pools on all the various worlds. Lumuf, naturally, sensed and understood what I was doing. Ian, this is the path where we have to walk carefully, lest we become the monsters that we fight. A small step here could lead to depths we cannot foresee. I know, I was worried, but I had to push on. The fate of Treehome depends on it. If I stray, my dearest avatar, tell me. Let the domain holders know of my plans to create my own demons. I felt the risks were reasonable. The domain protected my soul, and the demon's energy would change only the creatures I created. I wanted to create a puppet demon. The giant attendant tree transformed as I allowed the demonic energies to transform it. Lily's was wary. The fury of the multiple worlds may descend on you. Transacting excessively in the demonic energies might create a curse. The tree transformed slowly as I replicated the forms I've seen in the spawning pool. I had ideas about the spawning pool because I always wanted to create a champion like the demons. I studied them excessively, hoping to create champions of my own. Each time, I tried to use the concepts but made entirely out of my own mana. This time I tried my best to stick as close as possible to the original recipe of the demonic spawning pools, with demonic ingredients. The demonic energy caused my tree to turn into this hard, rocky structure, with spikes and jagged edges quite like the demonic spires I've seen. This was the natural form of the demonic energy, and suggested that the demonic energy itself came from a rocky world with such features. The tree was ready, and then it died abruptly. Insufficient demonic mana. I tried again, repeatedly tweaking and tweaking the mana. As weird as it sounded, each demonic spawning pool was surprisingly specific about its energy requirements. It needed resources from the surroundings, the right intensity of mana throughout the spawning process, and the structures had to be formed carefully. I couldn't just play with one demonic giant attendant tree at a time. If I wanted this to work, I needed an entire farm of spawning pools, each with slightly different configurations. That would allow me to test what works and what doesn't. So on Lava World, where it still overflows with demonic mana, and there are still local demonic spawning pools, I started a large-scale demonic experimentation facility. 1,000 giant attendant trees, each a slightly different configuration. This would allow me to test which configuration worked better with demonic mana. I also tried using the demonic mana from the comet itself, absorbing it through my roots. Mana of all forms carries the intent of its controller. It was this intent, embedded with mana, that allows mana to function and do things. Mana without will just floats around without purpose. Each mana absorbs or carries this intent when it emerges through the soul spring. It is why when my mana encounters another mana, whether it resists, passes it by, or absorbs each other, is because of the intent that is tied up with that mana. Intent from the mage shapes the mana into form, into spells, into abilities. Demonic mana that seeks to corrupt carries within it the intention to corrupt, while my mana seeking to protect myself will therefore clash and fight with the mana that resists. This is why it's often a battle of wills, because intention within the mana is the one that's driving the resistance, and refining how one's mana resists the intentions of other forms of mana is how I got better at fighting off demonic mana. This is why intentless demonic mana, like those generated by my hybrid trees, can be possessed and manipulated. My soul can impose my intention onto these blank motes of demonic mana because there was nothing there to resist it. The ability to project intention comes from the soul spring. The soul spring is a printer, the device in which the code is injected into each mode of mana. However, if these two intentions do not conflict, they can coexist. This is how groups of people manage to work with each other and overlap their spells or even bless each other. But at the same time, this is also a vulnerability. Intentions can be changed, but luckily, a soul's ability to control the intention of mana usually ends once it leaves its body. In short, the mana's intention is usually fixed the moment it exits the body, as the soul can no longer interact or pass on its intention to the mana, or even if it could, the range of interaction is usually limited. It's the equivalent of programming codes going live, free to interact, coexist, or fight other codes. To change it, we'd have to upload or send a new set of codes. Mana themselves have certain natural properties. Just like how star mana was the equivalent of coding with radioactive nuclear fuel, demonic mana felt quite like coding with poison. Core mana felt like coding with stone and rocks, and void mana is like coding with some kind of thick black oil. In its raw, base form, demonic mana and energy is naturally slightly corruptive and wanted to change everything into itself. It wanted everything to take its usual shape. It's a familiar sensation. My own mana has the tendency of warping things into trees or plants. Every soul changes the mana they produce slightly, even if it's not enough to be considered a whole category of its own. There are elemental biases even in the mana, just like how Arya's mana is tinged with ice, and Lily's mana has both water and death's taint. Residual codes as a result of processing from each soul's spring. This theory explains why, despite no real input from me, demons that I controlled were transformed into wood forms. Like the first time I turned the demonic hounds into wood hounds so many decades ago, or how the demonic walker transformed into the hulking mass of roots that is Hytrerion. Allowing the demonic mana to flourish is counterintuitive, but I had to rein in my own intentions. I pulled the demonic mana produced by my hybrid demon plants and used them to produce demons. Gradually, I found a set of configurations that allowed my demonic mana giant attendant trees to not only grow, but surprisingly, absorb the natural demonic mana of the demon worlds and convert them into a usable form. Skill acquired, demonic mana refinement. You are now able to refine and clean demonic mana from certain worlds. This ability did not work on mana from the demon comet. The intent to conquer from the demon comet was too strong, too violent. But this was a huge revelation for me. In a single skill, it changed the balance of mana production altogether. With these demonic giant attendant trees, I can produce mana on the demon worlds. With this, I am no longer mana negative. I said the domain holders, much to their horror. But I didn't really need to say it, but for clarity I had to. It means I will be using a lot of demonic mana, and demonic mana will flow through my body in large quantities. Do we know what happens when you have too much demonic mana? Stella countered. Void mana changed my body and those of the void mages. I don't know. No, Stella said, we shouldn't go down this road. The demonic mana might gain control of you and its effects. The rest of them promptly agreed. They think this was a line that cannot be crossed. Small-scale demonic mana was fine, but once large quantities of demonic mana flowed through my body, the effects on me, well, I don't know what the effects are. My soul should protect me or it might not. Actually, no, it won't. This is MY demonic mana, and it's likely the domain would not step in. After all, the domain would not resist itself, and the domain is subservient to the soul. This was granting the demonic energies the equivalent of root access to my programming. It could unmake me, and there's nothing I could do. My domain holders were unanimous, and they voted no. Even if this would significantly elevate my mana constraints by turning Lavaworld from a mana-negative location into a mana-positive location. Lavaworld's demonic mana, which was controlled by its demon mother, could be easily converted into usable demonic mana, but it is a risk. I realize I probably wasn't in the best mental state to make this decision, because it is entirely possible that the demonic mana had already affected me without me even noticing it. So I decided it was wiser to agree with my council's thoughts, and did not expand the demonic mana harvesting. I didn't expand the demonic giant attendant trees mana farm, and instead focused on tweaking the spawning pools. Once the demonic giant attendant trees were functional, they could now begin to produce my new prototype demonic scouts. The first demonic beetle created from almost entirely demonic energies collapsed on itself. It died. There were aspects of its creation that reminded me of my earlier days when I first experimented with beetles. We learned a lot from those days. Much of that knowledge is now handled by my small army of artificial minds. Still, we had to redesign the creature from the ground up. The structural elements of the demonic beetle body had to be different, due to the different strengths and flexibility inherent in the demon organic materials, and we couldn't just reuse the old templates. The 1,000 demonic giant trees became a large experimental spawning pool, where I figured out the strengths and weaknesses of the demonic material. One, they were naturally hard, and we've known demons had a strong earth-fire element bias. But unlike the beetles, they were significantly less flexible, and so certain elements of the demonic beetle had to be reinforced, while certain parts could do with less. My first functional demonic beetle struggled to walk, but the data we gleaned soon allowed us to prototype newer models. Back on Treehome, I faced Colette, who could no longer put off her request. She waited long enough, and she finally insisted for it to happen. Prabhu was there, and I could see a resigned acceptance in his face. Her daughter, Rohana, understood it as mother needs to find a missing piece of herself and was thus naturally supportive of her mother. Suppress the hero class, Colette repeated. Very well. After so long, everyone knew of it, but no one dared stop Colette. Despite her calm appearance, everyone could sense as if there was a maelstrom swirling within. It seemed as if the threat of her fury was enough. I gathered the energies from throughout Treehome. With my expansion on the demon's comet blocked by the rivers of demonic mana, there was nothing much else I could do. Colette dipped into my soul forge, where I would apply the weight of my domain and my energies against her hero class. I entered into her soul's spring and found the cracks on the vast marble spring had gotten much larger. Your soul. I feel as if my soul and the hero class are at odds with each other. She repeated, our minds linked through my vines wrapped around her body. Ever since the day Hafez died and that conversation we had, I felt as if something weighing down on me. It's holding me back from remembering and reaching into something. Cracks. About 140 years ago, I tried to suppress the hero class for Mayuri to lift the curse within. Today I looked at the cracked hero class around Colette's soul spring and wondered whether the hero class was the curse. Power flooded my soul vines and appendages, and it wrapped around the stones that formed her soul's spring. I knew I could do it. The power I had in my disposal was no less than what Harris and Jared provided to me, and not just that, I was much more powerful. This entire thing was the hero class. It is the means that translate their intent into power. It didn't even take much of my power to lift the white stones of her soul spring. Her very soul resisted it. It felt as if the ground itself pushed against the stones, and all I had to do was give it a hand. Her soul had grown stronger. The core part of her soul now wanted to shed the class that sought to impose itself on her. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to think she might have been able to suppress her hero class with enough time. Unlike Mayuri, who found it extremely painful, Colette's unconscious body relaxed, as if she was in a long, peaceful sleep. She was in a long dream, as I held the hero class as long as I could. With her soul itself resisting the hero class, I didn't even have to spend much energy to do so. I took this chance to look closer at the stones that made a hero. There were severe damages into the structure of the hero class itself. Parts of the stone were worn out, hollowed from below, likely from the soul's resistance. There was accumulated damage in the structure of the spring too, gaps and holes where they probably should be none, cracks and scars, chips in the rocks. Was this caused by the natural weakening of the hero class? Actually, could it be that due to the forced nature of the hero class, the soul itself struggles against the hero class, and so inevitably it would decay over time? The symptoms we see might be just the side effect of prolonged wear and tear, as the soul grew stronger over time. I could mend the hero class, but I realize it may not be what Colette wants. The floating vase of star mana in the sky continued to pour down into her soul, but nothing. Suddenly, I felt a rumbling. Her soul vibrated, and yet she looked peaceful. The rumbling came from where the actual waters of the spring surged out. Like a wave, it blasted outwards. Then I felt Colette awaken after hours of sleep. I felt joy. You can stop, she answered. The hero class is damaged. Do you want me to fix it? No, that won't be necessary. I gently placed the stones back, and then just as suddenly the rocks began to move and reshape itself. I can do it. Just there and then, huge waters poured out of her soul and flooded the hero stones. Encased in the waters of her soul, the rocks themselves vibrated and then glowed dimly, as if they were stones around a very hot fireplace. This lasted for an hour while ripples of energy whipped through the valley. When it was done, her words answered all my questions. The gods control me no longer. Colette said, as we all felt the change in her hero class. I am now a liberated hero. Year 257, Part 2. 13 years till impact. Liberated hero, I asked as Colette exited from the soul forge. What in the world? I have gained control of my class, and no longer will it inject me with its whims and desires. How? What? She smiled. I actually don't know, but I remember my family, and I remember a lot of love from everyone. I had a great, incredible dream, Ian. A dream of a lot of suffering, but always a lot of care and affection. And I remember that I desired to remember all those who cared for me, and really desired to return that care to those around me. Then when I felt the hero class return, all I did was push that desire towards it. She walked to Rohana, who looked at her mummy. Mommy, did you find it? Colette squatted down, pulled her child for a hug, and nodded. Yes, I did. Can I look at it? I spoke to the hero directly. Again, later. I want to spend some time with my family. Prabhu wasn't sure what to make of it. He looked at her partner, unsure, so all he did was wait. She carried her daughter and looked at him with a smile. When you are ready, you should ask Ian for it too. It feels like I no longer forgot our childhood. Rohana, the young child, merely tugged her mother's hand. Does it make you stronger, Mommy? Not really, but I feel like I see things clearer, as if a veil was lifted. That's good, Mommy. Can we go eat something now? Ken stewed at the revelation that it was possible to escape the control of the gods while still retaining the hero class. He immediately looked at Sneck's hero class. Do you think there's a way to turn your hero class into that, whatever that was? Do I look like I know? Sneck answered. Our knowledge of the soul never got to that point. Hell, the moment we got a hero class, we're frankly in uncharted waters. Ken frowned. I still kick myself for falling for your scam. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. As far as I could remember, you wanted to get rid of it at almost any cost. Fair, honestly, no one knows, and I wasn't even sure whether I could replicate it. That last part, where her soul itself heated her hero class, as if purifying it, I was sure that it came from her and had nothing to do with me. I merely facilitated the moment, enabled the circumstances where she could then make it happen. It was something within her that gave her the strength to change the hero class, and the heroes themselves wanted it, but I could try. Modifying hero classes was certainly not out of the picture. Time was ticking. The Demon Comet was 13 years away from impact on Treehome, and 3 more years till the next interplanar intersection with Lavaworld. Time. I had all the time in the world, and none at all. The heroes were not willing to go on a suicide mission on the Demon's Comet, not with the torrents of demonic mana flooding my tree. As much as I hated to admit it, the demons were learning and adapting to my methods, and trapping me in a heavy dose of demonic mana was way more effective than I liked. So I focused on my experiments with the demonic mana, demonic trees, and demonic beetles. The demons clearly had not adapted to my ability to use demonic mana, and I reckon that once they know I could use demonic mana, they would adapt accordingly. After countless more experiments with my demonic beetles, I was finally comfortable enough to test one out. I still retained control of the demonic beetles. My hold on them through the demonic mana was unaffected by how they moved. I wondered briefly about the nature of demonic mana and its corruptive abilities, and thought about my choice so many decades ago, when I chose Tree of Life instead of Crown of Magic. Could Crown of Magic absorb demonic mana with none of its drawbacks? I wondered briefly whether the Crown of Magic would have solved the Demon Comet issue easily, due to its natural mastery of magic. I quickly snapped myself out of my contemplation and focused back to my demonic beetles. I could control them, but I couldn't see through them. My next problem was I needed the means to remain in contact with the scouting demon beetle as it explores the Demon's Comet, so I tested more variants of demonic plants and trees, just in case I needed them to explore the Demon's Comet and expand my beetle's range of operations. It was frustrating that the Demon Comet's rivers of mana continued to focus on my clone's location. I had hoped that they would somehow realign themselves back to their original nodes, then I could use that opportunity to expand outwards, in some manner that wouldn't rouse the attention of the core. Now, with the swirling rivers of mana, it was dangerous even for the heroes, and the constant harassment from the demonic creatures never quite ended. Despite destroying so many of these demons, I have not gained a single level. My demonic beetles were now ready, and I sent them to Lavaworld to experiment on them. Amazingly, the demons of the Lavaworld did not immediately attack my demonic beetles. No. Not just that. The demons on Lavaworld were oblivious to it. It was an incredible sensation. It was one thing to be invisible, but another to be visible but clearly ignored. With this, I immediately worked on more demonic beetle variants and then sent my first one through to the Demon's Comet. Unlike the other demonic-controlled worlds, the beetles would need to dig, and I wondered whether I could create a titan filled with demonic mana, a digging demonic titan. It didn't take long for me to discover that I could. Conditions fulfilled, Depthworm variants unlocked. Demonic Depthworm Titan is now available. Starts with high endurance, extensive digging abilities, and extensive earth sense. Will also share vision and image. Anyway, back on the Demon's Comet, I sent my beetle, fresh from Lavaworld's success, and right into the rivers of demonic mana. My beetle stepped through an invisible line that separated my domain and the rivers of mana outside. I thought it was going to explode and splatter into goo like the rest of the beetles, but watching my demonic beetle step into the sea of demonic mana unharmed was highly amusing. My confidence replenished. I began to pump in demonic mana from my small farm of demonic trees and spawn them as demonic trees in the area around me. These trees and beetles are almost 99 demonic in its structure, and once more, I watched in incredibly surprise how the demonic mana just moved around of my trees and leaving them unharmed. The incredibly obvious question thus popped up. Lumoof, imagine a demonic warrior. Do you think they'll be immune to demons' attacks? Ian, I would have absolutely no confidence. No, imagine a demonic suit of armor, if an outer structure made of demonic matter. Like a golem armor? Yes, Lumoof frowned but then nodded. It could work. I wasn't sure how long before the Demon's Comet would pick up that the presence of other demonic mana is unnatural, so I needed to work fast. I quickly spawned more demonic trees to expand my range, even as all this demonic mana moved about around me. Perhaps the rivers of demonic mana itself have no ability to tell friend from foe, because it was unreal to watch the huge demonic creatures spawned by the demonic mana just ignore my demonic trees as if it was just the background. It makes me think that these demonic creatures are just programmed to attack anything that doesn't feel or emit demonic energy. With demonic roots, I dug deeper into the Demon's Comet. I was finally making progress again. It was slow, but it was great to escape my cage of demonic mana. My demonic trees and roots dug deeper into the Demon's Comet. The rivers of mana was not everywhere, and once the roots reached parts of the comet where there wasn't any river of demonic mana, we could act with much more freedom. Stella regained access to the anti-magic sandworld, and one of the alternatives we wanted to consider was to use massive quantities of anti-mana gems to break free. We've been building up more anti-magic mana crystals and trying to use them to shatter the demolite. We're also trying to find a good, easy, convenient way to destroy demolite, since the entire comet was pretty much some kind of demolite. My labs on Treehome were heavily experimenting on their structure, and eventually it was Edna's quest ability that came to the rescue. She emerged from her quest with a black hammer. Well, this is a crystal crusher. It should help the physical warriors destroy the crystals and allow us to dig. I'll keep trying for other type of quest rewards, which then led to the next project that I ran with utmost urgency. My Valthorns assembled a large group of master crafters and golem makers and sent them over the lava world. We need operational demonic lattice armor able to deceive the demon comet's demons. There were two real approaches. One, where we created a golem frame and then placed demonic matter around it, and two, where the crafters and golem makers created a golem entirely out of demonic structure, growing it bit by bit. The crafters were already aware of the existence of the comet, but working on demonic matter was an entirely different league, but we had no choice. The heroes had one big question. Was there a big difference in the power of the liberated hero? Not much, and it seems I am no longer blessed by the gods. Colette said after a short trial. The power didn't increase, but it's worth it. But not increasing in power ignored the fact that the hero's power experienced decay over time. The power of the hero class was strongest right before they fought their demon king, and after their first demon king, it has been observed that some of their skills and abilities were downgraded to a lower version. With the liberated hero, there was none of that. No decay, no future weakness. Their strength was preserved and they could act freely. I hope some of you will join me, she said with certainty, and the other heroes merely stared, puzzled. Even her partner, Prabhu, merely frowned. I reviewed the data from the incident of how Colette broke free and realized that her own soul must want it. Based on what I know, it's likely that if the hero's soul wasn't strong enough, the hero class's hold on their mind may actually be enhanced. The very act of pushing against the hero class drained the soul of its energy, so if it didn't have enough, it could be a mistake. I quickly clarified the risks of attempting similar acts, and also explained that there were already tremendous cracks in her soul before she broke free. I would hesitate trying it again, until your souls reveal similar characteristics as Colette, I said. In fact, my gut feeling told me that the hero themselves must have conviction and a desire for it. I also don't know the consequences of a liberated hero. Does it affect how future heroes are summoned? Do we still receive fragments? Magical research focusing on the destruction of the comet was in full swing, and by now, rumors of an impending disaster leaked out to the wider society. After all, Valthorns would tell their families of the comet, as means of convincing them to make the move to Tropics World. Some of these families would speak of it to their friends. The rumors spread, and as time ticked, the nobility were first to panic. Some of them sent emissaries, demanding details of the rumors. Knowledge of the other worlds were common now. Everyone knows we have access to other worlds, and so the fact that there was a comet coming our way didn't seem far-fetched. Most didn't know the details, of course. Some thought it was just a super demon king, some thought the planet itself was cracking, some thought it was just all the water on Treehome was evaporating. It was hilarious and sad to watch how stories mutated as it passed on. But ultimately, emissaries began to visit Freshka in droves, demanding truth. My own diplomats initially tried their best to delay it by denying the truth. I felt conflicted as my diplomats and leaders denied the truth despite the evidence. Our official stance was this is a military preparation for the coming demon king. I was a liar. We were all liars, but it wouldn't help my cause. No, I would expect resources will be needed just to satisfy their demands. In fact, some would demand to be sent over first. Panicking would not help and would lead to misaligned use of resources and time. The way to the demon world is opening in about 2 years, maybe less. 3 worlds would face the next demon king in another 2 years. The last time we fought a demon king in their world was year 238, and their world faced a demon king every 15 to 20 years. Stella and Kefri pointed to a location on 3 worlds, the Centaur lands. Kefri merely cursed. They've got hit hard, and now they're getting hit again. There are times when I feel rich. When I feel we have enough resources to pursue anything we want to. Then there are times like this, where I have not done enough for the demon's comet, and I still need to dig into my reserves to resolve a demon king on 3 worlds. The heroes would be there. They have to be. We would need to properly rig the place for war. Ridiculous, Lumuf cursed as he heard the emissary. Absolutely ridiculous. The dwarves of Mountain World demanded us to reconstruct their capital and move the structures back. The heroes, in their grief, were in no shape to immediately start work. Matters such as moving the dwarven city buildings back to their original location, low priority. Colette and Prabhu, the two mages, dragged their feet because that location still reminded them too much about Hafiz's death. Lumuf slammed the table. This is very unreasonable of the Dwarven King. The dwarves had initially blamed the heroes for their capital's fall. Now their discontent towards their new living conditions, despite our attempts to assist, were aimed at us. The Dwarven King was not wise. It was something I know, but I suppose it wasn't important before. But now the Dwarven King, unable to do much to improve things, aimed that anger at us. I have sympathy for those who lost their homes. But if they declare war against us, that would be unreasonable. Reconstruction from a disaster where reasonable was already ongoing. Full restoration was not. What ensued was gutter politics. The dwarves sent letters to neighboring kingdoms, accusing us of deliberately destroying their capital. My spies intercepted them and sent letters of our own. Most kingdoms were aware of our neutrality, and the nobility, privy to a wider range of news, were mostly on my side. But the dwarves were quite good at riling up the masses. Their rapport with the common folk was good. Politics and public relations sapped resources and manpower. It was tiring trying to deal with a comet, while these annoying things came my way, both on Treehome and Mountain World. But I swallowed my frustrations for now. I will deal with them later. Year 258. Kefri watched as the Valthorns began to pour into the Centaur lands with whatever weapons and bombs we could spare. After the incident on the Dwarven Kingdom, the heroes seemed to suddenly regain their fear of demons and devoted more time to prepare for the Demon Kings. Weapons shortage still caused issues across all the three worlds, but my mages were innovative folks, as some began harvesting crystals from the various demon worlds. Resource shortages had forced my mages and Valthorns to develop a dedicated exploratory mining and manufacturing expedition force to take resources available on the various demon worlds. We could not just work with our three habited worlds, not without messing things up for those who lived there. Significant price inflation for crystals, runic materials, and magical crafting affected high society and culture in strange ways, even if we ensured that food and necessary supplies remained cheap and readily available to almost all segments of our society. In a way, it really amplified class divisions and messed with the education of young children. Those who could afford these materials could give them a head start in magic education, but the rest of them couldn't. Stella felt that personally because as a former educator, she saw the effects of resource shortages happen back home. Watching how those with advantages and wealth, those who could afford private tutors, special materials, and have practice with expensive materials get a head start in life really sucked. The Valtrian Order tries to mitigate this, but there is a balance between quality, quantity, and cost, and also our other priorities, such as war. Due to the rise in crystal-based equipment, such as crystalline bombs, crystalline magic storage devices, and crystal-powered golems, crystals were the new gold. It's possible to create artificial crystals and grow them through various means. Yet these remain relatively slow processes, and the amount of crystal consumed by a society that depended on them to organize work, move money around, supply energy to various equipment, and store important memories was huge. Prior to the era of peace, it didn't make sense to build large magical formations for mundane purposes. Magical formations were first and foremost for protection, and for war. That meant the use of crystals as a store of energy, or to supply heat, power, cooling, or lighting were fairly limited in scope. It didn't help that common crystals didn't store a lot of mana compared to the demonic demolite. It took significant development over the years, from the entire crystal crafting industry and pretty much an army of other mages, craftsmen, and even dedicated crystal growers, to create high-density crystals that could store more mana and pack in more spells. Development of high-density mana crystals, in terms of total output and total capacity, remains an ongoing research subject because of the expansive usage options. There were attempts to use anti-magic glass and crystals from the anti-magic world to create segmentation within mana crystals, to pack more magic. The mages called it microcrystallization. The craftsmen called it crystal compartmentalization or crystal nesting. Density was always important. Even back when we were trying to design bombs meant to kill demon kings in a single blow, Alka and his team have always tried to create high-density bombs and crystals. The best way currently remains star mana, which sadly was corrosive. It meant the crystal bombs, created by the heroes through their hero forge, packed with star mana, all had an expiry date. This was true for all hero items. After a while they would decay, but bombs were exceptional because of their design. They were meant for explosive single use, so their nature was against endurance. The expected arrival place of the Demon King was on a vast field of grass. There were some habited areas nearby, but the centaurs were semi-nomadic, so asking them to move temporarily proved to be significantly easier. If the Demon King arrived at Hoofhall, I'd face more problems getting the centaurs to move. Kefri watched as more bombs were placed. I sensed magical disturbances as my trees spawned in the area in the form of small shrubs. attempted scrying from the humans affiliated to the Crystal King. Didn't take long for agents of the Crystal King to start causing trouble. Kefri and the heroes were naturally furious as the fifth attempted saboteur was caught. This is ridiculous. The Crystal King wants me to die. Kefri held up the man, her scorpionate hands trembling. She was trying her best to hold her anger within. Yes, the man was deathly afraid as the hero's fury rippled in the air. Magic made the world around them feel heavy. He wants a new generation of heroes to appear. And he is willing to kill me to do it. No, he said to just mess with the preparations. Kefri was furious. That's just trying to kill me in another way. Does he want war? I have no issues marching into his lands and blasting that damned mountain to smithereens. In truth, Kefri would be a fool to do so alone. Each of the rulers and deities of the three forces were packed with ancient spells and artifacts. Kefri might as well kill herself. There were certain aspects of Kefri's hero power that were tied to an ancient pact between the three, and that meant the Crystal King had countermeasures against her. But if the entirety of the hero force, especially those from Mountain World and Treehome, headed there was nothing he could do. Those heroes were not shackled by the pacts of the three. As the fourth force, I thus assisted the heroes in making a declaration and a warning. If the Crystal King messes with the anti-Demon King preparations, I would apply the weight of my force against him. It was a controversial statement, one that Jampu didn't like, but he didn't say much. He did flag his concerns on the ancient pact that should the Crystal King were to die, the ancient pact with the gods could be broken. Some worlds had pacts, some didn't. It didn't matter. If the Crystal King indirectly causes the death of the heroes, I consider that just cause for war. It would also help that I'd be able to then use his lands as home for potential refugees, the people of Treehome. It was convenient, even if I certainly came across as Machiavellian. For his sake, I hope he didn't give me just cause. That said, not everyone was unhelpful. The centaurs of Treehome themselves had a special request. As the war would be fought over their lands, their ancient customs dictate that they must participate in the battle. Even if it was suicide, their ancient custom does not permit others to defend their land on their behalf. Someone from the centaurs must fight. Their ancient honor system depended on martial prowess, and martial prowess did not allow hiding from a fight to protect their home. I have another world for you to visit, Lumuf. Stella came over. The archmages found one of the worlds that could be of interest. The metals on that world are unusual, but we have not yet found. Don't we have the demons of Three World to prepare for? Rune, Johan, and Alka's headed there already. They can handle it. This one's for you. All right, Lumuf nodded. Another world to visit. The way age works is well known, but its tendency to strike is still hard to pin down, even if we could chart its probabilities. Old age is like playing a game of chance. Each day, you're a little bit closer to death. Every day, the dice is weighed a little more. I've studied death in old people many times, and often the collapse is sudden. There are many ways old age kills. One of the most common was when the soul's link to its body somehow tears, as if a soul that no longer wanted its body. Then the body would begin to malfunction. Organs that functioned normally the day before started exhibiting unusual behavior. It is as if a gear just decided to turn a different way, or a key that went into the wrong hole, a door that didn't open properly. Organs and parts of the body begin to collapse, and teeth would come soon after. Old age is a sneaky assassin, and behaved in some ways like stress, or wear and tear. It's a ticking time bomb. It leaves its mark on every part of the body, for the right moment to trigger, and these marks come in physical, magical, and spiritual form. I've gotten quite good at removing the physical and magical elements of old age, and it is why I could extend some of my soldiers' lives if they wanted me to. Even spiritual elements of old age, the marks left by the soul, could be removed, if I could find them. For old, dying mortals, if they were under observation and the signs of soul misalignment arising from age were to strike, I could usually step in and correct that misalignment of soul-body. Prolong one's life for a few more weeks or months, even years. I could do it, often consuming a little bit of my mountain of soul fragments. Patching a soul had a cost, a small one, and today the specter of death came for the former hero. He was at home. Ken looked perfectly fine, and then without any reason but time, he began coughing like mad. He started to choke, and my vines wrapped him. Healing fluids helped suppress the symptoms. I could save him, but he said, "No, I didn't listen. You have a lot to do that you've left undone." The hell with that. Ken coughed. Through my vines I could sense parts of his body imploding on itself. This was something I've seen in many old folks, and I could rescue them, if I wanted to. He coughed a bit more, and I sensed parts of his liver and lungs starting to collapse. My healing powers flowed through his body. "Stop," Ken said, choking halfway. "No," I answered. "I will not let you die without the other heroes being here. Don't tell them." Ken said, "Don't tell my friends." "Ken, selfish as it may be, I will keep you alive until your friends get here." "Fuck that," he said. "Fuck. It's not all about you, it's about the optics of letting you die without your friends." Fuck, can't even die in peace. Just drug me, put me to sleep and let me go, the former hero cursed. Old age was a battle against the soul, and one I'm really good at winning. I could keep him alive indefinitely, but I know he doesn't want to. Snek spammed the magical crystals and sent alerts to all the heroes. I felt the local area shift as teleportation magic created a temporary warp and the heroes ran in. Chung was naturally first to barge in. He came cursing. You fool, fuck you, can't even die without seeing your stupid face. Ken cursed back. You don't regret it, come on, just tell Ian to fix your soul and make you live longer. Chung said, cursing but also pleading. Don't. Number Ken said, I'm not. Prabhu and Colette came next. Colette walked in and she frowned. How are you feeling? Dying, but Ian's not letting me die. Colette smirked. Smart ass is still putting up a fight on your deathbed. Chung looked at Colette. Tell him to stay. The liberated hero shrugged. Me, no, I like to believe in choices. She looked at Ken. Is this your choice? Colette, that's rubbish. Choice shouldn't matter when he's making an irreversible decision to kill himself. Ken frowned. It's called euthanasia, Chung. Did you not pay attention in school? I was young as fuck when I was sent here. Do you think I remember what I learned in school? Colette looked at Prabhu. Prabhu didn't say anything, just nodded and held Ken's hand. His skin was quite wrinkly, but today it's as if there was an extra 50 years added. Snek actually agreed with Chung. I agree with your friend Ken. Live. You still need to convince Ian to plant a clone on Ulara. Ken laughed while choking. You can negotiate with the tree yourself. He coughed some more and couldn't seem to stop. I injected him with more of my healing energies and helped patch him through. Ian, can I die now? I thought about it for a moment. I've seen people die around me, usually suddenly. Most would not want to die, but suicide was not uncommon. No, fuck Ken cursed, and he flailed against my vines, trying to rip them off like a medical patient trying to pull out all the medical tubes. Unlike medical tubes, my vines were much stronger, so I injected him with a sleeping drug. The heroes watched as Ken flailed and then slept. I've put him to sleep. For now, don't let him die. He will. His soul is imploding. You can fix it. Chung said, I can, but if he doesn't want me to fix it, it'll make things harder. I don't care. Colette looked at Chung. She looked sympathetic, but in a way he looked pathetic. Colette sighed. Chung, let him go. No. Chung turned to face Colette. His face was ugly. Are all of you murderers? Why are you aiding his suicide? This is insane. There comes a time and place when we must let our hands go. Colette said with a maturity I've not seen before she became a liberated hero. She spoke from a place of inner peace. You must let go. The more you try to hold on to him, the more he will resist and he will walk away. Death is not the end, Chung. Death is not the end, Chung repeated, furious. This is absurd, Colette. It is the end in every way and form. No, not for us. We are promised to return home. You believe that shit? Ken doesn't believe it. Colette smiled. There's no evidence against it. There's no evidence for. On the contrary, we know souls reincarnate in this world. Why is it so hard to believe that our souls will too? Chung stomped away. He didn't go far, just down the corner where there was a relatively new drinking place. He better not die while I'm away. That's not your choice to make, Chung. In a way, it was mine, and I needed Chung's help. Ken won't die, not yet. Year 259, 11 years to impact. Some of the heroes wanted to let Ken go, but ultimately I saw Ken as leverage. It was pathetic and sad, but I could not afford the heroes to fracture at this time. I needed the heroes to help me get through my comet problem. Chung absolutely refused to let him die and insisted that I keep him alive. He threatened to quit from all combat engagements if I allowed Ken to die. I've always had a rather tense relationship with the archer hero, but this sort of blackmail only confirmed my feelings. Kefri, the woman that Chung had a crush on, found his threat so repulsive that the two had an argument. You're a dickhead, Kefri cursed. Why do I only attract people that either want my power or just outright horrible people? Chung tried his best to downplay the severity of the threat. Kefri, come on, I'm just asking Ian to keep Ken alive. I've had idiots on 3 Worlds trying to sabotage the Demon King preparations, and here you are flinging threats like this around, threatening Ian not to participate in battles against the Demon King. What does that make me? I'm an idiot for thinking this Hero League thing could work if it's composed of selfish assholes like you. You immature foolish prick. Kefri. The Scorpionid lady refused to talk to him and went back to 3 Worlds to continue the preparations. After thinking about it, I decided I was in no position to refuse Chung's request, and it only made Ken mad as hell. He understood, but he was mad. You're a horrible person, Ian. Ken cursed. You said you'd like to let me die. I felt a little shit doing this to him, but at this point, I'd rather offend Ken than the heroes. I will. Later. He understood, of course. He wasn't stupid and saw the writing on the wall. You just want them to help you destroy the comet. My non-response was all the confirmation he needed. To think that at this point, I'm fucking leverage. I hate you, Ian. Don't do this to me. There are sacrifices I need to make to achieve the goals. Goals that your friends agree with. I will throw you under the bus if I have to. Unfortunately, your friend has forced me to do so. The demonic mana's gotten to you. Ken cursed. I know it didn't, but it didn't change that some people would think that way. Demons? What is a demon? I believe I am at the point where it is important to differentiate between being a demon and being made from demonic stuff. Or is this me trying to defend my own decisions? Has using demonic mana influenced me already? I asked Patrick and my artificial minds to give myself a scan and wondered whether it was even possible to duplicate a copy of my thought process such that I could remember who I was. Tihei could copy my memories, but my thought process was very much linked to my soul, and essentially I'd have to duplicate my soul. Not possible. Demons, what are they? It's actually quite hard to answer the question, but we know that they seek to assimilate worlds and have captured gods to do so, or at least their divine energy. They have advanced portal and void technologies, and have the capability to construct superstructures to make the most of them. It seems to me that the demons themselves can't really answer that question, because my roots, made of demonic energy and materials, moved unobstructed through the comet. My beetle moved unharmed. We walked and moved among demons, and they did not react to our presence. We don't know how long this would last, but we have to move quickly, before the demons figure out there is a pretender among them, digging deeper and deeper while the time continues to tick. Next year, the comet will briefly approach Lava World. If there's an opportunity to launch an attack, that's one of my best chances. I could simultaneously attack from the surface and from my clone while trying to sneak some demonic mana beetles, trees, and roots into the very depths of the comet. My roots were naturally sensitive to the rocky crystalline structure around us, and it was easiest for my roots to push deeper through the gaps, where different types of rock crystals meet. I had presumed that the rock structure would get more coherent as we went deeper, but the presence of imperfections in the comet's structure reinforced our earlier theory that this rock was a cobbled mess. Just assume for a moment, what if you could have your own demon swarm, one that you controlled? The repulsive idea came from Alka. Despite his own reservations about the demonic mana earlier, as time went on, he somehow came out with a wild idea. It was the magical equivalent of creating a mutant supervirus, one where I already have the cure and have a built-in kill switch. The dangers of such a weapon was so off the charts that I couldn't even contemplate the outcome should it out-evolve its inbuilt kill switches. If we could reliably control it, it's no different from your swarm of beetles. But we can't. I had no confidence we could control our own swarm. I wasn't so conceited as the Terrans to think we could manipulate our own autonomous swarm. The beasts we seek to control could consume gods, and I wouldn't be surprised if it could someday turn against me. I wouldn't even. The hunger within the demon kings, that intent to corrupt and consume from the comet, was enough evidence that demonic creatures have an inbuilt bias towards consumption and assimilation. But my chief scientist was not one to shy away from dangerous thoughts. It was because of his crazy, outright dangerous thoughts that he could design outlandish massive bombs. There are times, especially with Alka, that the line between genius and madness is incredibly thin and so porous. Just a bit too far, and we'd be making our own demons. You're already created your first demon, Ian. My beetles cracked through the last of the layers. We dug for an entire year and eventually cracked through one of the deepest layers of the comet. There we found the heart of the comet, wrapped in a tangle of demonic sludge and tentacles, and its many guardians. I witnessed, through my demonic roots, the full glory of the demon comet's core and felt the presence of power. One, a demon king that took the form of a rocky octopus with way more than 8 tentacles. Perhaps a multipus would be more appropriate. It didn't take much for me to realize this demon king was strong, because I could feel its throbbing aura pressing around it. Then, a core, an actual planetary core covered in demonic structures and materials. I looked at this section again, through my magical vision, and noticed the flow of demonic mana. The core was already mostly corrupted by the demons such that it generated large quantities of demonic mana. Was this how demons generate even more demonic mana? They could infest a core and make it do something else. Like a virus, they could repurpose planet cores into a womb for the demon king. They could repurpose planet cores to produce demonic mana. What else could they do with it? But there was a weakness we immediately spotted. Can we blow up the core? This was our initial plan. Fracture the core or disrupt the energy flows such that the magic that held such a large structure together crumbled. My domain holders rushed to make the computations. It took days, but we all gathered once more to go through the data. We met in a hall decorated with old, dried timber products. May not be enough, Alka frowned. And we don't have a way to move such a large number of things without the demons noticing. It's likely that some of the bombs may trigger. Alka had a strange epiphany as he looked at the cracked shapes in some of the older wood. Unless we could create fault lines in the core. Ian, do you think the beetle could excavate bits and pieces of the core without the demons noticing? Create points of weaknesses along the core that would trigger a full fracture once we blow it up? Possible. It was the equivalent of termites biting away at a building's foundation for centuries, and then all it took was a sudden shockwave to cause it all come crashing down. My demonic beetles set out to work. The demons did not notice our presence, and they even snuck around the Demon King Multipus without raising its attention. It didn't seem awake or alert, as if it was hibernating. We've re-engineered demonic beetles such that they were designed for digging and removing dirt, and set out to dig. We approached the demon-possessed core and got to work. The core did not resist, nor did it seem to mind beetles slowly moving bits and pieces of their hard rock. The core was made of the same materials as the one I possessed from Comet World, and also the other samples from Hound World and Tropics World, just that this one had a far larger ratio of demonic energy. We tweaked the materials a little, so that my beetles found it easier to dig. The Demon King continued to sleep, and my roots began to touch it. I immediately felt the presence of something within the core. Shit. I've known that each core contains a will. You are not these things. You come from another world. The Demon Comet's core spoke, yet you are coated in their energies. What are you? I wasn't sure whether I should be honest or should lie. If it was hostile and subservient to the demons, I'd immediately lose my cover. If it was friendly, then I could help it. I wasn't sure how to answer and immediately sought out help. I tried to contact the will of Treehome and the will of Tropics World. Whether they could see. Nothing, I got nothing. I went to my domain holders, and at this point, it could go either way. I'm not sure if waiting too long would. Let's go with honesty, Lumoof suggested in the end, so I transmitted my response through my demonic root. Someone trying to stop this rock from crashing into our world. Invaders. I felt my heart drop. Shit. Immediately, I could feel contamination. The voice I was speaking with was laced with demonic energy. The entire demonic comet's core shook as I felt the Demon King Multipus rouse from its slumber. Things have not been going well for me this time. There was really no point to hold back at this time, so I spawned even more beetles. Here in the depth of the comet's core, the mana from the core was extremely dense, but clearly the demons have no way of separating demons from each other. What the fuck? I cursed as I watched the awakened Demon King crush their own demons as well as my demonic beetles. It didn't care. It began to destroy everything. Tentacles the size of buildings slammed into the ground with such force that the rocks cracked. This could be a strategy, Lumoof shouted. It can't identify friend or foe. So it can only attack everything that isn't itself. I realized that was true, and my demonic roots expanded as fast as I could push them. I drew even more demonic mana from ever larger demonic giant attendant tree farms. I know I shouldn't, but there was no choice. Watch me and stop me if I do anything strange. I pulled even more demonic mana, felt a strange sensation nagging in my mind, and forces pushing back against it. Patrick voiced his concern immediately. Master, we need more minds to watch for unusual behavior from the demonic mana. You're pulling too much mana from Lava World. I spawned more, but I needed more demonic mana to sustain my expanded roots, as the Demon King's gigantic tentacles smashed into the ground around us. The core itself was unharmed. Could we confuse the Demon King? Lumoof entered avatar mode, and I felt some of his thoughts. Make it seem as if the core is part of us. We could try. I injected my demonic mana into the rocks and stones, my roots and vines constantly trying to spread further and deeper into the core, and I felt more of the cores will make contact with mine. Domain has blocked attempted intrusion. 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 I felt my domain block intrusions repeatedly, but at this point, all I could do was flood more demonic mana into the demon's core. The gigantic tentacle king slammed its massive limbs on the core structure, and more of them cracked. It did so repeatedly, but the demon's core somehow caught on to my plot, as the core suddenly began to emit a constant wave of demonic mana, and it formed a shield around itself. I tried to inject my demonic mana through that barrier of demonic mana, and it didn't get through. My advance deeper into the core was halted. For now, I immediately tried to mimic the core's demonic mana signatures. It was still subtly different, but somehow, it seemed to have fooled the Demon King. The Demon King continued to smash everywhere for a bit more, and then it stopped. It just sat motionless for a few days, as if trying to pay attention to the mana flows around it. It was all demonic mana, mine and the Demon Comet's cores, but the damage was done. The Demon Comet's core was now littered with huge cracks from the Demon King. I took that time to observe my surroundings. I've gotten quite good at blending my demonic mana with that of the surroundings. Intruder, but I had also gotten quite deep into the core. Destroy you. Help me, the voice that got through was distorted. A whisper. Is there a will underneath that, despite the control of the Demon King? Year 259. Kefri's three-world battle. How many saboteurs are we dealing with? Kefri barked. More humans attempted to disturb our preparations, but by now I had the entire area filled with trees that it's fairly difficult for low-level spies or assassins to sneak through. But the old crystal dude was relentless. I caught many of them and made public executions. Public executions, along with magical broadcasts. Death, I declared to the horror of those watching. I knew the mages of the human lands and the Crystal King watched. Their scrying magics were easy to spot, to those who disturb our preparations. At some point, I would have to start making enemies. No, I've already made enemies. Could I crush them? I am struggling on whether I should just march an army into the depth of the Crystal King's fortress and blow it up. At some point we should, Chung said. At some point we must. My domain holders didn't think that was necessary. The Crystal King was an annoyance we could deal with. It's just like flies. Edna thinks that if we scare them enough, they'd go away. The centaurs' opinions of their human neighbors soured greatly. Centaurs and the Crystal King's humans went to war a long time ago, but recent events seem to have undid a fair bit of the goodwill since then. The field where the battle would happen was properly rigged, and my Valthorns observed the demons on the other side. Rune and Johann returned from the demon world with a party of void mages. They've done the usual set of procedures, where we planted our tracking devices, stole a few rift gates, and observed its own astral pathways. We're dealing with bugs. The first few rifts released only the stereotypical hellhounds, but the later rifts from the demon world confirmed something else. Kefri cursed, there were just a few small rifts. We don't have a good track record with bugs and insects. I know, Prabhu, Colette were ready in my clone. My city in the northern lands of Three Worlds was a proper magical fortress. For Colette, this was her first real test. Well, after this, we'd wage a full-scale attack on the comet. There wasn't much time left, and though I had wanted the odds to be stacked in my favor, with the comet, we didn't have much of a choice. Preparations for the attack on the demon's comet were in full swing. Bugs, the rift of the Demon King, opened to the flood of locusts pouring out of them. The mages, Prabhu and Colette, rained a burning inferno and the bugs burned into ashes. Side by side, it was easy to notice the subtle differences. She was clearer and less affected by the compulsions of her class. Even if her powers were not stronger, the clarity of mind made her stronger, in a way that was less dependent on skills, but from a kind of elevated situational awareness. The Demon King was a giant bug that spawned more bugs, in an ironic repeat of the Spider Demon King. But without invisibility and the bombs, the Demon King would not have been worth a mention. We detonated the bombs the moment we sensed the Demon King walked through the path across the stars. At the same time, the Crystal King's attempted sabotage took a leap, an escalation that would begin more conflict. The Crystal King created a portal. A rift appeared in the skies above, one that was different from the demons. A hole in the sky appeared as if the sky was a piece of rock, and a shattered chunk emerged. A golem of crystal slammed down and strangely aimed for Kefri. What the hell? Kefri cursed as the golem attempted to sabotage the battle. My vines quickly emerged and attempted to wrap itself around the golem, only to suddenly feel the golem releasing some kind of poisonous mana into my roots. My roots shriveled, at first, but I quickly adapted as I could purify the poisonous mana away. That's new, I cursed, while bug champions emerged from the demon's rift. Chung shot an explosive arrow that destroyed the golem instantly. Some of those shrapnels explode and accidentally smashes into Kefri's scorpion armor. Fucking distraction. I'm gonna get that chunk of rock. Dodge, Colette said as she pushed Chung out of the way of an exploding bug with magical force. Do you forget to dodge when you fight demon kings? Arg, Chung cursed as he unleashed a volley of magical arrows in fury. They slammed into the giant bug demon king sector. Kefri frowned. Chung, can you stop being an idiot? I'm not. I'm attacking this damned bug. Prabhu and Colette's combined inferno continued to burn, turning the vast grasslands of the centaurs into a swirling firestorm that destroyed the bugs. Thankfully, despite their own fiery origins, the demonic bugs were not fire-resistant. Their base natures as bugs meant fire still hurt them pretty badly. The Demon King itself, Sector, a gigantic insectoid with wings. It was more like a ladybug and released waves of attacks from colorful spots on its back. Regardless of its gimmicks, the heroes overpowered the Demon King without major issues. The Demon King was no match for the power of the heroes and was swiftly defeated. My Valthorns supported the battle and some levels were gained, none for me, not that I devoted much resources to it. Everything I had will go towards the coming invasion, when the demon's comet intersected with Lava World. What's happening to him? Chung demanded as Ken looked even more frail than before. Age decay seemed to set in. Age, Ken responded weakly. Heh, Ian's keeping me alive just to make you happy. But hey, it seems if a soul wants to die, it will die. Chung looked mad. You bastard, don't do this to yourself. What's happening? Lumuf sighed. What Ian has been doing so far is fix the body, but the scope for reversing aging directly on the body is fairly restricted. If we want to really extend his life, we need to meddle with his soul. The soul is the heart, the engine of the body, the controller of how the body operates. If the soul is toxic or in decay, a perfectly healthy body will decay quickly. Fuck. Chung sat next to his friend. At this point, I wonder whether they are still friends. Ian. There's only so much we can do if he refuses to let us work on his soul. Prabhu and Colette looked at each other, and he won't let me. I could force my way through, but I left that part unsaid. It is better for most people to know that I prefer to use my powers with mutual agreement. Have you to return to your old home, Kefri? Jampu said as Kefri waltzed back into her old palace. There was nothing here now, the entire city abandoned. Looking for something, child. Jampu projected himself like a ghost, a power I knew he had. He could project himself anywhere in his territory. Yes, peace. And you still call me child after so long. Did you find it? No, Kefri said. The pact that rules over me. What is it? Why does that chunk of shiny rock hate me so much? Jampu laughed. He doesn't hate you as a person. He hates that he doesn't have a hero he can control, while our new tree friends have heroes at his disposal. If it's one thing that Shiny Rock dislikes, it's a lack of control. The tree is a wildcard he can't predict. So the pact, what is it? The gods in an era long ago were all nearer, closer. There was a time when the worlds were linked by bridges of light made by the gods. At least, that is what my predecessor shared with me. You have a predecessor. Kefri could not believe it. As funny as it sounds, even mummies like myself eventually tire. A suitable successor is found among the sand people, and we undergo what the people refer to as a merger. Merger, Kefri stewed. I undergo a refresh. We swap bodies and souls, such that I start anew. Jampu said, naturally, sacrifices must be made for such an act. That's horrible. There is a price for power. Each time we go through the merge, our older memories fade a bit more. We are the same but different, thus I refer to them as my predecessors. Semantics, really. Jampu explained. The world wasn't a nice place. It always horrifies heroes when I tell them this. My predecessor told a hero and the hero almost attacked them. It is because of the pact that the hero could not, but back to the pact. There was a time when we were closer, when gods walked the worlds and the bridges of light allowed those who want to go everywhere to do so. Somewhere, somehow, the first demons emerged, and the bridges of light were captured as their tools. Some worlds were closer, like ours and that of the tree, that should a rare alignment of events occur, the bridges of light can emerge once more. Kefri frowned. You seem talkative today. Well, you should know because the pact comes from that era when gods used to walk on our world, before many of them left. They promised they would help defend our world, lending their power to their chosen ones while they fled from the demons. I don't get it. Why flee? Are they not gods? Can't they crush the demons? You are a human and you can crush insects when you see them. But what if they live in the buildings, live in the walls? Would you tear everything down to crush them all? Even then, some would escape. Gods are affected by distance, more so over time as the worlds drift apart. They cannot crush the bugs in another person's home. Instead, they send someone over to do it. But why not just find the source? Kefri said, the bugs have a source. Do they? Jampu said, that black blob, the prison, may not be the source. It's been millennia since the demons existed. How many worlds do you think they already control? Kefri had seen Stella's maps, and they've spoken to each other enough to know that the map in itself is incomplete. It is perspective-led, and so it's the equivalent of you can't crush the bug that you can't see. They could be hidden worlds where the demons continue to live in, where they breed and then launch attacks on others. Then what's the point of this entire struggle? Kefri sighed. If there is no end and no victory, life, what else is there? Jampu chuckled. You create your own purpose, though I suppose that is an opportunity denied to heroes. One of them freed herself, liberated hero. Kefri said, and Jampu had a look of absolute horror. Impossible. She would be a threat to the entire world. The powers of a god without the god's control is far too dangerous in a child's hand. Kefri stopped talking. I reckon what went through her mind then was whether Jampu just distrusted heroes or whether he was genuinely fearful for the world. She must be slain. She is an agent out of control. No, Kefri's response was immediate. She's fine, for now. Eventually, without the inhibitions of the gods, they will turn against everything. Kefri countered. How do you know for sure? That made Jampu pause. His golden eyes flickered. True, I am merely remembering the faint vignettes of the past, but be wary, child. Those unshackled from the controls are dangerous. The hero class is a dangerous weapon. It can hurt as much as help, and it is for that reason the gods keep it tightly leashed. The Scorpionid heroine frowned. Fucking scam of a class. Lavaworld was busy as hell, and my demonic trees were visible to all those who were there. I've sent demonic beetles over to the demon's comet repeatedly, trying to explore and take control of more things. The demon king Multipus seemed to react particularly strongly to the presence of star mana, and I could use that as a distraction. Cause certain parts of my roots to inject star mana into its surrounding, marking it as a target. The will of the comet was complex, as if multiple voices talking to each other. Intruder, destroy, help, destroy. Every time the will commanded destroy, the demon king Multipus would rouse from its slumber, but the comet was unable to provide targeting information. So Multipus could only search for a target, everything around them to be demons. I had somehow fooled it. I wanted to create more cracks on the demon's core, but with the barrier of demonic mana blocking my advance, I moved around and continued to spread my demonic roots to more parts of the demon's comet. The use of so much demonic mana was beginning to strain, and I had to quickly compartmentalize the mana and set up specific artificial minds to monitor the flow of this demonic mana. Even then, each time it moved from the clone to another clone, it had to pass through the clone's body, and I began to experience hallucinations, visions. My artificial minds tried their best to block their influence, but even then they still creeped in. It was a familiar vision. That old sandy, deserted world filled with demonic spires. Home. Origin. Now though, I wonder whether they are looking for a place rather than just a memory of their homeworld. Are the demons looking for their homeworld? If I could shake my head, I would. Why was I thinking in sympathetic terms with a group of demons that clearly slaughtered almost everything in its path? Still, I needed to prepare the demons' comet for the invasion. The Valthorns and the heroes were prepping for battle. By injecting star mana in random locations throughout the comet, I lured Demon King Multipus to lash out at the surroundings, and it left huge cracks in the demon's comet's structure. Some of it would mend itself over time, as the demonic mana from the core reached it. But with most of the demonic mana curled up to shield the core from my intrusion, the speed of this recovery was significantly weakened. Alka didn't look optimistic. All of his computations suggested our weapons were not enough to destroy the comet, but with 10 years left on the clock, we had no choice. We needed to act, and we couldn't wait too long. The invasion team was ready. As much as we can be, the heroes were ready too. Even with their conflicts, they accepted the task of battling the Demon King Multipus while the rest of us tried to wreck the place. It's time to roll the dice and attack. May fortune be with us. Year 260. This is it. Alka looked around. Stella was located on Lava World, waiting to open the void portals. There was a force there waiting to strike. The surface team's goal was simple. There were already existing cracks in the comet, left by the Demon King Multipus. Most of the Demon Comet's mana was occupied by my constant intrusions, so that prevented these cracks from healing. The surface team would spread out with large quantities of bombs and set up the bombs. The other half of the force would be from my clone. That force would reach out for the nodes, capture or destroy them, and then also plant more bombs. The last force was the heroes and my domain holders. The heroes would attempt to engage in battle with Demon King Multipus and also destroy the demonic presence around the comet's core, simultaneously with my clone's intrusions. The domain holders would split into groups. Edna, Alka, and Lumuf would rush to the core and attempt to destroy the demonic presence in the core, while Rune and Johan would assist the heroes. That was the rough plan. We didn't know it'll work. There was no time to simulate and test it out more. Alka's computation had no conclusive answers. It was an outcome that wasn't good enough, but our window of opportunity was slipping away. We needed the Lava World intersection, just as a means of escape if our attack goes to hell. I've seen Multipus's offensive abilities, and am fairly sure my clone would be able to hold out against it. Ultimately, the real risk is if Multipus decides to destroy everything around my clone, thus denying my access to the wider comet. Ken was alive. I made sure he still was. Colette knew I was doing something to him, and for reasons she understood. I also knew she didn't agree with me, but at the same time she also understood her friend, Chung, well enough that I had to. So after a few harsh words from her, she did not protest much beyond that. Prabhu and her were the more understanding ones. Adrian, Kelly, and Kefri didn't care all that much for Ken. Given the situation, I had to just work with the cards I have. Maybe it was my lack of will. Colette sat next to Ken one day before all of this and spoke to him. Hang in there. He'll let you go. Ian will let you pass. If there's one, there will be again. I hate it. You're old enough to know that we often have to give up on some of our values in order to achieve far greater things. This is Ian's compromise. Fuck that. He cursed as we prepared for the invasion. My artificial minds coordinated the vision sharing through Dream Academy. Yes. Chung and the heroes are going there because you live. I spoke to the other heroes. They understood why I kept Ken alive despite his wishes. I needed the heroes to still work together, and Chung, as much as I hated him, still needed to do his part. The heroes, to some extent, understood this attack on the spectrum of things was quite suicidal. If the core exposes itself and releases its rivers of mana towards the heroes would be in trouble. The only way I know at the moment the heroes could engage Multipus with a reasonable margin of safety was with my roots constantly poking the core. It was so conditional, everyone knew it. You keep me alive so that I can watch my friends die. Friends who want you to live, Ken, I answered. Will you let me die if this works? Yes. Multipus left lasting damage to various parts of the comet over the year, and the core continued to remain on the defensive. It was wary of my constant poking. Intruder, it spoke and only confused Multipus. In a case of the boy who cried wolf, all Multipus saw was more demonic mana, and I had somehow conned it into not responding to the core's constant yapping. Help, I wasn't sure who was asking. It didn't matter. I was going to break this comet apart. I need a window to act. To force myself through the core's defenses while Multipus engaged the heroes. All right, Stella, we're on your notice. The rest of the domain holders were camped on the clone. What do you mean on my notice? Stella responded through our shared communication. The surface team was ready. The comet was visible on Lava World. Within range, but fine, it's within range. Get ready. She sent out a ping to the army, 2,000 strong. Each squad of 10 comprised usually 2 void mage, 2 regular mage, and about 6 combat units. Each of them would be tasked to destroy demons they encounter and head to the specified locations with their payload of bombs. Another 3,000 Valthorns waited within my clone. The heroes have not teleported in. The heroes, with their tremendous star mana, would shine like beacons in the night sky. Multipus would be drawn to them immediately. They would need to find a place to engage somewhat distant from my clone. The group of 3,000 could then charge out towards their own targets and also plan their own set of bombs. They would follow the various tunnels, holes, or chasms we made over the last few years. Many of these chasms and cracks in the comet were left by the Demon King over the last year. Where my roots could fit, I made root tunnels for the Valthorns to walk through, but with most of my demonic mana focused on the core and clone, they'd have to make the last mile themselves. It wouldn't be comfortable terrain. All right, surface squad ready. We're going in, Stella said as we instantly felt the twisting of space. Void portals emerged on the surface of the comet, and it immediately roused Multipus's interest. Edna, Alka, and Lumuf were next. They journeyed as close as possible to the core. The surface team is starting their part. Let's go. Heroes will arrive last to lure the Demon King away from us, Rune and Johan said as the doors to my clone opened. To give my forces an opening, I intensified my intrusion on the core's mana shield. This forced the core to draw more mana inward. I've gotten better at understanding the nature of the core's mana shield over the last year. It was rather similar to the way the demon's rift gates were modulated by some kind of mana frequency. Leave. I poked deeper. I didn't do it before because I wondered whether Multipus would eventually find out. But now, with the heroes coming to provide a distraction. Stop, I said to it, turn back, must do as commanded. I pushed further. My roots was quite far from my clone, but once Lumuf got closer, I would try to push a lot more. The heroes were next. They prepped for transport. The heroes didn't say much. Let's go skewer a giant octopus. Chung said, make some takoyaki. It's got way more than 8 legs, and octopus is incorrect. Octopi. You don't want to eat this dude's meat. It looks like a stone tentacle monster. Colette retorted, whatever, let's go. Well, let's go kick some comet ass and buy our friends some space. Ken looked at one of the Valthorn attendants. It's all for this moment. I'm alive for this. Go, get this shit over with. The heroes were pulled through my body to my clone, and the mere presence of the heroes in my clone caused the entire comet to shiver. Multipus already sensed them. Well, our greetings are on the way. The heroes blasted out of the clone tree like superheroes leaving their base. Multipus flared up and seemed to fly. Okay, let's go. Lumuf ran as fast as he could towards the core, activating magical teleports to get as close as possible. The core emitted a pulse of magic that shredded teleportation spells, but close-range teleports where the magic itself is reinforced was still possible. Edna laughed. You're awfully enthusiastic on this day. This is a great day, Lumuf countered. We've waited for this for decades. Throughout the comet, whatever residual mana swirling within the crystals all awakened from their slumber and transformed into demons. Golems. More golems. The entire comet itself was probably a golem, linked through the energies of core, and the entire comet transformed into a battlefield. Surface team, report in, Stella said as she opened void portals. The crystal bombs they've made were deployed, ready to be triggered. We've set the bomb. One by one each of the teams reported that they've deployed the bomb. The bomb would go off once a magical pulse blasted outward. In theory, a magical pulse of the right frequency should cause all the bombs throughout. But the presence of the heroes reawakened the sleeping demons. Enemies inbound. The golems were an irritant. The self-destructing demons too. My Valthorns essentially had to play dodge, and luckily they were good at that game. The Demon King Multipus found the heroes and engaged. Their attacks began to cause tremors throughout the comet. It was still too large to crumble or shatter, but the already existing cracks widened. With the Demon King occupied, Lumuf managed to reach the very edge of the comet's core. Through Lumuf, I felt the presence of the comet's swirling will, as if multiple waves were trying to exist in a single body. The core itself is stitched together, Alka said as he landed next to him. I could blow myself up here should break up the power supply of this giant golem. Let's try something else first, Lumuf said, as my avatar form descended right next to the core. In my avatar form, I linked with the existing demonic roots and pushed against the defenses of the comet's core. It was distracted, bothered. Its mana was affected by the presence of heroes on the world, and it couldn't help but be drawn to it. This meant there were gaps, fluctuations in its shield of demonic mana. Alka looked at the golem while my roots and vines spread, pushing deeper into the comet's will. If there were different parts of it, I want to talk to them all. My roots pushed against the cracks in the core, widening them. The cracks spread as my roots kept forcing through the gaps. Intruder, it said the same thing. My roots pushed deeper into the core. I've known from my roots that spread around the core that certain parts of it seemed different. Those gaps were weaknesses, cobbled, and the person best to exploit those weaknesses was now here. Edna used that rock-crushing weapon. Her shining rock-crushing blade shone with magic, magic that came from the system. It smashed into the core and the weaknesses cracked. She frowned, held up the sword again, and swung again, and again. Each time the cracks got far wider and deeper. Int rudoar, he lpus. The words became a jumbled mess, and the erratic mana of the core scrambled to react. But Edna's blade cut through the rocks as if they were paper. At the same time, my roots also pushed through the other gaps, and my own mana began to mix in the core mana of the comet's core. As Edna's rock-slashing blade kept hacking away, I began to notice polarities in the core mana. There were areas of the core that had higher concentrations, and each of them were subtly different. They were normally mixed together. It's like a mixing bowl with multiple taps pouring slightly different colored water into it. They would normally mix together, but because the bowl of water was getting emptied quickly, we could see the slight variations in the different taps. We cut, and my roots pushed against the different parts of the stone. The heroes battled the Demon King through the various tunnels and chasms. In a way, it was an odd battle, because the heroes had to create their own paths, a task that fell mostly to Kefri and Adrian. Yet it was what I was doing in the core that caused Multipus to pause. As I pushed deeper into the core, attempting to reach those different parts of the will, Multipus stopped attacking and started to retreat. Ian, the heroes roared as Multipus suddenly stopped and darted away. Multipus is retreating. Watch out. Edna and Lumuf panicked. Fuck, we don't have much time if it's headed this way. Alka grinned. On the contrary, I believe this is exactly what we need to do. Edna, keep digging. We need to get deeper into the core. Edna's constant attacks dug a fairly deep hole into the core, one that my roots quickly infested and reinforced. Edna stared at the dwarf as a realization got into her. Her rock slasher blade glowed. Well, I suppose that is one way to take out a giant golem. We all felt the comet shaking violently. Ian, Stella said, the cracks and gaps in the structure of the comet. They are the areas where the giant golem is supposed to separate itself. Like a transforming robot, the comet was essentially one giant golem that was curled up. If it survived impact, it would unfurl itself like a rock transforming into a robot. The gaps were not weaknesses, they were there because they were meant to be. Alka naturally understood the implications. Wait, doesn't that mean we're just putting bombs at the surface? Edna laughed. Well, I suppose amateur mistakes happen to even the best of us. Let's just hit this core as deep as we can, if we can take out the central power source. The dwarf nodded. There is no choice, then. Try to hold Multipus back. I commanded the heroes and they tried. Multipus was trying to flee towards the core. Chung fired a magical arrow with a chain made of magic like a harpoon, and the arrow pierced into Multipus's limb. The mages cast spells of ice. I tried to use my own roots and assist in entangling the Demon King, but it was strong. It punched through the spells and it sacrificed a limb. The limb broke apart, while its main body continued to rush towards the core. Fuck. Chung cursed as he still rushed ahead. He fired a few more arrows that pierced Multipus throughout its body, and through that magic, yanked the gigantic Demon King backwards. Help, Rune and Johan too, launched attacks at the Demon King and also harpoons of their own. They needed to pin the Demon King down. The heroes quickly came to Chung's aid as they helped pull those chains. Is this enough? Edna asked, but she kept cutting. She was in the zone, hacking like a machine. The three domain holders were quite deep now. He LP and TR Udder, the will of the comet roared. I was fairly certain this will of the world was mostly corrupted by the demons. I could feel Multipus struggling against the heroes. My mind instantly felt the hammering as the comet's core assaulted me with its presence. Lumuf winced as he too shared my burden of facing the comet's will. We need to keep going. Lumuf repeated, we must be doing something right. Multipus twisted its tentacles and doing so dragged the heroes along. It blasted attacks their way and it spread demonic magic into the crystals around it. Each time it does so, more of the comet's network of tunnels collapsed and crumbled. Each of the Demon King's attack, a creature made of tremendous demonic mana, and in Multipus's case, also void and core mana, began to leave tangible ripples in the comet's bubble of space. The comet, an object traveling through the sea of void, started to experience turbulence. The comet's reality began to tear apart. Year 260. As the bubble of space was ripped apart by the Demon King's struggles, Stella immediately sounded the alarm. The domain holder of void was most sensitive to the weakening bubble of reality. I'm evacuating the team, Stella yelled, as the void mages began to bail out, back to Lava World. All this disturbance is making it harder for us to escape. Void mages began to open magic, but the turbulence sucked them in and some of them vanished. Literally, consumed by the void sea or perhaps flung somewhere. It's like jumping off an airplane while it's flying through a hurricane. The little tunnel of void energy between the worlds that avoid mage forms had very little chance to survive the teleportation. Scratch that. Do not attempt teleportation back to Lava World. Team teleport to the clone. Ian will have to send us out. I wasn't sure whether that was a good idea, as my massive clone body was also beginning to feel the effects of reality crumbling apart. It felt like some parts of my roots seemed to have vanished, along with whatever rocks it held onto. Magic was going to be wonky in this sort of situation. The entire comet's vibrations grew in intensity. My demonic roots and the connections to my spawned demonic trees shook, and parts of the comet began to shift. Stella stopped. I think the golem might be waking up. Really, there were parts of the comet where my roots were. It felt as if the golem wasn't waking up, but instead was forced by the ripples of space. More and more of my Valthorns began teleporting to my clone, and I quickly sent them back, but Stella remained. She held the button to trigger the explosives. Around the same time, the comet's core itself tried to reassert its hold on reality. The flow of the rivers of demonic mana went nuts, while more of it tried to block my intrusion into the core. It wasn't working. The domain holders were immune to the effects of the demonic mana. The core's attempt to overwhelm my 3 domain holders hacking deeper into the core was ineffective. How much deeper do we need to go? Edna asked, but not once her attacks stopped. She seemed to be able to wield the rock cutter blade as if it weighed nothing. Alka frowned. I don't know, but from the magical energies around us, I think much deeper. The tunnel was also covered with my demonic roots, but the core's frantic attempts to throw all their mana at the domain holders was just like its attempts to overwhelm my clone. Blocked. If it was anyone else, they'd be overwhelmed by demonic mana and corrupted. S.P. Lumoof and myself was bombarded with the voices and screams of the demon's core. My senses, through the roots connected to Lumoof, told me this was the right path. I was getting closer to the core. 2 RN Basike, TR use. The voices of the demon's core got louder. We kept going anyway, because the cracks kept growing. With each hit, the stability of the comet's reality bubble weakened. Are you guys all right? Stella asked from the surface. Her team protected her while the demons tried to attack the surface team. Even as reality seemed to be falling apart, the demons were relentless. Spurred and empowered by the chaotic mess of demonic energy, demons attacked Stella repeatedly. Rune and Johan pinged back. We're fine, but the Demon King's still getting closer. You should get yourself back to safety too. Stella slammed that idea. I'll do that once I get everyone back to the clone safely. Even then, some of the teleportation failed, and some Valthorns vanished into the nothingness. If that was an end, it was a cruel one, because consumed by the void meant I didn't even manage to hold their soul. The Demon King Multipus made progress towards the core. All the heroes and their repeated attacks, and somehow Multipus was just built to a different level of toughness and strength. Rune and Johan's repeated strikes did nothing. Johan even summoned his dragon to attack the Demon King, but its wounds healed as quickly as they were made. This guy is incredibly tough. Even after hitting with all the shit we have, it's still going. Edna, how are you holding down there? Edna responded. We're deep in the core. I'm feeling a huge amount of mana swirling around us. We seem to be breaking reality up. Alka touched the rock around him and felt the swirling energies. He gave Lumoof a look. He'll have to use his ability soon. Will you be able to get out? Stella was worried that the core's huge blob of mana and its existence would mess with my teleportation ability. Doesn't seem like it would. Edna countered. But no matter, we'll be fine. Send the rest of them back. Trying, Stella said. I'm trying to paint in a storm here. The 3 domain holders laughed. Well, we're in the eye of the storm and we don't feel a thing. Come on. Stella sent more of the Valthorns back to my tree. But even more vanished, seemingly eaten by the ripples of the decaying void bubble. Shit, I didn't feel them die, but I suddenly could not sense them anymore. I tried to pull them back through the system, but I couldn't. What's happening? I asked. The void's decay is creating very unstable areas between the comet's reality and the greater void sea, and those unstable areas, well, I've no idea what the hell is happening. The comet, or the comet golem, shifted. An entire chunk of the comet vanished. If our goal was to break the comet, it seems we're almost there. Even if it felt like we were not winning, should we just start the bomb? Stella said. But what was the golem? Was it the core? Or was it the Demon King Multipus? Or is there a part that I'm missing? Or is it all 3 together and they fuse together like some combination robot transformation? What exactly are we targeting when we bomb this piece of rock? Just destroying the rocks. The heroes attacked the Demon King constantly. Multipus's severed tentacles attacked the heroes like automatons, but its attacks were like the wild flailing of a separated lizard's tail. All it did was leave more cracks and marks on the demon's comet. More chunks of the comet vanished. Why won't you die? Chung cursed as he bombarded Multipus with even more attacks. But the demon comet's core redirected its mana flow to Multipus, and doing so significantly amplified its regeneration. Ian. Can you shut down the flow of mana? It's regenerating from all our hits. The mages, Prabhu and Colette said, I tried. I attempted to mess with the mana flow of the demon comet's core. The mana of the demon's comet core pretty much lashed out erratically, yet the nature of demonic mana meant it still couldn't corrupt something that was already corrupted. CRACK. The comet's core then released a strange pulse. Stella's eyes widened. The comet's structure made huge, loud cracks. The comet was cracking apart, like a golem unfurling itself. Ian, I'm triggering the bomb now. I don't think we can wait anymore. She pressed it, and a magical signal blasted outwards, out to all our crystal bombs throughout the comet. Each of them vibrated, and the magic stored within them was instantaneously released. The magical ripple from the explosion could be felt throughout the comet. On its own, the bombs wouldn't have destroyed the comet, but there were cracks and tears already present in the comet, many created by the same Demon King. The cracks and weaknesses in the structure collapsed, and the sudden explosion of magic only amplified the chaos of the already chaotic bubble of reality around the comet. Parts of the comet vanished, along with everything on it. Bail, bail, bail. Rune and Johann commanded, as the cavern chamber they were in began to collapse. Let's blast the Demon King with the strongest thing we have in Bail. The fraying fabric of space could be felt even in the depth of the comet, not just on the surface. The heroes could feel it too, as if the rifts itself were twisting. The heroes attacked with their most powerful attacks, trying to weaken the Demon King. It took the hit and then released a magical pulse quite like the self-destruct sequence. Shit, I cursed. Rune and Johann both yelled in unison, teleport back to Ian's clone. Now, but the magical ripples in the comet's reality made teleportation messy. Both Prabhu and Colette, being the masters of magic, managed to teleport back safely to the clone. The heroes did not expect the other heroes to have difficulty. Kefri, Adrian, Chung, and Kelly were left behind. Their first attempt to teleport failed as their magic was torn by the collapsing fabric of space and reality. Shit. I can't get a clean teleport. Prabhu, Colette, help, Chung yelled. Wait, trying. Prabhu and Colette rushed to create a portal from their end, while Rune and Johann both rushed towards the Demon King with a slew of special anti-magical and anti-mana weapons. These were made as part of the anti-explosion countermeasures because we noticed that they seemed to reduce the potency of the Demon King's explosions. A portal opened, and Adrian, Chung, and Kefri got through. Rune and Johann's anti-magical weapons smashed into the Demon King, and one of the Demon King's tentacle limbs exploded. The explosion, however, was lopsided, the blast radius curved and bent by the ripples of space. It destroyed Kelly instantly. My two domain holders, despite being nearer, escaped the blast radius. Kelly has died. You received one fragment. Kelly, damn it, Adrian cursed, but now in the safety of the clone, there was nothing he could do. Let's go, I spoke to the heroes. Let's send you back before reality crumbles around us. But Adrian frowned. I'll retrieve what's left of Kelly if there's any. There was a charred body. I felt her soul enter my own. The blast radius from the Demon King's exploded tentacle left a huge tunnel along its blast radius. The comet's crumbling was almost certain, as the cracks in the comet were now everywhere. More chunks of the comet seemingly disappeared into the void sea, but the Demon King wasn't dead. The multipus then multiplied, its body bubbled like a strange boiling pot. Wait, what? Johann was bewildered that it could launch such an attack. That wasn't its suicide move. Rune looked at the Demon King. They kept attacking, but without the heroes, they didn't have the firepower needed. Multipus was easily the strongest Demon King they ever fought in terms of durability. Never have they seen a Demon King take so many hits and could still counterattack. Then, back in the core, Lumuf was the first to sense the unusual magical movements in the core's mana, the core's behaving strangely. The mana of the demon's comet began spread throughout the comet, instead of trying to defend itself. My mana pierced through its defenses. I took in some of that demonic mana and pulled it through my vines and roots, only to immediately see a vision of a world, then a direction, an explosion, impact. There were coordinates transmitted through the demonic mana and core mana, and I sent it to Stella immediately. Trihome. She deciphered it. Tihi mana fanned out, and the core itself started to crack intentionally. It was splitting apart. Wait, I thought the comet's a golem, Edna said, wondering as the cracks in the tunnel we made started to get a lot bigger suddenly. Even more chunks of those comet parts vanished, as if swallowed by the void sea. But the comet's mana touched every single piece of rock it could, as if giving each and every chunk instructions, core mana and demonic mana, and a destination. My mana tried to steal more of these mana away, removing the mana from the crystals and rocks. The comet's turning into a barrage of missiles, Stella realized. Alka frowned. Lumuf, you might want to bail. Edna, you should probably activate your duty now. I think we need to blow this core up before it gets even further. Multipus multiplied, splitting itself into many smaller tentacle demons, and then each of those demons split up. Only one headed for the core. Are you guys seeing this? Rune and Johann tried to attack repeatedly, but Multipus, still powered by the core's tremendous mana, continued to regenerate. The fact that they could hack the core to produce demonic mana and then use an infinite regeneration source clearly meant the demons actually had some defensive advantages too. This was something we needed to prepare for. I tracked the movement of the smaller demon kings and noticed they entrenched themselves in different parts of the comet as if preparing to hitch a ride. Great, I cursed. If these smaller rocks hit Treehome, it will also deliver Multipus to Treehome like an orbital pod. There's no time to waste, Ian. Let's nuke this shit apart before we lose our window. Edna nodded. I'll stay with you. As a last-ditch effort through Lumuf, I tried to seize control of the core. I had already broke through its defenses earlier, but getting an entry wasn't the same as taking over. My mana pushed against the core. Even with my significantly improved control over demonic mana and core mana, I still didn't have enough. A core's mana still outstripped mine. Chunks of the comet began to break off, but these chunks did not vanish into the void sea. Instead, we could see them turn into smaller, much smaller bubbles of space. Their own little bit of reality. Like smaller comets emerging from the larger comets, they separated somehow from the main comet. Then some sped off out of reach and some drifted slower. Some vanished, but most of these much smaller chunks they moved in the same direction towards Treehome, faster and out of reach. Was impressed. With the mana and instructions provided by the demonic core, the chunks of comet could somehow maintain its own bubble of reality, so I tried to steal more of the mana. I wanted to know how the comet did that. All that did was give me more visions of Treehome and coordinates that the demons used for their rift gates. Stella teleported to my clone and pretty much told Lumuf, Alka and Edna to get out. Get your ass out of there. Wait, Alka said, I need to nuke this thing. Not when the demon kings headed your way. Multipus, at least the largest remaining segment of the multi-body demon king that is Multipus, continued to head towards the core. More parts of the comet were breaking up. Alka laughed. I happen to enjoy living dangerously. There's no time to wait. Lumuf, Edna, Stella frowned. There's no need to risk it. The comet's smaller. We'll have to prepare for impact. Alka disagreed. On the contrary, this is the perfect chance for me to destroy the largest remaining part. I'll stay with you. Edna said, someone needs to hold the demon king off. That won't be necessary. Alka laughed. My ability was meant for this. All my domain holders carried my special familiar. Edna waited and realized. Teleport out once you're able. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Alka assured her. Go. Edna nodded. Very well. The rest of the domain holders were sent back to the temporary safety of Freshka. By now, everyone who could get out was out. What's left were those that were swallowed by the void. Just me and you, Ian, Alka said as we felt the Demon King rush towards us. By now, the core was cracked in many ways. The Demon King Multipus somehow could sense Alka's presence. With most of the comet broken up, there was no need for me to disguise my mana. The sea of demonic mana around us was weakened. The core itself had lost multiple chunks to the void sea, fragments. Like an onion, the entire outer layer of the comet was already gone. What's left was the inner part, an egg-shaped inner core that was filled with holes. Even my clone struggled to hold on as all the rock around my clone began to vanish, swallowed by the void. The bubble of reality was shrinking quickly. The Demon King charged through the gaps of the hole, and Alka grinned. I've always wanted to be a pioneer. He waited as long as he could, and just as the Demon King was about to strike, he activated his explosion ability. In a single explosion, it cracked the significantly weakened inner sphere, and it crumbled into hundreds of chunks. This included the rock that held my clone. I held onto the rocks around me, and I floated in the void sea once more like the Comet World. I tried to grab whatever rocks I could that flew close. Alka naturally noticed, but he frowned. Looks like it's not over. The hundreds of chunks each were their own bubble of reality, many with their own little demon kings on them. The largest of the comet's remnants was the hollowed core. There was a carapace of sorts, an outer frame that defined the core. Fractured from all the strike, it was the largest single remaining object, and on it were Alka and Multipus. It looked like a car that went through a nuclear explosion, with only its charred frame left. The explosion destroyed 3 of the Demon King's tentacles, but it was not enough. I saw a tentacle pierce through my dwarven domain holder. Multipus somehow lived, holding onto the remnant of the hollowed core. Alka, I asked, I'm fine. We can resurrect, remember? Alka laughed, blood splattering out of his mouth and in his dying breath. I shall be the pioneer for the resurrection ability. Then even the remnant frame of the egg-shaped comet's core shattered like glass. With the comet's core effectively fractured into hundreds of parts, the bubble of reality around us collapsed, like a big giant soap bubble exploding into hundreds of smaller soap bubbles. Each of those small bubbles represented a tiny chunk of the comet. My clone vanished with the collapse of the last bubble of reality, shredded by the void sea. The largest chunk of the comet's core vanished with us. Some devolved into crumbs, little chunks that continued the journey. Alka has died. His soul has returned to your main body and will now begin resurrection. Resurrection will take 17 years. You may consume excess hero fragments in excess of 800 hero fragments to accelerate the resurrection time. Each hero fragment will reduce time needed by 5 years. You've shattered the demon's comet. You've gained 18 levels. You are now level 259. You can now deploy 3 more additional clones. New domain ability obtained, panspermia. In addition to your clones, you may now control up to 10 node trees. Node trees take the form of space seeds that you may now shoot across the void sea like a minor comet of your own or deliver normally by your assistance. Once they land on a particular world, they will transform into node trees, which will function like a teleportation gate to any of your clone trees. You may also convert any node tree into a clone if you have a clone slot available. Doing so will free up a node tree slot. While the space seeds travel through space, they have some vision. Note that space seeds can be destroyed if they encounter void barriers or unusual events, or are attacked by the creatures of the void. New domain passive ability obtained, planetary symbiosis. Each of your clones now generates significantly higher mana and energy. Additionally, some of these energies will be shared with the will of the worlds and expand the bubble of reality. This will allow for the existence of secondary livable planets in the same realm, and also solar systems. Note, removing your clone will cause the eventual collapse of these secondary planets. New domain passive ability obtained, Titan substitution Titan supercharge. Due to the significant increase in power and energies of your clones, each of your clone bodies can power one Titan each. For Titans powered by clones, you do not require a Titan frame from champions or heroes. With Titan Supercharge, combining a Titan frame with a clone substitution will immediately increase their power levels. New title awarded, Comet Breaker. Alka's soul nestled quietly within a special chamber deep inside my main body. He was asleep, his soul damaged by travel. The reconstruction of his body happened through some kind of system shenanigans that I did not understand. But I wasn't the only one that gained levels, and 2 of the Valthorns that fought with us were elevated into new domain holders. One of the physically focused Valthorns who did a lot of excavating, his name was Ezar, a brawler ranger. He was level 143 just 6 years ago, but the entire comic campaign somehow pushed him over the edge, and now he was a level 150 domain of the fist. It was a funny thing, of course, because everyone joked that he should have been a shovel domain, since all he used during those last few years were shovels and mining pickaxes. His first ability, Fist of the Rising Star, allowed him to essentially punch stuff super hard. The other was Kapha, and he became the first lizard folk, Domain of the Claw. His first ability was also another combat ability with some parallels to Edna's. Tooth and Claw made Kapha a temporary hero tier combatant, but didn't grant him invulnerability. In terms of utility, I suppose both their abilities were kinda lame, but additional hero tier combatants were always useful. Edna too reached level 190, but her new domain ability was instead an expansion of her duty beyond life and death. It now protected her for a week, and also cast a healing presence on all allies around her. Rune and Johan gained levels too. Johan gained the ability to have a second super pet. His dragon also experienced a sudden growth and became much bigger. Personally, I found Johan's pet somewhat underwhelming, since it didn't do much on the comet. But I suppose it wasn't the right tool for that sort of situation. Rune's sniper domain granted him a power that overlapped with mine, domain awareness, and granted him full knowledge and awareness of everything around him. In short, he was a super spy. In some cases, this would be useful, especially when we're exploring new worlds, but on the core clone worlds, this ability's use would be fairly limited since my trees effectively covered most practical uses. There was also the issue of how domain abilities spied on other domain abilities, and in Rune's case, it didn't work. Stella also reached level 170, and so gained 2 additional Void Explorers. In addition, she gained the ability Void Shadow, where she could sense all use of Void magic and reopen any recently closed portals or tunnels. Lumuf, my domain holder, was now the second highest leveled person around, as he reached almost level 197. His new domain ability was Fury of the Avatar. In a weird twist of how skills and abilities stacked, Fury of the Avatar made Lumuf a stronger combatant than my main body, because there was some kind of multiplier applied when fighting through Lumuf's avatar mode. I'd have to wait till Alka woke up to see what he got, if he got anything after all. Stella looked into the skies as we prepared for the next phase of our battle. There will be smaller comets and meteors. These rocks wouldn't destroy the world, but it could destroy cities and countries, and there's the Demon King's body that's hitchhiking on these objects. There was no way to intercept them. It was just emptiness after the lava world, but they were all still headed our way. They were much smaller, these fragments of the comet, baby comets. Stella's data indicate that the largest of them could still be destroyed conventionally, but there's a lot more to destroy. So taking a note out of missile and projectile warfare, we plan to build weapons to shoot down the smaller comets and meteors the moment they entered the range of our reality. We'd have to build moon-based weapons platforms and prepare to shoot those meteors and comets down. We've destroyed the biggest comet, somehow. Now we'd have to shoot down some meteors. What remains of the comet would not wipe us out, even if it would rain death on our world. A problem a few years down the road. But first, with the focus on the comet world lifted, there were a few annoyances I wanted to solve. I have another annoying shiny rock to crush. Year 261. Estimated 8-9 more years to impact. The heroes mourned the death of their own. The Valthorns mourned the disappearance of so many Valthorns. About 300 Valthorns vanished when their attempts to teleport back to my clone were interrupted by the fluctuations in the fabric of reality. Death, but we had to prepare for the next stage. There were now smaller meteors headed our way. Demonic meteors that we have to destroy. My council summoned the builders and mages to prepare our countermeasures. Our countermeasures largely fell into 3 groups. The first would be our void mages. These void mages would essentially jump to these meteors once they are detected, plant bombs, and leave. With their smaller size, we could knock them out fairly easily. The next defense would be our space-based defenses. We need to shoot them down the moment they cross into Treehome's bubble of reality. The main anchor of this would be the moon base and the various asteroids around Treehome. I'd need to reactivate the moon base and then transform it into a space-based weapons and projectile array. According to our trackers, some of those meteors will be faster than others, so we should be seeing some of these space rocks a lot sooner than the rest. Some of them will carry the smaller Demon King multipus on them, which means we need a way to destroy the Demon King in space. Our initial plans for this is to construct weapons platforms in space, redirect these smaller rocks to them, where we can then engage the Demon King in combat. My builders all sketched out multiple wild ideas: space-based ballistas, guns, cannons, spaceships, and tugboats. At this point, we decided to go with all of them. Some of these meteors are uninhabited, without the presence of multipus, and are essentially moving on momentum. Magical ships could then apply an opposing force to bring them to a halt, and then guide them into a safe orbit around the sun. Those where we detect the presence of multipus have to be destroyed, because multipus would attack our ships, and these ships are unlikely to be hardy enough to withstand a Demon King strike. We would also like to construct special suits for the heroes. The ranged heroes like Prabhu, Colette, and Chung should be able to destroy these smaller rocks. All they need is the ability to fight in space. Because this remains solely within Treehome's bubble of reality, we don't have to cross the Void Sea and use void magic portals, so conventional magical portals will be sufficient. The third layer of defense would be our Treehome-based defenses: shields, more cannons, magical weapons. These should catch those missed by our first 2 forces. Most of our efforts will be focused on the first 2 layers, because once they enter Treehome, that's already a little too late to prevent destruction. Instead, it'll be just damage mitigation. For these, we would need to construct massive shields and barriers in all our major cities, along with magical weapons to destroy these space rocks or deflect them away from large inhabited areas. There was a small little funeral for Kelly, the Mountain World heroine. She stuck around in my soul realm for a bit and then vanished when it was time. Death seems frequent lately. Happy? Ken asked, coughing. He sat in a chair filled with my vines. Those vines ensured that he lived. I had to intervene frequently over the past few months, his condition worsening. In a way, he was chained to his chair, and it was a miserable existence. I was ready to let him go. Chung was next to him. Fuck it, Ken. No, the comet's done. Let it go already. The former hero said, "It's time I go. Ian, don't you?" Goodbye, I can feel it. Ken smiled. He knew I wasn't planning on letting him live even longer. This was it. Prabhu and Colette stood nearby and held his hand. Ian, save him, Chung roared, angry, frustrated. There's not much I can do if he doesn't allow me to meddle with his soul. I could force it, but I wouldn't say that part out loud. In a way, I was allowing him to die. I could keep him alive. I could undo it with far more intrusive procedures, but there was no point. Ken smiled, and I reckon he had fun. You weren't this mad when Hafez died. Chung fumed as Ken closed his eyes for the last time. Ken's body gave way. His hero friends watched him die, and I felt his soul slip out of his body. I tried to catch it. Just like Hafez, he appeared briefly in my soul realm. It's this place again. Now it was his turn to be a soul, a floating ball of light. Well, this is the middle ground before you go to where you are meant to go, I told him. This is the final station before the unknown. Is it really the unknown, or you just won't tell me? Ken asked. I really don't know, but goodbye, Ken. You've been helpful. I'll try, I answered. Try harder. The myriad worlds suffer from your neglect. I felt that sting a little. That's harsh, neglect is. It is only true, Ken said. There is always more to be done, and that weighs on you far more than anyone else. It was hypocritical coming from him. Says the one who fled from his duties. I'm weak, fragile. Ken admitted. I only hope that you and those around you can be way stronger than we ever were. At this point, we had a few years where there's nothing we could do. The smaller meteors are now in the depth of the void sea, and they are mostly invisible to us. At most, we could hit some of them once they enter within 1 year of Treehome, but that's a fairly small sphere of influence to destroy hundreds of meteors. So there was an annoyance that I wanted to deal with, one that I've tolerated for a while. Let it go, Jean-Pu said, as Kefri soon informed him of what I intended to do. No, I answered. Kefri herself seemed pleased. In every world, in every land, if there is a gun, it must be fired at least once. Not because it has a target, but to show the world that it is real and that it can be fired. The magic city of Manhwaedit, seat of the immortal Crystal King's power, an immortal, a domain holder, an irritation. 4 of my domain holders volunteered to deliver the message. Lumuf, Edna, Rune, and Johan. We made a statement as we appeared in a highly visible portal of magic. My 4 landed on a vast open field on the outskirts of the city. The army of Melga scrambled to action as a scout immediately rode towards the 4. Stop, state your business. We're here to settle a score with your Crystal King, Lumuf answered as our aura of power radiated outwards. Lumuf's presence was like a tsunami of magic that propagated outwards and smashed into the city's own little sphere of influence. Everyone in that city immediately felt a strong discomfort. The air turned tense, charged with our aura pushing against the mountain's own. He would know we are here. I found it ironic to think that he was right, really. How unfortunate. It is a beautiful city. I once stood right there to look at the city below. Lumuf said, well, and now I've come again to break it. The 4 were soon at the edge of the city. There were soldiers at the gate, all armed to the teeth. They were prepared to fight. A brave captain shouted, leave, you are not welcome here. We do not need your welcome. Lumuf countered, we'll find our way easily enough. The captain shouted back. Even from a distance I could see him quivering in his place. Leave, consequences. Lumuf declared, ignoring the captain's statement. His voice wasn't loud. He didn't shout, but the entire mountain shook. Did you believe your actions had no consequence? The forces of the Crystal King marched out to face my domain holders. One of the Crystal King's officials wore armor made of crystals. It was powerful and definitely would have cowed any lesser foe. But today their enemies are not lesser foes because they were the ones shaking. You dare challenge one of the 3, the leader of the defenders said, clearly juiced on some kind of potion. Lumuf stood forth as my avatar form descended on the city of magic. The entire earth shook and people began to flee. There was panic all around, but we waited. There was no need to begin the attack yet. We wanted them to remember this. We wanted the survivors to remember the cost of raising their arms against our goal. We want this tale to be spoken for all of eternity, when the tree broke the crystal mountain. Lumuf smiled and gently responded to the man. Yes, we dare. Through Lumuf our roots cracked the earth, ripped the grounds, the crystals cracked. The mountain glowed. Magic. And it met my own aura of anti-magic. The weaker magics crumbled. Gigantic roots and vines emerged throughout the city's walls, and it met with crystals. The citizens of Melga seemed in shock, but soon discovered that we didn't intend to harm them. My quarrel was with the Crystal King and those who stood with him. The people fled as my roots climbed over their magical walls and pierced their magical shields. My roots poked through their shields easily. It wasn't hard to coat my roots with a bit of anti-magic sand. Lumuf stepped closer. The 3 others followed closely behind. Ian always wanted to know what the Crystal King really looked like underneath all that rock. The defenders of the Crystal King raised their weapons, fully equipped warriors in the best armor and weapons they have. Power flowed through them, but they fainted the moment the weight of my presence pressed on them, and it was foolish. The Crystal King will be punished, and nothing will stop me. 263.2. When Roots Crack the Mountain Double Chapter, Day 22, 263.2. When Roots Crack the Mountain Double Chapter, Day 22. Interlude: The Crystal Defenders. Melga, pride of the human lands, home of their lord and protector, the Crystal King. One of the 3 hegemons of the land, there was never a time where the Captain Onyx of the Crystal Guard ever felt that Melga would be attacked outside of a demonic event. Even when demons spawned in their world, when the demons invaded, Melga stood. Melga was home to so many magical enchantments and defenses that in the era of legends, it once withstood the might of even a demon king and had enough firepower to counterattack and injure it significantly. In Captain Onyx's mind, that was the truth, even if it was untested, because that was what it felt to live in Melga. To walk the city streets was to walk near the power that lived within the great Crystal Mountain, to live under the overwhelming presence of the Lord of Crystal. In the minds of Melga's defenders, an attack on Melga was impossible. No one ever tried to attack Melga. Even the other 2 forces never ever managed to march forces beyond their inner ring of defenses. Even when this new force, this upstart pretender called Ian, sent an army burning through their defensive lines, just to help the heroes destroy the Demon King, it never ever occurred to them that Melga would be attacked. After all, who dares attack a deity? Well, other deities, naturally. Onyx ran as the defensive bells rang. It has never rang in a real emergency, not once in the past 50 years. All previous ringing of the bells were all for drills, entirely for practice purposes and publicly declared. Is it a drill? One of the civilians asked as Onyx ran towards the tower. He shook his head. There really was no need to answer when they all felt the air feel heavy, as if the heavens itself pressed on them. Their mountain pulsed, and they felt a familiar force rise from below to resist it. The soldiers were not sure what to do either. In truth, only the elite guard would be able to stand against whatever dared attack the Crystal King. The lesser soldiers are nothing more than flies if such a hypothetical enemy existed. There must be some great illusion. An army somehow snuck past those lazy defenders and scouts. Onyx climbed up the stairs and reached the walls, expecting an army outside. All he saw was 4 individuals and a terrain he did not recognize. A man with a wooden staff, a woman in knight's armor, and 2 archers. In normal cases, he'd laugh them off, but all of them emitted an aura not unlike their own deity. Their ripples of power caused the air itself to seemingly churn in defiance. The grass seemed to sway violently. The ground trembled. The entirety of Melga's surroundings were almost entirely dusty, rocky land. When did it all turn into grasslands? Crystal King. The voice was soft and came from an older man with a beard and wrinkled face. He sounded older than he looked. We have found your attempts to sabotage our preparations against the Demon King appalling. Onyx frowned. He wasn't aware such a thing happened, but if it did, it must be one of the High Crystal Priest's plots. The elite forces of the king and magical golems all emerged from their barracks and waiting areas, ready to fight. He looked and saw one of the elite guards, Commander General Saman, take the stand and shouted something. Despite the Commander General yelling at the top of his lungs, he heard nothing. Instead, all he heard was the voice of the older man. Consequence. Huge towering roots shot out of the ground around the city, akin to the tentacles of a kraken pulling down a giant ship. There were so many roots that emerged out of nowhere. They emerged outside of all the walls, and they slammed into the defensive shields. The shields wobbled. Onyx prayed the shields would hold, but they didn't. The roots didn't even have to try very hard. He watched the roots cut through the shields as if it was like soft butter. The citizens panicked and screamed. The Commander General yelled, activating some kind of ability. The walls of the city glowed. Magical blasts of all kinds looked ready to be fired, and as they activated, then half of them were snuffed out instantly, like a fire that ran out of oxygen or fuel. Even Onyx felt the effects of the anti-magical aura. Anti-magic, he cursed as he watched the enchanted weapon in his hand flicker as if magic was drained out of it. How? He could even sense it in the air, as the air itself felt as if mana was sucked out of it. The other half, the higher-tier spells, slammed into gigantic wooden shields. It didn't do any damage. The soldiers panicked. One of them horrified and then begun to run. The rest of them realized the same, as did so. Wait, what are you doing? Onyx shouted at the soldiers. Some of them clearly weren't ready to fight them. We are the guards of the great crystal city. We do not run. Captain, this is madness. We're not fighting them. No way, the soldier countered. Not those gigantic roots and not without magic. Onyx looked at the soldiers. They stood unmoved. But, Captain, there is a time to be brave. Now is not that time. Can you not feel their power pressing down on us? He couldn't continue the sentence, as the entire magical defensive network of Melga shattered like glass, not from an attack, but from the weight of the enemy's presence. Onyx looked back, and his eyes gazed on the gigantic silhouette of a dark, shadowy tree. It was big, as if he was looking up a tree the size of a mountain and some. A shadow, a silhouette, a distortion in the air in the form of a tree. Just merely glancing at the strange apparition in the air made Onyx feel as if he was looking at 1,000 forests and somehow a single tree. His fingers trembled. The soldiers couldn't even run. Their knees went weak. What in the mountains? He felt his legs buckle, not just them. All of the soldiers felt a weight of fear that suddenly crashed into the entire city. The panicked citizens turned even more panicked and delirious. Chaos turned into insanity as they screamed and shouted. Only the crystal guards managed to stand in defiance. Onyx couldn't see who, but it was one of the great generals of the Crystal King shouted. Generals rally. Wave of relief flooded the entire city, and Onyx felt his legs regain just a wee bit of strength. Then came the word of the enemy. Run. The old priest spoke. His voice seemed to be carried by the land itself. The wind seemed to carry his message, that it felt to Onyx like the priest said those words beside him, whispering into his ears. Run or feel our wrath. The roots surrounding the crystal city suddenly opened to reveal 2 openings. Flee. The citizens ran. The soldiers ran. The servants ran. The lesser priests fled. Onyx ran, and he looked back at the mountain. Would the Crystal King answer their slight? Then the crystal mountain cracked. You have a lot of GUTS coming here. A gigantic crystal golem emerged from the mountain as they felt the king's crystal presence push back against the 4. It certainly tried. You die today. Onyx thought that they were saved, but the feeling didn't last. The Crystal King's presence was overshadowed. The old man smiled as the shadow of the tree that seemed to be around the man grew even larger. The buildings of the city trembled and cracked. Onyx couldn't believe it, but he saw segments of the magically enchanted walls crumble, not from an attack, but from the weight of the tree's presence. Even the giant Crystal King staggered. The voice that followed was thoroughly alien. It was not the old man, even if it was spoken through him. The voice that emerged, that all of them heard clearly in their minds, was spoken as if it passed through the rustling of leaves and the whispers of the land. A million ancient trees spoke at once. Its voice echoed in every one of their minds. You once said we would come as invaders. The Crystal King raised a spear of crystal so large that it could have been a tower of crystal. Your prediction is correct. The towering spear of crystals was thrown towards the old man. With it, the weight of the Crystal King's history. Everyone could feel the immense magic of the Crystal King, condensed into a single strike. But roots emerged from the ground, and the roots intercepted the spear midair, entangled it with its roots. I was keen to let you be. But here we are. Do you feel delighted that you predicted correctly? The giant Crystal King rushed ahead, stepped on the buildings and crumbled walls, and pushed at the spear. Even more magic was channeled into the spear, but the wall of roots that held the spear did not move. The Crystal King struggled. I should have killed you there and then. The old man's chuckle could be heard throughout the land. The land itself laughed with him. Little rocks, bits of sand, the grass, all shook as if laughing together. Killing my avatar does nothing but enrage me. My fury arrives eventually. It was a clash of power, all in a single move. The king's spear and the wall of roots. Invader, I will not submit. The Crystal King roared, the crystal's magic glowed. Yet Onyx swore it looked like the spear's magic was sucked about by the roots. So be it. The roots emerged from all over the city. It broke through the rocky tiles, it broke through the ground. They wrapped around the giant Crystal King. The lesser golems, the elite guards, all wanted to attack. But the two archers fired a rain of paralysis arrows that stunned all of them. Those that managed to dodge the arrows were wrapped by the roots, and those roots paralyzed them as well. The Crystal King's power wobbled. My death will shatter the pact. Death is too easy for a hard-headed fool. The roots wrapped around the Crystal King's arms, and everyone screamed when they saw those roots rip the left crystal arm off the body. Onyx couldn't believe it. It wasn't possible. Then the roots wrapped itself around the right arm, and it ripped it off as well. It flung the crystal arms to the side, throwing them away as if it was trash. The Crystal King's energies glowed as it regenerated both arms. You think this will hurt me? The roots wrapped around the entire body of the Crystal King. Then this will. The entire city shook as they felt a huge amount of magic was sucked out of the world around them. The roots drained magic, even from the Crystal King, yet the king was defiant. Onyx watched as a root emerged from the ground, far larger than any others. The root transformed into a spear embodying the world, and in a single, loud thrust, it pierced the Crystal King's golem body. The sound that followed was as if the entire world had cracked in half. May this pain be eternal. Onyx wasn't sure what happened, but there was a huge amount of mana flooding the Crystal King. It wasn't demonic, but instead. It reminded Onyx of the Dark Knights. Your domain protects your soul, but your body remains vulnerable. How ironic. I was just in your position not too long ago. The gigantic golem of the Crystal King crumbled. The citizens and soldiers of Melga watched, dumbfounded and in horror. Many have fainted. Onyx stared at what remained, held by the roots. A spherical crystal no bigger than a basketball. So this is your true form, a spherical crystal that gained a will. A wall of roots that emerged and encased the spherical crystal. For the crimes of tampering with our preparations and attempting to assassinate a hero, I, Ian of Treehome, imprison you for the next 100 years. You shall remain a watcher of the world while your empire collapses around you. A giant tree grew on their mountain of crystals, and this giant tree held a single object in its canopy, surrounded by vines and roots. A tree made into a prison to hold the spherical crystal core of the Crystal King. A beautiful prison for the king, on what was once their crystal mountain, and turned the rocky, crystalline land of Melga into a verdant, blooming hill. Year 262. The giant tree that stood in the city of Melga, a prison. The system recognized my attempts to imprison another domain holder and warped the giant attendant tree into a special tree. The crystal prison tree. From a distance, it was poetic. It was as if nature rose to defy the magics of the Crystal King. The once crystalline city of Melga was now overrun with trees. The very act of imposing my will on another domain holder was exhausting, but he was weakened. Keeping an injured domain holder imprisoned was significantly easier because most of its powers are used to heal itself. He was smug at first. The domain protected his soul from normal things, but I could hurt everything outside of that domain. If you don't intend to kill me, then you can't hurt me, he bragged. His crystal core was like a dungeon's core. It stood imprisoned, he said as I destroyed everything outside of it. Then I discovered that a soul tree was indeed a special thing in the multiverse. After all, it's not every day that I had the opportunity to mess with another domain holder, so I did. I tapped the power of my soul forge and with its unique power attempted to pierce his domain. He was smug. He thought it wouldn't work like all my earlier attempts to deal damage without killing him. Then my roots made a hole in the crystal platforms of his soul. I could chip away at his domain. It would heal in time. But at that very moment, the Crystal King's horror was palpable. Impossible, he cursed, but the domain could be cracked by my roots when they were empowered by the energies of my soul forge. This told me one thing: my domain was not a perfect defense. It had worked against the demons so far because their attempts to corrupt my soul were not properly tailored to damage my soul. Even mana was just a bludgeon. Unfocused, even rivers of mana couldn't harm it. The domain is still an object of the soul, a creation of the soul, and a weapon attuned to the soul's nature could still hurt me. In fact, there may be a domain holder, made from some kind of soul or spirit, that could possess the ability to deal soul damage, the ability to hurt the soul directly. This sort of ability would be this multiverse's equivalent of destroying one's meridians and crushing one's energy cores. This was a dangerous power, and the cracking of the Crystal King's domain silenced the smug Crystal King. It released a pulse of energy that spread through the pact of the tree, a warning. How Jampu asked my little tree in his garden. How did you hurt him? Our souls are well protected and should not be damaged, yet I felt you crack his soul at that moment. In the same way I fixed a hero's soul, the soul forge, I told him, and the old pharaoh thought. You freed a hero and now you just soul damaged one of the three. That makes you a very dangerous existence. Some gods will not consider you a friend, then I will have to avoid them. Easier said, Jampu countered. You're doing some pretty dangerous things. Arya and Ispeng's golem spoke her will. You're not afraid how this appears to the rest of us domain holders. It is what it is. He ordered his people to sabotage our actions. There are consequences. The golem of lilies nodded. Such consequences are mild. 100 years is but a fluttering of the eye. Heroes come and go. Yet, as I brought the two golems to Melga, the Crystal King's senses were not dulled. I felt its attention. It looked in surprise as his senses brushed over the two golems. You've seen more existences like us. Of course, which made you a fool? I spoke back. I offered you friendship, but you chose hostility. These are friends, both from my world. You seek to rule, he argued. I would prefer not to rule if I have to. In this situation where he was imprisoned, I realized it was probably a good time to educate him, just like how I shared my experiences and visions with Jampu, Lilies, and Arya. It made the three of them see what I see and gave them understanding. I would have preferred not to do this. Matter of time. He still argued as I bombarded his will with my thoughts. Over time, you seek dominion over me. Even if I offered friendship, the nature of our relationship will not change. The weak will submit to the strong. He blocked it with his domain, stubborn piece of rock. Stella looked at the special chamber in the depths of my main tree, where Alka's body was being reconstructed. It was magic. It was the system at work. Wonderful, isn't it? I said. I tried to understand what was happening, but this was the system on autopilot. I had no input here because he would be rebuilt exactly as he was. It is, Stella said. I stare and have no idea what's happening. I know. It's nice to stare at something dumbfounding and not have to worry about whether it's trying to kill me. Stella added. It's a great relief. That is true. Every unusual or mind-boggling thing we've seen seems to be trying to kill us one way or another. The sun rings, the demon comet, Multipus were all strange, wild things. And this is great insurance. If I have one of my trees survive, with your additional clones, you will. After seeing my recent abilities, I'm not convinced it's that great a security. You're worried there's some demon that deals soul damage that could hurt your soul directly, regardless of how many clones you have. Stella said, if that is the case, none of us are safe. I doubt it'll be that bad. Perhaps my domain holders would still remain so long as I existed. My ability allowed regeneration of my domain holders. The system says they can regenerate, and I trust it. Three worlds reeled from the consequences of the Crystal King's defeat. The once difficult human cities became instantly subservient. We would have a need for their lands and their supplies. Stella's eyes watched the stars and noticed that the remnant comets decayed into even smaller meteors. Without a singular core to hold it all together, even the smaller rocks fragmented, but they were undoubtedly still headed towards Treehome. It would be the equivalent of planet Earth passing through a cloud of asteroids. A rain of meteors would be likely, and in the thousands, it would be hard to destroy them all. Still, if they came in waves, it was theoretically possible. So after the large bomb-building exercise, we redirected our efforts towards a series of construction work, anti-projectile cannons, magical shields, and one of the largest bunker construction projects. The construction of bunkers brought back memories. Ian, do you really need the bunkers? The last time we built bunkers was decades ago, and it didn't help. Lausanne joked as he reminded me of the time when we built the bunkers, then Rotterdlands happened. That didn't help. But what else is there to do? I countered. We could also perform emergency evacuation once we get the trajectory of the meteors. Lausanne laughed. Build a wall. That's just bunkers without the roof. The evacuation idea seems to work. Chung went into a spiral of self-doubt and avoidance. He refused to speak to us, but at this point I expected it. He knew, of course. He wasn't stupid. I watched him try to drown himself in alcohol, but annoyed by alcohol being mostly useless to him. He needed something that could offset the hero class in order to get drunk, but he refused to drink anything made with my leaves. Colette, Prabhu, Adrian, and Kefri. Survivors. Adrian retreated back to Mountain World. Kelly left some things for him. Unlike the other heroes, Kelly didn't set up her own little kingdom. Instead, her ambitions were smaller, and she ran an elite adventurers guild, where the elites received hero items from her. Naturally, she was successful, and now responsibility for the guild passed to Adrian. A guild was a lot easier to manage. Politics present in nations were less so, with guilds, especially small, focused guilds that just attacked dungeons on Mountain World. "You think he'll kill himself?" Prabhu asked his partner as they rested back on Freshka. "Nah," Colette said, "just give him time. A few years, he'll get over it. Find someone to love or something." The two mages worked on creating magical shields as a contingency for the coming meteor shower. Their hero items were very powerful, and an array of space-based shields should deflect most of the smaller meteors. They had a large mansion with multiple workshops for them to build all their stuff. Hero Forge did most of the work, but it's better with materials, plans, and space for extra stuff. "Yeah," Prabhu hoped. "I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. You know he will, just not overly stupid." "Good point." Kefri refused to talk to him and returned to Three Worlds. After long periods of being away from Three Worlds, there was something about the deserts of the Scorpionid lands that felt like home. Kay, the designated successor, refused to get her hands involved. "This is a relationship problem between the two, not something I can fix. I'm staying out of it. I'd rather be recruiting new heroes." Chung was stupid. I just hoped he didn't walk down a path where he became stupid and dangerous. "I've never killed a hero, but if I have to, I believe I can." Stella sent more Void Explorers out into the Void Sea, each in a different direction. There were some unspoken passive effects, such as the higher speed of Void Explorers, and how the Void Explorers also moved faster across familiar paths. In short, Void Explorers moved almost instantly when traveling on existing paths. We have to continue exploring new worlds. Only through getting more worlds, we could knit some kind of alliance together. My two new domain holders were on Lava World, where they tested out their new abilities. Kafa and Ezar were briefed in totality of our history and why we do what we do. It was a recap of things they knew and an affirmation of loyalty to the cause, to end the demons. Both were Valthorns. They joined us in our fight in their earlier years, rising through the ranks. Now they have reached the top, and we have to ask them to give even more. Domain holders. It made them demigods. They know it. They saw how I imprisoned the Crystal King, and I knew, even if they never said it, that my domain holders would think that they could be on the receiving end of that same treatment. The next phase of our plan, other than to survive the meteor shower, was to mount a second attack on the Sun Rings. Our intention this time is to either capture it or destroy it. Unlike the demon's comet, this was a stationary object, and this time we would be at the advantage. After the comet and the meteors, we would be the invaders of the Sun Rings. I wouldn't know when we will be ready, but we will be. Mountain World, Three World, Lava World, Tropic World. It was time to consolidate power. The demands for surviving the coming meteor shower was less intense than the first push towards destroying the comet. We still had leftover weaponry, and the bulk of the builders focused on space-based defenses. The significantly smaller size of each meteor also meant the odds of an existential crisis for Treehome was fairly remote. At best, we'd be dealing with tsunamis. So it was time to do what I couldn't do before, to redirect my attention to domestic affairs, to test out my new abilities, and also to prepare for the future. With my newfound abilities, I felt the bubble of reality around these worlds slowly expand outwards, and in doing so, it also extended my range through the Void Sea. My Valthorn builders finished the reconstruction of the Dwarven Kingdom's capital. They continued to complain about me, but rather than engage them, I decided to pull all my men out. I still had spies, of course, but if the Dwarven King continued on his path of hostility, he would soon find himself in an unfortunate accident. It left a bad taste in my mouth. Once again, I regret being so soft when I should have been more forceful. Choice. There is an important line somewhere. When do we allow others to make stupid choices? From my point of view, there is always a stupid choice. I can see it, but that's because I have a perspective they don't. Or maybe it's the other way, they have a perspective I do not share. One day, a demon king will spawn on another city. When that time comes, I will give them a taste of Lava World and remind them why they should obey. If they don't, I'm going to force them out. I will drag them out of their homes, screaming and struggling. I was wrong to allow them to waste my time, to waste the time of my soldiers and put those who fight for me at risk. Given a choice between the life of those who fight for me and the happiness of these citizens, I know I would choose to save the lives of my soldiers. Just like with the stubborn Crystal King, I was wrong. There are times when force is necessary. The world is a cruel place and the demons would not hesitate to destroy us. I cannot allow these people to stop our fight. So my Valthorn streamed into the human lands of the Crystal King. As he predicted, we came as invaders. We would collect their information. Harvest their knowledge, learn their magic. They would not be happy, but time will undo most wounds, and mortal memories are short indeed. Year 263. The year began with a rare congratulations from the system. Then I was brought into a strange room where I met a very familiar old man. I wasn't entirely human anymore. I took the form of a tree more than a man, even if there was a man at the center of it all. Matt. The voice sounded exactly the same as it was when I started. Mozart. I didn't know why, but his name was imprinted in my head. At that moment, another different old man appeared. Mozart raised his hand and presented his friend. He was just as old. This is Bach, my superior. I nodded. It felt weird to nod after so long, but it came as naturally as breathing. It must be important for me to face two of the system's administrators. We come offering you a pact as required by the system. Bach said frankly. It is a choice first and foremost. I want to be clear that this is a choice. I nodded once more. Go on. For every soul that reaches level 250 and meeting relevant faith requirements, hero or otherwise, we offer a pact with the system. In this pact, you will no longer gain experience, but instead your soul will be moved from the experience system to the world faith system. Of course, I once wondered what the gods were. If you accept under this system, you will gain various powers, such as the power to summon your own heroes, subject to your annual faith point availability. Each world you rule generates a certain faith value, and worlds marked as your core worlds generate more value. The faith points can also be used to open portals, bless your minions and followers, or spy on other worlds. You will also gain a spectral form that allows you to move between worlds where your faith is strong. But I remembered that conversation with Ava. There was a catch. Tell me more. What are my duties? You will defend worlds with your followers. You will summon heroes when there is a demon king. Defend worlds. Tell me the details. What happens to me if I say yes? Bach nodded. You are required to contribute faith points to the hero summoning pool, which will be used to summon heroes. Each world is measured in distance to you, and the further those worlds are, the higher the faith point consumptions will be. What if I have no followers at all? As a god, you die. How many followers do I need? It's arbitrary. The system calculates a sustenance value, and if you drop below that, you will weaken over time and then die. Damn, even with my protections and clones. Yes, some of your abilities will be remade in order to fit under the world faith system. Bach explained. Some benefits will be lost, but some gained. I paused. Why do the other gods accept this system? Because it allows them to be everywhere instead of just one place. Most of the old gods were from the first living beings, in an era where magic was turbulent, and the myriad worlds were much smaller. Yet over time, the worlds expanded, and the old gods struggled to protect their people from the incursions of the other gods, and later, the demons. So together, the world faith system was made, a pact between the system and the old gods, to allow them to continue functioning in an expanding world. I realized that since this man was willing to give a history lesson, this was the best time to ask. What are the demons? How were they made? Bach clammed up immediately. I cannot answer that. But if they were around since the era of the old gods, that meant they were a long time ago. Can they be defeated? I cannot answer that. Can you tell me about history? Why is the world expanding? System momentum. Bach answered. The expansion is driven by subtle, repulsive energies of the void. This will continue until the void can expand no more. Wait, I paused. How did the gods ask the system to create a new system? How does that make sense? Can it still be done today? Bach paused before nodding. Yes, but it requires significant and majority control of all populated worlds. Explain. Bach paused before explaining. In Earth terms, each planetary core is a node and a vote, a right to vote, a right to petition. Control of the majority will of the worlds allows the gods to subconsciously or consciously submit changes to the system and change how things operate. The bigger the changes, the more votes from all the cores will be needed. Most changes, racial creations, and so on will not require significant votes, but creating new systems, creating entirely new rules on how powers work, forking the system, that needs significant control and influence over multiple worlds. I don't recall ever voting. Cores collect your responses subconsciously. Wait, can't we delete the demons this way? I asked. If each planet is essentially how the system responds to changes, it should be used offensively. I cannot answer that question. All right, I get it. I can reach multiple worlds with my current abilities. Why don't the gods do it? They couldn't. They were not trees or corals that could clone themselves, and so they changed their forms to accommodate. The world faith system came later. Yes, and most gods are on it. Yes, Bach answered. Are all gods on it? A long pause later, Bach answered. No, I paused. If there were gods in the old system, they would be powers in their world. Incredibly powerful, but likely constrained to a single world. What happens to all my powers? They will change. What are the other benefits? Quasi-immortality. Just as you die when you have no believers after a certain period of time, you cannot be killed as long as you have enough believers. Faith points will allow you to attain immortality and regenerate any lost or destroyed body. I could see why some gods took it, especially if they had no means of immortality prior to this, but that was of no value to me. That's it, power of the world faith system. It is a very powerful system that harvests the emotions, faith, and beliefs of those who believe in you. Each temple, each faithful generates these faith points, and you can spend them to generate miracles, summon heroes, create worlds, open paths across the stars, and even permanently link worlds together. The power to create more classes, awaken more powers. Again, powers that the current system could offer, but if there are other systems, then surely there are more. Are there other systems other than these two? Yes, the demon system. They grow in strength over time. Shit. If the demons have their own system, it meant they were significantly more powerful than I expected. I didn't realize when I said it out audibly, much to the chagrin of the two system administrators present. Well, some wouldn't consider them to be an entirely new system, but they exist on top of the existing experience system. That's why their souls are different. Their system has modified it. But with each additional world they control, they get a bit closer to making more profound changes to the system. Bach said, it explained why they captured worlds. And so what do you think? No. It was clear to me since the day I met Ava that whatever they had didn't give them a path out of this. I could seek their help, but their hands were tied. But they could offer it to my domain holders. When they reached level 250, they could be new gods. Bach paused, somehow reading my mind, and then was quick to explain. They will wither and die. They must create their own faith and grow it to a critical size. This option is not available to those without their own faith, even if they reach level 250, I see. If lilies reach level 250, they could be one, or Jeanpu. Must I decide immediately? Yes, the system only offers this choice once. That doesn't seem fair. I can't even discuss it with my team, I asked. Old gods, those old powers, were not the kind that kept a council. Bach smirked. It never occurred to them to do so when they petitioned the system to create this subsystem many eons ago. Then is there an option to revert back to the old system? The old gods were not the kind to believe that they make mistakes. Bach's grin was frankly unmistakable. I believe they still don't think they made a mistake. That sealed it for me. Well, no, I don't like it, and I didn't need the immortality benefit. Not when I already had it. The fact that it was a created system, instead of the original system, suggested that it probably wasn't as well made either. Confirm rejection. Yes, good. The old pact of the old gods has room for improvement. Too bad those in it are no longer able to influence how the system developed. The basic experience system continued to evolve over time as each node submitted and petitioned for changes, while the world faith system remained largely the same system as it was made eons ago. Bach smiled. You will be receiving your level 250 subdomain choices now. You could have just said so. I said. The pact required me to offer it as a choice. I was brought back and the choices appeared immediately. World faith system migration has been rejected. We will now display level 250 subdomain choices. Subdomain, the dark void. You gain the ability to see worlds that are shrouded by the voids and also void worlds and plant your clones on them. Your clones will not be consumed by the void. Your mana potatoes will now be able to store void mana with no loss or decay. Clones on the void worlds can harvest void mana. You are also now able to access the void layers, which are different ways the void appears, and can share it with your void mages. The special class voids of Ian will be created, and void mages can unlock them. Voids of Ian can travel in the void layers. Void worlds can only be safely explored by those with void magic protection. The dark void will link with your fellow void domain holder, amplifying her abilities and allowing her access to all your new void abilities. Subdomain Trinopticon. You gain the ability to see through your familiar, your beetles, and anyone with an Ionic class. In addition, you can also now see through your flows of mana. You can now communicate telepathically with anyone in the world, wherever they are in that world, regardless of distance, so long as your clone or avatar is present in that world. Your mind-reading tree's range will now cover the entire world. Each of your clones will also now function as the enhanced equivalent of a grand mind tree, granting significant automation and computational power. Mages, domain holder linked through your Trinopticon, will able to leverage on your range, granting them ability to cast spells through your network of trees as if they were there personally. They will be able to see and cast spells through your avatar, clones, or trees. Domain holders may not use domain tier abilities through Trinopticon. Subdomain Unity of the Pantheon. You gain the ability to form links with your fellow Pantheon members and express your combined powers as though you are one. The effects of all the levels and base stats of the Pantheon members will be combined additively. This power will require a willing mortal host. The host's endurance depends on his level and the amount of power used. Domain holders that serve as the host will be significantly empowered by the combined powers, but will need to undergo intensive regeneration after each use. At level 275 and level 300, you will be able to select one of the unchosen choices. Choices available at level 300 will be deferred to level 325 if you elected one of the earlier subdomain choices. Choices are cumulative, and earlier subdomain choices are not removed. Shit, I want all of them, Stella said. The question is which first, which helps us get ourselves across the line faster. Lumuf thought, can we first talk about that world faith system? Kay immediately stepped in to speak about it. There is an entire system out there that's only available to gods. Lumuf frowned. I believe turning it down was the right choice. We've seen the consequences of the old god's method of work, and it's not great. But think about it for a moment. Functional immortality. A power Ian grants to us. Not every society of gods has an Ian, Kay countered. But seriously, are we seriously getting power of friendship with that last one? Lumuf chuckled. I suppose my prayers did come true. You're hacking. Stella smiled. But it would be amusing to raise one of us to be one of them. It also implies that it is possible to alter the system if we control sufficient worlds. Lumud nodded. I cannot recall ever seeing the system change, but the fact that it has, it might be something that occurred so slowly over time that no one ever noticed. I agree. If subtle changes are applied over a long period of time, we wouldn't even feel it. We'd confuse any changes to our abilities to our higher levels, age, or just upgrades to our skills or our class. It was the equivalent of environmental changes. It occurred so slowly that natives would adapt. The system must have been different many, many years ago, the core principles unchanged, but the nitty-gritty aspects may have changed. Those outside the system, such as the gods who are on the world faith system, may not notice such changes. Technology's effect would bleed in slowly as the system absorbs such changes. Lumuf sat and thought about it for a while. Biddu may be the candidate closest to achieving conversion to the world faith system. He has an entire world that worships them. Even more than lilies, I soon shared this knowledge with Jeanpu, Lilies, Arya, and Ispeng, and even the Crystal King. I figured there was no harm. The Crystal King listened. Lies. Jeanpu merely mulled it over. It seems we have been played with. I suppose he meant the fact that the WFS requires the gods to protect their worlds anyway, so the pact was unnecessary, even if it gave some natives power over the heroes. Kefri mused. Nice feeling, isn't it? Jeanpu's golden eyes glared at the scorpionid heroine. She smirked back at him. What? The taste of your own medicine is great, or must its suck be to manipulated? Jeanpu stewed. Year 264. The first of the Earth mages from Ulera reached level 72 decades ago. Now the first of them, that same Earth mage, reached level 90. The limits of their soul. Anything beyond here would require the soul's strengthening seed. Ulerans, despite their tinier size, seem to have a far higher level limit than humans who capped at around level 80-85. I suspect it was the nature of their souls. Level 90. I offered the not-so-young Ulara, Capaculardijam or Cabra, as his Valthorn classmates referred to him, a soul-strengthening seed. He accepted but requested for a return to Ulara before he took it. With my new abilities, there wasn't much to think about. I could easily place a node tree on Ulara while keeping my clone trees for more strategic locations. Still, I tried to wrangle some benefits out of Snek. So that hero class, will you trade it for a node tree? I offered in plain and simple terms. There was no need to overcomplicate it. If he accepted, I will place the node. If not, I wouldn't. Snek paused, thinking it seriously. There was some movement of Ularans between Treehome and Ulara, facilitated by the Rift Gate, but there were times when the Rift Gates were inoperational due to unknown reasons. The Void Mages call them Void Storms. It doesn't do much, other than make teleportation impossible and frankly quite predictable. The vibrations tend to start small and slowly grow in intensity over a few months before coming down again. Snek initially hoped to consult with those on Ulara whether he had the right to give it away. After all, his mission was performed at the instruction of the old lords of the dens. But centuries later, most of the Ularans refused to even consider it theirs. It made him feel a little abandoned and a little bitter towards the whole hero class. All that sacrifice for nothing. At this point, it's your choice, I said frankly. I'm not sure what I'll do with the hero class either. If you want, you could use it yourself. It was an idea Snek opposed. I'm not worthy. Then no one is, I answered. Snek sacrificed his physical body to save his world, endured the Void Sea, and succeeded when many others failed. If he wasn't worthy of the class, who is? Even the kids who received the hero class were not the kind that would sacrifice themselves for the cause. It's only because of the hero class's intervention that warped their minds into this demon-killing machine. He couldn't decide. Not yet, but through one of the Rift Gates, we sent one of the Ularans back anyway. Snek and Lumuf followed along. The first of our offspring to return to Ulara as a warrior. Ular Sewibsars or Snek watched as the first of the Ularan children taken from their home decades ago. Lumuf smiled. Do you feel proud? The little Snek nodded. A little. But our world is not free. My hope is by fostering contact with the wider network of worlds, my people would once again regain the pride that they lost. I want to remind them that they were once surface dwellers, that we once built our dens under the sun instead of the depths. There is pride in enduring even the harshest of oppression. Lumuf countered, for my people, it is not enduring oppression. It is accepting their place, and that is just sad. Cobra looked at Sneck, old one. What do you think our people will think of me? He had spent a long time on Treehome. They would not know what to think. But once you show them that we can stand up to our demon dragon occupiers, I like to believe their minds will begin to change. The party of three returned, and first thing was for Cobra to visit his old family. Unlike Sneck, Cobra went with them as a child about 4 decades ago. When he returned, his family, still living in dens, were shocked to see him. But Ullerans had something in common with lizard folks in terms of biology. Their scales correlated to their power. Powerful lizard folks have shiny, healthy scales, and the same applies to the Ullerans. Ulleran scales manifested the elements of their class, which meant that Ullerans pretty much announced the type of class they had on their scales, by color and shape. An earth mage like Cobra had shiny, brown and bronze scales that flickered with magic. Sneck and Lumuf allowed Cobra his space, but eventually the Den Lord approached Sneck. Old one, Den Lord Ularlison Tenduk. Sneck answered, I'll cut to the chase. What happened to the rest of them? Still not ready to return. But they will. Capacular says some of them are not doing well. Not all were as talented as I hoped. Sneck countered, the world on the other side is highly advanced, the Den Lord answered. Sneck nodded, I'd like to invite more to travel over if I may, and return them like Capacular glistening with power. At that point, Cobra joined the two. He greeted the Den Lord in the Ulleran way, which was some kind of strange hiss of their forked tongues. Den Lord, old one. The Den Lord looked at Cobra. Would you choose to stay permanently in Ulara or with these travelers? Cobra paused and then answered honestly, I would like to stay with them. If I may, I'd like to request permission to bring my entire family over. The Den Lord stared. What, Den Lord, I do not mean to challenge your authority. Cobra answered, and unlike the old one who still hopes of reclaiming our homeland from the demons, I believe I'd like to give my siblings and future offsprings the opportunity I received outside of Ulara. Sneck stared at Cobra, feeling betrayed. Capacular those who chose the old ways can stay, old one. Why create conflict? Why upset the balance? Cobra countered. It is better to just move. The protection, security, opportunities, and facilities are just so far ahead, and having lived there for the past 3 decades and some, I cannot imagine coming back to Ulara. Sneck wanted his people to return as heroes. As liberators, we are supposed to rebuild Ulara. There is nothing left for us here, old one. Not when we've seen what's back there. My friends, they feel the same way. Having tasted the fruit of prosperity, how could we ever return to the harsh life of the tunnels? The little snake spirit felt heartbroken. Yet it was the exact answer the Den Lord wanted to hear. I see. I happen to have a list of individuals I'd rather get rid of. Feel free to take them. Sneck stared at the Den Lord, equally furious. Was he using this facility as a means of removing people opposed to his rule? To some extent, we treated the Ullerans with kid gloves, especially much earlier on. There was always a Valthorn on standby to step in if things ever got too dangerous. Sneck said we could not afford to lose any of the Ullerans. I thought 1 or 2 deaths were expected, especially after all these years. After all, lifespans and accidents are a thing. So, kid gloves. Valthorns watched them like hawks, but as time went on, the Valthorn presence was just insurance. The once young Ullerans adapted well, though they are still an incredible rarity on Treehome. After all, there's less than 100 of them on Treehome. We would like a permanent settlement for them somewhere. Not Treehome, because it's way too crowded and too high risk. If there were large-scale Ulleran migrations, it would be to Tropic World. It remains the single, safest place of all, with no demons. The only downside was generally weaker ambient mana, but that was a problem that I could fix with my new subdomain ability. I was now nourishing the world's health. A healer of worlds, literally. Cobra and Sneck exchanged some rather unpleasant words, but ultimately Sneck couldn't force them to do what he wanted. This was what you wanted, I reminded him, not at the price of abandoning Ulara, and not splitting our society into 2. Sneck answered, I did not envision this. I hope to restore Ulara to a single united Ulara of the past, with the aid of knowledge, technology, and weapons of the wider world. The little Sneck went through much. Your people have minds of their own. Sighed in a way a little snake creature could, by flapping his head about. I spoke about my dreams, but it seemed my fellow Ularans have their own. They didn't see how they could change their world. I answered, I believe this could be a good thing. If there is an alternative Ularan society, the original Ulara could be convinced to change. This is just like training Ularans, but at a larger scale. Build an Ularan nation far bigger, far more prosperous, with far more population. Then let them retake Ulara. Sneck paused. That would take decades or centuries' time that I'm not sure my world has. I think it does. I answered, as Lumuf spread my roots through the Ularan dirt. I've gotten better at sensing a world's health, and I was fairly certain Ularan would last at least 4 to 5 centuries. A planetary core wasn't a weak thing that would crumble so easily. It's a node, a key to the wider system, the right to vote. Now that I know what roles the world played in the bigger picture, it made sense that demons would prefer to occupy than destroy. They just needed the core. Everything on the surface was ultimately expendable. It was for this reason they didn't hesitate to destroy us, because we're useless to them. But as long as they don't destroy the core could be healed, and then the world rebuilt through the powers only a planet core has. Lumuf turned to face the little Snek head-on. We will assign administrators, builders, take the Ularans to Tropic World, rebuild the old society of Ulara from those willing to follow. There is no other way. There is none that would work, not in the short term. Play the long game just like you used to. Snek paused and realized Lumuf had a point. Very well. It was true that the Den Lords had Ularans they didn't like anyway, but ultimately there was little risk. With the Valtrian Order ultimately underwriting their security and providing the basic infrastructure, they would not have to start from scratch. And so, about 15,000 Ularans from the various dens throughout Ulara went to Tropic World and set up their first city and nation from unclaimed lands of the Tropic World. They named their fledgling nation New Ulara and their first city Newton. I hope they made something better and don't constrain themselves to what Snek had in mind. What their old society used to be like should be a reference point, but it is not dogma. We should be taking out these demon mothers as much as we can. Stella's next focus was to reclaim the demon worlds. Each demon world ultimately supported the demons, voting bloc in the system. There is no need to act hastily, I countered. The system moves slowly, changes happen over decades. Let's take worlds that we can hold. We had to take stock of where we were. After my clone vanished on the demon's comet, it now sits in my reset timer. I'd have that clone back by year 271. Where are we now? I took a moment with my artificial minds to review the status of everything that's in play. We faced a wave of meteors, and there were already large-scale constructions throughout Treehome. The Void Mages have restarted the moon base without my clone, but they didn't need it. It was good for them to practice setting up a base of operations without my involvement, even if that meant they were totally away from my observation area. Once the moon base was operational, they would start construction of the space-mounted weapon arrays, and the plan was to move those weapon arrays into location from the moon. Mountain World is doing fine, and would face a new Demon King much later, only by year 268. That's another 4 or 5 years to go. My spies and agents are actively working the message into the general populace that we will not tolerate another Dwarven King-like incident. We were still recruiting well, so luckily, the incident didn't really dent how we were received. Three Worlds recently had their Demon King, and they wouldn't need to deal with one up until year 278. With the Crystal King imprisoned, my forces quickly began to set up shop in Malga, effectively claiming it as my own. It was surprising that a giant attendant tree could hold the domain holder, but then again, all I did was destroying its outer shells and attempts to regenerate its limbs. I left its core untouched. I was fairly certain it had magical ways of communicating, which I could not block, but a message was sent, and the world was a mess. One thing was clear, I was going to make changes that the insular Crystal King didn't like. First, I wanted trade, and so I commanded that the war with the Sand People to cease immediately, and next, that new trade routes opened. The Sand People had robust trade networks within their own cities, and the same applied to the humans and centaurs. But trade between the three was tense and dangerous, and so it didn't occur all that often. There were, as always, those who tread those sensitive lines, but they were clever enough to stay out of the limelight and never transact in anything too high risk. After all, when it came to demigods like the three hegemons, no argument would ever really pass muster. Jampu was both relieved and worried, and I could tell. Open trade and communication between the three races of Threeworld had never occurred in the recent centuries. The last time it happened was many, many millennia ago, in a time when the gods' touch was strong. The centaurs couldn't even muster a response, as their own centaur leaders scrambled meeting after meeting whether to oppose us, out of respect for the old pact or to side with us. But trade was something they accepted. They were still recovering from the consequences of earlier Demon King attacks, and they needed all the advantage they could get to restore their land. Then there's Tropic World. This was the brave new world, the world restored. Kenari, humans, and dwarves claimed most of the land, but there was more than enough land for me to carve out a large area for the new Ularan nation. The Kenari reacted to their presence generally well. These dog people had enough land, more than enough that the Kenari lands fractured into 4 nations about 5 years ago. Still, not much fighting broke out, since everyone was busy building up their own level of strength. The fact that Tropic World's terrain continued to change as the core's strength recovered meant most of these settlers have enough environmental issues to deal with. I thought of sending them to the Hound World. Kenari, after all, seemed like a natural fit for that sort of core, but I chose not to reveal its existence just yet. From my experience with the Kenari, who are generally territorial, they would likely demand the Houndworld entirely for themselves. They may even view it as their promised land. Or perhaps I could dangle it as a reward, position myself as some kind of guide to their promised land. Would that win their loyalty? Regardless, the new generation of Kenari were friendly, and in time, once we were ready to properly repopulate the Houndworld, I would allow them first cut. Then there's Lavaworld, my hell, and also where I conduct my demonic experimentations, a land now filled with demonic trees. Other than the now improved mana situation, I wasn't sure what to do with this world. I could attempt to free it from the hands of the demons by mounting an offensive to the core. With my stronger forces, it shouldn't be much of a risk. Still, for now we hold this world as it is. Cometworld remains traveling into the far distance. I think I've gotten my trajectory wrong, Stella said. What do you mean? I asked my void holder. I should have thought about it, but when we arrived at that beast world, where the native deity claimed that they are out of range of both the gods and demons. Yeah, I shouldn't have missed that data point. I think that I should be sending my void explorers in the other direction instead. Looking at the data, I have now heavily suggests that the gods are on the other side of the demon sun. Shit, can you get there? I had hoped that reaching the gods would be the equivalent of getting the cavalry, if they are on the other side. I mean, I'm going to start redirecting 2 of my new void explorers in that direction. It's also likely not all gods are in that direction anyway. There might be some that we can reach, I said. There's nothing to do but try. Stella nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought. But the one that's still going, I'll let it keep going? Yup. We probably need to plan how to use my node trees. I can fire my node trees like little seeds, but we'll have to find a suitable place. If the gods really are on the other side, I could fire my nodes in that direction. Oh wait, I can't. They'll slam into the demon's barrier and burn. I'll have to hop around the barrier to reach the other side. As for the void archmages close to a domain, it's time they start doing more risky stuff, along with our new domain holders. Kaffa and Ezar can help explore our new worlds. Got it. 267.1 Interlude Gathering of the Domain Holders. 267.1 Interlude Gathering of the Domain Holders. Lumuf assembled the group that now forms the inner circle of Ian, in a place not far from Freshka. Lumuf looked around the quiet room in one of many secret Valthorn fortresses around the central continent. Edna was the first of them and Lumuf the second. Then came Stella, Rune, and Johan. Alka, now Ezar and Kaffa, 8 of them lifted from mere mortals and now transformed into demigods. Alka was still asleep, waiting for his revival, so the 7 gathered. The air in the room was thick with power that anyone else would feel as if their air was suffocating, but each of them felt nothing. Their domains protected them. There was a sense of comradeship that they shared in the great struggle of their kind. Ian's words, revelations really of what the greater system was, only amplified the urgency and importance of their cause. The demons could essentially unravel the entire system once they conquered enough worlds. Gods elevated to a different system are resisting but have handicapped themselves. Should Arya or Lily's avatar be here? Rune asked. No, they would not understand. Edna said, our power was gained through war, through Ian's assistance. Theirs from a longer period, from things outside war. How do you 2 feel? Kaffa glanced at Ezar, both peers. Incredible and yet overwhelmed. Rune just gave the 2 a pat on the shoulder. No words were said, but they've all been there. I will not spare you the niceties. At this point, there's really no point. The scale of this war is far, far larger than even what we first expected. Each time Ian pushes a little further, we've only see this war's scope expand. Edna said, when Ian first spoke of his goal, he only sought to end the demon's invasion of Treehome. Lumuf nodded, and yet it only set us on a path of even more invasions. We are still not safe. The 2 new domain holders gulped. Stella nodded, and then she spoke up. I asked Lumuf to gather us here for a few reasons. Ian believes we have time. Stella said. The new domain holders looked at each other. But my sense now, it is a risky gamble. We don't know how much time we have, and what is the current balance of power between the demons and the gods. My models suggest that the demons already control around 1/5 of the known realms, and they continue to expand. We need to start invading demon worlds and free them from their demon mothers. Kaffa and Ezar looked at each other. This wasn't too bad, so we need to start retaking demon worlds. They've seen the demon mothers. They've fought simulations in Ian's Dream Academy. They could do it. Edna looked at Stella and then at Lumuf. Is Ian listening? Lumuf paused. At the moment, no. Good, that's just the battle part. There's something Stella isn't saying. The domain holders present gulped. Lumuf looked at Edna and sighed. Edna, let me handle this. Edna just smiled. Sure. Ian relies on us to ensure he doesn't stray. Lumuf answered. More specifically, he needs our presence to tell him where he has gone wrong. As someone who has shared minds with Ian, it is an overwhelming sensation. To see time as if it's just weeks, to see all the worlds at once, to feel all the things all together. It's absolutely overwhelming. Even with all my expanded and borrowed mental abilities, it is still too much to take in. Rune and Johan looked at each other. So did Ezar and Kaffa. So Ian tunes it out. Ian delegates certain thoughts to his mental assistants, some of them to us to the Valthorns. I've shared those thoughts, and at times I tremble at the power and knowledge I have at my hands. All the domain holders gulped. The bomb was coming. Edna only sighed. I alone cannot be Ian's moral guide. I share too much in his thoughts. I lean too close to his power, Lumoof answered. I try, but there are days when I blend into that avatar mode, and I feel his thoughts, his senses, his ideas, and I feel like I am him and he is me. Though I believe in Ian's divinity, I do not believe in his perfection. Ian doesn't make very good choices, Edna said. Perhaps he has become too focused on the demons, or perhaps our lives are too short that what seems like a short moment of suffering doesn't matter if the goals are achieved. When years are just weeks, a year of suffering feels like nothing. Lumoof looked torn but nodded. That's where I need all of you to come in. We, the domain holders and his inner circle, are the only ones that can steer him back, to remind him that there are other perspectives, to balance the needs of those present and those of the future, to take things back to the small instead of the big picture, because from Ian's zoomed-out perspective, it's all just little bumps in the sand. Ezar spoke up. Ian would not listen to me. No, you're wrong, he will, because you are now a domain holder and a member of his pantheon, and believe it or not, he trusts all of you. Lumoof said, we are the ones that can accompany him on this quest. We are the ones that will be there for the day we put an end to the scourge. Do not sell yourself short, Ezar. We must speak because Ian, unchecked and out of touch with time, will be. Edna completed what Lumoof couldn't put the words to. Horrifying. Horrific. Kaffa gulped. That seems a little harsh. Edna looked at Lumoof. The stakes have only increased with time and Ian prioritizes our survival. The difficult choices, such as that whole incident with Ken, that hero friend, we will just see more of them in the future. The priest and avatar nodded reluctantly. Ian is a creature of nature, and its sole unwavering ethos is survival, above ethics, above values, above morals. All these things are that can be discarded if the circumstances deserve it. He would sacrifice thousands, millions, if it ensured the rest survived, and there lies the clear issue. It's all up to us in the end. Edna said, you may feel overwhelmed, Ezar and Kaffa. You may feel this power is immense. It will feel terrible that I am pouring cold water on your achievements, but it is our reality. Even as we stepped into the realm of the gods, we were just at the first step. We are still too weak. Ian was blackmailed by Chung into keeping Ken alive against his will. The reason that can happen is simply because we were too weak. We needed that selfish hero. The domain holders glanced at each other. We must achieve combat power equal to or above the heroes. I spoke to him before Ian allowed him to pass. Stella elaborated. To Ian, keeping him alive was like a doctor putting a man on a horrific medical treatment for a week or two. It's nothing. He doesn't think it's a big deal. Maybe to us, extending one's life by a week or two through painful medical procedures isn't suffering. But that is Ian on a larger scale with longer timescales. Very few things are a big deal. Very few things are a big deal, but Ken lived it. Years he endured. Ian's energy swirled in his body, forcing him to live against his will. The Void Mage continued. It was intense. It is suffering, even if most of it was asleep. Stella looked uncomfortable. We understood the circumstances. Demon's Comet was too dangerous, and Ian needed all hands and all the tools. But it is a terrible choice, and in the future we will only have more such choices. This time it was Ken's life. Someday it will be someone else. Worse, someday it'll be more than the life and suffering of one person, all because we are weak. Edna repeated, strength is the answer. Ian doesn't think so, and would not say it so bluntly that we are weak, but in the larger scheme of things, our contributions have been limited. What do you have in mind, Edna? Rune said. The hurdle we need to cross is simple. We must be able to take on a demon king without assistance. That will allay the bargaining power of the heroes and prevent future blackmails from less friendly heroes. The present group of heroes are generally on good terms with us, with the Order, but someday we will face heroes that turn against us. I even suspect that Chung would turn against Ian very, very soon, Edna explained. The remaining domain holders are quiet. Ezar and Kaffa have secretly practiced battle against heroes and generally came out to a loss or at best, a stalemate under perfect conditions. The sheer firepower of a hero was insane, and in combat simulations, only Lumoof, Alka, and Edna managed to win in specific circumstances. Alka mainly wins by taking the heroes down with him. Ezar asked, how far are we from that? For you too, at least 50 more levels, Edna answered. For me, I'm not that far. Lumoof and Stella too. If each of us can reach level 200, my current knowledge indicates that is the point when we are on par with the heroes. In a straight fight, we can hold our ground, and depending on what powers we receive, even produce the damage and destruction we need. Oh, Ians. Rune looked at Edna. So when's the next Demon King? I didn't need a pep talk, but now that I got it, I want to go kill some Demon Kings. The one on Mountain World. Yes. But that's not all. We will go and free up more worlds, take on the Demon King, and collect a loose alliance of allies. Ian needs new worlds, and he takes too darned long to decide. Edna explained. Yes, Ian already wants more Void domain holders. We're getting there, Stella said. Void mages don't grow on trees. I wish they did. Edna laughed. I really wish they did. Edna smirked. No matter. The issue of the other worlds is important to us. Us domain holders will be Ian's emissaries to the new world. Ian, I sense a growing resolve to handle things more decisively, but I fear for those worlds. Kaffa sat and sipped his thick tea uncomfortably. Edna stopped just to drink her cup of water. I know Ian believes that each world deserves a choice on what they want to do, and if they want to fend for themselves, they should be allowed to do so. But that's Ian's thoughts. If you are asked to choose to establish a presence on a world, deal with all the troubles that come with it, for that remote chance of saving them in the future, would you do it? Rune looked at Edna like she was an alien. Shit, Edna, I didn't think it's that. It's just the harsh truth. Ian's presence is like giving an orphan child an opportunity to train to be a Valthorn. Most of it turns out to be average, but some of us are here today. Man, if onlys. Ian doesn't have clone seeds for all the worlds. Even with the node trees, there are more worlds out there than we can count. We will be visiting more worlds with Stella's powers, and that is the weight of our choice. If we feel strongly about something, we must speak to Ian, because those are lives that will fade away unnoticed, Edna explained. Lumoof glanced at everyone and chuckled. With Ian's level 250 choice, he would only be assaulted with more information, more decisions, more worlds. I hope there are more of us here eventually, because this duty weighs heavily and I'll need all of you to help scout the path ahead. I don't mean just Ezar and Kaffa, I mean all of us, because we need all of us to act as a stabilizing force for Ian. Combined, Ian will definitely listen. Stella nodded. This meeting wasn't meant to put you two on the spot. I generally echo Edna and Lumoof's thoughts. Only together we can balance this ship, because there's nothing else. Kaffa tapped his chest. I may not know whether I am up for it, but I will try. Ezar nodded along. Rune and Johan looked at each other. You three should really tell us more about all that shit that goes on in your heads. You can't just unload this on us suddenly. Lumoof smiled. I apologize, but after tapping into Ian's avatar mode a little too often, I realize I cannot be trusted to be objective. I need all of you. Rune and Johan gulped. Well, I'll tell you for sure if you fucked up. Please do. Worlds get fucked if we fuck up, Lumoof said, mimicking their language. It's a burden too heavy for me to bear. 267.2, Interlude Lizard Folks 3 267.2, Interlude Lizard Folks 3. Ever since they returned to Branchhold, Wetport Lapial never faded from his mind. Chief John dreamed of the place, and there are times he daydreamed of it. He could get little glimmers of it in Branchhold. He didn't conduct a vote. He wasn't that daring. He still couldn't let go of his role as chief, and as chief his role was to decide. Perhaps one day, where the next generation of lizard folks were all strong, powerful lizards, he would have to relinquish his role and decide by vote. But for now, he asked for views, and he listened. To his surprise, it was the eldest of the matrons, the oldest one that found Wetport Lapial to be a model worth following. She was most enamored with the idea of a great lizard folk city, a lizard folk nation that even the greatest of humans or the other races would fear. It was ego, pride. She had pride in lizard folk. They wanted that. They wanted to have pride. There was a saying lizard folks heard too often. In battle, one man is worth many lizard folk. It was true, of course, but it was also an insult that gnawed at them personally, that each of them was worth less than a man. But now they know that this was not the only way. No one in our world tried to walk the path of the strong lizard folk. The eldest matron declared, if the gods grant us the vision of how it was done, then it must have been for a reason. John thought that was a little on the nose. Ian guided them there for a reason. Education. In fact, he even felt maybe this was what they wanted. So he challenged the matron then, even if he would have accepted it normally. What if this is what the great tree wants us to do? We're falling into its trap. It wants us to be like the lizards of Wetport Lapial. The matron nodded. But if we are strong, who cares whether what the great tree wants? Do you not forget why we moved away from our old home? Because we couldn't protect ourselves from the demons or the old kings. Every war we send our younglings away to war, where only a few out of hundreds return. Why? What for? What mother would do that to their child if it is not a necessity? Younglings are younglings. They live and they die. Those were your words, matron. They are not true lizard folk until they return from war. John called out the matron then. It was hypocritical of her too. She wasn't one to care about younglings. In fact, she was the cruelest of them all. The other matrons looked at the eldest, a little surprised, but she answered, we do what we need to do to survive, Chief John. Our hearts cannot take it to lose so many of our own for wars fought by others, so we respond with cruelty. We kill ourselves to allow it to happen. But do you not see that the other way is better? We could be like the other races. We could have strong children. And this price you will pay for it. John remembered her words. We will lose our traditions. We will stop being the lizard folks of Mountain World, but more like the lizard folks of Wetport Lapial. Yes, I rather have one child who can step into the heavens than 100 who will die in the wars. The traditions can burn in the depths of the hellfire swamps if they don't work. Matron, it was another matron who rebuked the old matron. That is too much. Our traditions brought us where we are today, and they will be inherited by the millions of lizard folk rotting away in their villages all over Mountain World. The matron countered. How many times have you met a famous lizard folk, only to find them lacking? The unspoken answer was all the time. Famous lizard folk on Mountain World was at most level 70, and even at level 70, they were weaker than their peers. Remember that lady? The matron looked at John. The class one, of course he remembered. She was a living goddess, just like that lizard Valthorn. Kapha, now that was a living god walking amongst the lizard folk. I will trade her for any famous person. No, all of them, the matron said. If we had someone like her, we'd finally be able to build the foundations for a proper lizard folk nation. But we don't, John countered. Alas, the matron said, we have you. John frowned. I'm still the chief matron. I'll let that insult slide this time, but the foundation must be built. We must try. The first generation of new lizard folks will set the path for generations later. Then Mountain World will witness the rise of a new kind. John sighed. It sounds like you agree with it. The matron nodded. The rest of them were a mix. John closed his eyes and decided to go for a walk. After a while, he felt he needed more evidence. This was such an upheaval for the lizard folk way that he needed to be sure. So he asked for another trip to Wetport Lapule. The Valthorn guardian of Branchhold repeated, and then he checked the travel approvals. We have a travel vacancy in 2 months. Come back and arrange your move. You will only be able to return after 6 weeks. 6 weeks, John said, but ultimately he arranged for another of the matrons to be in charge. In the safety of Branchhold, there really was nothing much for John to do. Branchhold was no village at the threat of monster attacks. Branchhold was in many ways a fortified supercity. One of the matrons laughed. Go, chief. We'll be free of your meddling for 6 weeks. Stay longer if you want. The matron teased. Without the existential threat of monsters or demons, John had to admit he spent most of his time being a busybody, poking into the affairs of every other lizard folk. He called it being informed and concerned, but his matrons just said he was a busybody. Fine, he frowned. The day came, he nodded at the officer and felt himself warp over. Treehome, the air, the stench or lack thereof, it was beautiful. It was the first time he traveled alone, and this time all he got was a single Valthorn chaperone. The chaperone was a lizard folk from Treehome. Greetings, I'm Solvis, your assistant for the duration of your trip. Please do as you please. My task is mainly to ensure your safety while you remain on Treehome. John and Solvis's claws met briefly. Well met, Solvis. I'll be headed to Wetport Lapule, and if I can, visit the other lizard folk nations. Solvis nodded. Certainly. Let me guide you to the beetle stations, please. Wetport Lapule once more, and John rubbed his nose. The stench of the city had pretty much marked itself on his nose ever since the beetle entered one of the main freeways that led to the heart of the city. He wouldn't have a fancy rich man to guide him this time. This, in many ways, was a personal trip. He wanted to see the city for himself, whether it really was what he wanted to create back home. Solvis merely grinned when John explained his quest. I'm not sure what you're looking to find, Chief John. This city, well, it's quite like diving into the belly of a giant swamp monster. It stinks. If you want what lizard folks could be, this isn't it. John chuckled, of course. Some lizard folks of Treehome themselves aspired for a different kind of life. Solvis spoke of those who migrated out of the Wetport and back to the small villages, where they tried to blend both the city and the old village ways of the lizard folks. The irony was not lost on him, even if it was baffling and hilarious. There was an old saying among lizard folks, be happy with the tail you have, not that anyone follows it anymore. Well, your quest starts here. District VI, the ports of the Wetport. True to its name, the piers, the floors, everything was wet and slimy. The ship's waves caused the slimy liquids of the sea to wash up and stick to the piers and the docks. There were groups of lizard folks wiping and cleaning, but only in 1 or 2 piers. Those are the more exclusive piers. Solvis laughed. When you're rich, you can afford cleaning services and magical spells for your landing docks. John frowned. Are you able to help me? I don't know. Get in touch with some pirates. I want to speak to them just to find out what's life like here. Solvis shrugged. Just go to a bar or a tavern, Chief John. Pirates and scum aplenty. But let me hold your money for you. What? You're going to get pickpocketed in a bar, especially with your kind of money. John had gotten used to the relative tameness of Branchhold and realized he may have had a bit more than he expected. He decided Solvis' advice was wise and handed his pouch over except for a little bit of coin. At that point, another Valthorn agent appeared. He took the coin and then vanished. He gulped. The city general assistant for Valthorns. We have folks like that in every city to help us out with mundane stuff like banking. That was more like a spy. You can call him that. Solvis laughed. Come, let's get you to the inn, and the innkeeper will have recommendations for the best bars for lowliest scums of the swamps. John paused. You don't like the pirates very much. They are a nuisance we tolerate, Solvis said. Much like every other nuisance on this damned planet, are we a nuisance? Solvis paused and laughed. To be fair, everyone's a potential nuisance. Ian believes in the principle that nuisances promote growth. That's why he tolerates it. The challenges created by nuisances are obstacles that others overcome, and so we gain levels. It's part of a cycle. Without an adversary, we can't improve and gain levels. Oh, John said. The innkeeper was more than happy to recommend a few famous taverns, but apparently some of them wouldn't have an empty seat. Not for a nobody like Chief John. High-level Valthorns don't usually participate in taverns, though most of these taverns would happily make space for them if needed. Unable to decide where to go, John sat in the inn's dining area. It was quiet. Most lizard folks used the inn as a place to sleep. Daytime was time for business. Evening was time for drinks and mingling with powerful lizards. He looked around. The inn itself was rather well decorated, if dated. But John glanced at the innkeeper, a lovely old lizard folk lady, and realized maybe he should start somewhere nearby. Actually, madam, I'll buy you a drink if you talk to me. The innkeeper, Madame Squama, gladly obliged. Why, I don't really need an excuse to drink with my guests, she laughed. How long have you been here, Madame Squama? Call me Miss Squama. I refuse to believe I'm 70. The madam of the inn laughed. You're 70. Wow, John was surprised. He was old himself, having seen wars and death of his own, but Miss Squama was older than the matron. He sighed. I'm John. Tell me, were you here from the beginning? She laughed. No, no one alive is still here when the wetport began. It's been here for as long as it has, but it was still a city. There were many kings and old lizard lords that ruled from this city. Really, the wetport used to be home to 3 separate lizard kingdoms. On this side with the old lizard city of I can't remember the name, I believe it's Lapa or something. Then there's the Pulla clan of lizards on that size. Then there's the Murring clan somewhere further upstream, along the river that meets the Lapula Bay. Ancient history. They all died. Oh, John said. That sounded very much like their own lizard kingdoms. What changed? Do you know how this place became this Rotterdam's incident? Miss Squama explained, and the subsequent lizard folk repopulation program. I was one of them, so that answers your question. I wasn't here. I was brought here by the repopulators. John soon got a rather extensive overview of the history of Wetport Lapule. The city went through many ups and downs, mostly downs due to typical lizard folk infighting. Then the Rotterdams occurred, and vast amounts of lizard folks died overnight. The Order decided that they wanted to restore lizard folk population through vast breeding programs, and selected Wetport Lapule, then the cities of Pulla and Lapa, as one of the suitable habitation grounds of the new lizard folks. The Order was way too strong for the local lizard kings to resist, and those that attempted to resist were swiftly killed. In the end, the Order gave the old royal families noble titles similar to the other nations, a cut of the bay's taxes, and in exchange, the old families relinquished the management of the entire bay. It made those old families rich, but as with all typical lizardfolk families, that money was squandered away in internecine struggle, and within the past 100 years, only 1 or 2 heirs of the original 3 royal families remained. The vast repopulation program, the Privateer Project, Ian's Swamp expansions, and the one of the Valthorn's Naval Academy somehow caused the stars to align, and the Wetport Lapule's status as the de facto capital of the lizard folk was sealed around 4 decades ago. John stared, realizing that the city came to be due to luck. How much of this bay is our choice? All, Madame Squama laughed. Many chose to move here. The repopulation program ended decades ago, and the Wetport has tripled since. Most of those who are here came here on their own will. People like me were the minority. Salvis, who was happily listening. It means Madame Squama is filthy rich. The old pioneers still receive order stipends. Squama frowned. SHH, don't say that part out loud. John appreciated the lesson, of course. It was context. It explained how it all came to be, but it didn't answer the doubt in his heart. Do you think this Wetport made lizard folks better? It was Madame Squama's turn to stare at the middle-aged chief of the Branchholds lizard folk. Better? I don't know about better. If you ask the youth, they'll tell you it's better here than the villages. Here they have opportunities, they have jobs, they have a chance to make something in a larger market. But if you ask those like me, some of us miss the quiet life of the villages. John frowned. He remembered his nomadic life in the villages. I'll say none of my matrons miss the villages much. It's a life of constantly fearing for demons or the human kingdoms and breeding younglings for other people's wars. The innkeeper looked horrified. Which part of the central continent are you from? Lizard folk villages were officially direct protectorates of the Order since 8 decades ago, and lizard folk youngling forced drafts by non-lizard folk nations were banned around the same time. Salvis clarified. He's a visitor from the other world, Mom. Guama's eyes widened. Oh, the burning Ians, so that's why you have a Valthorn bodyguard. You're an actual otherworld lizard person. I must call my friends, they will want to meet you. John instantly felt like he had outed himself as a circus freak. That won't be necessary, Madame Squama. I'd like to visit in peace. No, I have a friend. He's been curious since forever, and he's been waiting in line for a ticket to visit. He's been cursing those damn tour quotas every year. John glanced at Salvis. Tour quotas, there's a limited number of travel slots between worlds. It's a lottery, but there are different schemes. But I got it. Outbound travel from tree homes really popular with the nobility, Salvis said. Inbound travel less so. Eventually it'll be a lottery on both ends. Squama ran to a crystalline rock and tapped in some things. Hey, old Vervis, come to my inn now. There's an actual lizard folk from the other world here. What, really? I'll be there. Squama walked to the magical shelf and took out 2 more bottles of wines. Since old Vervis is coming, gotta open up the old swamp wines, made from real snake blood. Solvis squirmed, not my thing. Old Vervis walked in barely 10 minutes later. He looked like a war hero, with scars throughout his body and some of his claws were missing. Old Vervis, this is John. He came from Mountain World. Vervis's eyes looked at John, examining every part, absolutely bewildered. Holy cow, it really is a Mountain World lizard person. You even have distinct bumps in your shoulders. There's a bump in his shoulders. Both Solvis and Squama asked at the same time. John didn't realize it, but now that he did, the bone structures of the lizard folks were slightly different. Hidden under armor and shoulder plates, it wasn't an easily visible difference. Vervis stared. Have you ever tried breeding or mating with our world's lizard folk? Do you know whether it's possible to mate? John couldn't believe it. No, I have not tried. Squama gave Vervis a glare. Old Vervis, so that's why you wanted a trip to the other world. You wanted to touch scales with some damned alien lizard folks. Vervis immediately looked offended. No, it's truly an academic question. Then why is it your first damned question? John and Solvis just glanced at each other while the two bickered for a bit. The 2 old lizards were clearly very old friends. The 2 eventually calmed down. I apologize. It was something that's on my mind ever since the Order revealed the presence of the other worlds. I've been curious to meet other lizard folks. You see, I used to be a pirate. But then, along the way, I realized I was fascinated by all these old remains and lizard bones, and so I left piracy and joined one of the magical research institutes as an independent research assistant, focusing on lizard bones. Squama clarified. Means he's the mage's bodyguard, most of the time, even though he tries to do his own research as well. Hey, I'm a level 26 lizard bone analyst and a level 34 pirate warrior. John paused and asked. You are allowed to take 2 main classes. The 3 lizard folks present now gave John the judgy stare. But it was Vervis who intervened. That makes sense. Pre-Rotedlands, village lizard folks also didn't have role flexibility. To answer your question, Chief John, yes, we do. City lizard folks can change jobs and roles, but how do the villages ensure their needs are met? We pay, Vervis explained. There's a lizard folk merchants guild that helps to match classes to jobs, and so lizard folks move around to fill the role, and if the pay's no good, they leave. John was surprised, but then realized there was no village chief to stop them. In Mountain World, every villager reported their class to the village chief. The village chief would then assign tasks in accordance with their class, and if they developed new classes, the village chief could reassign them. But that hardly happens. The idea of lizard folks moving from village to work, that was even more wild. Lizard folks of Mountain World stuck to their own cities, and when the village moved, almost all moved together. Those that didn't would find a new village. In that kind of world, what do village chiefs do? John asked, wondering how his own job would change. Vervis drank the old snake wine like water. He burped. The stench almost made John vomit. I believe they just coordinate jobs, hirings, resources. As long as everything runs, who cares, right? But that sounds as if there's no relationship between the chief and the village. That is a drawback, Vervis acknowledged. John didn't like that. That was power taken away from him. If every lizard folk had no loyalty to the village, then who were they loyal to? Year 265. More Lumuf's travels. Another one, Lumuf nodded as he checked his equipment. Where's Kaffa? On the way, Stella nodded. Though I'm sure you will be enough, we do want to increase our team's experience. The Void Lady smiled. Kaffa and Edna both walked in. Both of you. Edna shook his head, but Kaffa nodded. The new lizard folk domain holder was ready. An exploratory trip to a new world. Most of the time it was Stella, Edna, and Lumuf that did the visits. But Stella found more than one world, and so there would be another team. Rune, Ezar, and Edna would go to the other one. Stella had to be on standby for the demon meteor shower. Stella's Void Explorers, now 3 of them, moved faster. There would come a time where they'd most likely discover more worlds than they could explore safely. Ready? Never. Lumuf chuckled. Off you go anyway. Stella laughed, and the Void portal sucked them through. They landed in what appeared to be a lush field of greenery, teeming with life. Bugs, insects. Kaffa looked around and sniffed. I sense a great disturbance in the fabric of reality. Lumuf nodded as he felt it too. He expanded his senses, tapping into the grass and the bushes, and felt it instantly. It was very far away, reality. Both of them experienced how it felt to have reality tear apart before their eyes. There were ripples everywhere. Something is wrong, and they both know it. But this world shouldn't be like that. Lumuf reached out and sensed the world's core and felt it intact. Lumuf briefly looked up to get a sense of their location. This world, discovered by the Void Explorer, was not linked to any others they know, but it was linked to 3 other worlds. There were paths they could see. Kaffa tensed, sharing Lumuf's vision of the stars. But there are no demons. Then what could it be? Lumuf looked back as a cloak of magic appeared around him. To most people, he was as good as invisible. Kaffa's scales transformed. Its lustrous scales functioned as if they were the scales of a chameleon, shifting color to match its surroundings. Camouflage. The pair rushed through vast forests and fields of animals. They moved, sensing the unusual disturbance in the reality of space, but as they got closer, they began to sense the source of it. It felt like powers similar to the void. A native void mage, Lumuf said. It was not impossible. Void mages can occur naturally, if there was some kind of people like the Zeratans. Lumuf's eyes widened. The information was relayed through the artificial mind network, and they returned with a confirmation. It matched most signatures. Zeratan. It was a land of life, but as they sped up, they heard the roar of battle. Attack the creature. The command came from a dwarven warlord of some kind, surrounded by an army. There was a gigantic Zeratan in a half-dried lake, attacked by the natives. The natives were dwarves, and they had cannons. Those weapons bombarded the Zeratan, and the Zeratan attempted to defend itself with the use of void magic. But it was clearly injured. There were multiple deep cuts that had rotted throughout its body and signaled the presence of combat some time ago. Its use of void magic was different from Stella. It twisted reality in order to deflect the shells. Lumuf landed nearby and quickly tapped into my network of minds to figure out what was happening. We connected with all the leaves and surviving plants in the battlefield and listened to the dwarven attackers. How long before we can cut this turtle up and make weapons out of its shell? One of the dwarves complained to the other. A bit more, its magic is waning. This is it flailing at its last breaths. Another of the dwarven attackers said. The Lord commanded, keep attacking. We must not let this opportunity go. The connected grass focused on the aides and sycophants around the dwarf lord. It's always lucky that aides and shupolicers exist to recite the plan to everyone present. With the void turtle's body, we would be able to attack the void creatures in the depths and reach the ores. We'll finally be able to match the other dwarven lords in power. Lumuf looked at Kaffa. I'll provide aid to the Zeratan. Hold them off. Kaffa nodded, and in a blink he was gone. The dwarves' cannons attempted another volley of attacks, but they all smashed into a magical shield. The lizard warrior activated a magical item that contained shield spells and landed in front of the dwarven army. Cease this attack at once, and I'll let you live. Continue, and I will not be merciful, Kaffa said with practiced arrogance. His domain holder's aura radiated outward. Lumuf landed right next to the surprised Zeratan. Careful, Kaffa. The weight of your domain can hurt this injured Zeratan. The dwarves froze in fear. Old Zeratan, allow me. Its throat and neck was injured, but the moment Lumuf's hands touched its body, a link in the mind was established. It sent an explanation. This place was a trap, a place with just enough surface water for Zeratans to warp in, but not enough to provide cover or protection from their foes. Through Lumuf, my healing energy spread into the Zeratan's injured body. I felt his memory, and he shared attacks. We recognized some of them, and it soon explained through its thoughts. Demons, men, dwarves, mermaids, and the trogs. This Zeratan has been attacked many times. I shared thoughts of our own. Valasira, the first Zeratan we met, and the old giant Zeratans. Stella and the void mages. I felt its relief, and instantly its resistance to my healing energies faded. My healing powers now moved unrestricted and began to mend its old wounds. Healing injured old giants from old wounds would prove tough for even level 100 healers, but I'm almost a god, and so this was easy. The dwarves stared dumbfounded as they watched the injured flesh of the Zeratan heal before their very eyes. Regenerated, the dwarven lord couldn't move. Kaffa's presence made them freeze. Though Kaffa was one, he had an ability to create little shadow copies of himself, and now those shadow copies were at the necks of the leaders. The Zeratan healed in about 20 minutes and its voice regained. Its telepathic voice was linked to its throat, as if the means of projecting its message was in the throat. Our paths were enabled by your brethren. Without their guidance, we wouldn't be able to reach the stars. Lumuf answered. It is nothing. Such is the eternal cycle. Sundhila spoke. Avatar of the tree, please touch my head again. I shall transmit a gift for your aid. Lumuf did, and instantly I felt it transmit a copy of its memory of the local star system. A star map of the local area with notations. I shared it with Stella instantly. Much appreciated. Lumuf responded. May it lead you closer to the goals you seek. The Zeratan said, I shall now take my leave. The dwarven lord struggled. No, you must not let it leave. We need its body. Without it, we cannot deal with the dark creatures beneath us. The Zeratan shrouded itself in a cloud of mist, and in a blink it vanished. Lumuf landed back on the dried lake. Lumuf walked to the dwarven lord, and this time Lumuf didn't bother hiding his aura. The entire dried lake shook as water seemed to pop out of the dried lake. I'm saving an old friend. Do you have objections? The entire dwarven army paled. The lord answered, his muscular legs wobbly. He whispered, in response. No, great one, good. Now you will take me to your city and tell me everything, Lumuf said, and show me these dark creatures you speak of. What? The dwarven lord shrunk. This was going to be hard to explain. This was a world of dwarves. There were no one other than dwarves in this world, and so Kaffa horrified them. Kaffa, a lizardman in their eyes, was a monster. Lumuf, with his tall height, looked like a giant dwarf. The dwarven lord reluctantly led them to the city of Greyhold. Not only did they return empty-handed, they had to bring the potential enemy back home. Who are these people? The dwarven lord's court was filled with hushed whispers. That man is so tall, but his companion, he is a monster. Lumuf didn't need much help to spy on those around him. The dwarven city was built into the mountain, and there were remains of old tree roots that he could easily tap into. Creatures, guests. The dwarven lord of House Greyhold clarified. Of the other worlds, they were able to speak to the void tortoises. Zaratans, void tortoise. There were different names for the same things. We've called this world Dwarf World, but we soon discovered they called it Delvigard, home of the Delvers. And you bring them back, one of the ministers of the Lord said. They will kill us if we don't. One of the aides defended the Lord, and risked the life of all who live on Greyhold. But we didn't need interactions to learn about these people. With roots, with trees, we stalked the city, and soon learned of the existences of magical mineral veins in Delvigard. The mineral veins all produced unusual types of metals, but they were also protected by the creatures known as the Darklings. Void weaponry, made from the body of the void tortoises, was one means of defeating the Darklings. The other was the use of the hero weapons. Heroes. There were heroes here, but the last Demon King came to this world about 70 years ago. Lumuf chuckled to himself. If Stella was here, perhaps she'd be a goddess, or any of our void mages. Kaffa nodded. They were given the most beautiful guest rooms, and they were escorted into an area. Thankfully, these dwarves of Delvigard were quite straightforward in their dealings. The actual meeting with the dwarven lord went as expected, at least. They didn't tell a lie, just an omission of truth. Darklings were creatures twisted by the void, and that was because in the depths of the core, the magical minerals came in a few variants. First was sunsteel. These were the most rare ones, and they could only be found in the deepest of the magical mineral veins, where the presence of the Darklings was highest. They didn't know how it was made, but when Lumuf held the sample in his hand, it felt familiar. This looks like the base component of the sun rings. Lumuf repeated. It wasn't in its processed form. Next was sunmetal. It was an inferior form of the sunsteel, where the ratio of those unusual metals had not been properly formed. They were found on the outer areas of the magic veins. Then the last one was the dark, or these were often found around sunsteel and sunmetal, and they had intense light absorption abilities. Sunsteel and sunmetal were excellent weapons, incredibly magically conducive, durable, and could store way more magical enchantments per size. But they had a downside. Once formed, they were not very easily recycled or remade. The magical enchantments were baked into their structure. Melting sunsteel turns them back to sunmetal, and melting sunmetal turns them back to ordinary metals. With each process, they turned into lesser, more mundane variants. Even the purity of sunsteel varied. Because even making them into an equipment required a bit of processing, and each additional process weakened the natural qualities of sunsteel. Most crafters that work on sunsteel essentially did it through a process called cold forging, where the metals are cut using a type of ice crystals. Kaffa looked at Lumuf. I believe we need Lady Stella here. I believe we do. Lumuf said. The dwarven lord proceeded to narrate why these metals were important. This in many ways was a typical dwarven society, with a heavy emphasis on crafting, technology, and equipment. Sunmetal and sunsteel were critical for their prosperity because it allowed creation of equipments capable of delivering more for less. Most crucially, they allowed the creation of the strongest of the dwarven war machines, the giant spiders. Lumuf frowned at the mention of war machines and asked to see one. The dwarven lord gulped. We only possess two. I will not harm them, Lumuf said. The war machines were gigantic weapons. They were smaller than the demon walkers, but big enough that they were easily one of the largest weapons. But their design was surprisingly elegant and slender. It reminded Lumuf of one of Ian's memories, a Protos Colossus from StarCraft. We pack as much sunsteel as we can onto these things, the dwarven lord of Greyhold explained. There was a dwarven engineer who walked over. And these are your most powerful weapons of war. Yes. Lumuf once remembered Stella, and the heroes spoke of a world that ran on steam and pipes, of machines made of steel. But looking at the machine in front of him, its slender legs and small body, it didn't match what Stella told him. Lumuf knew that Alka could have made something better, easily, in combat ability or design. But to achieve the same power-to-weight ratio, it would require a fair bit of high-level craftsmanship that only those in the level 100s could achieve. Do you all not have crystal weapons and crystal equipment? Lumuf asked, curious. The dwarves look at each other. We do, but we mostly use them as a magical storage to power the sunsteel's enchantments. Lumuf's eyes watched, and the artificial minds quickly analyzed the data. It was likely that they needed sunsteel for the hinges, because the sunsteel offered significant performance without weight. The legs and hinges of the war machines were slender structures, only possible because of sunsteel. My priest looked back at dwarves. And why do you need these weapons of war? Well, other dwarves, of course. The dwarves of Delvigard were territorial and frequently fought brutal wars. They tried their best to negotiate, but once war broke out, all combatants would pull out all their stops. In short, when they went to war, it's all or nothing. Kaffa was shocked to hear that the dwarves were so brutal and ruthless. They are nothing like the Mountain World's dwarves, a different history, Lumuf commented. History is a shadow, forever looming over the psyche of society. Kaffa nodded. The two sat in a room. What do you think of this world, Kaffa? Lumuf asked. The lizard folk closed his eyes. Hungry for war, not that. How is this world valuable to us? Or it is not. That ultimately depends whether we intervene or not. Kaffa's eyes opened. Patriarch Lumuf, that is a question that is worth 1,000,000 lives, probably more. Lumuf smiled. Our type of engagement is vast. Ignore and do nothing, which is the least engagement. Then there's a trading relationship. Then as a colony or vassal state of some kind, and at the end, full domination. There's also the friendliness of that engagement. Do we engage the locals? Do we ignore them? Do we send our own people because we can't trust these guys? Do we enslave them? Surely not. Kaffa reacted at the last word, I know. But the range of engagement remains present. It is a choice, even if a choice we do not like. Kaffa thought of that conversation with Edna. This was truly the weight of their task. They were now the eyes and ears of the Order, and the Order was a machine that would consume worlds. We need more information. That is also an option. Lumuf smiled at the younger domain holder. What would you do, Patriarch Lumuf? I will first propose a friendly relationship. A trading relationship to buy these sun metals and sunsteels from these dwarves. Kaffa paused, given how critical it is to their war. They are unlikely to agree. If the sunsteel proves critical to our war, they will therefore need to be conquered. Or at least we will need to establish our own presence and start mining these sunsteel using our own forces. Is the sunsteel that important? Kaffa interjected. It doesn't seem like it would be. Lumuf waited. Kaffa was right. It's not critical, but good to have. No, we have alternatives, but let us propose a trade and we'll see how these dwarves react. Year 265. Edna's visits the world of Satria. No, I've had it with God's control over me, and I'm not keen on it. All of this sounds like it'll take away time from me. Colette objected to the idea. Well, what was the idea? I rejected the offer to adopt the world faith system, but I realized the ability to have an audience with both Bach and Mozart was way more powerful. Through them, I could gain knowledge of the past, of history, and of how things came to be. Sure, they were not willing to share a lot, but even if they refused to tell us that, the mere act of asking questions about the system and understanding the mechanics of the system would allow us to make projections and plans. So, among the senior leaders, we thought of creating even more people like me. Level 250. It's a crazy, crazy number. Of course, by telling this, I reveal my power level to everyone around me. It's an act of trust, of course, but at the same time, I believe it is also an act of intimidation. The rest of the domain holders didn't even reach level 200. My fellow domain holders of the other worlds refused to share their levels, but from the weight of our presence, I was fairly sure they didn't exceed my levels. We approached the heroes first. I remember Bach's words that even heroes who meet the necessary thresholds could get it. I wonder how this is so, and whether perhaps our heroes robbing the gods of the faith values, therefore they decide to remove the heroes once their usefulness is over. At some level, faith values make their control over the world a zero-sum game. Heroes who, given a certain level of independence, could create their own faith with their God-given powers, and at level 250, rise to the point where they ascend. Their followers would compete in the same pool as the old gods. That's a horrible way to look at things. Kay acknowledged. Prabhu looked at Colette. Sure you don't want to do it. Colette looked at the growing child sitting on her lap. No, not at all. Kay sighed and spoke to me. To everyone looking, it seemed like she was talking to the air. Who else? We need someone who could have a religion built around her. Rune, Johann, and Ezar rejected it. All three of them didn't want to be a god of any sort. Stella thought it over and decided that her void abilities seemed more useful than whatever divine shenanigans this system was up to. This WFS enables an old god to do everything alone. All that matters is the faith cost. Stella said, because the old gods are solitary existences, they exist above and beyond their old societies. As I mulled it over, I realized Stella's observation is true. The old gods gained immortality, the means to open pathways through the stars, summon heroes, and tremendous combat ability. Whereas the experience system is intricately tied to the class, and later the domain. This allows for a far higher peak but much more narrow scope of abilities. In short, the gods chose width and breadth of abilities over depth and focus. A pantheon, essentially, a team of domain holders with a wide variety of domains, should outperform the WFS. But if there was only a single person, the world faith system was truly the best choice forward. I believe the WFS is a good choice. In situations where we need a backup, Ian, Stella answered. A lot of what we achieved today is because of the society change created by the Valtrian Order, backed by Ian. If we want to plan for a situation where we may have to survive without Ian for a while, one of us would need to take on the WFS to bridge that gap. It's an insane idea to raise someone up just to be a temporary Ian. Kay countered. A level 250 warrior domain holder per Edna's calculation should be very, very strong. We're talking about a literal god able to deliver as much power as a full team of level 100 plus heroes. Edna, Stella suggested. She may not need it, but I believe if there's anyone worthy of a religion, or at least a mini one, it should be Edna. My Void domain holder wanted Edna's Order of Knights to become a quasi-religious institution with faith in Edna's powers. Edna would be elevated into a patron deity of the Knight Order, and a group of Valthorn priests would have to start the process of making her into a saint or a goddess, an order of Templar Knights in worship of a martial goddess. Edna squirmed at being made into a goddess, but ultimately agreed, on one condition. Let's do it outside of Treehome. I'd like to be a mere mortal at home. You stopped being a mortal decades ago. Stella countered. I mean, you understand. Edna glared. Stella chuckled. Alternatively, the other possibility was to elevate Kaffa into some kind of lizard folk god, or god of the swamps, or something of that sort. It was a long way to go for someone like Kaffa. He was barely level 150, while Edna was already close to level 200. It was a lot more sensible to try it with Edna, but in many ways we could do both. We would start to include both of them as minor deities of our pantheon of gods. First was Ian, the great tree sheltered all that came after, to nourish the land for them to grow. Then came Edna, our guardian protector, defender of the weak and the shield of the tree. She was later joined by Kaffa, warrior protector of the lizard folks. Edna squirmed. Everyone did, but the drafted story, the tale of a god, would be weaved. I really don't want this to spread on Treehome. Edna said with her hands in her face. It was incredibly embarrassing. I didn't like religious talk. It's cringeworthy. I hope they made better, less cringeworthy versions of the mythos in the future. Edna sighed. We should just add all the domain holders to the myth. That way all of us get a chance to gain faith. It was a fair assessment, and so the priests went back to the drawing board. Well, rather than dwell on that stuff, time for you to go visiting. My turn, I suppose. Edna smiled at Stella, then at the two men that would accompany her on their visit to the other worlds. Ready, boys? Rune and Ezar shrugged. Ezar tried to joke. It's my first time. Be gentle. It wasn't. He made many trips to other worlds, but it's their first time as the Light Explorer. Edna laughed. When you're on the other side, no one can hear you scream. Ezar paled. Rune just tapped him on the shoulder. You'll be fine, Stella smiled. Off you go. The world they visited was immediately filled with the stench of blood and war. Edna could feel it in the ground, in the air, and feel the presence of battle. Rune and Ezar glanced at each other. Rune's senses were the strongest of the three, but if Edna could feel it, it must be quite near. Why not scout it out? Edna proposed. Rune nodded as his body turned into a shadow and then vanished. Edna looked at Ezar and smiled at the new domain holder. Any thoughts about your first trip as an explorer and representative of Ian? Horrified, Ezar answered. You should be. How we act and what we do shapes the native's impression and vice versa. The brawler nodded as they walked. There were trees here. There were markings left by blades and swords. Arrowheads were embedded into the trunk of trees. The trees have been used for practice. Edna took out a black helmet from her magical storage and wore it. It gave her the ability to see the astral paths in space. This world was also connected to a few others. Stella or the Void Archmages would need to be here to investigate. Edna frowned as there was the clear tale of demonic invasion. There was a bright path in the sky. The Demon King should be arriving on this world anytime soon. Rune was back. Demons. As usual, there are local defenders. Pretty rough fighting from what I can see. Demons appear to be the Sabnok variant. I've already spotted a few demonic encampments. The variant appears to have taken up demon knights as their form. Oh, demon armies again. Edna frowned. That's a tough one generally. Smaller demon armies actually. More like demon knight packs. Edna's eyebrow arched. Packs. That's somewhat unusual behavior coming from the demons. Ezar sat and frowned. That should make it easier, isn't it? Small packs means less bodies to punch. It's a lot easier to just get rid of them. Rune nodded. They seem to have fairly high combat strength for demons. Each pack seems to be at least a champion-level threat. The demonic leader looks to be somewhere around level 80 to 100. Edna's eyebrow arched again. So this is a Sabnok that only spawns champion-level packs of armies. It wasn't entirely unusual, Edna thought. There was a time when the demons only spawned dragons, and those packs of flying demon dragons could easily be considered champion-level threats. Ezar laughed. They won't last very long. A few punches and we're done. Let's just go visit some and see. Keep our domains hidden. I'll try, Ezar said. I don't have much practice. The group of three arrived in what looked to be a fortress city defending itself against the demons. The fortress looked fairly battered, with its massive stone walls that looked like they've taken damage for some time. There's like 6,000 people in that city. Rune commented, almost all humans. Edna smirked. I've won the bet then. Well, what else are we seeing? Ezra looked at the battlefield. On one side, there was a group of 30 demonic knights. They rode on large demonic horses that had no face or eyes but had sharp fangs. Its hooves were massive, and in some way they looked more like bulls than horses. All of them looked to be waiting for a sign. On the other side were a group of human defenders dressed in similarly heavy armor. A few of them looked heavily injured. One of them rode to the front and stood holding a large steel sword. There were about 100 of them, and yet in a straight battle it was fairly clear that they would lose. The demons were more powerful. "Come get me, foul beasts of the dark." The knight roared and charged alone. Edna, Ezra, and Rune collectively squirmed. He's going to kill himself charging alone like that. Then only one of the demons rode to meet him in battle. What? The three domain holders could not believe what they were seeing. The demon brandished its dark blade, and that same blade clashed against the steel sword of the knight. They fought each other, and yet it was clear that the human knight was losing. They exchanged about 20 blows, and the human knight retreated back injured. The demon had somehow landed a few hits on the knight, yet the demon didn't chase. Instead, it returned back to its pack and waited. This scene repeated itself as the second knight confronted the demons. What in the hell is going on here? Rune looked and tried to sense there's great magic at work in this world. The three didn't feel it because their domains had protected them. But once Rune mentioned the presence of magic in the air, Edna and Ezra easily found it woven into the land itself. She looked at Rune and concluded the magic at work was out of their understanding. Not just that, it even felt like divine intervention. "We need a mage here ASAP." Edna pinged back home. Stella responded. "Well, Archmage is on duty. W will get back to you in a week." Edna rolled her eyes, since when I couldn't override their duties, tree home defense. Stella countered, "Is it really that urgent? It's some divine shenanigans in this world. I want it looked at." Stella's eyes brightened somewhere on tree home. "That means we're close to the gods. And no, if it's divine shenanigans, I'm not sending any non-domain holders over." Edna paused, contemplated Stella's reasoning, and then sighed. "Fine, we'll ask the natives." Rune looked at the city. "I can sneak us in. Easy, but let me just check who should we disguise as." Ranger activated some kind of surveillance skill before concluding that there are merchants in this world, and immediately altered the disguises to match. "All right, let's get in." The three snuck into the fortress city easily, even as the battle against the demons went on outside. Inside, it was very quiet, as if most of the citizens had evacuated. Rune quickly approached one of the soldiers who walked alone and asked, "Hey there, soldier." "Yes, there's a merchant. All merchants should evacuate the city. The combat procedures will end soon." Rune pretended to be Blur and took out a little bit of coin. He had taken a look at the coinage used by the city folk and managed to pilfer a few for use. "Yes, about that. Can you tell me what's happening? Like it's my first time encountering this combat procedures. What's going on?" Edna and Ezra hid nearby, but their eyes listened in. The soldier laughed. "Oh. I thought everyone knew by now, but in any battle, the attackers and defenders must first have 10 rounds of nightly one-on-one combat, known as the combat procedures, or some people call it the 10 jousts. If the attackers win less than 3 battles, they cannot proceed with the attack. If they win more than 3, they may proceed to the next phase of the battle, known as the assault. That's where the attackers may attack the city." The 3 domain holders couldn't believe what they were hearing. It was absolute nonsense. "But why do we stick to it? Can't the demons just march in without care?" The soldier looked at the merchant named Rune like he was an idiot. "Is your village not protected by the great Hawa's divine flames or the divine protection of proper combat? Even the dark demons are bound to it." Edna glanced at Ezra. They were close to the god Hawa. What happens when they break it? They get weakened by divine curses and burned by the divine flames. Weaker creatures will die. "But why does God not just crush the demons?" The soldier stared at the merchant. "That is blasphemy. The Hawa church will have you skewered if that ever gets out." Rune acted horrified. "Ah, my apologies. Another coin for your silence." The soldier looked at the coin and laughed. Very well. I heard nothing. But you should leave. Most of us are leaving before the last of the 10 combat procedures are over." Edna, Rune, and Ezra glanced at each other, wondering how the rules of this world operated. Most of the citizens fled, but Edna noticed there was a group of knights tasked to defend rather than escape. They all had the resignation that they will die today. "Do we just watch?" Rune glanced at Edna. He was fairly all right just letting the natives die. She gulped, closed her eyes. "No, we'll step in." The group of 30 demon knights charged against the walls of the city, and the walls held for a while. The demons took a while and destroyed the fortified gates, and then charged into the city where the knights waited. "But let us watch where we can. At the last minute, Rune and Ezra said collectively. It was going to be a bloodbath. Then a burst of arrows and the group of 30 demons were slain. Rune, Ezra, and Edna arrived before the group of shaking soldiers who were all prepared to die. They were shocked but not immediately thankful. Instead, they asked, "Who do we owe the favor to, and what do you need for saving us?" The 3 realized this was the best time to extort the knowledge and demanded it. The world was bound by a great divine magic of Hawa, known as the Bindings of Hawa. Each city with a temple of Hawa, a lord or ruler of suitable rank, and sufficient number of knights may activate the combat procedures. These combat procedures apply for a period of a week and can be activated once a month per city. The combat procedures force all combatants to engage in a multi-stage battle, first with the 10 jousts, then the assault on the city. Knights, priests, and lords who do not obey the combat procedures after activating them will be inflicted with a divine curse. Also, in order to fulfill the rules of the assault on the city, there must be defenders. Otherwise, the combat procedures will be cancelled, and the lord and also priests that cast them will suffer another divine curse. This was how cities throughout the world slow the demons' attack, because the bindings of Hawa could be used on the demons as well, and during combat procedures, interfering parties will be punished by divine magic. Because of this, the demons were forced to play by the gods' rules. In this world, knights are essentially Hawa's warriors. The knights of this world are an order of warriors who believe in Hawa, and as a martial group, they believe in strong fortified cities, stone temples. Priests of Hawa bless each and every city, and the Hawa priests of this world are particularly good at blessing stone walls, and knights. Knights who survive multiple jousts are awarded special skills by the system. The lords of this world are naturally knight-priest focused as well. Many are either promoted knights or priests, so most lords eventually set up knight branches of their own and build fortified cities. There must be a source for such powerful divine magic. Edna mused, resting in the home of the defenders. They were clearly glad not to die, so were more than happy to host the three. A few left the city to deliver the message that they have been saved. After interrogating the surviving soldiers, they eventually realized that they needed to visit the cities of the world. There are divine relics in this world, Rune concluded after summarizing all the interviews. A few of the kings control powerful divine relics, but the soldiers have no idea whether they are linked to this divine law. If the gods could do this, why don't they do it everywhere? They could essentially force the demons to obey certain laws of engagement. There might be some kind of faith point cost to maintain such a system, and it's only realistic solution if it's not too far from the actual god. Rune answered, "We should just ask Stella to send us closer. Skip this world and find where the gods are." Ezar countered, "I think we should talk to the most senior priest in this world. If they can put us in an audience with Hawa, that would significantly help our cause." The knight concluded while she looked over a map of their region. This world was filled with many small kingdoms, with just a collection of a few large kingdoms. The land seemed fairly hostile, with multiple monsters, and there were even living dragons on this world. Rune paused. "We should have Lumuf here if we want an audience. Ian should be the one facing this Hawa." "Agreed," Edna answered, "but we should get information before we get to that stage. Stella will make the preparations back home. We need to get things ready. Let's fan out and infiltrate more places." There's at least 6 different kingdoms with these divine relics. Are we stealing them? Ezar looked unsure. No, right? No. Just investigate, send information back. We'll match it to what knowledge we have. The Order collected information on Hawa, Gaia, Ava, and Nira over the decades. If there were some matching information on the Hawa faith of this world, it shouldn't be too hard to line them up. After some interrogation of the locals, the 3 also found that the locals referred to the world as Satria. Edna initially wanted to call it Hawa World, but then decided against it. It's likely this wasn't Hawa's main world, because Hawa's presence should destroy whatever demons. This wasn't Hawa's homeworld, but we were close. Then, just as Edna thought they were done with the unusual affairs, one of the soldiers revealed a strange piece of information. Sometimes, the heroes of this world were selected from the locals directly by Hawa, instead of summoned from another world. The immediate implication of this was that the gods could select heroes directly. They didn't need to go through the complicated summon mechanism. The Hawa locals referred to the chosen champions as Hawa's champions and would receive a selection of Hawa's battle relics to battle against the Demon King. We must see the relics and speak to Hawa. It wasn't hard for someone like Edna to get enough money, and collecting it from the dead was even easier. As she traveled across the kingdoms of Satria, she witnessed even more demons. In cases where the local defenders did not invoke the combat procedures or ran out of the relevant materials to invoke it, the demons could easily assault the city. As a result, the demons were incredibly fond of night strikes, and especially strikes on cities that should have been safe. Then as she entered one of the more heavily defended cities, she saw warriors that probably could give the demon knights a good fight, and some knights equipped with divine relics. They were not stronger than Edna, that was for sure. A quick survey of their abilities suggested they were in the level 80s, but Edna felt the presence of divine blessing. Those are the Hawa Knight Templars. They are blessed by the high priests and granted divine powers. The traveler next to Edna explained to her. It seemed those who believe in Hawa generally have a high level of faith in the god, and thus appeared to do so. Edna's eyes noticed that the individuals themselves didn't appear to manifest divine powers, but this was the first time she had ever encountered someone with divine relics, so didn't have a good idea of how they stacked up in battle. But if this world had Hawa's chosen. They have not selected the candidates for this century's chosen, the traveler answered as Edna probed for more information. The war with this generation's demon only started 2 years ago, and it'll be some time before the 5 or 6 chosens are awarded an audience with Hawa itself. 5 or 6, sometimes. The traveler shrugged. He seemed to be a fairly knowledgeable merchant, so Edna kept him talking. The demons will come and linger for 5 to 6 years. Even the king of the demons has not descended yet. It hasn't. Edna paused as the pieces came together. Back on the worlds where heroes were summoned, the gods summon them after the demon king arrives. If the demon king hasn't arrived on Satria, it naturally follows that Hawa wouldn't bother to choose its champions. But the gods clearly have a choice of adopting a different set of procedures for its closer worlds. What everyone thought was a normal procedure may just be something they had to do for faraway worlds where they had little information. Edna arrived in one of the supposedly largest cities on Satria after 2 months of travel. In truth, she would have covered the distance within a few days, but she did the long way to learn from the locals. Hawa's faith was ridiculously powerful in this world. Each city had Hawa temples. Almost everyone believed in it, at least nominally, and many truly believed in Hawa's blessings. The priests themselves also appear more powerful here, with high-ranking Hawa priests wielding powers not normally seen in priests, as if borrowing them from somewhere. Milady, welcome to Museo, home of the royal family of Museo, and one of the 7 relic cities of Satria. Relic cities were names given to the 7 cities that hosted the 7 great Hawa relics. The one on Museo was home to an item known as the Chalice of Eternity. Edna could feel it in the air itself, the sensation of divine presence. From the intelligence that she gathered so far, the Hawa Temple of Museo was an institution that had power not inferior to the royal family, and the chief priest of Museo was a man of incredible faith. It would be difficult to gain access to the chief priest via normal means since he was busy and would not normally entertain guests. What would Lumuf do if he was here on this case? Edna sat in her inn, thinking to herself. She considered her options. She could barge in. In terms or raw levels, nothing she saw so far even came close to her, but the presence of divine relics meant she didn't have 100% certainty. That would probably cause offense, and she would rather not do so, especially if she wanted to maintain a working relationship. After thinking for a while, she decided the best way was to visit the temple and ask for an audience directly.